A calamity has suddenly befallen the world, transforming it irrevocably. First, there was an oppressive heat, followed by an unrelenting cold. Then came earthquakes, dense fog, eternal night, and acid rain in rapid succession. Nian, who has struggled for a decade to survive in this apocalyptic world, ultimately succumbed to the torrential downpour of acid rain. Upon opening her eyes once more, Nian discovered that she had been reborn, with a mere 3 months remaining until the apocalypse. Upon discovering a vast personal space within her ancestral heirloom, Nian set her first modest goal in her new life, to spend 2.1 billion, filling the space with supplies. Chapter 90 will ensure you are never devoid of sustenance. On the eve of the new year, Nian awoke to find fresh snow falling outside. After the extreme cold, snowfall was not a daily occurrence. However, due to the consistently low temperatures, the snow remained unthawed, creating a perpetual blanket of white. Observing the delicate snowflakes drifting outside, combined with the significance of the day, an authentic festive atmosphere began to emerge. Nian changed her attire and retrieved red paper from her space, preparing to write couplets. Since they had resolved to celebrate the new year, a sense of ritual was indispensable. By the time Mo arrived, Nian had already penned several couplets and inscribed numerous large characters of fortune. Mo rarely accompanied Nian in watching dramas, yet he was well aware of the traditional rituals associated with the new year. Gazing at the couplets, Mo inquired, "Is the glue ready?" "It is prepared. Let us proceed to the bulletin board." The two exited the bedroom, and aside from the main door, every room was adorned with couplets and characters of fortune. With these splashes of red, the festive atmosphere intensified. Nian stared at the couplets for a moment, then rummaged through her space to find a Polaroid camera, calling out to Mo, "Hurry, let us take a photo together." The beauty of the Polaroid is its instant gratification. Soon, they held their cherished photograph. After searching her space for quite some time, Nian finally unearthed a large album. She inscribed the date on the photograph before placing it inside, saying, "From now on, let us take a photo each day and keep them within. When we grow old, we can sit together and reminisce." Mo examined the album closely. "If we are to wait until we are old to look back, this album will not suffice for all our photographs. We are destined to live for 300 years. How could this small volume contain the essence of our 2 centuries of life?" Amused yet warmed by Mo's words, Nian replied, "Fear not, I possess many such albums. If one isn't enough, we shall use 10. If 10 aren't sufficient, we will resort to 100. Surely, we can encapsulate our entire lives within." Mo finally appeared satisfied. "Then when we are old, reviewing the albums together will likely take an eternity to complete." Nian replied, "Indeed." Nian decisively shifted the conversation. "Did we not agree to make dumplings? Come, I shall teach you how." The two returned to the bedroom, washed their hands, and Nian brought out a mixing bowl to begin instructing Mo on making the dough. They first mixed the dough and allowed it to rest before preparing the meat filling. After some deliberation, they decided on 2 types of dumpling fillings, one with pork and scallions, and the other with shrimp. By the time the fillings were ready, the dough had sufficiently rested. Mo's lengthy culinary training had not been in vain. After a single demonstration from Nian, he was able to shape the dumplings with remarkable skill. One rolled out the dumpling skins while the other filled them. An iPad rested on the table before them, playing the dramas they had previously left unfinished. As for the Spring Festival Gala, that would wait until dinner. Their New Year's Eve feast lasted from 8 p.m. until midnight. They began with an assortment of dishes, concluding with boiled dumplings. Just after midnight, Mo retrieved a red box from his backpack. This backpack had accompanied Mo since his arrival that morning, and although Nian noticed it, she refrained from inquiring about its contents, for she understood it contained a New Year's gift prepared by Mo. Gazing at the red box, Nian's eyes sparkled. "May I open it?" "Of course," replied Mo. Nian rubbed her hands together before lifting the lid. As she unveiled the contents, Nian's gaze fell upon a weapon. "Is this a gun?" "Indeed, it is a laser gun. It is designed for a firing speed of 0.3, consuming 90 units of energy per shot, with immense power. It serves as an excellent tool for self-defense. While I can assure you that I will always remain by your side, safeguarding you from danger, I still wish to present you with such a weapon. Empowering you is the greatest protection I can offer." Listening to Mo's gentle explanation, Nian felt a warmth in her heart, and her eyes began to glisten. She blinked vigorously a few times before finally saying, "Thank you for your gift. I have a present to give you as well." As Su Nian spoke, she retrieved an item she had meticulously prepared from her space. Although the distance between them was relatively close, she stepped back slightly before presenting her gift. At that moment, an angular cabinet, gleaming with a metallic sheen, appeared between the two of them. This cabinet measured 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and had a thickness of 50 centimeters. Jing Emo gazed at it for quite some time, still somewhat perplexed. "What is this?" Su Nian smiled proudly. "Can't guess what it is? I specially asked Captain Kong to assist in customizing this. This object is exceptionally heavy. It is an oversized brick, capable of smashing a wild boar into a meat patty." Jing Emo burst into laughter upon hearing this. "So, you intend for me to use it to crush a wild boar into a meat patty, and then eat it directly?" "Of course not." Su Nian shot Jing Emo an exasperated glare. "Though this item is quite heavy, it is hollow. It has been specially treated, allowing the lid to be opened with ease." As Su Nian spoke, she demonstrated for Jing Emo. With the lid opened, the contents were revealed before his eyes. "Inside, I have packed numerous instant foods, including mini hot pots, instant noodles, spicy sour noodles, and rice noodles, along with various biscuits, bread, compressed snacks, canned goods, milk, and water. Additionally, there are various dried meats that you enjoy, as well as vacuum-sealed cooked dishes. Although I can assure you that I will always be by your side to ensure you have something to eat, having food on hand will prevent you from going hungry." After finishing her words, Su Nian playfully winked. The latter part of her statement had been entirely inspired by Jing Mo's earlier remark, showcasing her ability to quickly adapt. "Jing Emo, you." Before Su Nian could complete her sentence, she saw Jing Emo circle around the massive brick and approach her. With a long arm, he embraced her tightly. "Su Nian, thank you." In Jing Mo's embrace, Su Nian's body stiffened. This was their first hug. However, after a moment of rigidity, she gradually relaxed. Su Nian raised her hand to gently pat Jing Mo's back, her voice softening. "Good. Don't worry. I won't let you go hungry." After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh. After laughing for a while without receiving any reaction from Jing Emo, Su Nian felt a tinge of curiosity. Just as she was about to break free to see what was wrong with him, Jing Emo released her, only to gently pinch her cheeks right after. Chapter 91. Hundreds of thousands of snow fruits. Su Nian gazed intently at Jing Emo, questioning, "Why are you pinching me?" Jing Emo, with a serious demeanor and an inquisitive expression, deliberately pinched her again. "Your face is so fair and tender, it looks quite plump. I have always been curious about what it feels like to pinch it. Now I finally know." Su Nian blinked. "What does it feel like?" "The texture is as smooth as jelly, soft like cotton candy. The sensation of pinching is just as delightful as I imagined." As Su Nian stared at Jing Emo, her gaze grew increasingly complex. "Why the dramatics? And why do all your descriptions relate to food?" Before Su Nian could wriggle free, Jing Emo released her hand, pointing at the enormous brick on the ground. "Are you planning to have me carry this?" Su Nian huffed. "If you can carry it, then by all means, go ahead." Despite her words, she carefully replaced the lid and added, "When combined, it resembles a weapon. Why not see if you can store it in this weapon space?" Jing Emo, now serious, nodded earnestly and attempted to store the oversized brick in the space. To their astonishment, it actually worked. As they beheld the vanishing brick, both Su Nian and Jing Emo exchanged delighted glances, their joy palpable. At that moment, Jing Emo resembled a child, repeatedly taking the giant brick in and out of the space for sheer amusement. After a while, having played enough, he turned to Su Nian. "You're quite clever. I never thought of this solution." Su Nian shook her head. "It's not that you didn't think of it. You never considered it in the first place." Although Su Nian could hardly fathom the life Jing Emo led during the interstellar era, she was certain that sustenance was never a concern for him. Since he had no worries about food, it was natural that his weapon space was solely utilized for weapons, without any thought of storing other items. It was only due to the current circumstances that she began to ponder these matters. "I merely wanted to experiment. I wasn't certain it would work. Now that it has succeeded, we can certainly have a few more made, allowing for even greater storage." At this point, Su Nian recalled a crucial question. "By the way, how large is your weapon space? Can it accommodate this?" Jing Emo contemplated seriously. "I never really paid attention to the dimensions." I suppose it could store an entire base without issue. Su Nian gasped, then we must hurry and ask Captain Kong to arrange for it. No need. Jing Mo interjected. While Captain Kong is trustworthy, he cannot craft this. We should have someone else handle it. The more people who know, the more likely someone will become curious about our intentions. You make a valid point, but who else should we approach? We could contact those from the interstellar side. They can not only produce oversized bricks, but can also create hollow weapons. Su Nian envisioned the outcome, pondering what difference it would make once completed. Yet, this was inconsequential. As long as it proved useful, that was sufficient. Once it's ready, we can store some of your clothes and belongings in it, making future excursions far more convenient. We could also fit in more food. Does your space not preserve freshness? If it could, we could even store prepared meals for you. Observing Su Nian's somewhat regretful expression, Jing Mo chuckled as he pinched her cheek. What we have now is already quite good. There's no need to feel disappointed. Su Nian nodded, I understand. It is indeed wrong to be insatiably greedy. Jing Mo, however, grew curious. Why do you always speak of going out in the future? Do you wish to leave? Have you grown weary of staying in? Not at all. Su Nian shook her head, her gaze on Jing Mo revealing a hint of confusion. Did I not tell you that I was reborn? Jing Mo, taken aback, asked really? Perhaps I forgot to mention it. I have already endured one apocalypse. In my previous life, I survived until the 10th year of the apocalypse, during which time calamities were unceasing, and I perished in acid rain. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself reborn just 3 months before the onset of the apocalypse. I discovered the space within my family heirloom and spent all my money buying various supplies, storing them within. Su Nian concluded her narrative, awaiting Jing Mo's response. After a considerable pause, Jing Mo's first question was, Did you know me in your previous life? No, I did not. During my previous life, I traversed various small bases. At that time, I lacked sufficient supplies, vehicles, and fuel, which hindered my ability to venture further. I was merely striving to survive. Jing Mo gently ruffled Su Nian's hair. Perhaps in your previous life, I never even arrived here. You were reborn, and so was I. Our meeting is serendipitous, and everything is just as it should be. You are right. Everything is perfectly timed. After enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner, life returned to a tranquil state. Su Nian and Jing Mo planted more snowfruits. This time, they did not intend to sell them. Rather, they planned to cultivate them and store them in the space for gradual consumption. During the 10 years of the apocalypse, as far as Su Nian knew, such extreme cold weather had only occurred in these 2 years. If the snow fruits thrived only in temperatures below freezing, once the severe cold subsided, it would likely be impossible for the average person to cultivate them again. Snow fruits are rich in nutrients and quite delicious. Seizing the opportunity to plant, the two resolved not to let the soil lie fallow, planting one batch after another. Although the quantity harvested each time was not identical, it was consistently around 12,000. Fortunately, since snow fruits are relatively small, even 100,000 of them would occupy little space. After harvesting the final batch of snow fruits, Su Nian stored all the logistics boxes in the space. Although they could no longer cultivate snow fruits, the soil could be preserved for future use with other crops. As the day of the impending earthquake drew closer, Su Nian and Jing Mo continued their preparations. The day before the earthquake, temperatures would rise from below freezing to above 10 degrees Celsius. Compared to the cataclysmic earthquake that lay ahead, this temperature increase could be considered a positive omen. Initially, Su Nian hesitated, contemplating whether to find a way to inform the base about the impending earthquake. Jing Mo, who had frequent contact with Kong Jianming, naturally possessed more information. He stated that the base had already predicted the earthquake and was making various preparations. Knowing that the base was taking measures alleviated Su Nian's worries. Chapter 92. Temperature Rise. Indeed, many aspects of this life differ significantly from the previous one. Perhaps, as Jing Mo suggested, everything in this life is perfectly timed. Just as their meeting felt serendipitous, so too did the base's foresight and preparations. Su Nian was uncertain about the exact date of the temperature recovery. After all, during her previous life, the small base she was in had long since lost power by this time. Everyone was focused on surviving with all their might, and no one remembered specific dates. Although Su Nian had recorded this in her past life, she could not be certain of its accuracy. Sensing that the time was approaching, Su Nian specifically told Jing Mo. And they both set alarms, rising early each day. Su Nian vividly remembered that the day the temperature returned to normal, she was asleep. At that moment, she was curled up in sleep, yet as she drifted deeper into slumber, an increasing warmth enveloped her, making her feel as though she were trapped within a furnace. At first, Su Nian believed she had come down with a fever, but upon awakening and witnessing the jubilant crowd shedding their garments, she realized that it was not her health that was compromised, but rather the ambient temperature that had risen. To avoid being roused by the heat in this lifetime, Su Nian resolved to rise early each morning. On the third day of her early rising, after completing her morning routine, Su Nian prepared to engage in her training. However, before she could even change out of her nightgown, she began to feel overheated. It took her a brief moment to comprehend that the temperature had indeed escalated. Hastily, Su Nian removed her heavy nightgown, along with her sweater and socks. Without pausing to change out of her undergarments, she first turned off the stove gifted by Jing Mo and stored it away in her space. She then extracted the charcoal from the stove and placed it into an iron bucket. The stove would be set aside until it had completely cooled, at which point she would dismantle the smoke pipe for storage. In just that short span of time, Su Nian felt a light sheen of perspiration form on her skin. During the extreme cold, she found the thermal clothing provided by Jing Mo to be quite effective. Yet now, she felt as though its efficacy had doubled. After securely locking the bedroom door, she quickly changed out of her clothes and retrieved a set of workout attire from her space. Donning the lighter clothing brought her a considerable sense of relief. For the past 2 years, aside from bathing and sleeping, she had been perpetually clad in multiple layers, feeling as though her body could hardly stretch. Now, clad in the comfortable sportswear, it felt as if she had shed a cumbersome suit of armor. Once dressed, Su Nian stepped out of her bedroom. The temperature in the living room had already risen, and she felt no chill. Rather, she experienced a profound sense of comfort. Approaching the window in the living room, she gazed down to see the ice and snow melting, converging into small streams that flowed along the drainage ditches. The construction of the hot river summer resort had taken decades, and since its completion, it had endured for several centuries. The wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. This place, rich in both mountains and water, boasted impeccable drainage systems. Even with the sudden rise in temperature, the melting snow posed no threat of flooding. As Su Nian stood by the window, she noticed many others also peering outside. Their excitement surpassed her own, with their cheers nearly piercing the sky. After enduring 2 years of extreme cold, it was impossible to ascertain how many had perished in such harsh conditions. Now that the temperature had finally risen and the ice had begun to melt, it was indeed a cause for collective jubilation. Listening to their shouts, Su Nian felt a complex swirl of emotions within her. She wondered how they would react if they knew that a cataclysmic earthquake was imminent the following day. Not wishing to dwell further on such thoughts, Su Nian made her way toward the front door. Upon opening it, she found Jing Mo standing at the entrance, having just opened the door across from hers. They exchanged a smile as Jing Mo stepped outside and walked toward her. Together, they returned indoors to discuss their next course of action. With the temperature having risen today and an earthquake forecasted for the following morning, they understood the gravity of the situation. This earthquake would be catastrophic, the magnitude unknown. Yet Su Nian recalled that the base where she had been stationed had collapsed into ruins. Moreover, the ground would be rent with deep chasms, dark and foreboding, leaving one to wonder where they might lead. Just as the snow began to melt and the water levels had yet to recede, the earthquake would strike, causing buildings to fall and many supplies to be submerged. Life would surely become even more arduous post-earthquake. As Su Nian spoke, her voice grew somber. Even now, she found herself weighed down by the thought of the days following the earthquake. Jing Mo reached out, wrapping an arm around Su Nian's shoulder, reassuring her that such matters were in the past and that this lifetime would be different. The area had endured for centuries, having weathered numerous earthquakes, and the seismic safety measures should be adequate. With no particularly tall structures, the devastation should not be excessively severe. Su Nian nodded. Given the circumstances, this was the only mindset she could adopt. By the way, what arrangements has the base made for tomorrow? She inquired. Captain Kong had mentioned that the base would host a grand feast outside, under the guise of celebrating the return of warmer temperatures, inviting all personnel to partake in a complimentary meal. At this, Su Nian smiled, finding the idea quite delightful. For ordinary individuals, earning contribution points was a daunting task, and even when they did accumulate points, they were often reluctant to indulge in a hearty meal. A free feast would surely be met with enthusiasm. It was likely that everyone would flock to the base south expansive square, which could accommodate a substantial number of people. The surrounding roads were empty, devoid of buildings, alleviating any concerns of collapsing structures injuring the crowd. As for the decision to withhold news of the impending earthquake, it was undoubtedly a calculated one. The dramatic shifts from extreme heat to extreme cold had already altered many people's mindsets. Now, with temperatures finally stabilizing, announcing that a devastating earthquake was set to occur the next day would be fraught with complications. Not to mention the potential for panic, even if everyone believed the warning. Some might resort to extreme measures, leading to irrevocable consequences. It was perhaps wiser to devise an alternative rationale to draw people out of the base, postponing further discussions until after the earthquake had passed. That day, Su Nian and Jing Mo were far from idle. Together, they dismantled the stove in their bedroom and stored it away. They even removed wall decals, flooring, and curtains, ensuring everything was secured in their space. This was not merely for future use, but also to prevent any hazards should the house collapse during the earthquake. Should anyone come to search for these items afterward, it might raise suspicions. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, they deemed it prudent to remove all items that should not be present. Chapter 93. The earthquake approaches. By evening, Su Nian's room was left with only 2 beds. Indeed, just 2 beds, as Jing Mo was to share a room with Su Nian that night. Although the earthquake had occurred a day after the temperature began to rise in her previous life, they decided it prudent to sleep in the same room to ensure they could respond quickly to any unexpected events. Having been in a relationship for over a year, it was their first time sharing a room, yet they felt no discomfort. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents transpired, and they both slept soundly until the alarm rang the next morning. As Su Nian opened her eyes, she noticed Jing Mo lying on the opposite bed, propped up on one side, his gaze fixed on her. With a smile, she asked, "When did you wake up?" "I've been awake for a while," he replied. "Why didn't you wake me?" "I found your sleeping face quite endearing. Your fair, delicate features remind me of tofu, and you look utterly delicious." Having spent so much time together, Su Nian was well accustomed to Jing Mo's incessant thoughts about food. Hearing his remark, she did not react particularly, simply sitting up and suggesting, "In that case, let us have tofu pudding for breakfast." With temperatures hovering around a comfortable range, they each went to the bathroom to freshen up, and then sat down together to enjoy their meal. The pristine tofu pudding, accompanied by crispy yet tender deep-fried dough sticks, along with savory meat buns and pickled vegetables, made for a delightful breakfast. After the meal, Su Nian stowed away both beds, gazing at the empty room with a sigh. It seemed as if nothing had changed since the day she moved in. Without lingering sentiment, Su Nian and Jing Mo, their large hiking backpacks in tow, descended the stairs. Su Nian's car had not been driven for quite some time, yet thankfully, automobiles are resilient. After refueling, she drove down to the small building, where Jing Mo had also brought his vehicle. The 2 cars parked side by side, and they made several trips up and down the stairs, loading a considerable amount of items into the vehicles. This early packing was primarily to ensure that their provisions would remain unaffected in the aftermath of the earthquake, particularly to appease Kong Jianming. Otherwise, even if they left the base with nothing but their own belongings, life could still be rather comfortable. Once both cars were packed to the brim, Su Nian and Jing Mo prepared to depart. At that moment, someone emerged from the entrance. Su Nian caught a glimpse and, momentarily stunned, recognized that it was Wu Kongjian and Zhang Mingzhi. Over the past year, Su Nian and Jing Mo had kept a low profile, and had not crossed paths with these 2 again. During their previous encounters, both had been masked, and now, without them, Su Nian found it difficult to recognize them at first. Wu Kongjian looked at Su Nian, then at the 2 cars, parting his lips as if to speak. But no words came forth. Su Nian quickly averted her gaze and got into the car with Jing Mo, driving away from the scene. Wu Kongjian stood there, somewhat dazed, watching the 2 vehicles drift into the distance. Zhang Mingzhi, observing this, scoffed. "Look at you, aspiring to reach for the unattainable. Just take a look at what they're wearing and driving, and then look at yourself. I advise you to abandon such thoughts before you bring misfortune upon yourself. Zhang Ming's words reached Wu Kangjian's ears, yet failed to elicit any reaction. Noticing Wu Kangjian's silence, Zhang Ming shrugged. There's free food outside the base today. If you don't go, I will. Who knows when such an opportunity will arise again. With that, he quickened his pace and Wu Kangjian slowly followed. Like them, many others were heading towards the base's exterior, all dressed in casual attire, chatting and laughing, their spirits evidently lifted. It was as if they had glimpsed a newfound hope. With the temperature returning to normal, could it signify that their lives were approaching a semblance of normalcy as well? As Su Nian and Jing Mo drove towards the base entrance, they noticed numerous vehicles also heading out. These vehicles were mainly trucks and large lorries. Although the contents remained concealed, Su Nian could surmise some of what lay within. Following the convoy out of the base, Su Nian observed the vast square outside teeming with people. They did not stop, adhering to their prior agreement to continue down the main road. On the route, Su Nian noted an abundance of off-road vehicles, including several RVs. It seemed many within the base had received news of the impending earthquake. After driving for quite a distance, Su Nian and Jing Mo found a suitable spot to park by the roadside. After locking the car, Su Nian joined Jing Mo in his vehicle. Taking a seat in the passenger seat, she gazed at an RV not far ahead, her emotions becoming increasingly complex. In truth, I too have purchased an RV. It's just unfortunate that I currently lack an excuse to utilize it. Previously, there had been no clear path, and now they were still confined to the base. Rendering it impossible to openly use the RV, Jing Mo reached out, playfully pinching Su Nian's cheek. You could consider it from another perspective. Without an RV, we won't draw as much attention, thus sparing ourselves from envy and resentment. Su Nian cast Jing Mo an appreciative glance, realizing that he had made a valid point at a crucial moment. They did not linger in the vehicle for long. As time progressed towards noon, they stepped outside. Almost immediately upon disembarking, they were met with a jarring tremor.
Su Nian.
Jing Mo's voice rang out, and before she could open her eyes to see him, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. They supported each other as they moved away from the car. The tremors were so severe that they had not ventured far before both fell to the ground. Even lying there, the earth continued to quake, leaving them disoriented and dizzy. It was beyond the realm of opening their eyes. Su Nian felt her mind clouded, nauseous from the relentless shaking. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely until the tremors finally began to subside. Even after the earthquake ceased, Su Nian remained sprawled on the ground, feeling as though the world still spun around her. After a while, she heard Jing Mo's voice, which seemed to come from a distant place, muffled and unclear. Slowly, she opened her eyes and turned to look at Jing Mo, only to see three of him, his mouths moving in synchronization, leaving her uncertain of what he was saying. She closed her eyes once more, taking her time to regain her composure before finally reopening them. This time, Jing Mo appeared to have returned to a singular form. A wave of relief washed over her, and she managed to smile. Observing the smile on Su Nian's face, Jing Mo grew concerned. Su Nian, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, propping herself up gradually. The dizziness had lessened, and her surroundings were no longer swaying. As she surveyed the area, she noted the absence of any tragic scenes. They were outside, away from any structures. While everyone appeared disoriented, fortunately, no one seemed to have sustained injuries. Many individuals lay on the ground, some sitting up, their expressions blank, clearly still processing the events that had transpired. After surveying the surroundings, Su Nian turned back to Jing Mo, seeing him covered in dirt and debris. She realized her own appearance must be similar. However, now is not the time to dwell on such matters. The most significant earthquake had passed, but aftershocks were likely to follow. At this moment, the worst thing to do would be to run around aimlessly. It was best to find a flat, open space to sit and wait for the aftershocks to arrive. In fact, it wasn't long before the first aftershock hit. Drawing from their previous experience, and noting that this aftershock was not as severe, although Su Nian and Jing Mo's bodies swayed, they fortunately remained upright. After 3 successive aftershocks, calm finally returned. By this point, everyone had come to terms with what had occurred. Initially, some wept, but gradually, expressions morphed into a semblance of numbness mixed with relief. Thankfully, they were outdoors, and fortunately, there were no buildings nearby. If they had been surrounded by structures during the series of tremors, their survival might have been uncertain. Soon, personnel from the base arrived with loudspeakers, instructing everyone not to return to the base, but to remain outside, thereby avoiding potential injuries from further aftershocks. Having endured such a formidable earthquake, the survivors found themselves remarkably compliant, adhering closely to the directives of the base. The preparations made by the base were far from in vain, and soon enough, tents began to rise. With the number of people present, the square proved inadequate for the tents, which extended onto the main road. Nian and Jing Mo retrieved their double tent from the vehicle and set it up opposite the car. After the tent was erected, Nian refrained from immediately laying out the sleeping bags. Instead, she brought out folding tables and chairs from the car and arranged them within. With the tent flaps drawn shut to shield them from prying eyes, Nian fetched 2 bowls of clean water from her space. And the two washed their hands and faces. As for their clothes, they merely brushed off the dust, choosing not to change. It would be too conspicuous for them to be spotless while others were covered in grime. It was only after they settled at the table that Nian exhaled deeply, feeling as though they had surmounted the worst of the ordeal. While aftershocks were expected, they were likely to be mild and not cause further casualties. As long as they remained unscathed, the damage to the base's infrastructure was of little consequence. Reflecting on the state of the buildings, Nian sighed, uncertain whether their own dwelling had collapsed. Jing Mo smiled at Nian, assuring her that even if it had fallen, their substantial contribution points would allow them to find another place without difficulty. Together, their contribution points had exceeded 100,000. With such an abundance, renting a house or even purchasing one within the base posed no challenge at all. The points accumulated were precisely for moments like this. Nian nodded, expressing her desire for a larger abode, ideally one with a private yard. Half a month post-earthquake, a thick fog would rise, enveloping the area in a shroud so dense that visibility would be reduced to mere meters, even when illuminated by strong lights. Yet, the fog was not the most terrifying aspect. It was the myriad dangers that lurked within it. If they could secure a private yard enclosed with iron fencing and electrified, they would not need to worry about intruders. Otherwise, Nian feared she would be unable to sleep soundly. Jing Mo nodded in agreement, promising that regardless of the condition of their current residence, they would seek out the type of house she desired. The warmth of his support filled Nian's heart. Having someone unconditionally backing her in this apocalyptic world was a true blessing. They had both eaten heartily in the morning, but after the tumult of the earthquake, their appetites waned by noon, and they merely consumed some bread and milk. Those who had driven away from the base were not under its care. Only those who had emerged empty-handed received food and water from the base at lunchtime. With no injuries and sustenance available, along with temporary shelter in tents, the collective mood gradually stabilized. There is no greater relief than the gratitude felt after surviving a calamity. As night descended, a roaring bonfire was kindled outside the base, casting a warm glow into the tranquil darkness. However, most individuals struggled to find rest that night due to several rounds of aftershocks. Fortunately, these tremors were brief, lasting mere seconds. Only in the latter half of the night did tranquility return. By noon the following day, with no further aftershocks, the base's personnel divided into teams to assess the situation within. Others remained outside, awaiting their turn. Nian and Jing Mo entered the base on the third morning, alongside the rest. Previously, the base had maintained a quaint charm. Though it lacked the pre-apocalypse vibrancy, it still possessed a certain beauty. Yet now, as their vehicle slowly advanced, they observed numerous houses along the route, each showing varying degrees of collapse. In some areas, the ground had fissured, but thankfully, the crevices were not wide enough to pose a significant risk. Careless steps might only lead to a twisted ankle rather than a plunge into the depths. Jing Mo drove them back to their small building first to assess the situation. Constructed after the apocalypse without quality oversight, the structure had previously seemed sound, but now it bore visible cracks. While it had not completely collapsed, it was rendered unsafe. Residing within such a dwelling left them uncertain of when it might give way, and safety was far from guaranteed. After a brief glance, Jing Mo withdrew his gaze, suggesting they head to the housing rental center. Nian agreed, hoping they could secure a suitable residence before others caught on. If their search proved futile, they would have to enlist the help of Kong Jianming, Upon arriving at the housing rental center, they were surprised to find a considerable number of vehicles parked outside. The center itself appeared well constructed. Despite the earthquake, it had sustained minimal damage. Wasting no time, they locked the car and hurried inside. Upon entering, they found each window occupied by individuals engaged in conversation. The combined voices created a cacophony that filled the rental center with chaos. However, Su Nian felt no disdain. She guided Jing Mo towards a window that appeared less crowded. As they approached, they overheard a conversation about lease terminations. Su Nian paused, taken aback. She had assumed these individuals were there to secure new rentals, not to withdraw from their leases. Yet, considering the condition of the small buildings, it became apparent. With the residences deemed unsafe, it was only logical to reclaim their deposits. After all, every contribution point was hard-earned and should not go to waste. The base's staff had anticipated such situations and had made arrangements beforehand. Thus, it was not long before the person in front of Su Nian successfully reclaimed their remaining rent and departed with a satisfied demeanor. Su Nian stepped forward and addressed the staff member. "Hello, I would like to rent a house." The staff member seemed momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp a request. "What did you say?" Su Nian reiterated. "I said, I want to rent a house." This time, the staff member comprehended her words clearly, their demeanor shifting as they recognized her as the first person seeking a rental that day. "What kind of house are you looking for?" "I wish to rent a small, independent courtyard." "Do you have such a property?" "No," the staff member replied curtly, without hesitation. However, other than that succinct response, they offered no further information. Understanding the implication, Su Nian realized that such properties existed, but were not readily available for general rental. Just then, Jing Mo approached, holding out his phone to the staff member. The staff member frowned but accepted the device nonetheless. The phone call lasted merely a minute. After the staff returned the phone to Jing Mo, their demeanor shifted. "You are looking to rent a private courtyard, correct? I have a few available. Are you in a hurry? If so, I can call someone over right now to take you for a look." Su Nian responded succinctly, "Yes, we're in a hurry." Upon hearing her reply, the staff acted promptly. Within 3 to 5 minutes, someone approached briskly. As Su Nian observed the newcomer, a sense of familiarity washed over her. It wasn't until he spoke that she recognized him. He was the man who had shown her around when she first arrived at the base. As Su Nian pondered this coincidence, she noticed Jing Mo already greeting the man. It dawned on her that Jing Mo had mentioned earlier that the person who would take him to choose a house was the same man who had guided her. Although it was somewhat fortuitous, perhaps such coincidences were simply the fabric of fate. Without such serendipity, she and Jing Mo might not have found themselves together now. The three of them exited the housing rental center, with Jing Mo driving ahead, leading the way, while Su Nian followed in her car. After approximately 30 minutes, Jing Mo's vehicle came to a halt. Su Nian parked behind him, turned off the engine, and disembarked. Once outside, she glanced around. The road they were on was a typical dirt path, running east-west, flanked by walls to the north and south. The wall facing south had a door at intervals, each one representing a small courtyard. The southern wall was the back wall of the row of houses ahead. As Su Nian surveyed the area, Jing Mo and the man also alighted from their vehicle. The man led Su Nian and Jing Mo to the entrance of a courtyard, retrieving a key from a set of keys and unlocking the gate. The gate was a standard fence door, allowing glimpses into the courtyard beyond. The yard was approximately 60 square meters, oriented north-south, containing 3 rooms. The 3 rooms shared a large entrance. Upon entering, doors on either side of the walls led to the other 2 rooms. The windows and doors were modestly sized, and the ceiling was high, forming a gable similar to the old houses within the base. The construction suggested it had been built to insulate against the intense heat. The interior was devoid of furniture, with the walls and floors merely plastered with cement, lacking any whitewash. The windows and doors were quite thin, but fortunately, the structure appeared sturdy, having withstood earthquakes without any visible cracks. In the corner of the courtyard stood a separate room, which the man indicated was a toilet. After completing her inspection, Su Nian felt quite satisfied and nodded at Jing Mo. After spending so much time together, their unspoken understanding had already formed. Even without uttering a word, Jing Mo grasped her sentiment. He promptly took the man and left to finalize the paperwork at the housing rental center. The gate was wide enough for Su Nian to drive her car into the courtyard. Once she closed the gate, she began to explore the house. If all went according to plan, she and Jing Mo would be residing here for the foreseeable future, so it was essential to tidy the place up. As Su Nian contemplated her plans, she remained unhurried to start the work. The interior decor could be addressed gradually, but the electrical wiring and window installations needed to be prioritized, especially with only 12 days left before the arrival of the dense fog. An hour later, Jing Mo returned, bringing with him a document. It clearly stated that the house now belonged to both Su Nian and Jing Mo. Su Nian had initially thought Jing Mo had merely rented the property. She was taken aback to learn that he had purchased it outright. Just as she was about to speak, Jing Mo interjected. The house the base previously provided me cannot be occupied anymore. They are certainly obligated to compensate me. I added some contribution points and purchased this house, registering it in both our names. This will be our home. Having been together for such a long time, it was the first time Su Nian heard Jing Mo refer to their home in such a manner. As she surveyed the cold, empty space, warmth began to fill her gaze. In this new chapter of her life, she finally had a home. Su Nian looked at Jing Mo and took a few steps toward him. Standing before him, she gazed deeply into his eyes and said, Jing Mo, thank you. Jing Mo reached out and playfully pinched her cheek, replying, if you truly want to thank me, then treat me to some meat. Chapter 96. Don't you know to close your eyes at this moment? Su Nian stared intently into Jing Mo's eyes, gradually rising onto her toes as she leaned closer to his face. Their breaths mingled, lips nearly brushing against each other. As Su Nian slightly opened her eyes, she found Jing Mo's gaze wider than ever, filled with astonishment. She leaned back just a tad, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't you know you should close your eyes at this moment? Jing Mo seemed to snap back to reality, lowering his gaze to meet Su Nian's. He hadn't realized before, but he understood now. Before Su Nian could utter another word, Jing Mo enveloped her in his arms. A few minutes later, she gently pushed him away, teasingly asking, Are you a dog? As she spoke, she touched her lips, suspecting they might be swollen. Jing Mo leaned in closer, scrutinizing her lips, and reassured her, Don't worry, they're just a bit red, not swollen. I promise I won't bite you again. Su Nian rolled her eyes. We'll see if they're essay next time. We should take that old fence gate we had and reattach it to the entrance of the living room. It would fit perfectly, don't you think? Su Nian suggested. Aware that she was intentionally changing the topic, Jing Mo nonetheless followed her lead. I agree. It would be just right. Stay here and plan. I'll go dismantle the gate and bring it back. Don't you need my help? That door is quite heavy. We carried it up together before, Su Nian inquired. Jing Mo shook his head. No need. I can handle it alone. You can start designing the layout, and we'll begin once I return. With Jing Mo's assurance, Su Nian said no more and watched him leave the courtyard. Standing in the yard, she looked up at the courtyard walls. They were quite tall, approximately 2.5 meters high. This height, even with an electric fence atop, wouldn't feel overly oppressive from within. The house had access to electricity, though Su Nian had just tested it and found there was power but no water. Given the previous extreme cold, the pipes had frozen. Although temperatures had risen now, it remained uncertain if any pipes had burst. It seemed they would have to wait to restore water access. Su Nian also took a glance at the toilet, which was merely a standard pit latrine. Given the limited conditions, it was likely that a proper sewage system couldn't be installed, resulting in the use of such a facility. After wandering around the courtyard twice, she had a rough plan in mind, eagerly awaiting Jing Mo's return to commence their preparations. It wasn't long before Jing Mo returned, driving with the iron gate atop his vehicle. In a courtyard of over 60 square meters, there was still ample space for their 2 cars. The 2 individuals collaborated to remove the door from the top of the vehicle and promptly installed it outside the original entrance of the living room, securing a sturdy iron gate in its place. The gate comprised 2 doors, one opening outward and the other inward, functioning independently of one another. The windows were simply ordinary glass panes. However, Su Nian intended to install security grills on the exterior. Fortunately, she had some security grills readily available in her storage, which she could easily retrieve for installation. The abode they resided in appeared to have been constructed on the original pasture of the summer resort. This pasture was a vast plain, now transformed into a series of small courtyards. The buildings were singular in height, and unless one climbed to the rooftop, it was nearly impossible to glimpse the activities occurring in neighboring yards. As they toiled in their courtyard, there was no concern of being observed by anyone. However, the main gate and the electric fence could not be exchanged at present. They needed to seek assistance from Kong Jianming to facilitate the procurement of those items. Jing Mo reached out to Kong Jianming, explaining the situation, and Kong Jianming readily acquiesced, instructing Jing Mo to approach him directly. Consequently, Jing Mo drove with Su Nian to meet Kong Jianming. On their journey, they observed the base bustling with activity. Over the past 2 years of extreme cold, most individuals had preferred to remain indoors. Such a crowded scene was indeed a rare sight. Some were engaged in repairing their homes, while others scavenged through the debris for desired or potentially useful items. Yet, a segment of the crowd pressed forward with unwavering determination, their gaze resolute, seemingly driven by a clear purpose. What were they striving for? Su Nian pondered. Jing Mo glanced outside but remained uncertain. Perhaps they could inquire about it when they met Captain Kong. As soon as they located Kong Jianming, he wasted no time and began to relay information with rapid-fire clarity. The temperature had returned to normal, and many were proclaiming that the calamity had passed, expressing a desire to leave the base and return to the city to assess the situation, hoping for assistance in post-disaster reconstruction to commence anew. With a heavy sigh, Kong Jianming reflected on these individuals, who, caught up in their enthusiasm, failed to recognize that since the temperature had risen, the sky remained perpetually overcast during the day. Devoid of sunlight, this hardly resembled a situation that had truly passed. Furthermore, the base had suffered minimal losses since its structures were designed to withstand seismic activity and lacked high-rise buildings. The circumstances in the city, however, were uncertain. Su Nian and Jing Mo listened attentively until Kong Jianming concluded his exposition. It was then that Jing Mo inquired about the base's course of action. While the grievances of 1 or 2 individuals could be overlooked, the sheer number of people now posed a potential for unrest if left unaddressed. Since they wished to return, it would be prudent to escort them back to the city for an assessment of the situation, which would likely dissuade their desire to return. Previously, they had been unable to venture far, but now they had the opportunity, perhaps even to rescue additional survivors. Yet, after 2 years of extreme cold, it remained uncertain how many survivors might still be in the city. This was undoubtedly a somber topic, and both Su Nian and Jing Mo fell into a contemplative silence. Given Kong Jianming's authoritative position, he was not one to dwell on sorrow and seek consolation. His lengthy discourse served 2 purposes: to find a conversational partner and to gauge whether Jing Mo and Su Nian would accompany him to the city. The notion of visiting the city had never crossed Su Nian's mind until Kong Jianming posed the question. However, upon reflection, she did not outright decline. In her previous life, due to various constraints, her travels had been exceedingly limited, and her understanding of the world scant. In this life, with the opportunity presented, it seemed worthwhile to accompany them. Still, Su Nian refrained from immediately agreeing, instead asking whether Captain Kong would lead the expedition and when they would depart. "I will lead the team," Kong Jianming confirmed. "We will set off in 2 days. Preparations are necessary." Upon hearing that there would not be an immediate departure and that they had 2 days for preparation, Su Nian agreed. Though 2 days was not an extensive duration, it was sufficient for her and Jing Mo to tidy up the courtyard. With her acquiescence, Jing Mo had no objections. Kong Jianming smiled at the pair, acknowledging their inclination to avoid complications. "Rest assured, the safety of these individuals and the potential rescue of other survivors will not be your concern. However, should any danger arise, I hope you will lend a hand." This modest request was readily accepted by Su Nian and Jing Mo. Nevertheless, Kong Jianming cautioned, "I must clarify that there will be no rewards for this endeavor. However, should you procure any game, it will be considered your own earnings, and I can purchase it from you using contribution points if needed." Su Nian appreciated Kong Jianming's straightforwardness, valuing the clarity he provided to prevent future misunderstandings. With their discussion concluded, Kong Jianming did not delay further and summoned individuals to accompany them in procuring the electric fence and gate. With assistance, they completed the necessary purchases in a single trip. Although it cost 5,000 contribution points, Su Nian deemed it a worthwhile investment. The volume of items was too great for Jing Mo's vehicle, but fortunately, they received help with delivery, and the items were unloaded directly in the courtyard. Had Su Nian and Jing Mo not intervened, the helpers would have even begun to assist with the installation. After bidding farewell to the workers, Su Nian and Jing Mo swiftly dismantled the original gate of the courtyard and replaced it with the newly acquired entrance. The new gate was not a mere barrier, but a robust metal door, sturdy and impenetrable, affording them privacy from prying eyes. The gate featured a small iron door, allowing them to verify visitors before fully opening the entrance, thus enhancing their security. As noon approached, Jing Mo urged Su Nian to enter the house, reminding her that they had 2.5 days to prepare and should not neglect their meals. After washing their hands and faces, Su Nian retrieved the dining table and chairs they were accustomed to and inquired about Jing Mo's lunch preference. "Let us have some fried sauce noodles," he suggested. Given the current weather, there was no concern about food cooling too quickly, making a bowl of fried sauce noodles quite suitable. In her storage, Su Nian had prepared bowls of fried sauce noodles, which she promptly brought out. In addition to the noodles, she presented a platter of sliced beef in sauce, a dish of cold mixed vegetables, and a plate of boneless chicken feet. Since they planned to work in the afternoon, she also brought out chilled cola, knowing its invigorating qualities were unmatched, an ideal complement to any meal. Both individuals, having worked diligently throughout the morning, were particularly hungry. They devoured the abundant spread, leaving not a morsel behind. After a brief respite, they commenced the installation of the electric fence. Although Su Nian had never installed one before, Jing Mo was adept in this area. They worked in tandem, and by the afternoon of the following day, they had successfully installed the electric fence and activated the power. The mesh of the fence was so fine that even the smallest sparrows could not breach it, let alone any humans. With the electric fence in place and the new gate installed, Su Nian finally felt a sense of security enveloping the courtyard. The interior of the dwelling was devoid of embellishments, as they were scheduled to accompany Kong Jianming on an outing, and it was prudent to refrain from adornment in his absence. The days swiftly passed, and soon it was the morning of their agreed departure. After partaking in breakfast, Jing Mo and Su Nian set forth, traveling in Jing Mo's vehicle. Most of their belongings had been retracted into their spatial storage, leaving only a few items concealed in the trunk to maintain a facade of normalcy. Jing Mo drove directly towards the entrance of the base. Upon exiting the base, they were greeted by a considerable number of vehicles already parked outside. During their previous journey, a snowplow had been required to forge a path. However, this time it was no longer necessary. Not only were there numerous vehicles, but throngs of people were also present. Many individuals were shouldering bags and carrying parcels or suitcases, their collective appearance reminiscent of the bustling spring festival travel season. Just from their demeanor, it was evident that they were genuinely intent on returning to urban life. Su Nian could empathize with their sentiments. After all, the past 3 years had been exceedingly harsh, and now that a glimmer of hope had emerged, it was only natural to yearn for a swift return to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, the harsh realities of life were destined to bring disappointment. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the passengers boarded the vehicles. This time, there were over 50 vehicles in total, with most being buses or pickups capable of accommodating numerous individuals, save for a few smaller cars. Nearly half of the vehicles were filled to capacity, while the remainder remained empty, presumably reserved for the survivors in the city. Su Nian also noticed several individuals carrying medical emergency kits, a testament to Kong Jianming's meticulous foresight. Given the city's towering structures, the devastation wrought by such a significant earthquake would undoubtedly result in numerous collapses. Once the convoy set off, their pace was surprisingly brisk. Despite the road showing signs of fissures, it did not impede their progress. As they drew closer to the city, the number of villages and towns increased. Towns near tourist attractions typically thrived, and it was not uncommon to see buildings of 5, 6, or even 10 stories. However, that was a memory of the past. Now, the landscape was dominated by ruins. Just gazing upon the scene invoked a vivid imagination of the city's tragic state. Yet, many remained hopeful, speculating that the high-rises in the city might have been constructed better and would withstand collapse. However, before noon, the convoy came to a halt, not due to reluctance to advance, but because the road ahead was obstructed by fallen buildings, presenting a grim tableau of destruction. Kong Jianming disembarked, dividing his team into several smaller groups to commence the search for survivors. He himself did not join them but instead turned his gaze towards the disembarking individuals who had fervently expressed their desire to return to urban life. The situation in the city was as evident as they could see. Did they still wish to live there? Rebuilding was a universal desire. Yet the reality was far more arduous than anticipated. Only by striving to survive could they even contemplate the prospect of reconstruction. The number of individuals yearning to return was considerable, yet it was impossible to bring them all. This was merely a selection of representatives, the most vociferous among them.
Now.
These individuals appeared numbed, their eyes vacant as they stared ahead, seemingly oblivious to Kong Jianming's words. Chapter 98. An incident occurred. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until one person collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Emotions are contagious, especially in such moments. One person's tears quickly prompted a cascade of sorrow among the others, even within the confines of the vehicle, with doors and windows sealed. Nian could hear the wails of despair clearly. These cries were not just lamentations over their inability to return to city life, but also expressions of hopelessness for the future. Yet, more despair was yet to come. As Nian pondered this, she felt a hand clasp hers. Turning to Jing Mo, she found his eyes gleaming with resolve, silently assuring her, "I will be with you, so do not despair." Nian smiled in response, "I will not falter. You need not worry." If she were truly hopeless, she would have chosen to end her life upon her rebirth, rather than endure until now. Far from despairing, Nian was constantly contemplating ways to live better and longer. Outside, Kong Jianming stood solemnly, observing the sea of anguish before him. Once the cries began to subside, he addressed the group, "Since you have chosen to accompany us, why not assist in the search for survivors?" The individuals who had just moments ago wept aloud now fell silent at his words. Kong Jianming, noting their reaction, felt no disappointment. He had anticipated their response before even speaking. Though reluctant to aid in the search, they were not idle. Within the base, everything was accounted for. Resources could only be acquired through contribution points. Now that they had returned to the city, everything lay unclaimed. Although the area before them was a wasteland, a thorough search might yield useful items. The future held many uncertainties, and the need for supplies was paramount. As Kong Jianming watched the individuals prepare to scavenge for resources, he cautioned them, "You have only 3 hours. After that, you must return. We will be departing for the base." The base had not lost power, and the outside temperature was temperate. Everyone's phones were charged, so there was no concern about losing track of time. The only issue was the lack of network connectivity so far from the base, but that was of little consequence. Seeing Kong Jianming approach their vehicle, Jing Mo proactively rolled down the window. Kong Jianming inquired, "Would you like to explore the surroundings?" Jing Mo did not respond but instead turned to Nian. She shook her head, "No, thank you." 3 years had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. Even if some people still resided within the city, the resources had likely been depleted long ago. Searching through the rubble would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, with uncertain results. Thus, it was best to conserve their time and energy. Kong Jianming nodded. "Since you choose not to go, could you assist in guarding the convoy?" He would leave a team behind to handle most of the duties. And if any unexpected situations arose, they could lend a hand. If not, they should take their leave. Given Kong Jianming's position, such words were unexpected for Nian, yet they were not entirely surprising. After all, both she and Jing Mo were not official personnel. They were not part of Kong Jianming's team. Kong Jianming soon led a team in a specific direction, likely to search for survivors. With the city littered with collapsed structures, vehicles could not penetrate the area, making the search dependent solely on their hands and feet, significantly increasing the difficulty. Moreover, without search dogs or many rescue instruments, the search would rely on following any sounds they could detect. As Kong Jianming and his team gradually disappeared from view, Nian turned to Jing Mo. "You've been driving all morning. Perhaps you should take a break. I can keep watch." Jing Mo never hesitated to rest when the moment called for it. Without a second thought, he closed his eyes and allowed himself to rest, wasting not a moment of time. As the rhythmic sound of Jing Mo's breathing gradually calmed, Nian found herself on board, propping her head on her hand and gazing out the window. Kong Jianming had left only 12 individuals to guard the convoy. These 12 stood together, deliberating briefly, before dividing into 4 groups of 3 to patrol the fleet. with over 50 vehicles lined up in a serpentine formation, extending beyond sight. Ensuring safety was imperative. Observing them diligently traverse the sides of the vehicles without a hint of laziness, Nian felt a deep admiration for their commitment. Although she did not possess such qualities herself, she held great respect for those who did. Time slipped away, an hour passing in the blink of an eye. Aside from the regular sound of footsteps, Nian had not heard any other noise. However, at that moment, an unusual sound caught her attention, dull groans and the soft thud of something being laid on the ground. Nian's ears perked up, and just as she was about to move, she noticed that Jing Mo had awakened beside her. Though his eyes had just opened, they were clear and alert. Was something amiss? Nian nodded. It appeared there was indeed trouble, and she was about to investigate. "I will go with you," they both declared, glancing through the rearview mirror to find no one in sight before swiftly exiting the vehicle. Their car occupied a central position, flanked by several large buses in front and numerous military trucks behind. Nian crept along the side of the vehicle, while Jing Mo mirrored her movements on the opposite side. Their actions were remarkably stealthy, producing no sound whatsoever. Upon passing a military truck, Nian crouched down and spotted several individuals standing behind the next truck. The people under Kong Jianming's command were dressed uniformly in camouflage attire. Yet those stationed behind the truck wore pants of varying colors and materials. Dimly, Nian could discern a few bodies lying at their feet. Turning her gaze towards the vehicle, she locked eyes with Jing Mo. They exchanged a subtle nod, drawing their weapons and swiftly advancing forward. Although their pace was brisk, their footsteps remained silent. As they rounded the back of the truck, Nian felt a wave of relief wash over her. The three individuals clad in camouflage lay unconscious on the ground, their chests rising and falling, indicating they were not in mortal danger. Meanwhile, the standing figures were ravenously shoving food into their mouths, likely pilfered from the unconscious men. The group comprised 3 men and 2 women, all in tattered clothing. Their hair a wild mess resembling a bird's nest, obscuring their faces. Even upon the sudden appearance of Nian and Jing Mo, they merely regarded the newcomers warily, continuing their feeding frenzy. Through their disheveled hair, Nian could faintly make out their faces, pale from prolonged exposure to darkness, devoid of any color. Not only were they pale, but they were also emaciated, with high cheekbones and unnaturally large eyes. Their mouths were stuffed to the brim, struggling to chew and swallow, even rolling their eyes in distress, yet keeping their lips tightly sealed to prevent any morsel from escaping. Their gaunt bodies made their heads appear disproportionately large, as if a gust of wind could topple them over. Nevertheless, Nian's demeanor remained tense. In her past life, she had existed among such individuals. Do not be deceived by their paper-thin appearances. These people possessed considerable strength. A moment's inattention could result in the loss of one's belongings. Theft was merely the least of their threats. Some were even capable of murder. Fortunately, the current situation seemed manageable, as they had only incapacitated the 3 individuals and stolen their food without resorting to killing. Clearly, a standoff was not a viable solution. Nian struck the military truck with her gun, producing a loud clatter. Shortly thereafter, the hurried footsteps of the other patrol groups approached. Upon arrival, the 9 individuals quickly grasped the situation without needing further explanation from Nian or Jing Mo. Armed and alert, they positioned themselves against the threat, ensuring that they would not fall victim to another ambush. As Nian and Jing Mo prepared to depart, a new set of footsteps drew near. In no time, dozens, if not hundreds, of people surrounded the military truck. Their attire bore little distinction, making it nearly impossible to differentiate one from another. One person stepped forward, hoarsely demanding, "Hand over your food and water." Clearly, this speaker was the leader of the group. Nian scrutinized the individual, noting his slightly sturdier physique and the distinct aura surrounding him. "You are survivors from the city? We've come to escort you back to the base," he continued. "How many of you are there? Hurry and notify the others to gather their belongings. We'll be departing in just over an hour." The words belonged to a young man named Qin Shi, who had accompanied Kong Jianming on missions. Thus Nian recognized him. "We will not go to the base. Hand over your food and water, and we will let you leave. Otherwise, you shall not escape." "Yes, we will not go to the base. Hand over your food and water, And the vehicles. We demand your vehicles. Stop wasting time with them. Just take what you can. Look at them. All dressed well while we've been left to starve. They've enjoyed a life of luxury at the base while we've suffered. It's time they experience our plight. The survivors shouted as they advanced, their faces devoid of expression, their eyes dark and menacing, becoming increasingly intimidating. Soon Nian turned to Chenshi, realizing that reasoning would yield no results. If he did not adopt a more forceful approach, they would ultimately be devoured whole. No one understood the harsh realities of urban life post-apocalypse better than Su Nian. These individuals would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Upon hearing Su Nian's words, Chenshi raised his weapon, commanding, "Stay where you are.
Step back.
If you do not wish to return to the base, we can leave you some food and water. If you attempt to seize it, the situation will escalate, and you will end up with nothing." Yet, Chenshi's words fell on deaf ears. The crowd continued to close in. The 5 individuals who had been voraciously consuming food finally swallowed their morsels and looked up. "Where's the food? What about the food on you? Hand it over. Quickly. Look at you all, well-dressed and with flesh on your faces. You've been living well at the base. Haven to you? Able to enjoy meat? And you even brought such a beautiful woman with you. How indulgent. Hand over the food, water, and weapons. Leave us a few vehicles. And let this woman stay. Then you may depart." As the man concluded his demand, a low and grating laugh escaped his lips. A sound that was as jarring as it was discomforting. Su Nian, her expression impassive, was about to draw her weapon when she noticed the man's smile falter, his body collapsing to the ground. Without needing to inquire, Su Nian understood that it was Jing Mo who had dispatched him. Jing Mo strode purposefully to Su Nian's side, surveying the remaining survivors. "I will count to 3. You have 3 meters to comply, or you will meet the same fate as him."
1.
"You dare to kill indiscriminately."
2.
"He is merely trying to intimidate us. We outnumber him. Why should we fear one man?" 3. "Everyone, charge. Let us see whether his bullets fly faster than our numbers."
Bang.
The last speaker was struck in the leg by Jing Mo's bullet, collapsing to the ground. Su Nian observed clearly as the bullet penetrated the man's leg. Though blood flowed and pain was inflicted, the injury was not severe enough to cause lasting harm. Despite not having killed anyone, the display was undeniably intimidating. Those who had previously boasted about rushing forward now wore expressions of sheer terror. Jing Mo slightly adjusted his aim, targeting the leader among the survivors. "Step back 3 meters, crouch down with your hands on your head. Anyone who dares to flee will find their legs broken." Fearful of Jing Mo's unwavering decisiveness, the group ultimately succumbed to trepidation. Even amidst the struggle for survival, the instinct to live prevailed. No one wished for death. Once everyone had retreated, Jing Mo turned to Chenshi, stating, "You possess discipline, yet remember that discipline is lifeless while humanity is vibrant. Should you encounter a similar situation again and fail to act decisively, do not expect our assistance." Chenshi, humbled, nodded in understanding. "Thank you." The 3 unconscious individuals were lifted onto a military truck. They appeared uninjured and would likely awaken shortly. After the recent events, Chenshi and his 9 companions were reluctant to act independently, especially with over 100 people still lurking by the ruins, a situation that could easily escalate. Neither Su Nian nor Jing Mo returned to the vehicle. Instead, they leaned against it conversing. "You drew your weapon faster than I did." Jing Mo replied matter-of-factly, "I must be quicker than you. Otherwise, what use am I?" Chapter 100. Do you wish to sleep on the ground? Before long, those who had gone to scavenge for supplies returned. Upon seeing the throng of over 100 people by the ruins, many cast lingering glances but said nothing as they hurried back to the trucks. They carried various items, indicating that their expedition had yielded some success. After nearly an hour, Kong Jianming led the group back. They returned as they had departed, without bringing back any survivors. Upon noticing the crowd by the ruins, Kong Jianming was momentarily taken aback and quickly called for Chenshi to inquire about the situation. Chenshi recounted the events in detail, and Kong Jianming's expression soured. Initially, he had assumed the absence of survivors meant there were none left in the city, but now it was evident that was not the case. Kong Jianming addressed the survivors. "Would you like to accompany us back to the base? Life there may not be ideal, but if you are willing to work, you can manage." Should you wish to join us, step aboard. His words were met with a profound silence. The intent of the individuals was unmistakable. They were unwilling to return to the base. Kong Jianming showed no signs of coercion, instead instructing others to unload some water and food from the truck. The provisions were minimal, as the situation had not been anticipated. With the path ahead blocked, the convoy began to turn back from the last vehicle. Even after traveling a considerable distance, Nian could still see in the rearview mirror that the 100-plus individuals remained crouched in the same position, heads turned toward them. Jing Mo and Nian exchanged no words, nor did they deliberate on the reasons behind the survivors' reluctance to return to the base. They both understood that these individuals had grown accustomed to life outside the confines of the base. Outside, there was no authority, only a hierarchy of strength and dominance. They could do as they pleased, consuming whatever they desired. In contrast, returning to the base would mean adhering to rules, working to earn their keep, and subsisting on rations provided by the establishment. If they wished to escape the constraints of a regulated life, they would have to continue existing in this desolate city. Before nightfall, they returned to the base. Fortunately, the weather was fair, and the roads were passable, allowing for a smooth round trip. As the convoy entered the base, they were quickly surrounded by numerous onlookers. The sheer volume of people obstructed their path, forcing them to halt. There was no need for Kong Jianming to intervene. Those who had accompanied him had already disembarked, sharing their experiences. Many pulled out their phones to show pictures, providing undeniable evidence of their findings. Those who had longed to return to the city were left despondent upon viewing the images, some succumbing to tears of anguish. The entrance to the base erupted into chaos until Kong Jianming stepped in to restore order, allowing the convoy to proceed inward. After advancing a distance, Jing Mo sent a message to Kong Jianming, then detached from the convoy, driving back to their quarters. The vehicle rolled directly into the courtyard, the gate closing behind them, enveloping the surroundings in silence, banishing the cries and clamor. Nian pressed her fingers to her temples and suggested to Jing Mo, "Let us take a shower first. Afterward, we can have dinner and rest early. We shall address other matters tomorrow." Aside from the living room, there were 2 rooms on either side. In each, Nian had placed a tub filled with water, and the 2 closed the doors to bathe. Afterward, Nian changed into a cotton loungewear set, lightly padded to suit the current temperature perfectly. Jing Mo wore a similar fabric, though in a different hue. The day's events had left them both weary, so they enjoyed a hearty meal that evening. Steamed pork ribs, spicy fish fillets, mapo tofu, and shredded pork in garlic sauce. The dishes had been retrieved directly from their space, and with the doors and windows closed, there was no concern about odors escaping. They dined comfortably and at ease, finding solace in the food. After their meal, their spirits lifted significantly. That evening, as on the previous nights, Nian retrieved 2 beds from their space, and they each slept in their respective beds. It was not until the following morning, after breakfast, that they began to decorate the rooms. The wall stickers they had previously used had lost their adhesive quality, prompting Nian to bring out new ones to apply. The flooring could be reused, though they only laid it in the bedroom. They added sheer curtains and blackout drapes, replacing the ceiling light, and the entire room felt refreshed. Having cleaned the floor thoroughly, Nian decided to sit down and rest. The room is quite spacious. Aside from the 2 beds, there is ample space for a wardrobe and a desk. Nian suggested, "Should we install a curtain? That way, we could lie in bed and watch shows with the projector." Jing Mo, seated beside Nian, looked at her with a hint of grievance, asking, "Can we just have one bed?" Nian raised an eyebrow. "Do you wish to sleep on the floor?" "I do not want to sleep on the floor," Jing Mo replied. "Then would you prefer the other room?" "But didn't we agree that the other 2 rooms would serve as the kitchen and the living room?" Jing Mo fell silent, gazing intently at Nian. After a prolonged exchange of glances, Jing Mo finally spoke. "Let us just keep both beds." Nian reached up to ruffle Jing Mo's hair. Jing Mo's hair, which was left long, thick, and soft, felt delightful to the touch. "Why do you want to keep both beds again?" Nian inquired. Jing Mo, with an innocent expression, replied, "I'm fine with however many you want. I'll follow your lead." Ultimately, Nian decided to bring only 1 bed. It was her own bed, measuring 2 meters wide and 2.2 meters long. When sleeping alone, she could roll around without a care, and even with 2 people, there would be no concern about crowding. A plush carpet adorned the floor beside the bed, while against the wall stood a wardrobe and a clothes rack. The curtain was installed on the wall opposite the bed, with low bedside tables on either side and a taller dresser, on which the projector was placed. By the window, there was a solid wood desk accompanied by a long wooden chair, allowing two people to sit together, reading or writing. In addition to the ceiling chandelier, various lamps were placed around the room. Once the bedding was set up neatly, Nian nodded in satisfaction, finally feeling that it resembled a home. Jing Mo approached her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. My feelings have changed. Anywhere with you feels like home. 100 chapters. Let us celebrate with confetti. Chapter 101. I don't want to die. Nian slightly turned her head to gaze at Jing Mo's profile, leaning in closer to sniff him. Did you secretly eat candy? Jing Mo did not shy away, leaning in closer. If I did, wouldn't he tasting it reveal the truth? After sampling, Nian earnestly concluded, you did not eat candy. Jing Mo nestled in the crook of Nian's neck, chuckling softly. Then I shall eat candy in advance, next time. The warmth of his breath brushed against Nian's skin, creating a sensation that was both warm and ticklish. That's too ticklish. Nian pushed him away, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Despite being someone who was not afraid of pain, she found herself sensitive to ticklishness, which was quite exasperating. Jing Mo suggested, those seasoned by battle are naturally untroubled by tickles. Nian scoffed, nonsense. After sharing laughter for a while, they finally exited the bedroom. At the threshold lay a doormat, and against the wall was a shoe rack holding their outdoor footwear. Given the carpet in the bedroom, it was essential to change into slippers upon entering. The living room and kitchen had standard cement flooring. Nian and Jing Mo sprinkled some water and swept it thoroughly without further treatment. Normally, no one would visit their home, but it was best to avoid any extremes just in case. The living room was sparsely furnished, consisting only of a table and chairs for dining, with a cabinet against the wall for miscellaneous items. In the kitchen, several tables were set up, some accommodating an induction cooker and rice cooker, while others were designated for chopping boards. Shelves adorned the walls, holding seasonings and utensils. Ingredients were not displayed but rather stored in a space to maintain their freshness. After tidying up the house, Nian and Jing Mo ventured outside a few times, knowing that dense fog would soon envelop them, making it preferable to remain indoors. More than 10 days post-quake, the damaged buildings within the base had largely been reconstructed. Presently, the only surplus was labor, with so many individuals working the repairs, which were not too severe to begin with, progressed swiftly. Those that could not be repaired simply had to be abandoned due to limited resources. The small building where Nian and the others had previously lived had transformed into a perilous structure, yet people still resided within. They were aware of the risks but were unwilling to expend more contribution points to rent elsewhere or settle in a communal dormitory, thus temporarily residing in the dilapidated building. Often, people harbor a sense of luck. Although it was a dangerous building, what if it could withstand for a while longer? Nian did not delve deeply into the thoughts and choices of these individuals, nor did she voice any opinions. Everyone has their own choices and must bear the consequences that follow. In recent days, the base had seen an influx of activity. Many were setting up stalls outside, selling various items, most commonly snacks made from potatoes and sweet potatoes. Since they were served as snacks, the prices were slightly higher, yet sales were robust. Potatoes and sweet potatoes were ubiquitous, but not everyone possessed the time, energy, or culinary skills, nor did they have sufficient seasonings to transform them into delicious snacks. For those who could not cook, spending some contribution points for a treat was a reasonable indulgence. Just observing the vendors revealed that most individuals had regained their confidence and sought alternative paths to thrive. Provided that no further disaster struck, this development could gradually lead to recovery. Unfortunately, natural calamities did not spare humanity. On the 15th day following the earthquake, Nian awoke and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains. As the curtains parted, the view outside revealed a vast expanse of white. Unlike the blinding snow of extreme cold, this was a white mist enveloping everything, obscuring even the vehicles parked in the yard. Despite having experienced it once, seeing the dense fog again weighed heavily on Nian's heart. As she stared out, Jing Mo approached and stood beside her. Without turning her head, Nian spoke softly, The thick fog will commence on the 15th day after the earthquake and persist for 3 years. This endless white mist not only shrouded people's vision and impeded travel but also provided an opportunity for the revived snakes, insects, rodents, and ants. The fog served as their shield, allowing them to gather silently and launch attacks on humanity. However, humanity's days of panicked retreat were short-lived, as people soon adapted and began to view these creatures as a source of sustenance, gaining the upper hand. Yet, during that time, in the place where I resided, no new varieties of food had been developed. Relying solely on the snakes, insects, rodents, and ants that appeared at our doorstep was entirely insufficient for survival. In the eyes of many, others became mere food sources. No one wished to venture into the fog unless absolutely necessary. Wandering through the mist, surrounded by the unknown, no one could predict what might emerge from the depths. Not only does the dense fog envelop us, but the subsequent 4 years of perpetual night are equally oppressive. By the time the eternal night arrived, humanity had descended further into madness. I could only retreat into the shadows, living in solitude, evading the throngs of people. Although I remained uncertain when such days would come to an end, or what significance there was in enduring such hardship, one thing was clear: I had no desire to succumb to death. It was a flash of lightning, almost illuminating the entire sky, that pierced through the eternal night. The thunder roared with a cacophony that seemed to awaken a flicker of hope for life within us. Like many others, I ventured outside, gazing at the gradually brightening sky, eagerly awaiting the cleansing deluge. Alas, none of us anticipated that the rain would be acidic. The downpour was fierce, torrential, leaving no time for escape. I perished beneath the acid rain, as did many others. I had no knowledge of how many survived, nor what lay beyond the acid rain. Nian softly recounted the tales of her past life, and just as a chill enveloped her, she was embraced by a warm hug. Jingmo's steady, reassuring voice resonated in her ears. Regardless of what lay ahead, we shall endure together. I will be by your side for a long, long time. This life has already seen some changes, and our current living conditions are far superior to those of your previous existence. I will find a way to relay some information to Kong Jianming, trusting that he will inform the base and devise a strategy. Nian. There is no need for concern or fear. We are destined to live to the age of 300. Chapter 102. Constructing the Underground City. Nian was not particularly afraid. Jingmo's words warmed her heart further. The two stood by the window for a while before finally exiting the bedroom. The restroom was located in a corner beside the front door, accessible only through the dense fog. However, the entire courtyard was ensconced in an electric fence, which operated around the clock, alleviating any concerns about potential dangers lurking within. Together, they made their way to the restroom, with one entering while the other waited outside. Once they had both attended to their needs, they returned to the living room together. The restroom, originally a pit latrine, posed a challenge for Nian, who could not dig a drainage system herself. Ultimately, she opted for cat litter instead. Fortunately, they had a sufficient supply of cat litter, making it effortless for both of them. This issue could only be resolved in the restroom, but for washing faces and brushing teeth, they could do so directly in the living room. After freshening up, the two ventured into the kitchen. Although there were numerous ready-to-eat meals available, they found themselves with idle time, and cooking provided both pleasure and a means to pass the time. Breakfast was simple to prepare: 2 fried eggs, 2 slices of bacon, and 2 sausages, accompanied by soft bread and rich milk, constituted a rather sumptuous meal. Nian even sliced a tomato and washed a lettuce leaf to ensure a balanced diet. Just after finishing breakfast and clearing the dishes, Nian heard commotion from the neighboring unit. Having lived here for nearly half a month, she was aware that both adjacent courtyards were inhabited. Occasionally, she could hear some sounds, yet she had never encountered them face to face. Most of the time, it remained quite peaceful.
Today,
it seemed the thick fog had startled them, causing the noise to escalate. Listening closely, Nian discerned their plight. It was unclear whether their frantic activity post-quake or the freezing temperatures had ruptured too many water pipes, but they had yet to restore their water supply. With no water flowing through the pipes, they were forced to fetch water manually. At the end of each alley, there was a water well house equipped with a pump that could draw water directly. To avoid arousing suspicion, Nian and Jingmo had made it a point to visit the water well house daily. Each time, they would each carry 2 large buckets. With 4 buckets of water a day, they had more than enough for meals, personal hygiene, and even laundry and bathing. Now that the fog had descended, no one could see anyone else, and no one knew if they were heading to the water well house. Su Nian and Jing Mo had already agreed that as long as they opened the main door once a day to create some noise, others would believe they were fetching water and would not need to venture out. After a brief period of complaints from the inhabitants of the adjacent courtyards, they ultimately resolved to fetch water. The fog merely obscured visibility, but with a little caution while walking, it was manageable. However, without water, life would become untenable. As the sounds from the neighboring courtyard subsided, Su Nian and Jing Mo retreated to the bedroom. Although the sun had yet to emerge, rendering solar power generation impossible, the base was not currently lacking electricity. With various methods of power generation, wind, water, fire, and nuclear, one of them would always suffice to sustain the base's energy needs. Given the favorable temperature, no one was relying on high-power appliances. Moreover, electricity was not inexpensive, thus, everyone endeavored to minimize usage, conserving resources and alleviating some of the base's burdens. After breakfast, Su Nian and Jing Mo opted not to train but instead found a drama to project onto a screen, leaning against each other as they watched. It was not until the afternoon that they changed clothes and headed to the living room. Su Nian tidied up the tables and chairs, and the two commenced their training for the day. Unlike their previous sessions where they trained separately, they were now each other's sparring partners. Both were earnest individuals, and during practice, they did not hold back. More often than not, they would end up with some bruises. After freshening up, they would apply medicinal ointment to each other and provide massages. Days passed in this manner until the base's app finally issued an announcement regarding the dense fog. Several days had elapsed, and the fog showed no signs of dissipating, which had triggered considerable alarm among the populace. Some feared the presence of harmful substances within the fog, to the extent that they dared not step outside their doors. The announcement stated that no harmful substances had yet been detected in the fog, but due to its impact on travel, individuals were advised to refrain from venturing out unnecessarily. However, the reality of staying indoors was clearly untenable. Not everyone possessed an endless supply of provisions or water within their homes. Whether residing in communal dormitories or individually rented accommodations, they had all exerted themselves to secure employment, earning contribution points to sustain themselves and their families. If they refrained from going out and working, they were uncertain of the dangers the fog might pose. But they would certainly face starvation and thirst first. The base evidently understood this, for shortly after the first announcement, a second followed. This time, the announcement sought workers. The base aimed to expedite the installation of streetlights, placing one every 3 meters. While it might not illuminate the area brilliantly, it would certainly be an improvement over the current darkness. Given the vast expanse of the base, installing such a number of streetlights was no minor undertaking, and the recruitment was substantial. Many who were unemployed rushed out of their homes to apply, fearing they might arrive too late and miss the opportunity. Su Nian and Jing Mo remained nestled in the bedroom, having no intention of applying. Su Nian appreciated the base's decision, but was also curious. Given the size of the base, installing a streetlight every 3 meters, even if only along the main roads, would require a considerable quantity. Where would all these streetlights come from? Jing Mo chuckled as he tousled Su Nian's hair, clearly aware that she had not been paying close attention to his earlier words. The researchers at the base spend their days in the laboratory, diligently engaged in their work. The city has been ravaged by an earthquake. However, within the ruins, there exists a plethora of materials that can be salvaged and repurposed. In the aftermath of the disaster, the base deployed numerous individuals to scavenge for useful items amidst the debris. All residents of the base, provided they possess the means, are encouraged to collect these materials and sell them back to the base for a substantial reward. The streetlights, for instance, likely originated in this manner. Upon reflection, Su Nian recalled that Jing Mo had indeed mentioned this matter previously. However, she had little interest in rummaging through the ruins, so it had not lingered in her mind. Jing Mo wrapped his arms around Su Nian, and once the streetlights were installed, the next project would presumably commence. I plan to join the efforts. If you prefer to stay home, you can prepare meals for me while I am away. What is this next project? The construction of an underground city. Chapter 103. The establishment of a plantation. The emergence of dense fog, followed by perpetual night and acid rain, rendered surface living untenable. Beyond safety concerns, this situation complicates management. An underground city would resolve these issues. Listening to Jing Mo's explanation, Su Nian found it quite reasonable. Yet, gazing at the newly decorated bedroom, she couldn't help but sigh. Would they not be able to enjoy their freshly made home for long? Rest assured, it will be a considerable duration, Jing Mo reassured her. To accommodate the entire base, the scale of the underground city will be vast. The circumstances now differ from those before the apocalypse. Construction will not be swift and may take 1 or 2 years. Su Nian nodded in agreement, understanding that building an underground city is no simple feat. However, when Jing Mo mentioned he would be working, she inquired, "What type of work will you be doing? Are you planning to dig?" Jing Mo laughed heartily at this notion, declaring, "If it were merely digging, I might as well stay home." Indeed, the contributions from such labor would be minimal. It would be more prudent to relax at home. Without awaiting further questions from Su Nian, Jing Mo elaborated. The underground city must not only house the residents but also ensure safety and possess a degree of defensive capability. My responsibilities will pertain to that aspect. Finally grasping the situation, Su Nian nodded. Will you be going there every day? The specifics remain uncertain, as preparations are still underway. We must wait until all the streetlights are installed before commencing work. One must take things one step at a time. Su Nian shifted her position comfortably, expressing, "But I'm not skilled in such tasks. I certainly cannot dig. I have amassed a considerable amount of supplies since my rebirth and have no desire to engage in manual labor." Jing Mo suppressed a chuckle, noting, aside from digging, there are numerous other roles available, such as supervising. Su Nian cast an astonished glance at Jing Mo, surprised he would even mention such a position. The construction of the underground city is a matter concerning the base. Aspiring to be a supervisor in such an endeavor would be inconceivable without authority or influence. Since Jing Mo had broached the subject, she believed he could indeed make it a reality. However, after a moment's contemplation, Su Nian declined. "It is unnecessary. We do not lack contribution points, and your motivations extend beyond that. Our circumstances are different. I am content to remain at home." Recognizing Su Nian's earnestness, Jing Mo did not press the matter further. "As we agreed initially, you prefer to limit your interactions with the base's officials. I shall handle this matter. You focus on staying comfortably at home." With their opinions aligned, they set the issue aside and resumed their orderly lives. The base acted swiftly. Within 3 days, they commenced the installation of streetlights. Su Nian had initially presumed that the lights would be placed solely along the main roads, but to her surprise, even the path outside their yard featured a streetlight every 3 meters. With the introduction of streetlights, those who ventured out daily to fetch water felt a measure of relief from their fears. Although the dense fog had only recently descended upon the base, it had already stirred unease among the populace. Even without venturing outside, Su Nian learned from Sun Jianming that many had encountered robberies during this time. The fog served as an ideal cover for criminals who would emerge without warning, snatch belongings, and flee before their victims could react. Those quick to respond found themselves chasing shadows, unable to discern the direction of the assailants. While some managed to pursue the thieves, they returned not only empty-handed but also nursing injuries. Such incidents unfolded daily within the confines of the base. Even if the security team possessed extraordinary abilities, they were overwhelmed by the sheer volume of crime. Consequently, the installation of streetlights proceeded around the clock with urgency. Furthermore, the base urged residents to travel in groups to minimize the risk of unforeseen dangers. Yet this approach did not fundamentally address the issue. Sometimes, peril lurked among those closest to us. After a month of relentless fog, the inhabitants became begrudgingly accustomed to this new reality. With the streetlights fully operational and people venturing out in groups, the presence of the security team increased significantly, patrolling day and night. Incidents of robbery diminished considerably, but this merely provided a semblance of safety. To survive, individuals needed more than just security. Access to sustenance was paramount. While water was temporarily sufficient, though the pipes remained in disrepair, the pump station consistently provided water. The availability of food became critical. Potatoes and sweet potatoes had already become staples for many, yet relying solely on these was inadequate. Due to the fog, fewer individuals ventured out to hunt, and the base's app had seen a drastic reduction in available meat. The scant remaining supplies were limited in quantity and exorbitantly priced. Just as the populace began to contemplate insurrection over food scarcity, the base's app released an announcement. After extensive research, scientists had successfully developed several new strains of crops: wheat, rice, corn, and sorghum. These varieties could serve as staples with diverse culinary applications. If harvested successfully, they could meet the daily needs of the base's residents. Having already been cultivated in test fields, they were now ready for widespread planting. Unlike potatoes and sweet potatoes, these crops required ample space for cultivation. Otherwise, the effort spent nurturing them for months would yield insufficient harvests to last even a few days. To facilitate the planting of these crops, the base had established a plantation outside its confines and was seeking workers. Those willing to farm would depart each morning at a designated time and return at night. A compensation was set at 2 contribution points per day, settled daily. Additionally, upon harvest, each worker would receive 100 jin of grain of their choice. The announcement sparked excitement among many. Their daily toil is merely a means to earn contribution points and secure their daily sustenance, is it not?
Now,
An opportunity presents itself before them. One that not only offers contribution points, but also allows them to procure provisions from the supermarket, with the promise of sharing in future harvests. How could they possibly resist such an enticing proposition? The arduous labor of farming pales in comparison to the necessity of survival. Hardship is insignificant when juxtaposed with the instinct to live. Chapter 104. Neighbors. Besides grains, fruits, vegetables, and meats are also indispensable. The orchards and livestock farms were soon scheduled, attracting a multitude of workers. Those who had previously idled within the base suddenly found themselves gainfully employed. With their days filled to the brim with work and the promise of income, thoughts of pilfering from others swiftly dissipated. In addition to these 3 major gardens, the construction of an underground city discreetly commenced. However, the number of individuals privy to this information was scant, as recruitment announcements were not disseminated through the base's app, nor were they trumpeted widely. Once the underground city began its construction, Jing Mo adopted a routine of early departures and late returns. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast, he would ride his electric bike away. Indeed, it is an electric bike, a 2-wheeled marvel. Its speed is commendable, and unlike automobiles, it does not draw undue attention. In this current climate, a considerable number of individuals within the base utilize electric bikes. Aside from electric bikes, 3-wheeled motorcycles and bicycles are also common, while private cars are a rare sight, essentially limited to official collective vehicles. The entire base appears to have regressed several decades. As Jing Mo adjusted to his new routine, Nian found herself alone at home, seeking tasks to occupy her time. Contemplating the base's gardens, she too desired to cultivate something. She possessed a plethora of seeds in her space. Yet she was uncertain whether these former varieties could thrive without sunlight, or what their yield might be. She also pondered how the base's gardens addressed the issue of light. After a few days of research at home, Jing Mo returned with several supplementary grow lights. I consulted Captain Kong. The gardens utilize massive grow lights to illuminate the plants. These small grow lights are of little use in the gardens, being more suited for the research facility. I managed to procure a few for you. They will be perfect for your home cultivation endeavors. Gazing at the grow lights, Nian stood on her toes to plant a kiss on Jing Mo's cheek. Expressing her gratitude, "This is a reward for you." As she turned to leave, Jing Mo encircled her with his arms. This token of appreciation is insufficient. Upon hearing Jing Mo's words, Nian was momentarily taken aback, her retort swallowed before it could escape her lips. After a brief struggle, she surrendered to the moment, allowing herself to relish the embrace. Jing Mo, mindful of his responsibilities, soon released her, and together they set up the grow lights. Selecting an appropriate spot in the living room, Nian retrieved the logistics boxes filled with soil from her space and arranged them in a line against the wall. Contemplating her options, she pondered what to plant. The multitude of seed varieties left her momentarily bewildered, unsure of her choice. Jing Mo suggested, "How about planting peanuts?" Peanuts? Nian considered the idea and agreed. It seemed viable. Peanuts can be prepared in various ways, for oil extraction, as a dish, or even as peanut candy. With the decision made, Nian fetched her iPad and located the cultivation methods for peanuts, complete with text, images, and videos. She reasoned that even if she had no prior experience in farming, Following these guides should suffice. Before planting peanuts, they must be soaked overnight to allow the seeds to absorb ample moisture. When planting, one digs a small hole in the soil, places 2 seeds within, covers them with soil, and finally waters them. Peanuts have a lengthy growth cycle, requiring approximately 8 to 10 hours of sunlight daily. While this was not an issue before the apocalypse, the current circumstances render it quite a demanding crop. However, with ample time on her hands and no concern for electricity costs, Nian resolved to care for them diligently. It was not that she lacked peanuts to eat. Rather, with Jingmo's early departures and late returns, it was essential for her to find something to occupy her time. The tranquility of her life had lulled Nian into a sense of disorientation. It felt as though everything she had endured in her previous life amid the fog was but a facade, and that this was the true existence beneath the mist. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, and the quality of life was improving for all. Even the neighbors began to find leisure in visiting one another. One day, after manually pollinating her peanuts, Nian heard a resounding knock at the door. The iron gate, when struck, reverberated loudly. While somewhat disruptive, it served as a warning signal. A quieter door might allow intruders to breach without notice, which would be far more alarming. Having washed her hands, Nian approached the door. She did not open it fully, merely calling out, "Who is it?" "I am your neighbor on the left. I have an excess of bean sprouts that we cannot consume, and I thought to share some with you." "I am your neighbor on the right. I made sweet potato cakes and would like to give you a couple." Nian instinctively furrowed her brow, replying, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. You are quite the cautious young lady. We met while fetching water, do you not recall? I thought we could exchange some goods as neighbors to foster goodwill. In the future, should any issues arise, we could assist one another." Nian dreaded the notion of fostering neighborly bonds. In a world where survival was paramount, each individual should focus on their own existence. There was no need for such theatrics. It seemed a frivolous expenditure of time and energy, potentially affecting one's mood. "Really, it isn't necessary. I will just return to my home." Upon hearing Nian's refusal, the visitors grew somewhat displeased. Fine, let it be my folly then. Since you look down upon us, we shall no longer intrude. These young girls today lack any understanding of the strength found in unity. Should she encounter trouble in the future, I wonder who will come to her aid. "Oh, Aunt Wang, do not be angry. The girl has a man to provide for her. Surely she looks down on our meager offerings of bean sprouts and sweet potato cakes. Relying on a man for sustenance is a skill? That man is out early and returns late. Who knows what he is doing out there? She remains at home. And if he abandons her, who will speak on her behalf? She is attractive. She must have that confidence. And what good is beauty? There are many beautiful people." Chapter 105. Robbed. "Aunt Wang, you speak true. I have heard that many young girls, leveraging their looks, go about charming others, earning more than we do through our labor. They have no worries about food or clothing and do so effortlessly. It is truly enviable. Why should we envy them? We have hands and feet, and we do not engage in such despicable acts. Come, let us go to my home." Nian stood behind the door, listening to the 2 individuals gradually walk away, scoffing softly before turning back inside. Their words were laden with insinuation, implying that she was merely being supported by Jingmo due to her looks, and that she would eventually be cast aside. Once abandoned, without the means to sustain herself, she would have no choice but to rely on her appearance. The most laughable aspect of humanity is projecting one's own circumstances onto others. Just because someone possesses a modicum of beauty and does not venture out to work, they presume that individual is simply a parasite, living off someone else. Little do they realize the parasitic figure they perceive is, in fact, a carnivorous plant. Should anyone dare to encroach upon her space and provoke her displeasure, she would not hesitate to devour them whole. However, after being shut out, her neighbors ceased to bother Nian, which she found rather satisfying, as long as they did not intrude upon her peace. Whether they were loving or scheming amongst themselves was of no consequence to her. The peanuts she had planted had only recently finished blooming when she heard from Jingmo that the crops at the plantation would be ready for harvest in a month's time. Nian calculated that her peanuts would require another 2 months to mature. By this reckoning, the growth cycle of the plantation's crops had been shortened by a month. This news was undeniably joyous. With the grain harvest approaching, the atmosphere within the entire base grew jubilant. Although Su Nian did not venture outside, she could glean their anticipation for the harvest through the lively conversations of her neighbors. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the harvest finally arrived. The inhabitants of the base eagerly awaited the return of those who had gone to the plantation. Families with members working there looked forward to the allocation of grain. Those who had accumulated a considerable amount of contribution points arrived early at the supermarket to queue, incessantly refreshing their phones, poised to seize the grain the moment it became available. Yet, people waited from dawn until dusk, enduring the encroaching glow of streetlights, without any sign of the plantation workers' return. As was her routine, Su Nian prepared dinner, anticipating Jing Mo's arrival, but upon seeing his serious demeanor, she sensed that something was amiss. What happened? Was there a setback in the construction in the underground city? Jing Mo shook his head, revealing that trouble had arisen at the plantation. They were supposed to return by the afternoon, but news had been delayed. Eventually, they learned that the farmers had been robbed. Robbed. Even Su Nian was taken aback by such news. The plantation was guarded by armed personnel from the base. How could it have been compromised? It must have been a premeditated act, waiting for the harvest before launching the attack. Those responsible were likely survivors from the city. The few they had encountered previously were merely a fraction of the population that had endured. In such a vast city, many had survived. It was also plausible that individuals from other regions had migrated, yet for reasons unknown, they had not sought refuge in the base, instead mingling with the city survivors and ultimately targeting the plantation. Not only Jing Mo, but Su Nian too found this difficult to comprehend. If they had managed to come near the base after the bitter cold had passed, why not enter and live there? Currently, survivors could reside within the base without needing to surrender grain. All they required was a new identification card. Those with means could rent their own accommodations, while others could stay in communal dormitories. Essentially, survival posed no issues. Was it possible that they all preferred to live unrestrained, accustomed to a life where the strong dominated? Su Nian struggled to understand their mindset, for in her past life, both she and those around her longed to reach a large base, dreaming of a stable existence. The turmoil, the lack of a safe haven, the constant thievery, she wished to avoid such a life at all costs. Shaking her head to dispel the tumult of thoughts, she continued to inquire of Jing Mo whether the situation had been resolved. Captain Kong and his team had already been dispatched, but due to the heavy fog, it was certain that the stolen grain could not be recovered. Those living amidst the ruins of the city possessed a better understanding of the current terrain than those residing in the base. If they pursued, it was questionable whether they could retrieve the grain at all, let alone return safely. It was likely that Captain Kong would avoid a venture that risked losing both their resources and personnel. It was not until the following day that Su Nian learned from Jing Mo the aftermath. A third of the recently harvested grain had been stolen, and many had sustained injuries. The plantation had also suffered damage, with some grain trampled into the soil during the chaos. Times had changed. People were now unwilling to waste even a single grain. Thousands worked tirelessly over several days, sifting through the earth to recover every last kernel. The base had fulfilled its previous promises, allocating every individual who had worked at the plantation 100 gene of grain. Furthermore, those injured received compensation. However, this led to a further depletion of the remaining grain, with the supermarket now limiting daily sales and refusing online reservations, necessitating queues for purchases. Some would wait from dawn until dusk without success, opting to sleep outside the supermarket to continue their vigil the following day. While some did not truly lack food to cook, the series of calamities had instilled a profound sense of insecurity. They constantly thought of hoarding more grain, believing that with food in hand, their hearts would remain untroubled. After fertilizing the plantation's soil and nurturing it for a month, they began a second round of planting. Not only the residents of the base, but the base itself sought to stockpile more grain. In this climate, possessing grain was paramount. To prevent the recurrence of previous robberies, the base expended considerable effort to enclose the plantation, orchard, and livestock area with electric fencing. Unexpectedly, while the city survivors did not arrive, wild boars and wolves from the mountains descended. Thanks to the electric barriers, these beasts were unable to harm anyone, instead howling in distress. The guards, alerted by the commotion, armed themselves and dispatched the wild boars and wolves, leading to a fresh supply of meat available in the base's app marketplace. Chapter 106. Insects? Exterminate them. The arrival of this new batch of wild boars was met with delight. After all, the poultry in the livestock area had yet to mature, and no one knew when they would be ready for slaughter. For those craving meat, aside from the limited quantities of frozen meat or canned goods released daily, these wild delicacies were their only option. Upon hearing of the wild boars attacking the plantation, Nian felt a nagging intuition. This lifetime was diverging from the trajectory of her past. It was not merely a change in her surroundings, but rather a multitude of events unfolding differently. Standing by the window of her bedroom, gazing out as the days passed, nothing out of the ordinary occurred until one day. Nian decided to check if the peanuts were ready for harvest. To her dismay, she discovered that the leaves of the peanuts were infested with a myriad of insects. The sheer number of these pests was staggering as they voraciously devoured the foliage. Nian stood by, watching in horror as the leaves visibly diminished before her eyes. Not only the leaves, but even the branches were being gnawed away bit by bit. Uncertain of the species of these insects, she observed their varied colors and sizes. Swarming in clusters, constantly on the move. Even Nian, typically unfazed, felt goosebumps rise at such a grotesque sight. Without further hesitation, she approached and swiftly gathered all the logistics boxes into her space. Her space was a realm of stillness, where living beings could not be stored. Any creature, be it foul or human, would perish instantaneously upon entry. Aware of this characteristic, Nian remained cautious. After placing the logistics boxes in her space, she carefully inspected the insects, ensuring they were all dead before letting out a sigh of relief. Nian was not inherently afraid of insects. It was merely the overwhelming number of them, thousands, large and small, gathered together, that was utterly revolting. Unsure if these insects had spread to other areas of the house, she retrieved a potent insecticide and sprayed every corner of the rooms. Everything within the house was stored in her space, only to be taken out after a brief wait for thorough inspection. Upon this examination, she indeed found remnants of the insects scattered across the furniture. She did not overlook the kitchen or the bedroom, but fortunately, both areas were devoid of any foodstuffs. Had insects infiltrated her supplies, she doubted she would ever be able to eat again. The spices in the kitchen were safely sealed in glass jars, preventing any pests from crawling inside. She merely cleaned the exteriors of the jars. After thoroughly cleansing all 3 rooms, the air was thick with the pungent odor of the insecticide, prompting her to finally cease her efforts. Just the previous night, she had been inspecting the peanuts alongside Jing Mo and detected no signs of insects. How had so many appeared overnight? The windows were tightly sealed, making it impossible for any to enter through them. Nian's gaze gradually descended to the threshold of the living room door. This door was made of wood, secured by an iron gate outside. Neither door was completely airtight. Even when closed, while it could keep out the dense fog, it could not prevent the small insects from slipping through the cracks. Could it be that these pests had infiltrated through the gaps of the door? Nian stepped toward the entrance, producing a powerful flashlight. The beam illuminated the ground outside, revealing countless insects scuttling about. Due to her extensive spraying of insecticide, no surface was spared, causing the insects to turn back towards the yard upon reaching the threshold. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she pondered the origin of these pests when suddenly, she heard screams from her neighbors. The cries were loud and distinct, echoing clearly in her ears. Insects. So many insects.
Ah!
One's crawling on me. My potatoes and sweet potatoes. Damn these pests, they've devoured everything. Realizing that this was not an isolated incident but rather a widespread infestation, Nian deduced that a calamity had struck. In her previous life, such a pestilence had never occurred amidst the fog. Unsure of what had caused this change, she recognized that now was not the time to ponder such questions. Instead, she needed to devise a plan to exterminate the insects in her yard. It was evident that collecting them all into her space was impractical. To store anything within, she must physically touch it or ensure that they were all interconnected. The insecticide may not be entirely effective either. After a moment's contemplation, she rummaged through her space and successfully retrieved a cartridge flamethrower. After assembling the device, Nian opened the wooden door and unleashed a barrage of flames upon the insects clinging to it. The heat incinerated them, causing their bodies to plummet to the ground, staining the door with a layer of blackened residue. However, she paid little mind to this detail. After finishing with the wooden door, she proceeded to spray the iron gate. then opened the door fully, donning the flashlight on her head while wielding the flamethrower, spraying indiscriminately as she advanced. Upon reaching her vehicles, she swiftly stored both cars in her space. Regardless of whether they harbored any insects, once within her space, the pests were doomed. Thankfully, her yard was not extensive. Merely 60 square meters. Otherwise, bending over to spray would have left her back aching. The walls were largely unaffected, as the electric fence had dispatched most of the invaders, leaving behind numerous insect carcasses at the base. On the iron gate of the yard, swarming with insects, Nian unleashed the flamethrower once more, watching as the creatures fell in droves, quickly littering the ground with their remains. After handling the infestation, she discerned the source of the problem. The ground was unpaved, merely soil. Now, however, it was riddled with countless tiny holes from which the insects had emerged. After thoroughly spraying the yard with a flamethrower, she dared not pause, quickly following up with insecticide to coat the entire area. Just as she finished, a loud knock reverberated against the gate, accompanied by Jingmo's voice calling out,
Nian.
"The door is covered in insects. I want to get them off, but don't open the door." Standing in the yard, upon hearing this, Nian wasted no time in opening the door. "Here, take this. Spray them dead," she exclaimed, thrusting the flamethrower into Jingmo's hands. Initially bewildered, he quickly grasped the situation after observing her actions. Together, they cleared the insects from the door and saturated it with insecticide before stepping into the yard and closing the door behind them. The scent in the yard was indescribable. The foul odor of insecticide mingled with the stench of burnt insects was enough to induce nausea. Looking Nian up and down, she asked, "You don't have any insects on you, do you?" He hurriedly shook his head. "No, definitely not. There might be some in the car." Hearing this, Nian promptly stored the electric vehicle in her space before entering the house with Jingmo inside. The remnants of the insects had already been cleaned and bagged by Nian. A mere glance was enough for Jingmo to retract his gaze. "What brings you back at such a time?" Nian inquired. "There are insects everywhere at the base. I was worried about you, so I came back." Jingmo's words warmed Nian's heart, confirming her suspicion that a true pestilence was indeed upon them. "I discovered the same thing while exterminating the pests. They are emerging from underground." Nian spoke, her brows gradually furrowing. Was the warming of the temperature causing them to awaken and emerge from the earth? First extreme heat, then bitter cold, and now, with the temperature rising, the insects could still crawl out from beneath the ground. How resilient their vitality must be. If all insects possessed such tenacity, then this was merely the beginning. A relentless stream of them would soon follow. Just the thought of it sent a chill down her spine. "The ground in the yard cannot be left unattended. We should solidify it," Nian remarked. Jingmo wholeheartedly agreed. "Do you have cement and sand in your space? If not, we'll have to ask Captain Kong to procure some." Nian shook her head in resignation. "I really don't have any. Who, in their right mind, would store sand and cement while stockpiling supplies? Even as someone reborn, I never imagined I would need to build a house, so I naturally didn't store such materials." Jingmo took out his phone. "No worries. Just let Captain Kong know. Acquiring some should not pose a problem." It was evident that Kong Jianming was rather busy, as Jingmo could not reach him immediately. After a while, Kong Jianming called back. Upon learning that Jingmo needed sand and cement, he readily agreed, but added, "You'll have to figure out a way to come and haul it yourselves. I cannot deliver it to you at this time." "All right, we will head over now." Upon Jingmo's affirmation, Nian summoned his vehicle from her space. Considering the swarm of insects outside, she sprayed insecticide on the car's exterior. The odor was unpleasant, but at such a time, who cared about the fragrance? Even with streetlights, visibility remained poor, and Jingmo drove at a cautious speed. Inside the vehicle, despite the doors and windows being tightly shut, the sound of the tires crushing the insects was unmistakable. Although they could not see the scene before them, the auditory experience alone was enough to evoke discomfort. Throughout the journey, Nian's brow remained tightly knitted. She could endure hardship, but this nauseating sensation was quite intolerable. Upon arrival, they were greeted not by Kong Jianming, but by Chen. "The captain is quite busy. I will take you there," Chen explained. Jingmo nodded. "That would be much appreciated. It's no trouble at all." Their yard was only 60 square meters, so the amount of sand and cement needed for hardening the ground was minimal. Even with the addition of broken bricks, 1 truckload would suffice. After bidding farewell to Qinshi, Jing and Mo drove straight back home. Along the way, they heard many voices calling out, clearly tormented by the sudden appearance of the insects. At that moment, the advantages of living on a higher floor were apparent, yet Su Nian felt no regret. Every situation has its duality. One cannot solely focus on the positives while ignoring the negatives. Once home, they closed the door and Su Nian promptly stored the vehicle in her space. With the dense fog obscuring visibility, there was no need to worry about others witnessing the state of their yard. Not even Su Nian and Jing and Mo could see each other clearly from a slight distance apart. The two began by gathering the insects scattered across the yard into a pile and stuffed them into bags. A sizable snakeskin bag was filled to 1/3 capacity. Su Nian sealed the bag and temporarily stored it in her space. Observing the numerous small holes in the ground, Su Nian and Jing and Mo deliberated and decided to spray insecticide once more, followed by sprinkling powdered insecticide, and finally laying down the broken bricks before commencing with the cement and sand. Neither had experience with such tasks, but fortunately, Su Nian possessed a vision for it. After locating a tutorial video, they managed to imitate the process quite well. Whether the ground was entirely level was of little concern to them. As long as it was sufficiently thick and covered all corners, that was all that mattered. It wasn't until they finished laying the cement and returned indoors that Su Nian glanced at the wall and was startled to discover it was already 5 in the afternoon. They had been so engrossed in their work that they had forgotten to eat lunch. Su Nian looked at Jing and Mo, noticing his slightly disheveled appearance, and refrained from mentioning dinner. "Let us take a shower first." She left a bucket of water for Jing and Mo, then removed her outer garments and shoes before heading into the bedroom to fetch a bucket of water for herself. After showering and changing into clean clothes, and washing the dirty ones, the two finally sat on the carpet in the bedroom. Su Nian pulled out a small table and asked Jing and Mo, "What would you like to eat?" Jing and Mo pondered for a moment. "How about cold noodles and 2 vegetable dishes?" Jing and Mo was a meat lover, and it was indeed a first for him to explicitly request a meal without meat. Su Nian smiled at Jing and Mo and brought out 2 bowls of cold noodles along with 2 refreshing vegetable dishes. While they hadn't felt hungry during their labor, sitting down now made them acutely aware of their hunger. They paid little attention to conversation, focused instead on their meal. It was only after they had eaten their fill that they let out a contented sigh. There was no rush to wash the dishes, so Su Nian collected everything, including the small table, and lay sideways, resting her head on Jing and Mo's lap, gazing up at him. This was a moment that hadn't transpired in her previous life. This time, it was different. Chapter 108. Vegetarian again. Jing and Mo gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind Su Nian's ear. "Are you afraid?" Upon hearing the question, Su Nian was not the least bit surprised, for she had already posed it to herself beforehand. With the changes in this life, her foresight was no longer an advantage. Did that make her afraid? Su Nian and Jing and Mo locked eyes for a moment before she slowly shook her head. "I am not afraid." Even without the advantage of foresight, even when faced with the unknown, Su Nian felt no fear. Compared to others, she had already amassed so much, which provided her with ample courage to confront all uncertainties. Not being afraid is good. Even if you are afraid, it's all right. I will be with you. Hearing Jing and Mo's words, Su Nian broke into a radiant smile. "Are you afraid? It's fine to be afraid. I will be with you." Jing and Mo playfully pinched the tip of Su Nian's nose. Such mischief. Though he spoke lightly, the mirth in Jing Mo's eyes was unmistakable. When he first met Su Nian, she had been cold and distant, keeping others at bay. Even as they grew closer, she maintained a composed and mature demeanor, their interactions balanced and reciprocal. Jing and Mo appreciated that side of her. Now, he equally cherished the warmth of this Su Nian. As they spent time together in the house, their initial calmness gave way to a restless night. The brick walls offered little sound insulation, and as they lay in bed, the cacophony of their neighbors screaming and the sounds of them dealing with the insects grew increasingly pronounced. Su Nian, typically a sound sleeper, could not find peace with the ruckus on either side. Just as she opened her eyes, she heard Jing Mo's voice. "Can't sleep?" Perhaps due to lying down. His voice was low and slightly hoarse. As Su Nian turned her gaze toward the source of the sound, illuminated by the soft, amber glow of the nightlight, She could clearly discern the glimmer in Jingmo's eyes. Although they lay on the same bed, they had always maintained their own space, with a distance of half a meter between them even now. Nian shifted her position, propping her head up with one hand, and gazed at Jingmo with intrigue, asking, "How is it that you noticed I was awake the moment I opened my eyes?" "Because I always wait for you to fall asleep before I do," Jingmo replied. Nian was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Each night, she would close her eyes and drift into slumber without realizing that Jingmo remained awake until she was asleep. Had it not been for the excessive noise outside that night, she would have remained oblivious to this fact. After a brief silence, Jingmo suddenly leaned closer, their faces mere inches apart. "Why the silence? I vigilantly watch over you as you sleep. Are you not moved by that?" Upon hearing his earnest words, Nian couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I can't move, it's too amusing." She laughed so heartily that she collapsed onto Jingmo's chest. Jingmo raised his hand, gently patting her back, and with a serious demeanor remarked, "Even if you are touched, there's no need to cry, be good." Nian playfully retaliated, reaching out to tickle Jingmo's armpit, insisting, "What nonsense you speak." How could her laughter be construed as tears in his words? Yet, despite her playful assault, Jingmo showed no signs of reaction. Puzzled, she heard him chuckle softly, "You are the one who is ticklish, not I." Before she could respond, Jingmo flipped them over, wrapping his arms around her shoulders and laying her flat on the bed. "I recall you have earplugs. Put them on, and I will lull you to sleep." Nian retrieved the earplugs, fitting them into her and Jingmo's ears, then smiled at him before slowly closing her eyes. The earplugs, which had been rather expensive at the time of purchase, proved to be surprisingly effective. Once in place, she could not hear the clamor of the neighbors, nor even the sound of Jingmo's breath, which was so close. When Nian eventually reopened her eyes, it was already the following morning, and Jingmo was nowhere to be found. As she sat up, the door to the bedroom swung open, revealing Jingmo's entrance. "I just checked the yard. The ground hasn't fully set yet, and some insects have emerged. I've dealt with them." This situation was one they had anticipated. Nian got out of bed, noting that they still needed to fill the hole with sand and cement. After breakfast, they both ventured into the yard. The ground was riddled with holes of varying sizes, which would surely disturb anyone with a phobia of clusters. With impassive expressions, Nian and Jingmo repeated the tasks they had performed the previous day, sprinkling insecticide powder into the holes and patching them with cement. By the time they finished, the entire morning had slipped away. The sheer number of holes made the task tedious. Just as they returned indoors to wash their hands and faces, Jingmo's phone rang. He glanced at the screen before handing it to Nian. "Take a look." She accepted the phone, and upon seeing the chat interface with Kong Jianming, her heart sank. Kong Jianming had sent a flurry of images that would surely trigger anyone's fear of clusters. Each photo depicted different locations. Some were of the base's ground, others dark caverns, and some overrun with insects. After viewing the images with an expressionless face, Nian realized that lunch would likely consist of vegetarian fare again. Kong Jianming had also sent a message conveying that both the base and its surroundings were infested with insects. He speculated on the number of insect eggs buried in the ground, now that temperatures were rising, leading to an outbreak of pests. The losses in the plantations were catastrophic, guaranteeing a harvest failure. Not only the plantations but also the orchards faced similar fates. Numerous insects feasted upon the flora, devastating both gardens overnight. The remaining plants were beyond salvaging. The situation in the breeding grounds was equally dire, with insects gnawing at the livestock, resulting in the swift demise of some animals, while the survivors languished in a half-dead state. If it were merely a matter of death, it would be simple. However, the potential for disease loomed large, considering the myriad of insects and the unknown viruses they might carry. The insecticides in the base's supermarket had been completely depleted. Yet, even with that, the effectiveness of what remained was limited. Researchers were endeavoring to develop new insecticides, but such innovations could not be produced overnight. Chapter 109. The base is under attack. In summary, the situation demanded patience. Nian set down the phone, expressing her frustration. Is it really just a matter of waiting, without even a specific timeline? Jingmo shook his head, clarifying that it wasn't due to a lack of desire to provide a time frame, but rather an inability to do so. If the development faced delays and mass production could not commence on time, the base's reputation would suffer. While Su Nian had to concede the validity of Jing Mo's reasoning, she still hoped that the scientists would expedite the creation of the new insecticides. Otherwise, it seemed they would be compelled to venture into the yard daily to combat the insects and repair the damage inflicted upon the cement. Just contemplating such a life caused a frown to crease her brow. Who would wish to forego a peaceful existence to contend with these revolting pests? Nonetheless, Su Nian recognized that, in comparison to many others in the base, she and Jing Mo were indeed quite fortunate. At least they had ample insecticide and space in which to maneuver. The yard required ongoing repairs, and the furniture in their home needed to be stowed away twice daily in their designated space, while they regularly sprayed insecticides and powdered treatments. Most of the time, their lives indoors remained relatively comfortable. 3 more days passed without any news regarding the new insecticide, but through Kong Jianming, Su Nian and Jing Mo learned of an outbreak of disease. The insects had infiltrated every nook and cranny, even contaminating the water sources. Those who consumed the tainted water began to experience severe gastrointestinal distress. It was manageable if only a few were affected, but soon many at the base fell ill. The hospital was overcrowded. Kong Jianming cautioned Su Nian and Jing Mo to boil their water repeatedly, though it remained uncertain whether this would prevent illness. At the very least, it offered a semblance of peace of mind. Jing Mo readily agreed. However, the two of them did not worry about contracting the disease. Since the pestilence began, they had refrained from fetching water. Even the water they had previously collected remained untouched. Su Nian had stockpiled enough water, having even gathered snow during the frigid season and stored it away, ensuring they lacked for nothing. Yet, as they contemplated the situation at the base, their spirits grew increasingly heavy. The insect crisis remained unresolved, and now disease had begun to spread. If this continued, unrest would surely ensue, posing grave consequences for the base. Furthermore, the pervasive fog only added to their sense of unease. After a prolonged silence between the two, Su Nian suddenly recalled the underground city and inquired with Jing Mo. "I've been meaning to ask you, how is the construction of the underground city progressing?" Jing Mo shook his head, noting that less than 1/10 of it was completed. However, he added, if one wishes to reside there, it is not entirely impossible. Once inside, one should be able to evade these incessant pests. Do you wish to live there? He pondered, considering that given Su Nian's contributions to the underground city, it could indeed be feasible. But Su Nian shook his head, stating, "I do not wish to reside there. I merely wonder if it becomes livable, thereby shielding inhabitants from the bugs. Would there be others inclined to move in?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jing Mo responded, "Certainly, that would be the case. If indeed someone were to inhabit the underground city and the news spread, would it not incite chaos within the base? Regardless of the time, it is not the scarcity that breeds discontent, but the inequality. Everyone is human, all struggling to survive in this apocalypse. Having faced the same threats of insect plagues, dense fog, and disease, why should some be allowed the comfort of the underground city while others remain in peril?" This time, Jing Mo remained silent, yet both exchanged glances, fully aware that if anyone were to dwell in the underground city, it would inevitably lead to unrest. If it had not crossed their minds, it could have been disregarded. But now that it had, Jing Mo decided to contact Sun Jianming. Sun Jianming's voice soon emerged from the receiver, sounding quite fatigued. "Jing Mo, what's the matter? It seems you have something on your mind." Jing Mo bypassed pleasantries, asking, "Is someone living in the underground city? How do you know?" Sun Jianming's astonishment was palpable, clearly not expecting Jing Mo to be privy to this news. Jing Mo exchanged a glance with Su Nian before continuing, "I do not know. I just recently thought of it. Who is residing there?" With a wry smile, Sun Jianming replied, "Who else could it be?" Jing Mo, "Do you and Su Nian wish to move in as well?" "It's not entirely out of the question. Yet, as you are aware, the conditions inside are still incomplete, and the space is rather limited. Many individuals of varying backgrounds have already taken up residence. If you and Su Nian were to enter, you might only find a corner to squeeze into." Before Sun Jianming could elaborate further, Jing Mo interrupted, "We do not wish to reside there. I merely want to express that if this news circulates, it may incite turmoil. You are responsible for this matter, so I caution you to prepare in advance, lest you find yourself caught between factions." Having known each other for quite some time and engaged in numerous dealings, Jing Mo felt it necessary to offer this warning. Sun Jianming acknowledged earnestly, "I understand. Thank you for the heads up.
Please take care."
After conveying all that needed to be said, Jing Mo ended the call. Throughout Jing Mo's conversation with Sun Jianming, Su Nian had remained silent. Even now, she felt no desire to speak. She understood that class distinctions persisted, as did the nature of capital. Even in this apocalyptic world, such realities remained unchanged. If Su Nian had fortuitously returned to life, equipped with a space and early supplies, living a clandestine life of comfort amidst the chaos, there were others living openly prosperous lives. Su Nian felt neither envy nor jealousy, as she lacked for nothing. Yet, within the base, countless individuals faced dire circumstances, struggling for survival. While they might endure such hardships in ordinary times, when life was at stake, their patience could very well falter. Su Nian contemplated extensively, but ultimately cast these thoughts aside. She merely wished to lead her own life, eschewing rebellion and the role of arbiter of injustice. However, she had not anticipated that before unrest could erupt among the base's inhabitants, the base itself would come under attack. When the sound of cannon fire erupted, Su Nian and Jing Mo were having breakfast. The sudden explosion caused their bowls to tremble. At that moment, Su Nian presumed that conflict had broken out within the base. But soon after, Jing Mo's phone rang. It was Sun Jianming. "Jing Mo, the base is under attack. Be cautious." With that brief warning, Sun Jianming ended the call. At that moment, none were busier than Sun Jianming. Yet, amidst his hectic schedule, he still took the time to inform them, revealing how much he truly cared. Chapter 110. Similar origins to Jing Mo? Having reached this juncture, Su Nian and Jing Mo naturally lost their appetite. Su Nian cleared away the food, and both quickly rose, moving to the wardrobe to don their outdoor attire. They slung their bags over their shoulders before stepping outside. Driving at this time was far from prudent, given the base was under attack. The ensuing chaos would likely send people running in every direction. With thick fog enveloping the area, visibility was severely impaired. Speeding could lead to disastrous collisions. Su Nian retrieved 2 electric scooters, with Jing Mo taking the lead while Su Nian sat behind. Having driven electric scooters for some time now, Jing Mo maneuvered with remarkable skill, speeding along with the wind. Although fast, the compact size of the scooters allowed for greater agility, making it easy to evade any sudden obstacles. Should a collision occur, the consequences would likely be minimal. Jing Mo rode the scooter at breakneck speed toward the base's entrance. The sounds of gunfire and cannon blasts emanated from that direction, indicating that the assailants were attacking through the main gate. As Su Nian sat on the back, the swift speed of the scooter whipped the fog against her face, prompting her to instinctively squint. Before hearing the cannon fire, Su Nian had never considered that someone would dare to assault the base. As for the attackers, it was evident they were survivors from the city. First, they raided the plantation for food, and not long after, they came to attack the base. Were they truly mad? Su Nian and Jing Mo raced toward the chaos, not merely out of concern for Sun Jianming's warning, but because they could not stand idly by. They would assist as much as they could. If unable to provide substantial help, even offering a few shots would suffice. Their residence was quite a distance from the base's entrance. Despite Jing Mo pushing the scooter to its limits, it still took them half an hour to reach the gate. Under normal circumstances, half an hour would seem trivial. Perhaps one could even daydream that time would fly by. However, in the current scenario, half an hour could witness a multitude of events unfold. By the time they arrived, the sounds of gunfire and cannon blasts had faded into silence. The eerie stillness led Su Nian to feel as if not a single soul remained in the vicinity. Dismounting from the scooter, they parked it aside, hesitant to advance recklessly, as they were still uncertain about the situation. They did not have to wait long before an unexpected crackling sound of electricity caused their hearts to race. Following the static, they heard a voice amplified through a loudspeaker. Though the words were not entirely clear, the surrounding silence allowed them to discern the message. There is no future in following the base. They care nothing for the lives of ordinary people. They have built an underground city, but only for the privileged few. The medicine to combat the plague has been developed. However, due to its limited supply, it has only been administered to select individuals. Living in such a base, You are ultimately destined for a dead end. We harbor no desire to harm ordinary people, for we are ordinary ourselves. Our purpose in coming here is to unite with you to overthrow the base and reclaim our autonomy. We seek a leader who can guide us to survive more effectively in this apocalyptic world. If you resonate with my words, rise up in rebellion and open the gates. Let us collaborate from within and without to dismantle this wretched base. The fervent cries from outside are rife with incitement, each word a catalyst for unrest. Strangely enough, these very words stir the hearts of the masses. The turmoil that Su Nian had once feared has indeed erupted, not from within the base, but from the outside. What perplexes Su Nian is how these individuals possess such intimate knowledge of the base's internal affairs. Could it be that someone inside the base is conspiring with the survivors of the city? The more she ponders, the more plausible it seems. Yet now is clearly not the time for such reflections. The base, once tranquil, began to resonate with the voices from outside. Initially faint, the clamor gradually intensified. After listening for a while, Su Nian confirmed that indeed there were individuals colluding with those outside. An increasing number of people emerged, clamoring to open the doors. As the crowd swelled, the principle of the law does not hold the masses accountable came into play. Unless one could muster the ruthlessness to eliminate them all, the unrest would not quell anytime soon. At that moment, Su Nian heard a sound of something landing. It was the sound of a person descending from a height, deliberately muffling the noise. However, a human is not a feather. A fall from such a height would inevitably generate some sound. Fortuitously, the spot where the individual landed was near Su Nian and Jing Mo. They exchanged a glance, requiring no verbal communication. The tacit understanding forged over time allowed them to split, each moving toward the source of the sound. The thick fog now served as an ally. Before the individual could react, Su Nian appeared before him. It was a man, his hair disheveled and his clothes tattered, resembling the survivors they had encountered in the city. Upon confirming his identity, Su Nian acted without hesitation. The man, quick to react, did not attempt to confront Su Nian but instead turned to flee. However, Jing Mo stood right behind him. As he turned, Jing Mo delivered a kick to his abdomen. The man staggered back, and before he could regain his footing, Su Nian delivered a swift kick from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. Jing Mo placed his foot on the man's back, slowly crouching down. How audacious to attack the base. The man, immobilized beneath Jing Mo's weight, refrained from begging for mercy and instead began to curse. You fools! What good is it to follow the base? If you choose to join us, to follow our king, you shall know what true prosperity is. King? Su Nian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In such dire times, there were still those who spoke of kings? Even in the apocalypse, one could not cure their delusions? Ordinary people can only live a few decades at most. 100 years is the upper limit. But to follow our king, living for centuries is not merely a dream. Do you not wish to extend your lifespan? Together, we shall forge a new world. We shall all be great contributors, rewarded for our merits. The man's fervor was palpable, yet Su Nian and Jing Mo felt a heaviness settle in their hearts. The prospect of living for centuries was troubling. Could this so-called king share a similar origin to Jing Mo? In the midst of Jing Mo's momentary distraction, the man on the ground suddenly sprang up, producing a knife from seemingly nowhere, aiming for Jing Mo's heart. Jing Mo sidestepped and with a single shot, struck the man in the head. The man collapsed to the ground, convulsing a couple of times before falling silent. Su Nian gazed at the lifeless body, her brows furrowing slightly. Why hadn't they interrogated him? Perhaps he could have divulged some information. Jing Mo shook his head. If he truly possessed knowledge, he wouldn't have been sent to infiltrate the base. Even if they were to question him, it would likely yield only a few repetitive phrases. Su Nian pondered this and found it quite reasonable. No worries. We can't extract anything from here. There are plenty of people outside. We will surely find someone who knows the specifics. Jing Mo smiled at her. There's no need to comfort me. Even if that man shared a background with me, I am not one to weep at the sight of a fellow villager. If we are to speak of kin, those currently embroiled in this conflict, residing in Blue Star Village, are the true compatriots, yet they too are embroiled in strife. All else is a facade. Only those with divergent paths truly do not align. Seeing Jing Mo's clarity of thought, Su Nian chose not to press further. Jing Mo sent a message to Kong Jianming and soon learned of his whereabouts, prompting them to seek him out together. Kong Jianming appeared grave, his demeanor somewhat haggard, with bloodshot eyes indicating several nights without adequate rest. Upon their arrival, Kong Jianming frowned. "What are you two doing out here?" He had advised them to stay indoors, to seek refuge in a safe place if anything seemed amiss, or to head directly to the underground city. Yet here they were, having ventured out. Jing Mo offered a reassuring smile. "We just captured someone who jumped from the wall. He has been dealt with. However, since one has infiltrated, I suspect others may have as well. You should have your people investigate thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Kong Jianming set aside other concerns and immediately instructed Chen Shi to lead a search. The vastness of the base had its advantages, but it also posed challenges, particularly with the pervasive fog, making it difficult to locate individuals. However, Su Nian and Jing Mo were not overly concerned. Kong Jianming and his subordinates were capable. If they could not manage this task, they would not have maintained their positions for so long. After some thought, Jing Mo added, "If you capture anyone alive, please inform me. I would like to meet them." Kong Jianming regarded Jing Mo with curiosity. He had known Jing Mo for quite some time and understood his character somewhat. Typically, Jing Mo was disinterested in matters unrelated to him, often offering little more than a warning regarding invasions. Yet now, he not only alerted them but also expressed a desire to meet the captured individual, which intrigued Kong Jianming. Noting Kong Jianming's perplexed expression, Jing Mo provided an explanation. "I suspect that those behind them may be individuals from my hometown." Jing Mo's origins had never been elaborated upon, and Kong Jianming was unaware of the details. However, given Jing Mo's formidable abilities, if the individuals behind the city survivors indeed shared his background and harbored malevolence towards the base, this situation warranted serious attention. Kong Jianming said nothing further and simply agreed. "All right, if we capture a live one, I will inform you." Upon receiving Kong Jianming's assurance, Su Nian and Jing Mo decided not to linger any longer in that place. The personnel at the base were not to be trifled with. Under the formidable might of their military suppression, they swiftly quelled the insurrection within the facility. Outside, those inciting unrest were promptly silenced, with snipers taking them down before their agitation could escalate. Even amidst the dense fog, as long as time permitted, locating and eliminating the instigators was a trivial task. After a series of executions, tranquility finally descended upon the exterior. The fog served as their shroud, allowing them to enter and exit without a whisper. While the immediate threat outside had dissipated, the situation within the base had yet to achieve complete stability. The pests continued to crawl across the ground, and the plague still loomed over the populace's safety. As individuals congregated, clamoring to be relocated to the underground city for treatment, their desperation was palpable. Unlike the survivors in the cities, their lives were at stake, making direct confrontation impossible. Only attempts at placation were feasible. In the midst of the turmoil, a glimmer of good news emerged. A new type of insecticide had been developed, with the first batch ready for large-scale application. Kong Jianming dispatched this new insecticide to Su Nian and Jing Mo, who utilized it immediately, yielding impressive results. After spraying, they repaired the cement floor, and by the following day, it remained unscathed by the pests. With a substantial supply of insecticide sent by Kong Jianming, Su Nian and Jing Mo thoroughly treated both the interior and exterior of their dwelling. At last, they were spared the dread of stepping outside only to crush a swarm of insects beneath their feet. Despite the passage of several days, Su Nian found it difficult to acclimatize to such circumstances, nor did she wish to. Although the insects had not been entirely eradicated, a single application of the new insecticide could keep them at bay for 2 days. When they reappeared, another round of spraying would ensue. The base also announced that a second-generation insecticide was under development, with hopes of achieving complete extermination soon. The current insecticide offered a semblance of reassurance, while the forthcoming one instilled hope. Moreover, as the plague gradually came under control, though not entirely eradicated, suffering had diminished, and the number of patients was no longer multiplying exponentially, thus alleviating panic and disorder. Due to the pestilence and the plague, many had lost their jobs and livelihoods. The base began distributing food and water free of charge. With an identification card, individuals could receive provisions and clean water. While the rations were meager, they were sufficient to sustain life. As long as survival was possible, hope remained. As the situation within the base began to stabilize, news reached Kong Jianming that they had apprehended infiltrators. A total of 14 individuals had been captured. According to their account, there were 15 infiltrators in total, one of whom had been slain by Jing Mo eagerly awaiting news. Su Nian and Jing Mo conferred with Kong Jianming before proceeding to meet him. En route, Su Nian inquired of Jing Mo, "What will you do if those behind this are of the same origin as you?" Chapter 112. Tell me, what is his name? Since they hailed from the same hometown, a meeting was imperative. Su Nian was not surprised by Jing Mo's response. If she were aware of someone else who had been reborn like herself, she too would wish to meet them. As for subsequent matters, they could be addressed after the meeting. Engaged in conversation, Jing Mo maneuvered the electric bike with remarkable speed. Su Nian, seated on the back, couldn't help but smile. Before the apocalypse, she had seldom ridden an electric bike, yet now, it had become a frequent mode of transport. However, it must be noted that the electric bike had its advantages and disadvantages, primarily its sluggish pace. It was only after half an hour that Su Nian and Jing Mo finally arrived at Kong Jianming's location. Evidently, he had been waiting for over 2 hours. Upon their arrival, he wasted no time in leading them further inside. After navigating numerous security checks and barriers, they entered a sealed room where they encountered a seated individual. The survivors from the city bore a striking resemblance to one another, making their identities immediately recognizable. In a hushed tone, Kong Jianming introduced the man as the leader of their current operation, possessing the most information about their mission. Both Su Nian and Jing Mo nodded in acknowledgement, directing their attention to the survivor. The man appeared injured, though the wounds were not severe. Jing Mo, however, exhibited no concern for his injuries, nor the severity thereof.
Speak,
he commanded. "What do you want me to say?" The man retorted, lifting his gaze to meet Jing Mo's. "Tell us about your leader." "Why should I divulge anything to you? Don't presume that just because you have captured me, I am obliged to comply." Jing Mo remained silent, instead reaching into his satchel. Observing this, Kong Jianming gasped, "Jing Mo, you." However, before he could finish, Jing Mo produced a fluffy, steaming white bun. It appeared freshly made, radiating warmth and emitting a tantalizing aroma. As he held it, Jing Mo's slender fingers pressed gently, creating an indentation in the bun. It was evident that this bun would be exceptionally tender. Kong Jianming momentarily lost his train of thought, captivated by the sight of the bun in Jing Mo's hand. Though he too had access to white buns, it had been ages since he had encountered one so soft, devoid of any grainy texture. Jing Mo tore the bun in half, releasing the savory scent of meat. To his astonishment, the bun was filled with a meatball the size of a ping-pong ball nestled within its center. The combined aroma of the meat and the bun permeated the already enclosed room, intensifying the fragrance. Jing Mo nonchalantly rotated his wrist. "If you choose not to speak, this delectable meat-filled bun will be mine to enjoy alone." Kong Jianming thought, what on earth is a meat-filled bun? A bun is a bun. And a dumpling is a dumpling. What nonsense is this? Yet, the bun in question was indeed a meat-filled bun, leaving Kong Jianming at a loss for words to refute. Initially, he had feared that the man might be uncooperative, and Jing Mo, in a fit of anger, would resort to violence. Yet now, Kong Jianming realized that killing him would be far too merciful. Instead, tantalizing him with something he could not have was a far more effective method of torture. Observing the growing desire in the man's eyes and expression, Kong Jianming understood that Jing Mo's tactic was indeed successful. Jing Mo cast a glance at the man. "Whether you choose to speak or remain silent is entirely up to you." The man swallowed hard. "If you let me have that bun, I will tell you everything." Heaven knows how long it had been since he last tasted a meat-filled bun. No, he had never tasted one at all. Yet now he yearned for it more than anything. Upon hearing his words, Jing Mo let out a derisive snort. "Eat and then tell me? If I truly allowed you to eat, would you still speak? Are you overly naive, or do you perceive me as a fool? I shall grant you one final opportunity. Speak now, and I might just allow you to partake in this bun filled with stuffing. Otherwise, I shall have to bestow it upon your companions. With so many of you, surely one among you is eager to eat and willing to speak. Is that not so? Speak." "I shall speak at once." The man ceased his bargaining, his tone resolute. "Our king has commanded us to address him as such." He possesses a head of ash-gray hair, claiming it to be natural. His garments are of peculiar fabric, unlike anything I have ever encountered. He professes to have constructed an underground city, promising sustenance as long as we heed his words. It is not food, but rather a drink. Once consumed, one feels neither hunger nor thirst. Though it preserves life, its taste is utterly disagreeable, and I do not favor it. I still prefer the bun filled with stuffing that you hold. Jing Imo furrowed his brow, interrupting him. Get to the point. The crux of the matter. The man hesitated momentarily. The point? What constitutes the point? For these past years, we have been living in the underground city, devoid of sunlight. Thankfully, we have not frozen to death, nor have we starved, but that is the extent of our fortune. He does not allow us to be satiated. Instead, he commands us to seek out survivors. The men must obey him, while the young and attractive women are all taken into his harem. I do not wish to perish. I must obey him. He sends us to seize food, to assault bases, providing us weapons that are powerful yet scarce. He also instructs us to infiltrate the bases, claiming we must coordinate from within. That is all I know. I have shared everything. Will you not let me eat now? The man gazed longingly at the bun filled with stuffing in Jingmo's hand, swallowing repeatedly. Jing Imo stepped closer. Then tell me, what is his name? I do not know. I genuinely do not know. He declared that we are unworthy of knowing his name. We are to refer to him simply as the king. He states that we are a lower race, claiming he can live for a very long time, stating his prowess in conquering bases and ruling over the entire Blue Star. We are merely to follow his commands. Listening to this, Su Nian's brow furrowed deeper. From this discourse alone, it was clear that the self-proclaimed king was quite deranged. Chapter 113, 14 Maps. The Qing dynasty has been gone for many years, and yet he still calls himself a king and has a harem. Just hearing this description made Su Nian's hands itch. She now wished to find this king and strike him down. Jing Imo handed the half of the bun that was not filled with stuffing to the man. Eat up. The man accepted the half bun and began ravenously shoving it into his mouth. Within mere moments, he had devoured the majority of it. His cheeks bulged, and Su Nian doubted he could properly chew the bun. Yet before she could ponder further, he had swallowed the entire morsel, choking slightly as he extended his neck and widened his eyes. Once he had managed to swallow, he looked at Jing Imo with longing. What about the rest? Will you not give me that? His desire for meat was palpable, even if unvoiced. Jing Imo chuckled softly. Tell me where your underground city is, and I shall give you the rest. Having already been captured, there was no hesitation from the man as he nodded repeatedly. I am a native of Rihe City. There is no place within the city that I do not know. Give me a map, and I will mark the location for you. Jing Imo reached into her bag, retrieving a map along with a pen. The man took the pen, scrutinized the map for a moment, and then circled a location. Right here. Jing Imo kept her promise, handing over the remaining half of the bun filled with stuffing. Enjoy it. The man took it, ready to devour it, but froze at her words. Ignoring his reaction, Jing Imo turned and walked towards the exit. Su Nian and Kong Jianming followed her, and as they reached the door, they heard the man break down in tears. It was only after they exited the room that Jing Imo turned back, perplexed. Why is he crying? Kong Jianming looked at Jing Imo in disbelief. Did you really tell him to enjoy it? How could he not cry? Jing Imo, bewildered, replied, Is there an issue with what I said? He surely has not eaten meat in a long time. I merely encouraged him to savor it. After all, who knows when he might eat again?
Kong Jianming.
He thought you meant he should eat well to prepare for the journey ahead.
Ying Montak?
That was not my intention. That was his own interpretation. Listening to their exchange, Su Nian shook her head in exasperation. This is why it is often said that men remain youthful in spirit until the very end. The combined age of these two is well over several decades, yet their dialogue is so juvenile. Before Su Nian could interject, Kong Jianming adopted a serious demeanor, stating, The fog is thick everywhere. Distinguishing directions is difficult, let alone searching for an underground city in the urban landscape. Moreover, we cannot ascertain the truth of his words. Jing Imo nodded. I understand. There are still over a dozen individuals left, and we shall question each one to see if their answers align. By the way, do you have more than a dozen maps? With the conversation reaching this juncture, Kong Jianming had no choice but to affirm. promptly making a phone call to have the maps brought over. After hanging up, he inquired, "Does your bag contain a dozen more buns filled with stuffing?" "This bag is not very large. How could it possibly hold that much?" Jing Mo glanced at Su Nian. "My bag cannot hold it, but hers can." Su Nian nodded and opened her satchel to reveal its contents to Kong Jianming. He leaned in to take a look and indeed saw some buns inside. However, they were significantly smaller than the one Jing Mo had produced earlier. "Why are these so small?" Kong Jianming asked, puzzled. Could it be they were not steamed in the same batch? Su Nian, with utmost seriousness, explained, "Handcrafted items vary in size." Upon hearing this, Kong Jianming found her reasoning compelling and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they met with the remaining 13 individuals, who also marked the location of the underground city on the map. Once they emerged, Kong Jianming led them to an office, laying out all 14 maps on the table. Each map depicted a different location. As Su Nian viewed the locations, she couldn't help but smile. Rihi City was not vast, and yet these 14 individuals had evenly distributed their marked positions across 14 distinct sites. Kong Jianming stroked his chin, pondering, if the 15th individual had not been killed by you, wouldn't there be yet another location? Su Nian nodded. Given the current situation, that seems likely. It appears that they had made prior arrangements. As Kong Jianming spoke, a serious expression gradually settled upon his face. The positions they discussed were fabricated. Even though their words bore a semblance of truth, it was not guaranteed that all of it was genuine. This matter requires meticulous investigation, and the base will subsequently dispatch personnel into the city for verification. Would you prefer to return and await further news? However, Jing Mo shook his head. The more he wished to evade discovery, the more determined I became to unearth him. You delegating personnel is your concern, but I intend to venture into the city, Jing Mo declared, casting a glance towards Su Nian. Before he could utter another word, Su Nian nodded in agreement, expressing her own desire to accompany him. Her Tang Dao was eager for action. Kong Jianming recognized that both Su Nian and Jing Mo were resolute individuals. Once they had made up their minds, no amount of persuasion from him would alter their resolve. Since you have decided to proceed, why not join my personnel for mutual support? He suggested. Su Nian, however, declined, stating, "No, we prefer to operate independently." She truly did not wish to compromise her comfort by joining Kong Jianming's team, which would likely entail hardship and discomfort. Kong Jianming then turned to Jing Mo. "Do you share this sentiment?" Jing Mo nodded affirmatively. "In that case, I shall say no more. Just exercise caution. By the way, there are likely numerous pests in the city. I will provide you with some insecticide to take along." This time, Su Nian and Jing Mo did not refuse. The insecticide was indeed essential. Otherwise, they would struggle to find rest. Nevertheless, they compensated for the supplies in accordance with the current pricing set by the base. Upon departure, Su Nian and Jing Mo took with them a map denoting the 14 locations. Chapter 114. Entering the city. Although they were aware that these locations might be false, at the very least, they served as a reference, thus they decided to bring them along. In addition to the map, they also carried the insecticide, filling both the electric vehicle and Su Nian's hands to capacity. Such an abundance of insecticide would sustain them for a considerable duration. Unlike others who prepared equipment for departure, Su Nian and Jing Mo returned home and rested thoroughly for a day. The following morning, they drove directly to the base entrance in Jing Mo's vehicle. With Kong Jianming's acknowledgement, they successfully exited the base. Once outside, they could afford to increase their speed slightly, not due to clearer visibility, but because the area surrounding the base was devoid of the throngs of people within. However, the pests outside were overwhelming in number, creating a veritable infestation. The vehicle's tires crushed the insects beneath, producing a cacophony of popping sounds. The very sound evoked vivid imagery in Su Nian's mind, making her skin crawl despite her accustomedness to such sights. As Jing Mo drove, Su Nian held the map, inquiring, "Which location shall we visit first?" Jing Mo smiled, suggesting, "Let us begin with the nearest one." They had deliberated this matter seriously, recognizing that not all locations were necessarily false. Perhaps a genuine site lay hidden among them. Regardless of their authenticity, exploring them was undoubtedly worthwhile. The base was situated several dozen kilometers from Rihi City. Although Jing Mo's speed was somewhat swifter than within the base, it was still relatively restrained. A thick fog enveloped the area, preventing him from accelerating too rapidly. Thus, the journey of several dozen kilometers stretched into an entire day. During midday, they paused to enjoy lunch in the vehicle. In the afternoon, Nian took the wheel. By the time they approached the city, it was already around 5 or 6 in the evening. Although this hour was not particularly late, the dense fog rendered visibility nearly non-existent. Nian halted the vehicle, stating, "I will disembark and clear the obstacles ahead." Due to earthquakes, the city's skyscrapers had collapsed, leaving the roads uneven and strewn with debris. When they last visited the city, such obstructions had impeded their progress. At that time, with Kong Jianming and others present, Nian had refrained from taking action. However, with only the two of them now, there were no reservations. Upon hearing Nian's intention to exit the vehicle, Mo promptly declared, "I'll accompany you." Nian did not refuse. Unfamiliar with the city's conditions, they could not predict whether enemies might suddenly emerge from the fog. Remaining together would help mitigate unforeseen dangers. As Nian gathered the debris into her spatial pocket, she discovered that as long as the objects she touched were interconnected, she could collect them all at once. Thus, by merely crouching down and grasping a brick, she was able to gather everything scattered across the ground. Naturally, she had no intention of keeping the debris, as it served little purpose. Once the path was cleared, Nian cast the bricks and cement aside. The insects that had been collected alongside the debris were, of course, dead, and were disposed of as well. The two returned to the vehicle, this time allowing Mo to drive. The car proceeded slowly, taking over half an hour to reach their nearest marked location. What was once an office building now lay in ruins, utterly unrecognizable. Nian illuminated the area with a powerful flashlight, but could only discern a limited distance. Searching for an entrance to the underground city amidst such rubble proved to be a formidable challenge. Just as Nian was about to speak, she caught a glimpse of a shadow darting through the fog. The figure moved with such swiftness that, even upon seeing it, Nian found herself questioning the reality of her observation. Yet, upon turning to Mo and seeing him nod in affirmation, she realized that her vision had not deceived her. "Shall we pursue it?" Nian inquired. "Absolutely." They agreed, and together they set off in the direction where the shadow had vanished. Traversing the ruins was inherently challenging, especially with their visibility impaired, which hindered their pace. Nevertheless, they were not the type to yield easily. Even as the terrain grew treacherous beneath their feet, they pressed on. The individual ahead seemed unprepared for their pursuit, initially slowing down until they began to close the gap, at which point they accelerated once more. Those who lived among the ruins possessed a better understanding of the terrain and were naturally quicker. Mo reached out to grasp Nian's arm, saying, "Let us not chase any longer." Nian complied, recognizing that their unfamiliarity with the city's dynamics rendered such a pursuit unwise. They turned back, retracing their steps. In a location unseen by the two, the shadow lingered, regretfully observing their departing figures. Upon returning to the vehicle, Nian and Mo first cleared the insects from the car doors before climbing inside. As the hour grew late, they decided to seek a place to rest, resolving to address the remaining matters the following day. Camping is out of the question. There are insects everywhere outside. After locating a suitable spot, Nian promptly stored the vehicle in her space and retrieved a motorhome. This was the first time the motorhome had been utilized since its purchase. Nian and Mo sprayed insect repellent around the exterior of the motorhome and on the ground surrounding it, scattering powder as well. Once these tasks were completed, the two of them boarded the motorhome and closed the door. The motorhome was quite spacious, featuring a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom equipped for bathing and laundry, as well as a bedroom. Although such a vehicle consumed a bit more fuel, it served as an exceptionally comfortable mobile home. After all, Nian had her space. While driving, they could opt for a more fuel-efficient vehicle, and when rest was needed, they could simply bring out the motorhome. Naturally, this arrangement was feasible only for the two of them. If they were accompanied by others, such a luxury would be impossible. This was also the reason they chose to decline traveling with Kong Jianming's group. The two of them took turns washing up in the bathroom and changing clothes before sitting together in the living room to dine. The meals were conveniently retrieved from the space, and once they finished, they simply collected the dishes and could immediately rest. Despite the sturdy nature of the motorhome, they decided to take turns keeping watch throughout the night. In Chapter 115, who do you take us for? Jing Mo urged Su Nian to sleep first while he kept watch for the first half of the night. Su Nian did not argue and went directly to the bedroom to rest. As Jing Mo watched the bedroom door close, he turned off the remaining lights in the vehicle and made his way to the driver's seat. Sitting there, he gazed out the window into the pitch-black expanse, unable to see anything. The surrounding silence was profound, allowing Jing Mo to hear his own breathing and the incessant sounds of insects crawling outside. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze deepened with contemplation. Until now, Jing Mo had believed he was the sole occupant of this planet. Yet, the truth revealed that others had also arrived here. Individuals who were unwilling to settle for an ordinary existence. The desire to dominate and rule is not uncommon among those who traverse the stars. Otherwise, he would not have become a weapons dealer. However, in this ravaged world, harboring ambitions of conquest and inciting war with possessions brought from the cosmos felt excessive. Jing Mo did not consider himself a good person, nor did he deem himself a villain. Since he was aware of this truth and had encountered it, he could not simply ignore it. When he eventually found that person, he intended to closely observe how they aspired to rule. Su Nian lay on the motorhome's bed, experiencing a fleeting moment of discomfort. After all, nothing could compare to the familiar feel of her own bed. Nevertheless, she was not a picky individual, and the discomfort was merely momentary. With her eyes closed, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. Just before sleeping, Su Nian set an alarm. Her sleep was so profound that she did not even dream, achieving remarkable quality rest. The moment the alarm rang, Su Nian instantly opened her eyes and sat up. Without affording her brain time to react, she swiftly opened the door and stepped outside. Although the interior was shrouded in darkness, Su Nian accurately made her way to the driver's seat. Before she could utter a word, Jing Mo turned to her, asking if she was awake and how she had slept. "Very well. You should hurry and rest," she replied. "All right," Jing Mo agreed, rising to move to the back, while Su Nian took his place at the wheel. Outside, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility. In the darkness, it felt as though she was the only one present. Yet, Su Nian felt no fear. She had encountered similar scenes countless times in her previous life. At least now, there was someone in the bedroom behind her who would guard her during the first part of the night, allowing her to sleep soundly. Su Nian sat quietly, watching as the outside world gradually illuminated. Feeling it was time, she proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Just as she finished, Jing Mo emerged from the bedroom. After they shared breakfast, they both disembarked from the motorhome. Su Nian stored the motorhome away, and together with Jing Mo, they began their search among the ruins. Even in broad daylight, they needed to wield powerful flashlights to discern their surroundings. After a day of searching, they found no clues regarding the underground city, and the fleeting figure they had encountered the previous day had vanished entirely. In this vast city, it seemed as though they were the only two beings amidst the endless swarm of insects. Marking an X on the map at their current location, Su Nian retrieved Jing Mo's vehicle and set off toward their next destination. "Let us head to the city center. We can disregard the surroundings for now," Jing Mo suggested. Su Nian concurred with Jing Mo's assessment. It was not that they had any particular suspicions, rather it was an instinctive feeling. Sometimes, trusting one's intuition proved to be the right choice. Their second destination was a villa district. The houses in this area were not tall, constructed primarily with solid materials, and exhibited decent seismic resistance. Compared to other locales, the destruction here was not overly severe. At least some houses had only their upper levels collapsed, while the lower walls remained intact. As Su Nian and Jing Mo disembarked from the vehicle, they prepared to search each building in turn. Just as they rounded a wall that had not been completely destroyed, a figure charged toward them at an astonishing speed, wielding a rusted knife aimed directly at Su Nian. She swiftly tilted her head to evade the attack, simultaneously raising her foot and delivering a kick toward the assailant. Su Nian had assumed that someone bold enough to emerge from hiding to ambush them would possess decent skills. However, to her surprise, her instinctive kick sent the individual flying. Even Su Nian herself was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the person being hurled through the air and crashing heavily to the ground. After a brief moment, she recalled that she had fully absorbed the evolution serums, enhancing not only her lifespan but her physical prowess as well. The kick she had delivered, despite being unintentional, was not to be underestimated. The assailant lay on the ground, surrounded by debris, clearly having sustained significant injury. Although his legs were still capable of movement, he lacked the strength to rise. Su Nian and Jing Mo approached him slowly, and before they could speak, the man on the ground remarked, "What? Afraid I would find you, and now you're ready to kill me?" Hearing this, both Su Nian and Jing Mo paused in surprise, though the statement seemed disjointed. It was evident that it was not directed at them. More accurately, the man had mistaken them for someone else. Su Nian did not believe he was speaking nonsense. His tone and the hatred reflected in his eyes were unmistakable. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Who do you take us for?" At the sound of her voice, Yang Wen's Hong froze, his expression one of disbelief. His words were peculiar, leaving Su Nian perplexed. And what of it? With great difficulty, Yang Wen's Hong struggled to rise from the ground, inching closer to Su Nian. Upon witnessing his actions, Su Nian instinctively took a step back. Nonetheless, Yang Wendon was able to discern her brows and eyes that were not concealed by her mask. "You are truly a girl," he exclaimed, his tone imbued with a complexity that piqued Su Nian's curiosity. "You..." Su Nian barely began to speak before being interrupted. "Did you come from the base? I advise you to return promptly. This place is vastly different from the base. You, especially you, are not safe here." The latter part was directed at Su Nian. Confused, she thought that if he had something to say, he should articulate it clearly. Speaking only halfway was far less helpful than remaining silent. "There is someone here. A man who is capturing women. Staying here poses a significant danger. Depart from this place and return to the base for your safety." Chapter 116. This is your reward. Upon hearing this, Su Nian and Jing Mo exchanged glances. What could this be? To have traversed far and wide only to find it effortlessly. They had spent 2 days amidst the debris teeming with insects in search of the entrance to the underground city and that elusive individual. Now, having encountered someone who shared information pertinent to the underground city, Su Nian and Jing Mo had no intention of leaving. Instead, they were eager to inquire further. Su Nian scrutinized the individual before her. "Do you know where the underground city is? Have you seen that person?" Yang Wendon hesitated for a moment, then furrowed his brow. "I have already stated that this city is not safe. His men are everywhere. If they discover you, they will undoubtedly devise ways to capture you, and escaping will become exceedingly difficult." Listening to Yang Wendon's words, Su Nian recognized his well-meaning warning and responded with utmost courtesy. "We come from the base with the sole purpose of locating the underground city and that individual." Perhaps Su Nian's directness caught Yang Wendon off guard, for he appeared momentarily stunned. After a considerable pause, he inquired, "Do you also have a vendetta against him?" "Also?" Su Nian's statement was declarative, not interrogative. "Indeed. Of course," she replied, her voice low yet laced with palpable animosity. Just as she was about to speak again, she noticed insects crawling upon Yang Wendon. Frowning, Su Nian remarked, "This is not an appropriate place for conversation. Where do you take refuge?" "Follow me." Yang Wendon led the way, while Jing Mo and Su Nian trailed behind. After a 10-minute trek, the trio arrived at what remained of a reasonably intact villa on the ground floor. Although it had been over 3 years since the apocalypse, compounded by a massive earthquake and the encroachment of insects, the remnants of the villa's decor suggested it once belonged to the affluent. The interior was dilapidated, devoid of furniture, with signs of a fire pit in the center, and nearby lay a stone slab. Yang Wendon rummaged through the ruins to unearth firewood. The size and cut of the wood indicated it was likely concealed by him after a search. Shortly thereafter, he kindled a fire. With the flickering flames, the insects around the fire pit gradually retreated, creating a veritable vacuum free from pests. "Come sit over here." Su Nian and Jing Mo approached, but did not immediately take a seat. They retrieved insect repellent from their backpacks, spraying the room and sprinkling insecticide powder. The unpleasant odor filled the air, but it effectively sent the insects fleeing or meeting their demise, at last granting them a reprieve from the incessant crawling. Jing Mo procured 2 stones, struck them together, and both he and Su Nian sat upon them. Throughout their efforts, Yang Wendon observed in silence. Only after Su Nian and Jing Mo had settled did he break the silence. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Su Nian turned her gaze towards Yang Wendon, his expression serious under the fire's glow. It seemed that this question was of utmost importance to him, overshadowing all else. After contemplating for a moment, she replied, "Whether or not I have a grudge is yet uncertain. It may develop in the future. If that person truly shares a background akin to Jing Mo's. The line between foe and ally remains ambiguous. Currently, there is no animosity, but that could change." Yang Wendan furrowed his brow even further. What does that imply? At this juncture, Jing Mo interjected. Previously, he dispatched individuals to seize grain from the base S plantation and even orchestrated attacks against it. Although the damages were not extensive, the base cannot simply overlook such actions. Upon hearing Jing Mo's words, Yang Wendan's brow relaxed slightly. So you're working on behalf of the base. Having come first to gather intelligence? That explains much. Noting Yang Wendan's lack of surprise, Jing Mo raised an eyebrow. Are you aware of these matters? Yang Wendan shook his head. I cannot claim to know, but it is not difficult to surmise. He is indeed the type to engage in such actions. You're quite familiar with him? Have you known him before? Yang Wendan's demeanor shifted to one of coldness. Who says one must be acquainted to understand? Oftentimes, those who know you best are not your closest allies, but rather your adversaries. Jing Mo concurred. There is truth in that statement. Yang Wendan fell silent, and the three were enveloped in a hushed stillness. Su Nian gazed at Yang Wendan, her curiosity piqued to inquire about him. However, the words lingered on her tongue, and she ultimately refrained from prying into his personal matters, recognizing their unfamiliarity. Shifting the conversation, Su Nian revisited her earlier query. Do you know where the underground city is located? I only have a rough idea of its location. Yang Wendan replied, his voice tinged with a slight rasp. There are far too many people there. I cannot approach them. Do you wish to enter?
Yes.
Then guide us to that place, and we shall take you in. Upon hearing Su Nian's proposition, Yang Wendan abruptly lifted his head to meet her gaze. Even in the brightness of the flames, the glimmer in his eyes could not be concealed. Su Nian was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of his gaze, unsure whether it was the brilliance in his eyes or the firelight that illuminated them so vividly.
Very well.
Tomorrow I will lead you there. Jing Mo, having listened intently, finally spoke again. What is your name? Yang Wendan. I am Jing Mo. And I am Su Nian. Yang Wendan nodded in acknowledgement, but fell silent once more. The fire continued to burn, its crackling sounds punctuating the silence. Su Nian glanced at her wrist, noting the time had reached 7 in the evening.
It was mealtime.
Just last night, Su Nian and Jing Mo had bathed in their RV and shared dinner together. Yet tonight, circumstances were evidently different. Su Nian opened her backpack and retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, this marked Su Nian's second encounter with such rations. The compressed biscuits had been taken at random, and she could hardly recall their flavor. However, to her, all compressed biscuits tasted alike. Casting a glance at Yang Wendan, she tossed him a pack as well. Yang Wendan instinctively caught it but showed no intention of opening it. Instead, he handed it back to Su Nian. Without waiting for him to speak, Su Nian declared, "You will guide us to find the underground city. This is your reward." Yang Wendan furrowed his brow. I intended to go as well. That is your affair, Su Nian interjected. If you take us, we shall compensate you. After saying this, Su Nian averted her gaze from Yang Wendan and proceeded to unwrap the packaging in her hands. Chapter 117. In the apocalypse, everyone has a story. The package contained compressed biscuits, with 5 smaller packets inside, each portion representing a meal. Yang Wendan held the compressed biscuits, but did not hasten to consume them. His eyes lingered on the pristine packaging, imbued with nostalgia and regret, tinged with a hint of remorse. Su Nian had already unwrapped her biscuits and was consuming them slowly, while keeping an eye on Yang Wendan. She could sense that he was enveloped in a palpable sadness. Su Nian was unaware of the memories that haunted Yang Wendan, but in this apocalyptic world, each individual carried their own narrative. After all,
no one is born a solitary being.
The compressed biscuits Su Nian was eating were of the original flavor, imparting a subtle grain aroma. However, in terms of texture and taste, they were rather mediocre. She nibbled at the biscuits, finishing one piece before sipping some water, which sufficed to quell her hunger. Glancing at her water bottle, she hesitated for a moment, then reached into her bag to retrieve a mineral water bottle filled with water. This was not merely a bottle of mineral water. The packaging had long been torn away, and the bottle had been opened, containing water that had been boiled and cooled for consumption. Soon Nian tossed the water towards Yang Wendong, who caught it without fail, this time accepting it without refusal. He carefully twisted off the cap and brought the bottle to his lips, taking a small sip. His movements were cautious and reverent. Soon Nian understood that Yang Wendong's carefulness was not solely due to the fear of spilling but stemmed from a long-standing scarcity of water that had instilled in him a profound respect for it. He could not afford to waste a single drop, as each was immensely precious. As temperatures rose and the snow melted, the base was not lacking in water. But the urban area presented a different scenario. Soon Nian was unaware of what Yang Wendong had consumed or drunk prior, but his demeanor indicated that he had not fared well. Yang Wendong harbored no aversion towards the base and could easily have ventured there, yet he remained intent on entering the underground city. Soon Nian redirected her gaze and leaned against Jing Mo's shoulder. That night, the three of them took turns keeping watch, and the night passed peacefully. Upon awakening the following morning, Soon Nian seized the opportunity to wash up while stepping outside to address personal matters, as did Jing Mo. It was not that they wished to exclude Yang Wendong from this routine. Rather, the current circumstances did not permit such indulgence. If Yang Wendong was cautious even while drinking water, how could they bring him along for washing up? This was not an act of kindness. In her previous life, Soon Nian had not lived much better than Yang Wendong did now. She could empathize with some of his feelings. Breakfast consisted once again of compressed biscuits and water. This time, Yang Wendong consumed his food with great seriousness, intent on filling himself to gather enough strength. Only then could he hope to enter the underground city and find that person. Only then could he exact his revenge. After the three were prepared, they set off, first heading to the vehicle parked by the roadside. Inside the car, Yang Wendong studied the map intently for a considerable time before designating a direction. Jing Mo drove, the headlights fully illuminated, with an additional spotlight mounted on the roof to guide them through the fog, preventing collisions or falls into ditches. Soon Nian glanced back at Yang Wendong in the rear seat. How much do you know about the underground city and him? Do you know his name? Yang Wendong frowned. I have never entered. I have only heard some things. He allows others to call him king, but I do not know his actual name. Then, tell me what you do know. It seems the underground city is quite vast, divided into many areas. Just he alone occupies half of it, designated for his harem. This was the second time Soon Nian had heard the term harem. When Yang Wendong uttered those words, they seemed forced from between clenched teeth, imbued with profound disgust and hatred. Though Soon Nian was unaware of the events that had transpired in his life, his attitude suggested a deep connection to this harem. Soon Nian had no interest in unearthing others' wounds. She had asked what needed to be asked and chose to remain silent thereafter. The vehicle glided along the road. The sound of crunching beneath them as they ran over insects echoed incessantly. Yet, the three within the car appeared oblivious to it all, offering no reaction. It was not until 2 hours later that the vehicle came to a halt. Yang Wendong disembarked, surveyed the surroundings, and nodded. This is the vicinity. Soon Nian and Jing Mo followed suit, each shouldering a backpack. Since this is the case, we cannot proceed by car any longer. The vehicle is too conspicuous and noisy, likely to attract unnecessary trouble. Jing Mo handed Yang Wendong a dagger. Take this, can you use it? Yang Wendong grasped the dagger tightly with both hands. I can. Yang Wendong led the way, with Soon Nian and Jing Mo following closely behind. He did not walk quickly, frequently stopping to ascertain their direction. Soon Nian and Jing Mo were unhurried, simply trailing behind him. After more than half an hour, the trio came to a halt, not because they had found an entrance, but because they heard voices nearby. The area was filled with ruins and thick fog, making it easy to conceal oneself. The three swiftly took cover, as the voices and footsteps grew ever nearer. Catch women, where do we find women now? One voice exclaimed. Where in this entire city are there still women? Enough, shut your mouth. Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you've left the underground city. Am I talking nonsense? He constantly orders us to catch women, yet we only stand by and watch. Can he possibly use them all by himself? He speaks of treating us to a life of luxury, yet it seems he is the only one living well. What are we? We are mere servants. What do you want to do? Do you want to leave? I'm not leaving. If you're not leaving, then why are you here whining?
Can I say something?
Their footsteps gradually receded, and their voices faded away. Only once they were completely out of earshot did Su Nian and the others emerge from their hiding place among the ruins. From the context of their conversation, it seemed they had just exited the underground city. If they followed the direction from which they came, would they not find the entrance to the underground city? The three exchanged glances, needing no words to convey their shared thoughts, and immediately began to move in the direction the two had come from. As they walked, they did not seek speed, instead placing their feet lightly to avoid making unnecessary noise. As time passed, the sounds of footsteps around them increased. Even without sighting anyone, the cacophony of footsteps indicated that many people were nearby. Chapter 118. This is my path. With each step forward, the trio exercised extreme caution. After all, the gathering throng made it uncertain whether they might encounter those individuals around the next corner. Fortunately, they were cautious enough and fortunate enough that the group gradually dispersed without crossing paths with them. Listening to their departing words, Su Nian discerned their intentions. They were on a quest to find survivors in this city, preferably females, to bring back and add to that king's harem. Just hearing this filled Su Nian with a murderous rage. She did not consider herself a bloodthirsty individual. Yet some people truly do not deserve to live, and certainly not to thrive. Jing Mo retrieved a bulky device resembling an old mobile phone from his backpack, fiddling with it for a moment before speaking in a hushed tone. I know where the entrance lies. You too, follow me. Without uttering a single word of inquiry, Su Nian complied immediately. Yang Wendong did likewise. The trio crept forward, with Jing Mo occasionally adjusting their course. After several minutes of stealthy movement through the thick fog ahead, a faint outline of an iron door could be discerned. There were guards stationed outside, making a silent entry impossible. However, having reached this point, Su Nian and Jing Mo had no intention of approaching quietly. Jing Mo glanced at Yang Wendong. You focus on yourself, no matter what you see.
Do not make a sound.
Yang Wendong nodded in agreement. Observing his newfound silence, Su Nian regarded him with a hint of admiration. Neither she nor Jing Mo expected much assistance from Yang Wendong. As long as he did not become a hindrance, that was sufficient. The current circumstances validated that Yang Wendong was indeed not a liability. Jing Mo swiftly assembled various components of a submachine gun from his backpack, completing the weapon in record time. Su Nian mirrored his actions precisely. The speed at which they worked left Yang Wendong in awe, feeling that his eyes could scarcely keep up. Not only were his eyes struggling, but his mind was also overwhelmed. Who were these individuals? What else did their backpacks contain? Before Yang Wendong could delve further into his thoughts, the sound of a body collapsing to the ground interrupted him. He looked ahead to see the guards stationed at the iron door now sprawled on the ground, lifeless. Yang Wendong opened his mouth, intending to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He remembered Jing Mo's admonition to remain silent no matter what he witnessed. Although his movements were subtle and soundless, Su Nian was keenly aware of him. Noticing his hesitation, a slight smirk graced Su Nian's lips. This guide was rather commendable. With the guard dispatched, Jing Mo took the lead, while Su Nian signaled for Yang Wendong to follow, placing herself at the rear. The trio hastily approached the iron door, only to discover it was unlocked and could be pushed open with ease. Su Nian raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Was the king overly confident? Or was this not the entrance to the underground city? Regardless, they would need to enter to uncover the truth. Jing Mo was the first to step through the door, with Yang Wendong closely behind, and Su Nian following suit. The interior was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Dim bulbs hung on the walls, casting a faint glow that allowed them to discern their surroundings. After walking a few meters inward, they encountered an underground passageway. It was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. They descended the entrance, using the meager light from the walls to guide their steps. Though their vision was somewhat obscured, it served to better conceal them. If bright lights illuminated their path, others would spot them from afar, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Upon descending the final step, they encountered a fork in the path. The three routes appeared indistinguishable, with no signage to indicate where each led. Jing Mo turned to Su Nian. Which way should we go? Since neither he nor Su Nian was familiar with the route, Jing Mo's inquiry was merely an invitation for Su Nian to choose. Without much deliberation, Su Nian pointed to the rightmost path. Let us take this one. Just as Jing Mo was about to agree, Yang Wendong interjected. You two go that way, I'll take a different route. Su Nian and Jing Mo exchanged puzzled glances.
Why?
Yang Wendong gestured towards the middle path. My instincts tell me the person I'm looking for is down this way. Su Nian and Jing Mo shared a knowing look. Before they could respond, Yang Wendong continued. You go your way and I'll go mine. This is the path I've chosen, and I intend to follow it. Hearing his resolve, Su Nian and Jing Mo refrained from pressing further, simply advising, be careful. In the dim light, Yang Wendong's eyes gleamed with determination. I will.
With that,
He briskly strode toward the middle path, his large strides quickly carrying him into the shadows. Su Nian and Jing Mo wasted no time and proceeded down the right corridor. With only the two of them, their conversation flowed freely. Curiosity piqued, Jing Mo asked Su Nian, why did you choose this path? Su Nian shook her head, offering no elaborate explanation. If pressed for a reason, it was simply intuition. This is the route I wish to take. Upon hearing this, Jing Mo grasped Su Nian's hand, affirming, no matter which path you choose, I will accompany you. Turning to meet Jing Mo's gaze in the dim light, they could still discern each other's expressions clearly. Moments later, they both turned away, resuming their purposeful strides forward. The passage was lengthy, with dim bulbs intermittently illuminating the walls, casting a faint glow on the ground below. They encountered no one along the way until nearing a corner, where muffled voices reached their ears. A man's voice grumbled lowly, damn it. We're stuck here guarding every day, we're becoming doormen ourselves. Another retorted, what do you expect? You think we can just leave the door open and stroll in?
Ugh.
You can't be serious, right? You're not actually considering it, are you?
Hey.
I never said I wouldn't. Since we're both on the same page. Why not just, Chapter 119, the beautiful woman delivered to their doorstep. What are you suggesting? You can't be serious. You want to die? I still want to live. What else with that, third brother? You brought it up first, and now I'm agreeing with you. Yet you're saying this? No, bro. I was just speaking off the cuff. I didn't really mean it. Third brother, quit with the nonsense. Don't you really want it? Think about it. How long has it been since you've been with a woman? Besides, she's not coming to us anyway. We can do as we please. But what if they scream? They didn't want to be here in the first place. Let them scream. Even if they shout to the heavens, no one will come to rescue them. Once we have indulged ourselves, we shall devise a means to deal with them. After all, they have perished before, haven't they? Each one of them harbors a desire for death, do they not? We shall send them on their way, and they will express gratitude to us. But, what is this but? Third brother, just admit whether you dare or not. Very well. Today, I shall heed your advice. That's the spirit. There's no mistake in listening to your brother. As their conversation dwindled, the sound of keys jingling echoed, as if a door were being unlocked. This time, Su Nian did not hesitate. She stepped out from around the corner, raised her submachine gun, and repeatedly pulled the trigger. All her actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. At the moment Su Nian charged forth, Jing Mo followed suit, emerging from around the corner. Jing Mo refrained from firing. Instead, he stood guard for Su Nian. The two men at the door, suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps, turned to look in their direction. However, before they could utter a word, bullets struck them. Their bodies trembled violently, as if electrocuted. It was only after reducing their bodies to a sieve that Su Nian finally halted. The gunfire was silent. Aside from the sound of the two men collapsing and the keys clattering to the ground, nothing else broke the stillness. Su Nian lowered her weapon and strode towards the fallen men. She bent down to collect the keys scattered on the floor, trying each one until she successfully unlocked the imposing iron door before her. As the door swung open, a foul odor rushed out, yet Su Nian did not flinch. Pushing the door wide open, the room was devoid of light, engulfed in darkness. With the door ajar, the dim light from the corridor seeped in, allowing Su Nian to discern the situation within. The space was modest, perhaps only 20 square meters. Against one wall, a dozen women were either crouched or lying down. Their clothing was tattered, barely covering their bodies. Upon the sudden opening of the iron door, they exhibited no reaction, not even glancing towards it. Though their expressions were hidden, Su Nian sensed the overwhelming despair and numbness radiating from them. She remained silent, simply turning to leave. Jing Mo followed her, and together they continued onward. After a short distance, they encountered another corner. This time, there were no voices to be heard, but as Su Nian rounded the corner, someone immediately noticed her.
Who are you?
How did you get in? Su Nian remained mute. The two men approached her, gradually recognizing her features.
Whoa.
A beauty. And she just delivered herself to us. Let us take advantage of Wang not noticing and deal with her first. The two men spoke openly before Su Nian, seemingly unconcerned about her reaction. Driven by base instincts, they had not considered why she had approached them unscathed. As Su Nian drew near, she had concealed her submachine gun, refraining from acting immediately, pondering whether there might still be individuals with a semblance of conscience. However, it now seemed that such hope was a luxury. Su Nian raised her hand, revealing a silver handgun that had appeared in her grasp. With one shot per man, she executed them with precision. The two had no time to comprehend the situation before they collapsed to the ground. Just as Su Nian intended to crouch down, Jing Mo swiftly stepped forward, beating her to it. I'll handle this, he said, his movements deft as he quickly retrieved a set of keys from one of the men. They pressed onward, soon arriving at another iron door. Jing Mo swung it open, and once again, an unpleasant odor wafted out. It was evident that these individuals had been confined, with their basic needs addressed within these walls, the stench unmistakable. Su Nian did not pause. She continued her advance. Eliminating the guards outside and liberating these captives were actions she could and desired to undertake. As for the rest, Su Nian had not contemplated it. She could not enter and assist each person to their feet, listening to their laments, or arranging their futures. Whether one deemed her actions half-hearted or cold-hearted mattered little to her. She had never regarded herself as a truly virtuous person. Her actions were driven solely by her heart. Clearly, this place served as a prison. Su Nian and Jing Mo traversed the corridors, unlocking 4 doors in total. The sum of those within the 4 chambers approached 100 souls. Continuing along the passage, they encountered a door that was evidently locked from the inside. However, this posed no challenge for Su Nian and Jing Mo. Having come this far, they saw no need to conceal their movements. They directly employed their firearms to forcibly dismantle the door. The cacophony they created startled those still in the rooms, who had yet to grasp the situation, prompting them to emerge one by one. As they approached, Su Nian and Jing Mo had already breached the iron door, stepping inside. Ahead lay another long corridor, and they could hear the hurried footsteps of individuals swiftly approaching. As the footsteps drew nearer, they could even hear expletives, clearly expressing displeasure at the commotion. Before long, Su Nian beheld the newcomers. There were 10 of them, dressed sharply and cleanly, distinctly different from the city's survivors they had encountered earlier. They were all armed, displaying firearms at their waists. Upon spotting Su Nian and Jing Mo, the group paused, taken aback.
Who are you?
How did you end up here? Su Nian and Jing Mo offered no reply, instead raising their weapons. The 10 men reacted swiftly, realizing the threat posed, and instinctively reached for their guns. However, they clearly lacked training, their reactions too sluggish. Just as their hands brushed against their sidearms, before they could draw them, they were felled by bullets, their lives extinguished. Those standing behind them turned pale at the sight, fear gripping them. At this moment, they abandoned thoughts of resistance, fleeing in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, no matter how swift a human might be, they could not outrun a bullet. The 2 attempting to escape fell to the ground after only a few strides. As Su Nian and Jing Mo advanced, they did not spare a glance at the fallen. Su Nian pressed forward, while Jing Mo remained observant, offering his insights. The underground city was crudely excavated, but it did not appear to have been manually dug. It was likely created by a type of robotic excavator designed for interstellar use. Hearing this, Su Nian cast a surprised glance at Jing Mo. Such robots exist in the interstellar realm? Indeed. However, they are not common, and are held by a select few. Those individuals merely fly around with these machines, renting them out to those in need. Upon hearing this, Su Nian understood Jing Mo's sudden mention of the subject. So, you mean to say that the individual responsible for constructing this place indeed hails from the stars? Perhaps a contractor specializing in excavation? Jing Mo stifled a laugh upon hearing Su Nian's summary, but managed to maintain a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement. Indeed. Su Nian's words encapsulated the situation with remarkable precision. As they conversed, they finally reached the end of the corridor, where a slightly ajar door revealed a glow seeping through the crack. The radiance suggested that the space beyond was likely quite luminous, perhaps a grand hall of sorts. This time, Jing Imo spoke softly, cautioning Su Nian against acting impulsively. He was uncertain of how many individuals awaited them beyond the door, or whether that person was present. Su Nian nodded, reassured. "I won't act recklessly," she declared, fully aware that impulsiveness was not in her nature. No matter how furious she might feel, she would never engage in actions lacking certainty. After all, it was not by chance that she had survived alone in the apocalypse for a decade without falling victim to others. The two moved stealthily to the door, faint laughter echoing from within. The raucous laughter caused Su Nian to furrow her brow in discontent. As the laughter subsided, a voice emerged, dripping with disdain. "With such meager abilities, you dare come to kill me? You truly overestimate yourself." The speaker, judging by the tone, was likely quite young. His voice was neither melodious nor distinctive, yet the arrogance and contempt within it were glaringly apparent. This very arrogance ignited a flame of fury within Su Nian. Although she could not see the scene unfolding inside, she understood from that single remark that Yang Wendin had likely been captured. Su Nian glanced at Jing Imo, about to speak, when he interjected, "I'll go in first. You assess the situation. I trust you." Without allowing her a moment to respond, Jing Imo pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the earlier voice resounded once more. "Come back." The words trailed off abruptly. Moments later, the voice returned. "Who are you?" Jing Imo regarded the man clad in bright yellow attire with a scoff. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether you still know who you are." I am the king of this underground city," the man declared, eyeing Jing Imo up and down, suddenly realizing.
"I know now."
"You must be the one who came with this filthy insect." It dawned on him why Jing Imo had the audacity to infiltrate the underground city alone. He had found an ally. "From your appearance, you likely haven't lived in the city before. Did you come from the base? What did they send you here for?" Jing Mo's expression remained indifferent.
"Guess."
"Guess? I need not guess. They must have sent you to locate me in this underground city, and once you succeed, you will lead them here to encircle me? Young man, you are far too impatient. Since you've found my location, you should return to bring others back with you. As it stands, it's just the two of you." "Just the two of us is sufficient to kill you," Jing Imo interrupted decisively. The man frowned, glaring at Jing Imo with evident displeasure. "What I detest most is when others interrupt me. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and seize him. I want him in pieces." "Yes." A dozen individuals responded in unison, surrounding Jing Imo. As they advanced, he stood his ground, neither dodging nor flinching. The man burst into laughter. "You are surrendering yourself." Before he could finish, the encircling figures suddenly dispersed like fireworks, soaring into the air before crashing down heavily, silencing them in an instant. The man's words died in his throat, but he was too shocked to feel discomfort. With a hint of fear in his eyes, he looked at Jing Imo. What did you just use?" Jing Imo twirled the laser gun in his hand and raised an eyebrow at the man. "You mean to say we are fellow countrymen, and you have never seen this?" Upon hearing Jing Mo's words, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. However, after an initial shock, he broke into laughter. "I knew it. These ants here lack such capabilities. So, you are just like me. How did you uncover my identity? But that is unimportant. Are you here to join forces with me? Together, we can surely defeat the others and seize Blue Star entirely." Jing Imo softly repeated his words. "The others?" "Yes. The others. We all come from the same place. Why should there be distinctions of rank? Why should they sit high above, while we are relegated to this meager underground city? If you are willing to ally with me, we can first take the first base, and once we amass enough power, we shall deal with them all. Then, Blue Star will be ours, and we shall reign together. Do you know where they are? Others may not know, but I am aware that there is someone thriving at the second base." "How do you know there are others?" When the interstellar space-time turbulence occurred, there were no fewer than 8 ships caught in the vortex. If we could arrive, they surely did too. By the way, I believe I saw that renowned arms dealer, Jing Imo. His ship was at the very center of the vortex. If we could capture him, it would be splendid. He possesses a wealth of weapons. And with those at our disposal, we would fear nothing. Chapter 121. Anyone can perish from too much talk. Jing Mo smirked. How did you recognize that as Jing Mo's ship? Brother, are you jesting with me? Who in the entire galaxy does not recognize Jing Mo's ship?
Oh?
Jing Mo's tone rose slightly. If you recognize his ship, do you not also recognize the man himself? The man felt a twinge of embarrassment. To speak the truth, I feel ashamed. During my time in the stars, I was busy digging holes with my robot, and my encounters with someone like Jing Mo were rather distant. However, I did catch a glimpse of him from afar. He is tall and slender, somewhat resembling you. Listening to his words, Jing Mo chuckled softly. Not somewhat resembling, rather, it is an exact match. As he spoke, the gun in his hand was already aimed at the man, each word articulated with clarity. I am Jing Mo. The man paused in disbelief, then immediately shook his head. Impossible. How could you be Jing Mo? That is absolutely not. Before he could finish his protest, the man's previously drooping hand suddenly lifted, revealing another gun, and his finger swiftly pulled the trigger. Jing Mo observed his movement with a derisive smile. You think you can sneak a shot at me before I can react? It seems you truly underestimate my prowess as a weapons dealer. As he spoke, Jing Mo fired twice. One shot struck the man's wrist, while the other hit his chest. Though the man collapsed to the ground, he did not die instantly. Jing Mo regarded him with mild surprise before realization dawned. Ah, I see. Your heart is on the right side. But no matter. The next shot will be aimed directly at your head. The heart may reside on the right, but I highly doubt the head is situated on your backside. Even if it's truly growing from my backside, it's hardly a matter of concern. It's merely an additional shot to take. Upon hearing this from Jing Mo, even a dullard would comprehend that he harbored genuine murderous intent. Cough. Why must you kill me? We bear no grudges or animosities. Even if I just expressed a desire to seize what is yours, it was merely out of ignorance regarding your identity. Should you be willing, I can heed your commands and serve as your subordinate. That would be no trouble at all. No, there is a problem. Jing Mo coldly interrupted the man. What problem? The issue lies in my utter disdain for subordinates, particularly for someone as worthless as you. I am worthless?
Ha ha ha.
The man burst into a fit of laughter. How can I be considered trash? The true detritus resides on this blue star. A race so inferior, why should they savor the bountiful resources? They ought to submit to us, becoming our toil and obeying our commands. Look over there, that one sprawled like a dead dog. Now that's garbage. Jing Mo regarded the man in silence. Do you know why I have yet to kill you and allow you to spew your nonsense? Without waiting for response, he turned to Yang Wendon. Can you rise? Severely wounded, Yang Wendon lay there on the brink of death. Perhaps it was the tenacity of his spirit that sustained him, for despite his grievous injuries, he was still alive. At Jing Mo's words, Yang Wendon stirred slightly. However, the mere motion provoked a violent bout of coughing, each spasm tearing at his insides as though he might cough up his lungs. Finally, he slowly raised his head and propped himself up. I can, he declared, rising bit by bit, his movements painstakingly slow. Jing Mo remained unperturbed, but the man on the ground grew anxious. Jing Mo, what do you intend to do? Are you going to let him kill me? Upon hearing this, Jing Mo cast an appreciative glance at the man. Well, I previously suspected your brain resided in your posterior. It appears you are capable of thought after all. Why do you wish to aid such a lowly creature? Jing Mo offered no answer, merely observing as Yang Wendon, unsteadily, began to approach the man. Though his pace was slow, none present would dare criticize his sluggishness. The man watched Yang Wendon draw nearer, his expression shifting from disdain to sheer terror. Don't kill me. The matter concerning your sister was a misunderstanding. I merely wished to play with her. She struggled too fiercely and attempted to kill me, and in that moment, I accidentally took her life.
What do you want?
I can compensate you. As the man's words faded, Yang Wendon stood towering over him. What do I want? I want your life. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes darkened with malice. It seems you are resolute in your desire to kill me. You think you are something? How could you possibly kill me? Were it not for Jing Mo's unexpected arrival, you would have long since met your end. With Jing Mo watching from the sidelines, I could not be dispatched so easily. As he spoke, the man raised his uninjured hand, revealing a firearm that had mysteriously appeared, aiming it at Yang Wendon. However, before he could pull the trigger, a bullet struck his wrist, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. The man cried out in pain, turning a venomous glare towards the source of the bullet. Jing Mo remained in his initial stance, unyielding. If it wasn't Jing Mo who fired, then who? The man pondered, when suddenly footsteps echoed, drawing closer with each step. A slender figure emerged from behind Jing Mo, ultimately standing beside him. "Who are you?" the man inquired, but Su Nian appeared oblivious to his question, instead focusing on Yang Wendon. No matter the circumstances, one can easily perish from excessive words. If you harbor a grudge, take your revenge swiftly. Once he is dead, you will have ample time to voice whatever you wish to his lifeless body. At Su Nian's words, Yang Wendon trembled slightly. I understand. The man, now incapacitated and devoid of any means to resist, lay on the ground with two ruined hands and a bullet lodged in his chest. As the man attempted to speak, Yang Wendon tightened his grip on the dagger, thrusting it precisely into the right side of the man's chest. The words that had lingered on the man's lips dissipated into silence. No one would ever know what he wished to convey in his final moments, whether it was a plea for mercy or a final curse. Yet, such details had become inconsequential. With the man's demise, the breath that had sustained Yang Wendon also departed. He swayed unsteadily before collapsing beside the lifeless body. Chapter 122. I do not wish to be consumed by insects. Seeing this, Su Nian and Jing Mo immediately approached Yang Wendon. He slowly opened his eyes, peering at them.
Thank you.
Yang Wendon was acutely aware that had he not encountered Su Nian and Jing Mo, he would have been nothing more than a lost dog, hiding amidst the ruins of the city. Forget about vengeance. He was uncertain how long he could endure. It was only through Su Nian and Jing Mo's intervention that he had successfully arrived here and avenged his sister. Jing Mo knelt beside him to assess his injuries, ultimately shaking his head. Yang Wendon was already in a precarious state. He had likely suffered prior injuries, and now he was further wounded. Several of his injuries were critical. To have endured thus far was a testament to his dwindling strength. Given the current circumstances, finding a doctor was a futile endeavor. Even if he were in a base, transporting Yang Wendon to a hospital would not salvage his life. Observing Jing Mo's head shake, Yang Wendon managed a faint smile, reassuring in its acceptance. I know I am dying. It is quite all right. His gaze grew distant. I have held on until now solely to avenge my sister. Now that I have accomplished that, even in death, I can face her with dignity. I wonder if she will blame me for not rescuing her in time, for failing to protect her, allowing her to be captured and suffer until her demise. Even if she does blame me, it matters not. In the next life, I shall still be her brother. In the next existence, I will protect her well, ensuring she never suffers again. I hope that in the next life, the world we inhabit will not be one of desolation. With that, Yang Wendon turned his gaze towards Su Nian and Jing Mo. Thank you. I realize I have been a burden and unable to aid you in any meaningful way. Yet, as I approach death, I must impose upon you once more. After I am gone, could you please cremate me? The insects are far too numerous. Even if buried, the ground would be swarming with them. I do not wish to be consumed by insects. I am quite thin. It shouldn't require much fuel to burn me. Su Nian lowered her gaze, observing the ailing Yang Wendon. He was nearing death, and the light that had once shone in his eyes had long since faded. Even though she had become accustomed to life and death in her past life, upon witnessing Yang Wendon's current state, Su Nian could not help but blink rapidly before nodding vigorously. Rest assured, I will ensure your body is cremated. Upon hearing Su Nian's words, Yang Wendon let out a heavy sigh of relief, his smile growing increasingly radiant. After my sister's death, I too burned her. Now, I shall accompany her. How splendid! As the final word left his lips, the light in Yang Wendon's eyes extinguished completely, and his eyelids gently closed. Jing Mo rose to his feet, casting a worried glance at Su Nian. Meeting Jing Mo's anxious gaze, Su Nian forced a smile. Do not worry about me. I am not so fragile. In both this life and the last, she had witnessed far too much of life and death. Jing Mo spoke softly. I know you are not weak, but in this moment, I wish to offer you a hug. May I embrace you? Confronted by Jing Mo's dark, expressive eyes, Su Nian finally nodded. Enveloped in Jing Mo's arms, her head resting on his shoulder, she could distinctly hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. Jing Mo, you must take care of yourself. If you were to die, I would not incinerate you. Instead, insects would consume you piece by piece. If you wish to avoid such a fate, you must live well. Jing Mo tightened his embrace around Su Nian. Rest assured, I shall not perish. We made a pact to capture a photo every day until we reach 300 years of age. Initially, a wave of sadness washed over Su Nian, but Jing Mo's words dispelled her melancholy, sending it soaring into the heavens. Breaking free from Jing Mo's embrace, she turned her gaze back to Yang Wenden's lifeless body. I will first store his body in my space. Once we exit, we can find a place to cremate him. What do you think? Jing Mo nodded. Indeed, now is not the time for cremation. With Yang Wenden's body safely tucked away in her space, Su Nian's attention shifted to the man in the yellow clothing. This man could only be described as exceptionally average, both in stature and appearance. Su Nian studied him for a moment before turning to Jing Mo. I once thought that all those from the starry realms were like you. Jing Mo, momentarily perplexed by her statement, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What do you mean? I used to believe that all evolved beings were talented and strikingly handsome, like you. Aren't you all evolved humans? Realizing Su Nian was referring to this, Jing Mo chuckled. Though we are all evolved, the degrees of evolution certainly vary. Individuals like me are scarce throughout the entire starry expanse. Su Nian nodded in agreement. If we were to speak of audacity, I doubt there are many like you in the entire starry realm. At this remark, both Su Nian and Jing Mo burst into laughter. Seeing Su Nian smile, Jing Mo finally felt a sense of relief. He had been concerned that her spirits would be dampened. Jing Mo approached the man, squatting beside him, and began to rummage through his belongings. Su Nian followed closely, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Before she could finish her question, Jing Mo produced a silver box from the man's wide sleeve. Standing up, he opened the box, revealing 10 neatly arranged mini-robots within. Are these the digging robots you mentioned?
Su Nian asked.
Jing Mo nodded. Yes, indeed. They are quite useful.
Please store them for now.
Without hesitation, Su Nian placed them into her space. Aside from this, they found little else of interest in the surroundings. Just as they were about to depart, the large door on the opposite wall suddenly swung open, and a group of women rushed out. Instinctively, Su Nian raised her gun at the newcomers, but soon realized they were a horde of women clad in scanty attire. Given that the ground temperature hovered around 20 degrees Celsius and the underground temperature was approximately 10 degrees, Su Nian, dressed in long sleeves and pants, felt a chill. Yet these women wore short sleeves, shorts, or skirts, which offered no warmth. Was it truly not cold for them? As Su Nian pondered this, the women surged toward the man in yellow, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Once they confirmed his demise, they rose, directing furious glares at Su Nian and Jing Mo. Did you slay our king? Su Nian, disinterested, turned to leave, but the women swiftly blocked her path. Do not walk away. You have yet to answer. Did you kill the king? Raising an eyebrow, Su Nian replied. So what if I did? On what grounds did you slay our king? Why would you kill our king? What are we to do now that he is gone? Su Nian surveyed them. You possess hands and feet. What is there to do? You have slain our king. Who will provide for us now? Su Nian felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. After a moment to collect her thoughts, she inquired, What is your relationship with him? We are all his consorts. Su Nian tightened her grip on her gun, suppressing the urge to shoot them. The Qing dynasty had long since fallen. What relevance did consorts hold now? Her scornful remark elicited embarrassed expressions from the women. After a brief silence, one woman clad in a red halter dress stepped forward. You have a gun while we do not. In these times, survival is exceedingly difficult. We realize this sounds juvenile, even foolish, but we have no choice. The strength of women inherently pales in comparison to men. We cannot compete with other survivors for resources. Without food or water, how are we to survive? By aligning ourselves with him, becoming his consorts, and keeping him pleased, we secure sustenance and stability. We simply wish to continue living. What is wrong with that? Su Nian nodded. Everyone has their own way of living. You chose this path, and I harbor no objections, nor claim you are wrong. In her previous life, Su Nian had witnessed such dynamics countless times. the weak seeking the protection of the strong. A group of women clinging to a man, vying for his favor amidst a web of deceit and rivalry, rivaling the intrigue of courtly struggles. In the apocalypse, every individual yearned for survival, willing to do whatever it took. Su Nian herself had once consumed roots, bark, and even dirt to endure. Even now, as she reflects on the past, Su Nian merely perceives the hardships she endured as a challenge rather than a source of shame. These women, unable to withstand adversity, seek to rely on a man for their sustenance, yet she does not view them as shameful. Each individual's path is a personal choice, and as long as it resonates with their heart, that is sufficient. The woman in white glanced at the corpse of the man on the ground and continued to address Su Nian, but now that you have killed him, we are left without support. How are we to survive from here on out? Su Nian regarded her silently. What do you mean by that? You have killed him. Thus, you must take responsibility for our lives. The moment the woman finished speaking, the others chimed in. If Su Nian had previously felt speechless, now she found the situation increasingly absurd. She simply could not comprehend how these individuals could so boldly impose such demands upon her. Was it because she appeared easy to intimidate? Su Nian cast a frigid glance at the crowd of over a dozen before her. Although they were in an underground city, shrouded in darkness, it was not yet night, and they were still awake. They should not indulge in such fantasies. I killed him. That is a matter between him and me. Your reliance on him was your own choice. The notion that I should be responsible for your future sustenance due to my actions is a rogue logic I will entertain only this once. You before the woman in white could utter another word, Su Nian raised the gun in her hand, pointing it at the woman as head. If you continue to chatter and cling to me, I will not hesitate to eliminate you as well. Hearing Su Nian's chilling voice and meeting her gaze devoid of warmth, the woman in white shuddered, retreating in fear, and dared not utter another word. Su Nian, disinterested in her, turned and walked away. Jing and Mo followed closely behind, but after just 2 steps, they were encircled by a throng of women. Handsome, don't go. Can we follow you from now on? You shall be our king. Yes. Yes. You clearly possess great capabilities and would undoubtedly be the most formidable king in this world. We are all very obedient and possess numerous skills. You can have whatever you wish. Having taken just a few steps, Su Nian halted and turned to face the group surrounding Jing and Mo, her eyes growing ever colder. She raised her gun and fired a shot into the air. Not hearing the expected gunshot, Su Nian was momentarily stunned. How foolish of me. The gun is silenced. Fortunately, the women's attention was entirely focused on Jing and Mo, and they failed to notice the incident. The only witness to this was Jing and Mo himself. He looked at Su Nian, his brow gentle and his eyes twinkling with mirth. In the next moment, Jing and Mo raised his own gun, aiming it at the crowd. Do not presume I will spare women. If you do not step aside, I shall send you to reunite with your king. Handsome, handsome. The woman in white turned pale, her voice trembling, yet she remained unwilling to concede. We are merely a group of defenseless women. We only wish to follow you. If you disdain us and do not wish for us to be your concubines, we can serve as your maidservants instead. You are so capable, surely you have ample food. Just grant us a morsel to sustain our lives. We implore you. The woman in white knelt before him. The others, clearly following her lead, knelt as well. Jing and Mo's brows furrowed, his gaze toward them filled with disdain. Before he could speak again, another group burst in. These individuals were ragged and disheveled, the same ones who had been imprisoned earlier. Most were women, accompanied by a few young children. They charged toward the kneeling women, attacking them with savage ferocity, showing no mercy. The women in white, caught off guard, cried out in pain as they were beaten. They attempted to fight back, but the odds were against them, rendering them powerless. Chapter 124. Revenge for Grievances. Observing the chaos, Su Nian furrowed her brow and stepped back. Just as she considered checking on whether Jing and Mo was caught in the fray, his voice rang out beside her. Let us stand back. We must avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Su Nian turned at the sound, realizing that Jing and Mo had somehow positioned himself beside her. It was certain they would not be mistakenly harmed. Given their skills, if they were to be injured by this crowd, it would render their previous training utterly futile. Yet, watching the fray unfold, Su Nian felt a hint of confusion. Unless driven by a deep-seated enmity, one would not strike with such brutality. She clearly observed a frail woman yanking a clump of hair from the head of the woman in white, an entire handful. The forceful tug caused blood to ooze from her scalp, trickling down her cheek, a sight both tragic and absurd. In less than 10 minutes, the skirmish concluded. The group led by the woman in white lay defeated on the ground, battered and barely clinging to life. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of their chests, Nian might have believed them dead, given their gruesome state. Without considerable skill, inflicting harm is a laborious task. The ragged individuals, having been imprisoned for an extended period, had suffered from hunger and cold, leaving them devoid of strength.
Now.
Each one panted heavily, some swaying unsteadily, before collapsing onto the ground. A short-haired woman approached Nian, bowing deeply before her and Jing Mo. "Thank you for saving us." Her voice was hoarse, whether from prolonged silence or dehydration, it was unclear. As she straightened, Nian could see clearly that her complexion mirrored the pallor of her lips. Her cheeks were gaunt, and her eyes appeared strikingly large, glimmering with a radiant light. Meeting such eyes, Nian felt momentarily entranced. Few possess such bright eyes while struggling for survival in the apocalypse. The short-haired woman, under Nian's gaze, swallowed nervously. "We fought them to avenge ourselves. They flattered that man and conspired with him to torment us. Several girls who defied them were brutally beaten to death alongside him. They forced us into submission. If we resisted, they imprisoned us, denying us water and food. Some, succumbing to hunger, ultimately yielded, yet were still slain. For they believed that a pretty girl would threaten their standing with him." Listening to these words, Nian turned her gaze toward the woman in white. The moment she did, their eyes met. The woman in white hurriedly averted her gaze, her demeanor clearly betraying her guilt. In that instant, Nian was convinced that the short-haired woman spoke the truth. In the apocalypse, everyone yearns to survive and thrive. This is beyond reproach. Yet, even in the face of such desperation, one ought not to become complicit in wrongdoing. Nian drew a dagger from her possession and offered it to the short-haired woman. "Since you seek vengeance, do not waste time." The short-haired woman stared at the dagger, momentarily taken aback. But after a brief moment, she regained her composure, her hands gripping the dagger tightly. "Thank you. Thank you." The force with which she held the weapon caused the veins on the back of her hands to bulge visibly. The short-haired woman advanced step by step toward the woman in white, who, upon witnessing this, struggled to crawl away on the ground. "No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I'm so sorry. I truly regret it. I will never act this way again. It was all his doing." The short-haired woman remained unresponsive to the pleas of the woman in white, continuing to approach, with the dagger in hand. As the blade drew nearer, the expression in the white-clad woman's eyes shifted from terror to hatred. "We just want to survive. What have we done wrong? The ones at fault are you contemptible wretches." Before she could finish her tirade, a sharp dagger plunged into her heart. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the face and body of the short-haired woman. Without a moment's hesitation, she forcefully withdrew the dagger. Standing upright, the short-haired woman declared to the others, "Do you not wish to take vengeance yourselves?" As her words echoed, someone stepped forward and took the dagger from her grasp. One by one, the dagger was passed around, each person inserting it into the hearts of their foes. Only when the last adversary was slain did the dagger return to the short-haired woman's hand once more. She approached Nian, and with the limited fabric on her clothing, she attempted to wipe the blood from the dagger before offering it to Nian with both hands. "Thank you." Nian did not accept it, replying, "No need for thanks. You avenge yourselves. This is a gift for you." The short-haired woman hesitated momentarily. Upon seeing Nian's earnest expression, her grip on the dagger tightened once more. "Thank you." Nian nodded. "We must leave now." Surprised, the short-haired woman glanced at Nian, then, in a flurry of confusion, nodded. "All right, goodbye then." Nian looked at her, then turned to the others, posing a question. "Does this man have a vehicle?"
"Yes."
"Do you know where it is?" "I do. We are heading back to the base. If you wish to join us, please retrieve this man's vehicle and follow closely behind." The short-haired woman was initially taken aback, but was soon overcome with joy.
"All right.
We'll go find the car. It's on the ground, I've seen it. There are large vehicles. Perhaps too exhilarated, her speech became somewhat disjointed, but Su Nian understood her intent. Nodding, Su Nian said, "Then let us proceed." The short-haired woman dashed to the yellow-clad man, quickly locating a set of keys on him. Then organized the others to head towards the exit together. Su Nian and Jing Mo brought up the rear, silently observing the excited figures ahead. They were the last to emerge through the iron gate, and as soon as they stepped outside, they saw the short-haired woman leading the others, waiting for them. With a hint of anxiety, she looked at Su Nian. "How will we find you after we get the car? The fog is so dense. What if we become separated and cannot reunite?" Understanding her concern, Su Nian replied, "We will accompany you in search of the vehicle. Our car is parked by the roadside." Hearing this, the short-haired woman sighed with relief and led her group to find the car. The vehicle was parked in a clearing not far from their location. After a brisk 10-minute walk, they arrived at the site. Chapter 125, although distant, must be punished. Just as the short-haired woman had mentioned, there were indeed numerous vehicles parked in the vicinity. There were buses, large coaches, and several smaller cars. Fortunately, there were enough vehicles, otherwise, accommodating over 100 people would have been quite a challenge. Su Nian turned to the short-haired woman. "Are you not bringing any food? That man is dead. And there are no other survivors in the underground city. Why not search for supplies?" The short-haired woman fell silent for a moment before replying, "We are the food." At this statement, an immediate hush fell over the group. Su Nian felt a pang of difficulty in breathing. After a few seconds, she managed to speak again. Her voice tinged with hoarseness. "Then let us board the vehicle." The short-haired woman nodded silently, distributing the keys among several others and leading the group toward the vehicles. Once they were all inside, Su Nian and Jing Mo turned to walk along the main road. They needed not search for directions, for following the exit led directly to the road. Their pace was leisurely, and the vehicles behind them moved even slower. Despite the sluggish speed, no one honked their horns. Nor did anyone rush Su Nian and Jing Mo. After a little over 10 minutes, they spotted their own vehicle parked at the roadside. Each climbed into their respective cars, honked twice to signal to the trailing vehicles, and then set off. With no one else in the car, Jing Mo finally asked Su Nian, "What prompted you to bring them back to the base?" Su Nian shook her head. "It's not about bringing them back. We are merely returning to the base. And they are following behind." Upon hearing this, a flicker of resignation crossed Jing Mo's eyes, yet he did not dwell on it. They had known each other for several years now, and he understood Su Nian's character well. If that was her stance, then so be it. What Su Nian said was final, everything else was inconsequential. Jing Mo drove ahead, with the other vehicles closely tailing them. Considering the plight of those who had gone without food or water, Su Nian and Jing Mo deliberated, deciding not to stop along the way, but to head straight back to the base. Fortunately, they had cleared the roads during their earlier journey. Now, as they returned, there were minimal obstacles, allowing for a relatively swift pace. At this rate, they would likely reach the base before nightfall. The presence of so many vehicles on the road inevitably created some commotion. Survivors who had departed the underground city to search the city heard the noise and converged toward them. Noticing people blocking the road ahead, Jing Mo had no intention of stopping. These individuals, being subordinates of that man, were all tainted by his influence and not worth sparing. Since they weren't moving quickly enough, those obstructing the road hurriedly stepped aside before the vehicle could collide with them, unable to crush him beneath the wheels. Su Nian sent a bullet his way instead. Their first encounter would also be their last. It was only fitting to offer a parting gift. Surely, other survivors remained hidden in the fog, and upon witnessing the scene, none dared to reveal themselves again. Jing Mo and Su Nian did not halt for this reason either. Should they show themselves, they would be dealt with accordingly. If they chose not to, they could buy themselves a few more days of existence. Regardless, once they returned, they would inform Kong Jianming of the situation, and he would surely dispatch personnel to investigate. Just as Su Nian had anticipated, they arrived back at the base as night fell. The gates of the base were already shut. Though they stood outside, their phones still had service. Jing Mo called Kong Jianming and succinctly conveyed the situation. After hanging up, it wasn't too long before the gates slowly opened, allowing Jing Mo to drive the car into the base. The vehicles behind followed closely, anxious not to be left outside. Jing Mo drove over 100 meters before finally coming to a stop. The vehicle trailing them came to a halt as well. Su Nian and Jing Mo exited their car, and just as they steadied themselves, a short-haired woman rushed over from the adjacent vehicle. She appeared somewhat anxious, glancing nervously around her surroundings. Just as Su Nian was about to speak, a car approached from the opposite direction and parked beside them. The door opened, and Kong Jianming stepped out. He scrutinized Su Nian and Jing Mo carefully, ensuring their safety, before turning his gaze to the short-haired woman. "Is this the survivor you brought back?" he inquired. Jing Mo nodded affirmatively. "Yes, she and the others in the vehicle are all survivors who are imprisoned. You can inquire about the specifics at your leisure." "Very well," Kong Jianming replied, instructing his companion Qinshe, "Take them to settle in. Provide them with some food and drink. Once they have rested, we can question them further tomorrow." "Understood," Qinshe acknowledged, gesturing for the short-haired woman to accompany him. However, the woman seemed apprehensive and instinctively looked to Su Nian for reassurance. Su Nian met her gaze steadily. "We are all administrators of the base. There is no need for you to worry. As long as you are willing to work and adhere to the arrangements, there will be shelter, food, and drink provided. No one will force you to do anything against your will, and you need not fear becoming food yourselves." Her words gradually eased the short-haired woman's anxiety. She nodded, saying, "I understand. Thank you. Will we be able to see you again?" Su Nian shook her head. "There is no need for us to meet again. I cannot offer you work, nor can I provide sustenance, and your gratitude is unnecessary. Thus, there is no reason for further encounters." Upon hearing this, the woman bit her lip and bowed once more to Su Nian before following Qinshe away. Kong Jianming had remained silent until this moment, finally stating, "You must be weary. It would be best for you to return and rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow." "There's no need to wait until tomorrow," Su Nian replied, preferring to resolve matters today. "Let us find a place to discuss everything thoroughly before we return." Kong Jianming glanced at Jing Mo, seeking his opinion. Jing Mo promptly responded, "I will defer to Su Nian on this matter." With the conversation at this juncture, Kong Jianming had no choice but to acquiesce. The base's entrance was equipped with checkpoints and guards, as well as accommodations and offices. He led them to an office, where the three took their seats. Without needing Su Nian to prompt him, Jing Mo recounted in detail the events that transpired after they entered the city. However, he refrained from elaborating on the interstellar aspects. "I and he hail from the same place, and there are at least 6, possibly 8 more from our origin," he stated, adding, "One of them is at the second base. Captain Kong, we will be departing shortly," he concluded. Kong Jianming paused, then asked, "To the second base?" "Yes," Su Nian affirmed, explaining that this decision had been made during their return journey. Neither she nor Jing Mo had ever envisioned themselves as saviors. They could not alter the apocalypse, nor save humanity. However, should those from the stars seek to dominate Blue Planet, they would ensure those individuals faced retribution, regardless of their location. Chapter 126. Seeking to purchase something from you. Kong Jianming studied Su Nian and Jing Mo for a moment before nodding slowly. "If you wish to go, I will not hinder you, but this matter is not urgent. It is getting late. You should return and rest." Even without his suggestion, Su Nian and Jing Mo were not inclined to rush. After bidding farewell to Kong Jianming, the two drove home. Having been away for several days, they discovered numerous insect carcasses in the yard, likely a result of the base's extensive pesticide spraying. Looking at the insect remains, Su Nian felt no revulsion. After all, compared to crawling insects, corpses were far more palatable. "Let us leave it for now. We can clean up tomorrow," Jing Mo suggested. Su Nian nodded in agreement. "That's my thought as well." They opened the iron gate and entered the living room, finding everything unchanged since their departure. The familiar surroundings brought Su Nian a sense of comfort. After a long period of wandering, returning home evoked a feeling of solace. They were not in a hurry to eat. Instead, they first showered and changed clothes, washing their soiled garments before retreating to the bedroom. To prevent dust from accumulating in their absence, Su Nian had stored all the bedroom furniture in her space before leaving. Having just finished showering, she quickly mopped the bedroom floor, which was now dry. She retrieved the carpet and other items from her space, arranging them in their previous positions, transforming the empty room back into a cozy little sanctuary. Sitting on the carpet, Su Nian brushed her fingers across the small table and glanced at Jing Mo. "What would you like to eat?" Jing Mo gazed at her eagerly. Whatever you eat, I will have. Feeling warmth blossom in her heart at his response, Su Nian smiled as she served 2 bowls of noodles along with a meat dish and a couple of cold vegetable sides. During their meal, neither spoke, but once they had eaten their fill and rested briefly, they retired to bed. As Su Nian nestled in Jing Mo's embrace, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, she gradually closed her eyes. That night, she dreamt of her past life. In her dream, she found herself enveloped in thick fog, within a small base that had once been relatively stable until danger lurked everywhere when the mist descended. Some strived desperately to evade peril, while others transformed into threats themselves. Upon awakening, Su Nian opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat vacant. It had been a long time since she had dreamt of her previous life. When she occasionally recalled it, it felt like a distant memory. The occurrence of this dream was likely connected to the events she witnessed the day before. What are you thinking about? Jing Mo's voice broke through her reverie, prompting her to turn. He propped his head up with one hand, looking at her with curiosity. He smiled. I noticed you've been awake for a while without speaking. What occupies your thoughts? I was reflecting on the dream I just had, Su Nian replied, recounting her dream. Life in the base has been so stable that I thought the events of my past life would never recur. It was only yesterday that I realized it's not that those events won't happen again. They simply exist in places unseen. Jing Mo lifted his hand and gently pinched her cheek. What is unseen is beyond our control, but once we do see it, we will eradicate it. Su Nian's previously vacant expression began to regain its luster upon hearing his words.
All right.
After breakfast, the two practiced together for 3 hours. By the time they finished, both were drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, with faint bruises marring their exposed skin. However, neither Su Nian nor Jing Mo paid any heed to the pain these minor injuries caused. They were in no rush to shower, instead opting to sit on small stools to discuss their plans moving forward. Su Nian turned to Jing Mo. When do you think we should set off for the second base? Without hesitation, Jing Mo replied, I will follow your lead. After pondering briefly, Su Nian suggested, let us first consult with Captain Kong and inquire about the specifics of the second base. Regarding the second base, they found themselves utterly in the dark. It is evident that there should still be a connection between the bases. It is crucial to ascertain the general situation before proceeding to the next step. Once the perspiration on their bodies had mostly subsided, Su Nian and Jing Mo each took a shower and changed their clothes before stepping out. Prior to leaving, Jing Mo contacted Kong Jianming. Upon learning that Kong Jianming was available, they made their way over. Within the base, the two were still accustomed to using electric vehicles. Although the journey took a tad longer, the absence of bothersome insects made driving the electric vehicle somewhat enjoyable. Upon arrival, they found Kong Jianming already waiting outside. The three of them proceeded directly to Kong Jianming's office. As soon as they settled into their seats, Kong Jianming spoke up. Earlier today, I met with those individuals you brought back yesterday, and I have gathered a fair amount of information. The earliest, today, at the latest, tomorrow, we will dispatch personnel into the city. Hearing this, Su Nian and Jing Mo nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments. They were well aware of Kong Jianming's efficiency. There was no need for them to elaborate. After discussing this matter, Kong Jianming retrieved a file folder from his drawer and handed it to them. You came here today likely to inquire about the second base. Here is all the information I have regarding it, a gift for you. Jing Mo accepted it, giving Kong Jianming a thumbs up. Captain Kong, your efficiency is truly commendable. Thank you. Kong Jianming chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. If anyone should be expressing gratitude, it should be me. As for speed, I, along with my subordinates, cannot compete with you two. If it weren't for your efforts, it is uncertain how many of those individuals would have survived. They asked me to extend their heartfelt thanks to you. Noticing that Su Nian and Jing Mo remained silent, Kong Jianming sighed with exasperation. You two are becoming increasingly alike. All right, since you seem disinterested in such matters, I shall refrain from delving further. Jing Mo, you mentioned wanting to go to the second base. While I want to stop you, you cannot leave just yet. The reconstruction of the underground city has just resumed, and you must wait at least another half-month. That's not an issue, Jing Mo replied readily. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Kong Jianming straightened in his seat. What is it? As long as it's within my capabilities, I shall not hesitate. There's no need to be so anxious. Jing Mo chuckled. We still possess a considerable amount of contribution points and wish to purchase an item from you to prepare for our journey. What item? An armored vehicle. Kong Jianming was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just this. Excellent. I agree. Chapter 127. The Armored Vehicle. Kong Jianming not only agreed promptly, but also led Su Nian and Jing Mo to inspect the vehicle immediately. When Su Nian was shopping for supplies, she had looked into armored vehicles and found them immensely appealing. Unfortunately, these vehicles were not easily obtainable. At that time, she had merely entertained the thought and abandoned it. To her surprise, fate had turned, and now an opportunity to possess one had arisen. In selecting the armored vehicle, Jing Mo's experience far surpassed Su Nian's. She chose to remain silent, listening intently as Jing Mo and Kong Jianming engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue. Before long, Jing Mo had selected a vehicle. This particular model was substantial, standing at a height of 3 meters, with a width of 6 meters, and a length of 6 meters. Its weight alone was a staggering 3 tons. With a commanding exterior painted in military green, it was predominantly constructed from bulletproof steel, and all windows were fortified with shatterproof glass. Even the tires were designed to be explosion-resistant. Despite being a woman, Su Nian found the vehicle's imposing presence utterly captivating and immensely likable. Come, let us take a look inside. Kong Jianming proclaimed with pride as he opened the door. The distance between the driver's seat and the passenger seat was substantial, given the various control panels that occupied the space in between. Comfort was secondary in such a combat vehicle. Performance was of utmost importance. While Jing Mo inspected the front, Su Nian had already made her way to the rear compartment. As a transport-type armored vehicle, the back offered ample space, comfortably accommodating 10 individuals. The seats were affixed to the walls and could be stowed away when not in use. With all the seats retracted, the rear space was several square meters, suitable for laying down mats and blankets to serve as a bed. It was also feasible to set up a small table for dining. Traveling in such a vehicle would render the need for a camper van obsolete, especially considering the superior safety it provided compared to a conventional RV. Descending from the vehicle, Kong Jianming patted it with a broad hand. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Jing Mo nodded. I am indeed satisfied. Let us finalize this. How many contribution points? Kong Jianming's expression turned serious as he replied. I know your character well. If I were to say I wouldn't charge contribution points, you would certainly refuse. However, I am also aware of the value of your contributions to the base. This vehicle will cost you 20,000 contribution points. Given that you are leaving and uncertain when you might return, you will need to bring various components along. An additional 10,000 contribution points will ensure that I prepare everything for you. Also, regarding diesel, this vehicle may be exceptional, but it consumes a considerable amount of fuel. This last point was Kong Jianming's primary concern. Unlike the pre-apocalypse era, where gas stations were ubiquitous, finding a place to refuel after departing the base would be an arduous task. Understanding this concern, both Jing Mo and Su Nian were already contemplating the implications. Thus, Jing Mo stated, we will convert all our remaining contribution points, aside from the 20,000 you mentioned, into diesel to be loaded onto the vehicle.
My car can carry it.
Kong Jianming frowned slightly. He was tempted to inquire whether transporting such a large quantity of diesel would attract bandits, but hesitated. It was evident that Jing Mo had his own plans, and perhaps it was best not to pry further. Very well. I will ensure everything is fully prepared for you. After reaching an agreement, Kong Jianming deducted all the contribution points from Su Nian and Jing Mo's accounts. Having accrued those points over several years, their sudden depletion left a complex mix of emotions. Yet, considering the valuable acquisition they had secured in exchange, those feelings quickly dissipated. In the days that followed, Jing Mo returned to his former routine of early mornings and late nights, busy with matters concerning the underground city. With little on her agenda, Su Nian took the opportunity to organize and inventory the supplies in her space. With so many items accumulated over time, she had even forgotten what she possessed. Fortunately, she had created a catalog from the beginning, which made it easy to reference. To her surprise, upon reviewing the catalog, she discovered that many items had never been utilized since their purchase. However, this was not a significant issue. Just because something was unnecessary now did not imply it would not be useful in the future. After all, 3 years had only passed, and the future was still long, ensuring there would eventually be a time to put those items to use. More than 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Soon, the day of Su Nian and Jing Mo's departure arrived. Su Nian's Hummer was left in the courtyard, an unavoidable decision. Su Nian and Jing Mo were the only two individuals present. Jing Mo was at the helm of an armored vehicle, while Su Nian commandeered Jing Mo's car, leaving no room for a third vehicle. Fortunately, Su Nian had several cars stored within her spatial realm, so leaving one behind posed little issue. The vehicle Su Nian was driving was laden with barrels of diesel, stacked to the brim. The roof rack was equally crammed with luggage. Inside Jing Mo's armored vehicle, every available space was also filled with diesel. As the two departed the base and parked outside, they bid farewell to Kong Jianming. Kong Jianming patted Jing Mo's shoulder with vigor, urging them to return promptly. If you wish to explore, I have no objections, but do not forget to come home. Jing Mo responded with a smile, delivering a playful punch to Kong Jianming's shoulder, assuring him they would definitely return. Kong Jianming then turned his gaze to Su Nian, wishing her a safe journey. Su Nian nodded affirmatively, promising she would. None of the three were prone to emotional displays. At the moment of parting, their hearts were heavy with complex feelings, yet the words they exchanged were limited to mere pleasantries. With a subdued expression, Jing Mo handed a set of keys to Kong Jianming. I've left some belongings in the house where we reside. Do not forget to check on them. Keep the keys safe. I will require them upon my return. Kong Jianming accepted the keys with a salute, assuring him he could count on it. Jing Mo raised his hand, tapping his forehead lightly, signaling a farewell. Su Nian inclined her head slightly toward Kong Jianming, acknowledging their farewell. The two turned simultaneously, making their way toward the respective vehicles they would drive. Outside the base, the absence of streetlights rendered visibility poor, and within moments, Kong Jianming could no longer see the two vehicles. Even so, he lingered for a while, lost in thought, before eventually turning back toward the base. Holding the keys in his hand, he summoned Qinshe, instructing him to drive to the courtyard where Jing Mo and Su Nian resided. 20 minutes later, Kong Jianming found himself alone in the living room, contemplating the items scattered about. Weapons, blueprints of weaponry, nutritional solutions, formulas, premium seeds, and various pharmaceuticals. All of these items were irresistibly alluring, each one enough to incite desire for possession. Kong Jianming gazed at these treasures for a moment before breaking into a smile. These two truly place their trust in me, he mused, speaking to himself in the empty room. Such confidence in me shall not go unreciprocated. I will ensure these resources are well managed, enhancing the first base before their return, so they may find a more comfortable home upon their arrival. After driving for an hour, Su Nian and Jing Mo each stopped their vehicles. Su Nian alighted from her car, promptly stowing Jing Mo's vehicle into her spatial realm. Approaching the armored vehicle, she likewise stored all the items packed within. Once Su Nian settled into the passenger seat, Jing Mo resumed driving. The seating in this vehicle paled in comparison to that of Jing Mo's car. Su Nian shifted her position to find a more comfortable posture before addressing Jing Mo. Aren't you worried about leaving those items behind? Jing Mo chuckled, glancing at Su Nian. And what of you? You are no better off. Su Nian raised an eyebrow. It is merely a collection of pharmaceuticals and seeds, nothing illicit. Others in the base possess similar items, albeit well concealed. Kong Jianming is surely aware of this, for skilled individuals are never in short supply. Jing Mo's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he replied, there is nothing to fret about. I had already exposed myself during previous transactions with the base. My continued well-being is a testament to the base's stance. Su Nian nodded, relieved that he had calculated the risks well. With a sigh, she reminisced. When I first arrived at the base, I truly believed that barring any unforeseen circumstances, I would spend my entire life here. Yet just 3 years later, I find myself departing, uncertain of when I shall return. She paused, adding, but perhaps it is for the best. Life at the base is stable and comfortable, though at times it can feel a tad monotonous. Jing Mo laughed. Su Nian. You could simply admit that you wish to accompany me on this excursion. I would not mock you for it. Su Nian, having known Jing Mo for an extended period and shared 2 years together, understood his tendency to lapse into silence. She chose not to pursue that topic further, instead asking, did you not mention needing a few days to modify this vehicle? Where shall we halt? Jing Mo immediately adopted a serious tone. We shall head to the second base in Haiku City, which is located along the southeastern coast. Let us proceed southward and find a suitable location to modify the vehicle along the way. In the thick fog, discerning direction could only be achieved with a compass. Fortunately, the vehicle was equipped with one. They traveled south until mid-afternoon, finally stopping at a remote farmhouse. The single-story building had a spacious yard, ample enough to accommodate the armored vehicle. However, the structure's integrity was compromised, having collapsed significantly, rendering it nearly a ruin. Nian and Jing Mo were undeterred, as they had no intention of residing within. Their primary concern was that the walls could provide some concealment for the vehicles from passers-by. After disembarking, they first sprayed insecticide, followed by a dusting of pest deterrent along the walls and debris. Once the pests were dealt with, Nian retrieved the RV and parked it next to the armored vehicle. The yard proved sufficiently large to accommodate both vehicles, allowing for a mobile home wherever they chose to stop, alleviating concerns of sleeping outdoors. With plenty of daylight remaining, Jing Mo wasted no time. Once I gather the necessary supplies, we can begin the modifications. Nian inquired, is there a way I can assist? Jing Mo pondered for a moment before replying. If you wish to learn, I would be glad to teach you. Acquiring new skills is always beneficial. You never know when they may come in handy. Nian nodded resolutely. I would like to learn. Jing Mo, having anticipated her response, was not surprised. Very well, let us begin. Previously, Nian had only a rudimentary understanding of vehicles and was utterly inexperienced with modifications. However, Jing Mo proved to be an excellent instructor. Under his meticulous guidance, Nian made rapid progress. 3 days later, the modifications were complete. Externally, the armored vehicle appeared unchanged, but upon entering, one would find that the operational platform, seating, and overall structure had been significantly transformed. Originally designed for transport, the vehicle now boasted enhanced ballistic and explosive resistance, albeit lacking in offensive capabilities. Now, everything has changed. Jing Mo has made numerous modifications, including the addition of a turret that can rotate a full 360 degrees. In situations requiring an offensive action, it can unleash a powerful shot without hesitation. Furthermore, a surveillance system has been installed, allowing for a clear view of the surroundings from within the vehicle, thereby preventing any unforeseen incidents. The seats have been replaced with ones that are significantly more comfortable without compromising performance. As for the rear compartment, there have been minimal changes. After all, once the original seats and table are stowed away, it transforms into a true vacuum space, adaptable for any purpose. With the vehicle now customized, it is naturally ready to hit the road again. In the past few days, aside from the modifications, the two have also deliberated on their route ahead. In the pre-apocalyptic world, driving from Rihi to Haiku via the highway would take merely 11 hours. However, under the shroud of dense fog, even traveling on the expressway does not allow for swift movement. Additionally, the condition of the highways following the earthquake remains uncertain. The consensus between Nian and Jing Mo is to first take Jing Mo's vehicle onto the highway. If it is navigable, that would be ideal. Should the highway prove impassable, they will divert to the national road. The choice of vehicle for the national road will depend on the road conditions. While the armored vehicle is formidable, it is also quite fuel-intensive. It is prudent to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. For others, switching vehicles might pose a challenge. But for Nian, it is a simple matter of efficiency. Once on the road, the only sounds accompanying them are the crunch of tires over the insects. With time, this sound has become less repulsive. Chapter 129. Let us head to our base. The journey from the city to the highway entrance took an entire day. Nian felt a sense of helplessness, and even Jing Mo could not suppress a sigh. Their slow pace was not due to fear of colliding with others, as there were no other vehicles around. Rather, it was the numerous obstacles on the road that caused constant stops and starts. Nian efficiently cleared any removable blockages, storing them in her space and relocating them to the roadside. For larger cracks in the road, they laid thick steel plates to drive over. However, when faced with a broken bridge, they had no choice but to turn back and seek an alternative route. Unfortunately, Rihi City is abundant in water and bridges, and many were damaged in the earthquake, resulting in 3 detours throughout the day. Finally reaching the highway entrance, night had already fallen. The two were in no hurry and chose not to travel in darkness. After finding a clear area beside the expressway to stop, Su Nian retrieved Yang Wendong's body from her space. "We shall depart from Rihe City tomorrow. Let us cremate the body here." Yang Wendong, being a resident of Rihe, likely wished for his ashes to remain in the city. Jing Mo had no objections, agreeing to use gasoline for the cremation. In this lifetime and the next, it was Su Nian's first experience with cremation. Fortunately, there was ample gasoline and kindling, and although it took a bit longer, they ultimately reduced Yang Wendong's remains to a handful of ashes. After collecting the ashes, Su Nian placed them in a metal container. Jing Mo produced a digging robot, excavating a deep hole where they buried the container, then covering it with soil again. Neither mentioned erecting a tombstone. It seemed Yang Wendong would not have desired one either. He could rest quietly beneath the earth, undisturbed by humans or insects, which was sufficient. After completing this task, Su Nian retrieved the RV, and the two took turns bathing and dining. When it was time for sleep, Su Nian stored the RV in her space and brought out the armored vehicle. Inside the armored vehicle, they placed a mattress, lying side by side without any sense of crowding. The armored vehicle, being slightly smaller than the RV, offered superior defensive capabilities and warning functions. Within its confines, they need not keep watch. The warning system would activate if anyone approached, alerting them with a beeping sound. A good night's rest would ensure they had the energy to continue their journey the following day. The next morning, after breakfast, they ascended the highway. Fortunately, despite some damage to the road, it was manageable. Once on the highway, their speed increased significantly, as the surroundings were predominantly farmland with few structures. Even the prior earthquake had only inflicted damage upon the highway itself, leaving the road relatively clear of obstacles. Su Nian took out her iPad to play music, and as they traveled, they chatted intermittently, alleviating any monotony. There was no concern about getting lost on the highway, as signs were abundant, and their moderate speed ensured they would not miss any directions. With a map in hand, they were well aware of when and where to turn. Extended driving inevitably leads to fatigue. However, with only their vehicle on the road, should either feel weary, they could simply pull over, switch places, and continue onward. By the end of the day, they had surprisingly covered 1/3 of the journey. Su Nian felt a sense of delight, having initially thought it would take several days to reach Haiku City. At this pace, it seemed they could arrive in 3 to 4 days. As it turned out, her estimation was quite accurate. 3 days later, they exited the highway. The journey had not been entirely smooth, as they encountered some ruptured road sections that were impassable. Su Nian stored the vehicle in her space, and after navigating across using climbing gear, they retrieved the vehicle once more. It must be said that her space was an essential tool for their travels. Without it, encountering such road damage would have necessitated a lengthy detour. Despite the challenges faced along the way, they successfully arrived at Haiku City. Situated by the sea, the base was not far from the shoreline. However, Su Nian and Jing Mo opted not to head directly to the base, preferring instead to find a place to rest for the night before proceeding the following day. This marked Su Nian's first visit to Haiku City in both her past and present lives. For Jing Mo, this was an entirely new experience. Had it not been for their mission to the second base, he might have never learned of a city named Haiku. With neither possessing any prior knowledge of the area, they relied on intuition to locate a suitable resting place. After exiting the highway, their speed decreased once more. The vehicle was initially silent, with both occupants lost in thought about where to stop for rest, until Jing Mo suddenly spoke up. "Have you noticed something?" Su Nian, deep in contemplation about their upcoming rest stop, was taken aback by Jing Mo's unexpected remark and turned to him, curious. "What?" Jing Mo gestured to the iPad and said, "Listen closely." At first, Su Nian was puzzled, but as the music ceased, the vehicle fell into a quiet stillness. She tilted her head to listen intently, and suddenly realized an astonishing fact. There seemed to be no insects here. Indeed, Jing Mo nodded. "While we were on the road, with the music playing, I hadn't noticed. But now that we've slowed down after leaving the highway, I can feel the absence of that crushing sensation. In the city of Rihe, a plague of insects has overwhelmed the area. Even after they have just entered the expressway, they must still take measures to repel these pests during their nighttime rest. Just last night, they were still engaged in pest control." As Su Nian reflected on this, she heard Jing Mo comment, The place we rested at last night still had insects. It seems they will only gradually disappear after we hit the road today. Regrettably, neither of them had paid attention to the road conditions at the time, leaving them in the dark about the specifics. Furrowing her brow, Nian wondered why there were no insects here. I don't know, Mo replied, shaking his head slowly. Perhaps it's due to geological reasons? Or maybe the insect plague has simply vanished by chance. However, the true cause was something that neither of them could ascertain through mere speculation. Noticing Nian's troubled expression, Mo reassured her with a smile. No need to overthink it. Once we reach the base, we can easily inquire about the situation from someone. At this, Nian nodded. Given the circumstances, she truly could not think of any alternative solutions. After driving for a while, without finding a suitable small courtyard, they decided to pull over by the roadside. The second base was not located within the city, and they certainly could not drive into the urban area. They were traversing the outskirts, where obstacles occasionally hindered their path. The conditions within the city would surely be worse, making it unnecessary to venture in. They had set off around 7 in the morning, and now it was past 5 in the afternoon. A long day of travel had left them weary. Let us get out of the car. I'll take out the RV, and we can freshen up, Nian suggested to Mo. Just as Mo was about to agree, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the outside with caution. Someone's coming. Upon hearing Mo's words, Nian immediately glanced outside and indeed saw a few individuals approaching. Emerging from the thick fog, they soon reached the side of the vehicle. A man who appeared to be in his 30s knocked on the window. Mo lowered the window slightly and inquired, "What can I do for you?" Before the man could respond, he broke into a broad smile, his demeanor quite affable. "Bro, are you looking for a place to stay? Come to our base." Mo raised an eyebrow, while Nian was momentarily taken aback. This was the apocalypse, was it not? Had the man really mentioned a base? In this era of desolation, it was astonishing to find someone soliciting guests for lodging at a base. Even Nian, who had lived through a similar ordeal in her previous life, was left in awe. Could it be that her past home was so remote and underdeveloped that she had been oblivious to such occurrences amid the apocalypse? Noticing that Nian and Mo remained silent, the man spoke again. "Don't be afraid. We operate a legitimate base and conduct proper business. Staying at our base only requires 1 pound of food per day. We accept any type of food, no restrictions." As the man spoke, Nian scrutinized him intently. Since the onset of the extreme heat, the sun had been obscured, and even those with naturally dark skin would become pale after years of no sunlight. The man before her and those accompanying him exhibited this same sickly pallor, accompanied by pronounced thinness, indicative of prolonged malnutrition. After careful observation, Nian found nothing particularly amiss. They appeared to be ordinary survivors, their gazes steady and unwavering as they spoke. Mo turned to Nian and, seeing her subtle nod of approval, did not hesitate to respond cheerfully. "All right. We were just thinking of taking a break before continuing our journey. Brother, where is your base located?" Upon hearing Mo's agreement, the man's smile widened even further. "It's just up ahead, not far. We'll lead the way." With that, the group of men took the lead, and Mo followed closely behind in the vehicle. Once the window was rolled up, Mo softly remarked to Nian, "Let us check out their base. If they harbor any ill intentions, we can deal with them all at once." At Mo's words, Nian couldn't help but chuckle. "The way you say it makes you sound like a villain," she teased. "However, I believe they mean no harm." With a combined total of 13 years living through the apocalypse across 2 lifetimes, she had garnered some experience in reading people. The man had claimed their base was nearby, and indeed it was not far at all. Within 5 minutes, they arrived at the entrance, which consisted of 2 imposing iron gates. The solidity of these gates paled in comparison to the one at the small courtyard of the first base. The men approached the gate and shouted a few words inside before it was swiftly opened from within. The man continued to lead them into the courtyard, eventually stopping beside a row of vehicles. As Nian and Mo stepped out of their car, the man approached them with a friendly smile. "Bro, sis, welcome to our base. It used to be a seafood processing plant, but now it has transformed into a base. I've talked so much that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Dachin. You can just call me Dachin."
How can that be?
Mo interjected seriously. "You're older than I am. I'll call you Brother Wang." Wang Dachin chuckled heartily. "Look at you. You can't be more than 20. I'm 32 this year, so calling me brother is acceptable. Su Nian, who had been quietly listening to their exchange, could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. 32? Jing Mo was 32 2 years ago. Indeed, one should not rely solely on appearances to gauge age. It was uncertain who the true elder was. Her sudden laughter caused Wang Daqin to glance over in confusion. Sister, what are you laughing at? Su Nian quickly shook her head and replied earnestly, Brother Wang. He just looks young. He's actually not in his 20s. Wang Daqin waved his hand dismissively. Even if he's not in his 20s, he's still young. In the past, this was a prime age, but now, why am I saying this? You must be tired. Come, let me show you to your room. Su Nian and Jing Mo nodded, each grabbing a backpack from the vehicle before following Wang Daqin to view their accommodations. The seafood processing plant was indeed quite spacious. Wang Daqin led them to a small 2-story building and opened the door to the easternmost room on the first floor. This used to be employee dormitory, so it's still fairly clean. We've since moved to other places for lodging. As he spoke, they entered the room. Wang Daqin flicked the switch on the wall, and the lights illuminated the space, revealing everything within. Su Nian raised an eyebrow. You have electricity. Wang Daqin smiled warmly.
Yes.
After all, our wind and hydroelectric power stations are operational. Even a small base can tap into power. Although it required significant resources to connect, it has made life considerably more convenient. Listening to Wang Daqin's explanation, Su Nian quickly grasped the situation. In Haiku City, situated by the sea, both wind and hydroelectric power are exceedingly convenient, making the presence of electricity a rather unremarkable occurrence. This underscores the significance of a favorable geographical location, which undoubtedly explains the establishment of the second base here. One might ponder whether the hardships she endured in her previous life were primarily due to the desolate environment, devoid of mountains, rivers, and the ocean. We only provide accommodation, not meals. You all should rest well. I want to intrude on your peace. Wang Daqin's words jolted Su Nian back to reality. As she watched him depart, Jing Mo deftly closed the door behind him. The room's curtains were drawn, and once the door was secured, Jing Mo turned off the light. After inspecting the space for any surveillance or listening devices and confirming it was clear, he turned the light back on. The room was modest, furnished with 2 sets of bunk beds along the wall and 2 tables, devoid of any other furnishings. The beds were simply bare wooden boards, lacking even a straw mat. Su Nian couldn't help but smile at the sight. Only in this apocalyptic era could one find such a makeshift lodging. Had this been before the end of the world, any hotel operating in such a manner would surely go bankrupt in an instant. The beds were reminiscent of those in school dormitories, measuring approximately 1.2 meters in width. After rummaging through her supplies, Su Nian finally retrieved a 1.2 meter straw mat from her space and laid it out on the lower bunk. Sitting down, she patted the bed's surface and said to Jing Mo, Why are you still standing there? Come sit. Jing Mo approached and sat beside her. If such a small base has electricity, I suspect the conditions at the second base must be even better, he remarked. Su Nian shared this sentiment. After all, many lives would not have to endure excessive hardship. Although Wang Daqin and his companions appeared somewhat gaunt, their spirits were notably bright. It seemed the survivors in Haiku City were indeed faring much better than those in Rihi City. As dinner time approached, Su Nian contemplated fetching water to wash up before they ate. However, before she could make her move, footsteps were heard approaching the door, followed by a knock.
Hey.
Big brother, big sister. It was Wang Daqin's voice. Jing Mo stood up and walked toward the door, while Su Nian also rose to stow the straw mat back in her space. Upon reaching the door, Jing Mo glanced back to see Su Nian had tidied up. Then he opened the door. Outside stood Wang Daqin, wearing a warm, sincere smile. Big brother, did I interrupt your rest? He asked. Our base leader has returned and brought back quite a few treasures. Knowing you were staying here, I was asked to invite you over for dinner. Such hospitality was rare in the apocalypse. What is most precious in this world? There is no definitive answer, yet food undoubtedly holds a significant place. Under these circumstances, Wang Daqin's invitation to dine together raised Su Nian's suspicions regarding the base leader's motives and intentions. Noticing the silence from both Jing Mo and Su Nian, Wang Daqin scratched his head, his smile tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Our base leader is very hospitable and kind-hearted. There's no ulterior motive. So, do not be afraid. Having said this, it would be impolite to decline the invitation. After exchanging glances, Jing Mo and Su Nian nodded in agreement. They donned their bags and followed Wang Daqin out of the room. Enveloped in thick fog, night descended rapidly. In a short span of time, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Fortunately, the base had electricity and numerous streetlights illuminated the path ahead. Su Nian and Jing Mo followed Wang Daqin for over 10 minutes before entering a large factory building. Inside, they found rows of tables and chairs, clearly indicating it served as a dining hall. At that moment, the dining hall was already populated with a considerable number of individuals. A brief scan revealed around 200 people. If this represented the entirety of the base's population, then its scale was indeed modest. As Wang Daqin led Su Nian and Jing Mo into the hall, they quickly attracted the attention of others, though the onlookers merely glanced before returning to their own conversations. The collective focus was on an open area near the food-serving station, where several boxes were situated, the ground around them damp. A young woman, appearing no older than 30, stood beside the boxes. As Su Nian appraised her, Wang Daqin had already guided them to her side. Leader, this is the big brother and big sister staying at our base today. Upon hearing this, the woman turned her gaze towards Su Nian and Jing Mo, her face lighting up with a smile before she spoke. Hello, I am the leader of this base, Feng Ziyulai. Today, I took a team out to sea and brought back a bounty of seafood. Knowing you were staying here, I invited you to join us for dinner. Feng Ziyulai was not strikingly beautiful, yet her name suited her well. Her features were gentle and refined. Though still young, deep lines had begun to form at the corners of her eyes, a testament to her cheerful disposition. As she spoke, Su Nian felt an aura of tranquility emanating from her, a quality she had also sensed in Wang Daqin. Is it true that the nature of a base leader reflects the character of its members? While Su Nian pondered this, Jing Mo interjected, Thank you for your kind invitation. Leader, but food is precious, and we feel it inappropriate to accept without offering something in return. As he spoke, Jing Mo unzipped his backpack and retrieved a cloth bag containing 2 jin of broken rice. 1 jin is for our accommodation, and the other is for our meals. Before Feng Ziyulai could respond, she chuckled warmly. Then I shall not be polite. Do enjoy our culinary offerings, although they may not compare to the second base. They are certainly not lacking. Upon hearing this, Su Nian understood that she had mistakenly assumed they were from the second base. Despite her error, neither she nor Jing Mo felt inclined to clarify. Being mistaken for members of the second base was preferable to revealing their origins from the first base. The journey between the first and second bases spanned over 1,000 miles, and in the current climate, traversing such a distance was no simple feat. If their true origins were disclosed, it could lead to considerable complications. Jing Mo maintained his cheerful demeanor. In that case, we will shamelessly await our meal. Thank you, leader. No need for thanks. In these times, we all face hardships. It is only right that we support one another. Wang Daqin, ever enthusiastic, responded, Come on. Let us find a place to sit. After settling down, Wang Daqin cheerfully remarked, Sister Chen in our base's dining hall is an excellent cook. He punctuated his words with a thumbs up. Today, there is an abundance of fresh seafood, and the flavors of the dishes prepared are nothing short of exquisite. You are indeed fortunate today. While it was clear that Su Nian and Jing Mo were the ones blessed with good fortune, Wang Daqin couldn't help but swallow hard. A gesture that elicited a faint smile. Jing Mo leaned in, curiosity piqued, and inquired, Do you often venture out to sea? With the pervasive fog these days. Isn't it perilous? How could it not be dangerous? Wang Daqin sighed. Given the current situation, even on land one can easily become disoriented, let alone at sea. If one encounters rough waves, the risks multiply. But what alternative is there? With so many mouths to feed at the base, meals must be provided. Wang Daqin continued, Do not be deceived by the fact that our base leader is a woman. She is more capable than many men. Every time we set sail, it is the base leader who leads the crew. Before departing, everyone must sign a waiver. Should anything happen, the rest of the base is responsible for looking after their families. Speaking of which, I will be able to accompany them on the next outing. Chapter 132. This base is quite commendable. Wang Daqin seemed to have an endless stream of thoughts regarding the sea, his face alight with longing and anticipation. The person seated beside him glanced over and remarked, "Daqin, you seem to think about going to sea every day." Wang Daqin, grinning widely, did not dispute this but nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I long to set sail. What else is there to do all day at the base? Unlike you all, who have wives and children to keep warm with, I am a solitary soul. If I do not venture forth, what else can I do?" "That is not how it works. Even if you are alone, it does not mean one should go to sea every time. We had previously agreed on this. Sailing is for everyone, a duty we all share. Except for the elderly and children, no one should enjoy the fruits of labor without participating. Yet the base leader goes every time. Can you truly compare yourself to her?"
Why not?
Listening to their conversation, Nian began to grasp the operational dynamics of the base. Fishing at sea constituted the primary source of income for the establishment. However, one must consider that while seafood can satisfy hunger, it is the staple foods that truly sustain. How is the base's staple food managed? She kept her inquiries to herself, choosing instead to listen and observe. Before long, Nian caught a whiff of the tantalizing scent of spicy peppers, mingled with the distinct aroma of seafood.
Indeed.
The fragrance was delightful, stirring her appetite. At that moment, Wang Daqin turned to her with a proud smile. "How about that? Sister Chen's culinary skills are quite impressive."
Aren't they?
Both Su Nian and Jing Mo nodded in unison. "Delicious." Upon hearing their approval, Wang Daqin beamed even brighter. "Once you taste it, you'll truly appreciate how wonderful it is." Seafood cooks quickly, and soon enough, a voice called out, announcing that the meal was ready. The occupants of the dining area rose promptly at the sound of the announcement, each grabbing their own food containers to queue up. With over 200 people, the lines were manageable, as 3 serving windows operated simultaneously, ensuring swift service. Wang Daqin turned to Su Nian and Jing Mo, asking, "Do you have food containers?"
Yes.
They responded, retrieving their containers from their backpacks before following Wang Daqin to the line. As they waited, Su Nian noted that the elderly and children stood at the front, while the able-bodied young men and women lingered at the back. Since the trio had arrived later, they found themselves at the end of a line. Wang Daqin reassured them, "You need not worry. There will be enough food for everyone, even for those at the back." As they approached the serving counter, Su Nian understood why Wang Daqin felt confident. The server wielded a large ladle, distributing equal portions to each person, ensuring that every serving was consistent. A scoop of rice accompanied by a heap of stir-fried seafood melange was placed atop the rice, looking quite appetizing. Su Nian sat down with her food container and examined her meal closely. The rice was a medley of grains, steamed together, featuring various colors and types, including beans, and even a couple of peanuts. Remarkably, it resembled the 8-treasure rice of the pre-apocalyptic era, though this version seemed to boast a greater variety. After more than 3 years of the apocalypse, this small base's ability to serve mixed grain rice was indeed commendable. As for the seafood melange, its variety was even more impressive, containing both familiar and unfamiliar species. It appeared to have been stir-fried with dubanjiang or hotpot base, its vibrant red hue exuding an enticing aroma. Everything was quite satisfactory, save for the somewhat modest portion. Su Nian finished her meal, feeling far from full. Wang Daqin, having also completed his meal, turned to her with a grin. "So, what do you think? Tasty, isn't it?" Su Nian nodded appreciatively. "Delicious. If you come again, you can dine with us." At her words, Su Nian simply nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Everyone was focused on their meals, and the dining hall was enveloped in a tranquil silence. Su Nian observed that no one returned for seconds. While she acknowledged her own substantial appetite, it seemed that even a person with a normal appetite would likely find this portion insufficient. It was clear that the reason no one returned for more was not that they were full, but rather that their rations were limited. It was no wonder that, despite the quality of their meals, the people appeared so gaunt. After washing their food containers together with Wang Daqin, Su Nian and Jing Mo made their way out of the dining hall. Upon returning to their quarters and closing the door behind them, Su Nian turned to Jing Mo, wondering if he wished to eat something else. Given that they shared a similar appetite and she had not yet felt satisfied, Jing Mo was likely even hungrier. Jing Mo patted his stomach and suggested, perhaps something mild in flavor? After all, they were in someone else's space, and the privacy of the room was limited. Su Nian retrieved 2 bowls of rice topped with a simple sauce, which were not overly flavorful. They both ate quickly, and before long, the bowls were empty. Not feeling the need to wash up immediately, Su Nian simply returned the empty bowls to her storage space. Checking the time, she noted it was barely 7 o'clock. Going to bed now seemed premature. As she contemplated finding something to occupy her time, laughter and chatter drifted in from outside. The sounds were unmistakably those of children at play. Remembering the children she had seen in the dining hall, Su Nian murmured, "This base is quite commendable. At least the elderly and children are well cared for. The children, in particular, wear clothes that, while mended, are clean and they appear healthy." With chubby faces rather than the emaciated forms of many children she had seen in the small bases of her past life. Moreover, there exists an ever-present peril of mortality. In stark contrast to those children, the youth within this base seemed to dwell in a veritable paradise. Recalling the previous praise heaped upon Feng Ziyulai in the cafeteria, Su Nian found herself regarding Feng Ziyulai with newfound admiration. A woman who could establish a base amidst the apocalypse, serve as its leader, and care for the elderly and children within its confines is indeed a remarkable individual. Not to mention, she consistently ventures out to sea, leading by example and selflessly prioritizing others. Su Nian recognized that she was not of such mettle and could not emulate such deeds. Yet this did not diminish her respect for those who could. That night, Su Nian and Jing Mo drifted into slumber, lulled by the joyful cacophony of children within the base. With nary a word exchanged throughout the night, they awoke early the next morning. Being in an unfamiliar locale, it was inevitable that their slumber would not be deeply restful. After tidying up, they emerged from their quarters, only to find it was a mere 6 o'clock in the morning. Initially, Su Nian believed this to be quite early, but upon stepping outside, she discovered that Feng Ziyulai, accompanied by Wang Daqin and several others, had already set out to sea. After a moment of surprise, she could only lament the harshness of life. As Su Nian and Jing Mo prepared to depart, the inhabitants of the base warmly escorted them to the entrance. Once they drove away from the base, Su Nian experienced an almost ethereal sensation. This small enclave, shrouded in dense fog, provided sustenance and comfort, yet the atmosphere was tranquil and harmonious, with everyone exhibiting remarkable diligence. They assisted one another, exemplifying reverence for the elderly and affection for the young. This modest base resembled a veritable haven amidst the desolation of the world. Though they had only spent a single night within its walls, Su Nian felt immensely positive about her experience. Casting a glance backward as they drove away, she noted they had already traversed a considerable distance. All that remained was the thick fog, obscuring any sight of the base. Jing Mo, glancing at Su Nian with a smile, inquired what had captured her attention. Su Nian withdrew her gaze, a smile gracing her lips as she replied that she simply thought the base was quite commendable and hoped that its inhabitants would continue to enjoy such stability. Jing Mo, upon hearing this, refrained from commenting. In this world of chaos, where circumstances shift in an instant, the longevity of the base remained uncertain. Even without Jing Mo articulating this truth, Su Nian comprehended it well. Nevertheless, she believed that despite existing in an apocalyptic reality, one must not entirely relinquish hope. Quickly regaining her composure, Su Nian retrieved a map, acknowledging their unfamiliarity with Haiku City and the necessity of proceeding with caution. Although they possessed a route map provided by Kong Jianming and various pre-downloaded electronic maps of Haiku City, the aftermath of the earthquake had devastated many iconic structures. Coupled with the dense fog obscuring their view, it was all too easy to stray from their path. Fortuitously, their keen sense of direction and careful exploration allowed them to avoid retracing their steps. However, even with their diligence, it was not until the afternoon that they finally arrived at the second base. The first base had been constructed upon the foundation of a scenic area, while the second base had expanded from a coastal military facility. The entrance to the base that Su Nian and Jing Mo now beheld was a later addition. Upon entering, they found themselves in the outer city of the base, which starkly contrasted with the first base, where no such distinction existed. The second base clearly delineated between its inner and outer cities, a fact clearly documented in the materials provided by Kong Jianming. As Jing Mo drove closer to the second base's entrance, they found themselves behind two other vehicles, necessitating a brief pause. After approximately 5 minutes of waiting, the vehicles ahead were permitted entry into the base. When Jing and Mo approached the gate, they were halted by a guard who requested a card. At the entrance, a card reader stood, reminiscent of those found at automated parking facilities. Only with a card could they gain passage. Lowering his window, Jing and Mo offered the guard a cigarette, stating, "Brother, this is our first visit. We don't have a card." Upon seeing the cigarette, the guard's eyes lit up. Though merely a single cigarette, it was enough to elicit excitement. In this post-apocalyptic world, where such luxuries had been unavailable for years, those who could procure tobacco were indeed resourceful individuals. The guard accepted the cigarette with both hands, his face blossoming into a radiant smile. Not having a card is no issue. Anyone can enter the second base. However, those without a base citizen card must present 3 gene of grain upon entry to receive a temporary identity card valid for 3 days. This card, however, is only for entering and exiting the base. Accommodations and meals must be arranged independently. As the guard relayed this information, both Nian and Jing and Mo furrowed their brows. Since the onset of the extreme cold, the first base had abolished the grain fee for entry and even conducted rescues to bring survivors into the base. By then, did the second base impose such a fee just for admission? 3 gene of grain per person might not seem excessive, yet in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, with no agricultural production, many were living off dwindling reserves. Releasing 3 gene of grain merely to enter the base felt exorbitant. While Nian pondered this, she heard Jing and Mo laughingly inquire, "Is there any alternative to grain?" The guard maintained his cheerful demeanor, replying, "That depends on what you have." Jing and Mo produced a somewhat crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, stating, "I still have more than half a pack here. Brother, what do you think? Can we work something out?" He opened the pack to display its contents clearly. Within the pack lay over 10 cigarettes, causing the guard's eyes to gleam with excitement. Absolutely. Who are we kidding? In this world, one relies on family at home and on brothers outside. The guard promptly retrieved 2 cards from his pocket, swiped them at the reader, and handed them to Jing and Mo. The base was riddled with checkpoints, necessitating card access, and it was imperative to safeguard these cards. Otherwise, being discovered without one would result in expulsion from the base. Jing and Mo accepted the 2 cards with one hand while extending the cigarette pack with the other, expressing gratitude. "Thanks, brother." Having bid farewell to this newfound ally, Jing and Mo finally drove into the base. As the window rolled up, the smile faded from Jing Mo's face. Every individual lacking a base identification card was required to pay with grain, contributing a substantial income to the base. 3 gene for 1 person meant 300 gene for 100 people. For a base of this size, the daily revenue must be considerable. One could only speculate where these entrance fees ultimately ended up. Nian's voice turned frosty as she remarked, "No wonder there are still smaller bases in Haiku City. If the second base were truly sufficient, much like the first, it's unlikely anyone would endeavor to establish a small base on their own, struggling to survive. Merely the exorbitant entry fee makes one ponder what sacrifices must be made to reside within the base." As their vehicle passed through the archway, Nian and Jing and Mo finally caught a glimpse of the outer city of the second base. The roads were wide, flanked by robust streetlights that illuminated the fog as if to banish it entirely. On either side of the road, numerous shops lined the streets. The shops were all open, their interiors illuminated by bright lights. Chapter 134. Is this truly the apocalypse? At a glance, one could find a myriad of goods for sale. Witnessing this scene, Nian was momentarily stunned. Even though she had been reborn, she was utterly astonished by the sight before her. Is this genuinely the end of the world? As one of the top 10 bases, the disparity between the first base and this place was staggering. Have we inadvertently passed through that grand gate and returned to a time before the apocalypse? While Nian was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Jing and Mo utter a remark that not only brought her back to reality, but also made her chuckle. She pointed at the pedestrians on the street, noting that prior to the apocalypse, such a number of people dressed in this manner would have been unimaginable. Although there were numerous shops, the attire of the passers-by revealed that the inhabitants of the second base did not necessarily enjoy a better standard of living than those in the first base. At least, a considerable portion of the outer city's residents appeared to be living quite ordinarily. Jing and Mo joined in her laughter, asking where they should head next. Su Nian was uncertain of their destination but felt that upon arriving in a new place, it was customary to find somewhere to settle first. Jing Mo drove slowly forward, while Su Nian attentively observed the various shops lining the streets. After turning a corner, they indeed spotted an establishment displaying a sign indicating it was a hotel. "Shall we inquire there?" Su Nian suggested. Jing Mo nodded in agreement and parked the car by the roadside. From the outside, the place seemed unremarkable, but upon entering, they realized it was quite basic. The building featured brick walls and a concrete slab roof, exuding an unrefined, raw aesthetic devoid of any modern embellishments. A fluorescent light hung from the ceiling, casting a bright glow. Inside, there was only a single counter where a woman lay sleeping. She appeared to be in deep slumber, as Su Nian and Jing Mo had already been inside for a considerable time without her noticing. Growing impatient from the wait, Su Nian approached the counter and gently tapped on its surface. Startled, the woman sat up straight. "You," she began, her initially dazed expression quickly transforming into one of alertness. "Are you here to rent a room?" Su Nian neither confirmed nor denied, but inquired about the rates. 1 pound of grain per day, meals not included. The price was comparable to what they had previously encountered at their former base. Observing that the woman was not overly demanding, Su Nian asked, "Could you show us a room?" "Of course," the woman exclaimed, calling out, "Ajuan, come out and show them to a room."
Coming.
A young girl's voice echoed from the back, and shortly thereafter, a girl of perhaps 18 or 19 emerged from the rear entrance. Upon seeing Su Nian and Jing Mo, Ajuan's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily freezing in place. "What are you standing there for? Hurry, and take them to see the room," the woman urged.
"Oh, right,"
Ajuan responded, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she smiled shyly. "Please follow me." Su Nian and Jing Mo trailed Ajuan out the back door, revealing a modest courtyard flanked by rows of rooms on 3 sides. Ajuan led them to the first room on the eastern side. As she switched on the light, a small room of less than 10 square meters unfolded before Su Nian and Jing Mo. The room's aesthetic mirrored that of the exterior, a simple wooden bed, approximately 1.5 meters wide, adorned with sheets and blankets that looked rather unclean. Unbeknownst to them, the absence of windows was likely due to the difficulty of procuring glass. Beside the bed was a nightstand, and apart from that, the room was devoid of any furnishings. Su Nian found herself at a loss for words to describe the starkness of the room, which could only be summed up as rudimentary. Yet, it was evident that this structure had been erected after the onset of the apocalypse. Given the limited resources, the existence of a private room was already commendable. What more could one desire? Noticing that Su Nian and Jing Mo remained silent, Ajuan's gaze turned anxious. "The room may be a bit simple," she remarked in a voice barely above a whisper. Su Nian smiled reassuringly. "It's perfectly fine. We'll stay for a couple of days. By the way, our car is parked on the roadside outside your establishment. Is that all right?" "Absolutely, no problem at all." Ajuan shook her head emphatically. "You can park anywhere. There are no traffic police now." Su Nian's polite smile grew more genuine upon hearing Ajuan's words. "That's a relief. I was worried it might get towed." She then turned to Jing Mo. "Could you please go pay for the room?" "Of course," Jing Mo replied, turning to exit. Su Nian then directed her attention back to Ajuan. "Is this your family's business?" Ajuan nodded, her face flushed as she responded softly, "Yes." A hint of nervousness colored Ajuan's demeanor, prompting Su Nian to reflect inwardly. "Am I truly that intimidating?" Lost in her thoughts, Ajuan caught her gaze and asked, "Is this your first time at the base?" Su Nian nodded, "Yes." "Why did you come to the base?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Nian replied, "I wanted to see the world." Ajuan appeared taken aback by this response. With a slight pursing of her lips, she whispered, "If you can afford a car, your lives must be quite decent in the small base. There's really no need to come to the second base. There's not much to see here." Su Nian had initially intended to subtly inquire about the conditions of the base, but Ajuan preemptively began to share. Eager for knowledge, Su Nian asked, "Why do you say that?" "The second base is one of the top 10 bases in the country. What could possibly be lacking?" "The base I previously stayed in had far fewer shops." Ajuan shook her head. "It only looks appealing. In reality, life here may not be better than in a smaller base." "Could you elaborate?" Faced with Su Nian's eager eyes, Ajuan nodded. The second base is divided into an inner city and an outer city, as you may know. I am aware. Not only is the base divided, but the people are classified into ranks as well. Those residing in the inner city are first-class citizens. The outer city dwellers, like us shopkeepers and some capable individuals, are second-class citizens. Then there are those who merely scrape by in the slums, classified as third-class citizens. As Ajuan spoke, Su Nian's expression grew increasingly serious. Chapter 135, The Citizen Classification System. What Ajuan revealed was not mentioned in the materials provided by Kong Jianming. Su Nian did not believe that Kong Jianming had intentionally withheld this information. The only plausible explanation was that he himself was unaware of the survivor classification system in the second base. This notion could not possibly have originated from the original inhabitants of Blue Star. Contemplating this, Su Nian inquired, was the classification of survivors established from the beginning in the second base? Ajuan shook her head. It wasn't like that at first. It likely began during the extreme cold period. Upon hearing Ajuan's response, Su Nian became increasingly convinced of her conjecture. Initially, the second base functioned as a standard facility. However, it appeared that the individuals from the stars had seized control, leading to the establishment of a hierarchy among the survivors. Suppressing her thoughts for the moment, Su Nian continued to inquire, what other regulations does the base have? Ajuan pondered for a moment before replying, to reside in the base for an extended period. One must obtain a base citizen card. To acquire a second-class citizen card, a contribution of 200 gene of provisions is required, limited solely to food. For a third-class citizen card, one must provide 50 gene of provisions, also restricted to food. Within the base, one can rent or purchase accommodations. The prices vary according to location, size, and conditions. Third-class citizens are prohibited from entering the inner city, while second-class citizens may enter, but are not permitted to buy or rent property there. To reside in the inner city, one must first pay 500 gene of food to elevate their citizen card to first class. For those of us running shops, a monthly citizen tax of at least 30 gene of food is required. Otherwise, we are barred from conducting business. Su Nian had always thought that having lived through the 10th year of the apocalypse in her previous life, she had encountered all manner of absurdities. Yet, after hearing Ajuan's account, she realized that there are no limits to the bizarre, only escalating absurdities. The contractor from the underground city of Rihe had merely harmed hundreds of individuals, whereas this star dweller concealed within the second base posed a threat to the entire facility. Su Nian clenched and released her fists, battling the impulse to draw her weapon. Ajuan, standing beside her, noticed her agitation and curiously asked, "What is wrong with your hand?" Su Nian glanced down at her hand, a chilling smile curling at her lips. "It's nothing, just a bit of an itch. A desire to kill."
Ajuan,
perplexed by this remark, gazed at Su Nian but wisely refrained from pressing further. Su Nian retrieved a small packet of compressed biscuits from her backpack and pressed it into Ajuan's hands. "Thank you for sharing all this information. Consider this a token of my gratitude." Ajuan, eyeing the modest packet, protested, No, it's just a few words." Su Nian grasped Ajuan's hand, asserting, "This information is worth compensation. If you refuse, I may hesitate to inquire in the future." The small packet of biscuits, merely enough for one meal, was indeed a trivial offering compared to the value of the information Ajuan had provided. Seeing Su Nian's insistence, Ajuan relented, her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Thank you." As soon as Ajuan uttered her thanks, Jing Mo entered from outside. Upon seeing Jing Mo's return, Ajuan said, "You two rest, I will step out for a moment." After watching Ajuan depart, Jing Mo closed the door and secured it with a bolt. As per routine, she turned off the lights, inspected the room for any surveillance or listening devices, and confirmed the absence of such before switching the lights back on. The room lacked even a stool, prompting Su Nian to conjure a set of tables and chairs from her spatial storage. The two sat at the table, exchanging the information they had gathered. Jing Mo's prolonged absence was not solely due to settling the accommodation fee. She had also been gathering intelligence from the landlady. Their accounts corroborated each other, revealing the reality of the situation at the second base. As Su Nian spoke, her expression gradually hardened. Jing Mo nodded, stating, "Upon hearing about the citizen ranking system, I recognized it as the brainchild of my fellow townsfolk." At her words, Su Nian scrutinized Jing Mo intently. Perplexed by the attention, Jing Mo queried. Why are you staring at me like that? I was contemplating why, despite both being from the stars, you differ from them. Jing Mo, disinterested in fame or fortune, possessed formidable abilities yet had never aspired to establish a grand enterprise or dominate Blue Star. In contrast, the contractor from the underground city and the one at the second base were unsettlingly disruptive. Jing Mo chuckled at Su Nian's words, lifting her chin with pride. That's because individuals like me who are truly unique are exceedingly rare. Su Nian found herself in agreement, nodding vigorously. You are absolutely correct. Though no one is without flaws. Jing Mo's occasional social awkwardness only added to her charm, rendering her delightful compared to the other star dwellers. Noticing Su Nian's brow furrowing again, Jing Mo offered reassurance. No need to overthink it. Since they are so restless, unwilling to live peacefully, they must be prepared to face the consequences. We managed to eliminate the contractor in the underground city. We can do the same here. And what if they are also from the stars? Ideological differences ultimately preclude collaboration. Jing Mo was determined not to passively witness Blue Star descend into chaos at the hands of these rogue star dwellers. If they did not act decisively before their full emergence, the already precarious state of Blue Star would only deteriorate further. Jing Mo's words successfully soothed Su Nian, who nodded emphatically yes. He must be dealt with sooner rather than later. So, let us hasten to have our meal, Jing Mo said, rubbing her stomach. A man is iron and food is steel. Missing a meal makes one quite famished. Their routines and meals had always been punctual, and she was genuinely hungry. Su Nian chuckled at Jing Mo. You seem to have picked up quite a few proverbs. Jing Mo laughed in return. I learned them from old Kong. Mentioning Kong Jianming brought Su Nian's thoughts back to the first base. While it may not appear as vibrant and bustling as the second base, Su Nian believed that given the choice, most would prefer to reside at the first base. There, it felt more like home to them on Blue Star. Chapter 136, The Grain Station. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Nian and Jing Mo set out together, with their backpacks slung over their shoulders. Their room had returned to the state it was in upon their arrival. There was no need to lock the door. The belongings inside were the hotel's responsibility, and they would naturally ensure their safety. As they approached the front of the shop, they found Ajuan and the landlady already there. Both were seated at the counter, where breakfast was laid out. The meal was simple, a small dish of pickled vegetables of unknown origin and 2 bowls of thin seafood porridge. The flatbreads in their hands had already been partially consumed, and their dark color suggested they were made from either sorghum flour or sweet potato flour. Upon noticing Su Nian and Jing Mo, both Ajuan and the landlady smiled warmly. You're up. Would you like something to eat? The landlady's tone was gentle, yet her words were refreshingly straightforward. However, as a small business, we do not provide complimentary food. If you wish to order something, it will incur an additional charge. Alternatively, you may bring us your provisions, and we will prepare it for a modest labor fee. My culinary skills are quite commendable. As the landlady spoke, Ajuan blushed, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Upon hearing the proprietress's words, Jing Mo expressed his gratitude with a smile, thanking her for her concern, but mentioned that they had already dined and intended to take a stroll outside. Unperturbed by the refusal, the proprietress's smile remained unchanged as she cast Jing Mo an understanding glance, as if to suggest they were in search of provisions. Su Nian's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, yet she wisely refrained from voicing her thoughts. Jing Mo continued the conversation smoothly, exclaiming, You've seen through us. I thought I was being quite discreet. The proprietress, with a hint of pride, raised her chin, stating that individuals like them were quite familiar to her, and she could easily surmise their intentions. Though you find some stability in your small base and there are no distinctions of citizenship, your fishing expeditions yield limited resources. And since you cannot cultivate your own food, you inevitably must purchase supplies from the base. Upon hearing this, Su Nian suddenly understood. She had been pondering the origins of the food in Wang Dachen's small base, and it now seemed clear that they procured it from the second base. Jing Mo took a few quick strides to the counter, asking the proprietress if she could provide them with some guidance, given her perceptiveness. To be honest, this is our first visit to the second base, and we are not familiar with the area at all. Our base sent us here to scout the situation, and we are rather in the dark. The proprietress reassured them. Rest assured, your concern for us will not go unrewarded. She spoke with conviction. What kind of talk is that? Am I the sort to covet your possessions? It is a tremendous challenge for us to survive until now. We must aid one another when we can. Just tell me what you wish to know. Jing Mo retrieved a small bag of compressed biscuits from his pocket and placed it on the counter, stating, I'm not entirely sure what I want to know. Perhaps you could suggest something? Very well, I shall make some suggestions. The proprietress replied, swiftly snatching the compressed biscuits and tucking them into her pocket with such speed that it seemed like an afterimage. In the pre-apocalyptic world, a mere bag of compressed biscuits might have been disregarded, but now, for many, such items represented a rare improvement in their rations. After stowing away the biscuits, the proprietress pondered for a moment before speaking. To procure food within the base, there are two options, purchasing from the base's supermarket or from private grain stations. While the supermarket may offer slightly lower prices, the quality is uncertain and dependent on luck. Conversely, buying from private grain stations guarantees quality, but as you know, you get what you pay for. Jing Mo nodded in understanding and posed his final question, but what currency do we use for purchases? Unlike in the pre-apocalyptic era, we lack a common currency. The points card from the first base is useless here. Upon hearing this, the proprietress burst into laughter. Why, of course, you trade seafood. What else would you use? Old currency? It wouldn't even be worth burning. Nian, listening quietly, found clarity in her thoughts. It became evident that Feng Xiaoying took to the sea daily, not solely for consumption but also to exchange for food at the base. Bartering had indeed become the norm in these times. Having acquired the knowledge they sought, Jing Mo and Nian decided not to linger further and resolved to venture out. Since they intended to stroll, driving seemed unnecessary. While the occasional vehicle passed by, the majority of people opted for bicycles or electric scooters. Slowly, they ambled forward, observing the shops lining the streets. Upon closer inspection, they realized that although there were numerous establishments, the prosperity was mere illusion. Shops sold clothing and various trinkets, some of which appeared tattered, evidently scavenged from the ruins. Following the earthquake, many buildings had collapsed and countless lives had been lost. The items salvaged from the debris were deemed ownerless. Whoever discovered them could claim them. Thus selling them posed no ethical dilemma. Yet, in the current circumstances, one had to wonder if anyone would actually purchase such wares. As they walked, Nian scrutinized the shops, ultimately concluding that business was dismally poor. However, a shop selling toiletries seemed to be thriving. After all, even in an apocalyptic setting, few would wish to appear unkempt if conditions allowed for better hygiene. Bathing, washing one's face, hair, and clothes all required various toiletries. Nian had ample supplies in her own space, and thus found no interest in perusing those shops. After traversing 2 streets, they finally spotted a store with a sign indicating it was a grain station. Noticing Nian pause, Jing Mo inquired, "Shall we take a look inside?" Nian nodded, eager to discover what types of food were available and their prices. At the entrance of the grain station stood 4 robust men, either seated or standing, clearly tasked with guarding the premises. Anyone daring to entertain ill intentions within the grain station would likely find themselves unable to exit. Nian glanced briefly at the men before entering the grain station with Jing Mo. The store was approximately the size of 2 rooms, and upon entering, they were greeted by a row of glass counters directly facing the entrance. Inside the counters were rectangular bins filled with various grains, each labeled with a small card indicating its price. As Nian observed the counters, a sense of familiarity washed over her. It seemed reminiscent of the display cases once used for mobile phones in stores. Little did the creators of those counters know that one day they would serve to showcase food. Perhaps due to the early hour. Aside from the young woman behind the counter, the only other occupants were Nian and Jing Mo. The woman was quite attractive, with fair skin and delicate features. Adorned in a red long-sleeved dress embroidered with flowers, exuding an air of elegance. Her face was made up, and even her fingers were manicured. One's living conditions could not be assessed solely by appearance. A more telling sign lay in the hands. Those who labored consistently bore rough hands, yet this woman's were smooth and delicate, revealing she had likely not engaged in hard work. Such individuals were commonplace before the apocalypse. But to maintain such pristine hands and exquisite grooming after years of hardship suggested either exceptional personal ability or a privileged background. While it remained uncertain whether this woman belonged to the former or latter category, it was ultimately inconsequential. Standing before the counter, Su Nian and Jing Mo remained silent, while the woman simply smiled at them, her gaze appraising them with a hint of allure. Su Nian was not only observing the woman but also taking note of the variety of grains displayed and their corresponding prices. The selection was quite diverse, featuring white rice, flour, millet, black rice, and glutinous rice, along with cornmeal, sweet potato flour, sorghum flour, and mung bean flour. Additionally, there were several varieties of beans and peanuts. Furthermore, Su Nian also observed wheat bran and rice bran. In the past, these were exclusively utilized for feeding poultry and would have never been displayed on such counters, sold alongside other grains. However, now even wheat bran and rice bran are openly priced and sold as food, and the prices are far from inexpensive. From the little cards indicating the prices, Su Nian discerned the currency of the second base. While the common currency in the first base is contribution points, the prevalent currency in the second base is public trust points. For refined grains such as rice and flour, 5 public trust points can buy a pound, whereas wheat bran and rice bran can be purchased for just 1 public trust point per pound. The disparity in prices is indeed astonishing. After a while, Grandma Su and Jing Mo decided to leave, as they were not genuinely there to purchase grains. They merely sought to observe the prices. The woman, who had remained silent, chuckled softly upon seeing the two preparing to depart. "Did you come in just to stand here and look?" Her voice was delicately soft, perfectly matching her appearance. Su Nian glanced at the woman. "Is it not permissible to leave without purchasing?" "Of course not," the woman replied with a smile. "I am in the business of selling, not robbing. How could I engage in coercive transactions?" Hearing her words, Su Nian nodded and refrained from further comment, turning to depart. Yet at that moment, the woman spoke again. "Is this your first visit to the base? Do you lack public trust points? Judging by your attire, you should not be short on supplies. If you wish to settle in the base, I could assist you in obtaining a citizen card. You can help?" Su Nian inquired, puzzled. Wasn't it possible to obtain a citizen card simply by fulfilling the necessary requirements? The proprietress had mentioned that as long as sufficient supplies were provided, one could acquire the corresponding level of citizen card without needing assistance. "It seems you have gathered some information, but perhaps not comprehensively," the woman replied. "Do you not wish to explore the inner city? The outer city is bustling with shops. How lively must the inner city be?
Et quand assure-you?
Even the metropolises before the apocalypse pale in comparison to the current inner city." However, Su Nian felt no longing. She merely regarded the woman with suspicion. "Why would you help us?" "It's not entirely about helping you. I'm merely offering you an opportunity. Whether or not you can seize that chance to reside in the inner city depends on your own choices." Disliking the woman's vague insinuations, Su Nian directly inquired, "What exactly is it?" "Do not be hasty. Allow me to explain slowly," the woman said. "Our esteemed Lord Star Marquis is selecting a 5th consort. Given your qualifications, I believe you would certainly be chosen. At that point, not only would you possess a first-class citizen card to reside in the inner city, but you would also be revered and sought after wherever you go. By then, I might even require your assistance, depending on your favor." The implications of the woman's words were overwhelming, and Su Nian struggled to comprehend them all at once. After mentally processing the woman's statement, she finally posed her first question. "Who is the Lord Star Marquis?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "You do not even know the Lord Star Marquis? Clearly, this is your first visit to the second base. Our base has thrived thanks to his patronage. The citizen card and public trust points were both initiatives of the Lord Star Marquis. Although he is not the base leader, he wields considerable influence within it. Should you become the 5th consort of the Lord Star Marquis, it would indeed elevate your status immensely. You previously resided in a small base, did you not? If the Lord Star Marquis takes a liking to you, he could easily facilitate the settlement of your entire base's populace in the second base. Even if it is not feasible for everyone to reside in the inner city, becoming a second-class citizen would be no obstacle." Su Nian maintained an expressionless visage. "How can you be so certain?" "How can I be so certain?" The woman chuckled. "That is because the 3rd consort of the Lord Star Marquis hails from a small base as well. She, like you, came to the second base to purchase grains and happened to catch the attention of the Lord Star Marquis. It is truly a case of one achieving greatness, thereby elevating those around her. Their small base, with just over 100 people, was once plagued by hunger. Who would have thought that they would now all settle in the second base? The relatives of the third consort now reside in the inner city, and the others are all second-class citizens with their own homes and jobs. In a short span of time, they have all gained considerable weight and are living exceedingly well. So, what do you think? Are you not tempted? If you are willing, I can take you into the inner city to help you in the selection process. I do not ask for much. Just remember me once you are chosen, and lend me a hand when I am in need. Chapter 138. How could I possibly be a gigolo? Are you so certain I will be selected? Absolutely. The woman's confidence was palpable. I have encountered very few individuals with your poise and allure. Once you enter the selection, others stand no chance. Will you go? The woman asked, her eyes sparkling with determination. To her, it was inconceivable that Nian would refuse after hearing her enticing offer. Times are tough, even in the second base. Living comfortably is no easy feat, let alone for those in smaller bases, where life is even more arduous. Who would be foolish enough to reject such a golden opportunity? However, just as the woman was reveling in her triumph, Nian decisively uttered 2 words, I will not. The woman's smile froze, and her certainty was replaced by shock. Not going? Why not? Before Nian could respond, the woman pointed at Jingmo. Is it because of this gigolo? Jingmo.
Oh.
Who is the gigolo? The woman looked at Nian with heartfelt concern, urging her, Sister, do not be foolish. What time is it? This is the apocalypse. There may be no tomorrow after today. No one knows what the future holds. What good is love? Can it fill your belly or keep you warm? Heed my advice. This gigolo cannot compare to the Lord Star Marquis. Nian nodded in agreement. You are correct. There is indeed no comparison. However, the Star Marquis cannot compare to him. What did you say? The woman, taken aback, stood up in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet Nian paid no heed to her reaction and continued, Let me ask you another question. Is polygamy permitted in the second base? Upon hearing this question, the woman laughed once more. In this apocalypse, even murder goes unchecked, let alone taking multiple wives. Not only is polygamy accepted, but if you possess the capability, even polyandry would go unnoticed. Moreover, with the current poverty, many are undernourished and very few can conceive. Even if one does conceive, it is not guaranteed that they will give birth. It has been 3 years since there has been a single newborn in the base. In pursuit of higher birth rates, no one seems to mind who marries multiple wives. If one successfully conceives and gives birth, the base even offers additional subsidies. Those who struggle to afford food, especially families with reasonably attractive women, will devise ways to offer their women to capable men in exchange for food or credibility. Do not inquire whether these women consent. When faced with hunger, what choice do they have? They would likely welcome such arrangements. At this juncture, the woman cast a complicated glance at Nian. Only those lacking in intellect would squander such a splendid opportunity and still refuse it. It was evident she was well fed. Although the woman refrained from voicing these thoughts, her eyes betrayed no hint of concealment, and Nian perceived it all too clearly. However, Nian was indifferent to the woman's inner musings. She had exhausted her inquiries and thus took Jingmo's hand to exit. Watching Nian and Jingmo depart briskly, the woman curled her lip. A woman blinded by love. Sooner or later, she would weep. As Nian and Jingmo walked a considerable distance, they finally paused. Noticing Jingmo's silence, Nian turned to him with curiosity. What is the matter? Jingmo appeared somewhat aggrieved, even touching his own face. How do I resemble a pretty boy? While it was true that Jingmo hailed from the stars, it did not imply he was oblivious to the term pretty boy, which certainly carries negative connotations. Nian scrutinized Jingmo earnestly for a moment. You are quite fair-skinned, with a petite face. It is indeed accurate to call you a pretty boy. Upon hearing this, Jingmo's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting a mix of surprise and disbelief. Witnessing Jingmo's reaction, Nian could not suppress her laughter. What expression is that? Realizing Nian had teased him, Jingmo chuckled helplessly, playfully tapping her on the nose. You are quite the rascal. Though both were clad in simple athletic wear, their exquisite features made them striking, especially when standing together, their allure multiplied. Passers-by could not help but cast glances in their direction. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Nian realized she had forgotten to wear a mask when they stepped out. She gently tugged at Jing Mo. Let us return to the hotel. Jing Mo nodded. All right. The two made their way back to the hotel, greeting the landlady before retreating to the courtyard and entering their room. The door swung open, revealing everything unchanged since their departure that morning. Jing Mo turned on the light and secured the door from within. Su Nian arranged the table and chairs, and they finally sat down. Last night, when Awan spoke of the citizen hierarchy, Su Nian had thought the base was already absurd. Yet her recent excursion had unearthed even more outrageous revelations. Although the apocalypse rendered previous laws obsolete, was it truly acceptable to openly endorse polygamy in the name of increasing birth rates? If they genuinely sought to raise birth rates, there existed alternative methods such as organizing matchmaking for singles, providing them with employment, and offering communal meals to improve health. As long as individuals were not plagued by significant health issues and were of childbearing age, with a bit of proper nourishment, conceiving children would pose no challenge. After childbirth, the base could offer rewards and additional support for child-rearing, ensuring many would willingly embrace parenthood. Yet, how did the second base conduct itself? The capable engaged in polygamy, while the less fortunate were compelled to send their women away in exchange for survival capital. If this trend persists, what fate awaits the second base? Su Nian hesitated to contemplate further. Yet, that was not the most disconcerting aspect. The truly alarming reality was that many believed there was nothing wrong with this arrangement, much like the woman at the grain station. Contemplating this, Su Nian looked at Jing Mo. Shall we speak with the landlady? I also wish to inquire with Awan. The woman at the grain station offered a rather one-sided perspective. We need a broader understanding. All right, let's go converse with them, Jing Mo agreed. As they rose, Su Nian tidied the table and chairs before opening the door to step outside. However, before they could exit, Awan rushed over, her cheeks flushed, whether from exertion or something else. After catching her breath, Awan spoke. Someone is looking for you up ahead. This was directed at Su Nian. Su Nian raised an eyebrow. Looking for me? I hardly know anyone here, having just arrived at the second base yesterday. Who could it be? Yes, it's you. They are waiting outside, and asked me to call you. Su Nian remained unhurried. Do you know the person seeking me? They are from the base's security team. The base's security team was looking for her? Judging by Awan's demeanor, she too seemed unaware of the specifics. Su Nian decided to step outside and see for herself what the security team wanted. Though Jing Mo said nothing, he closely followed Su Nian. Awan observed their departing figures, hesitated briefly, and then followed suit. The courtyard was not expansive, and within a minute, Su Nian and Jing Mo entered the front door through the back door. Upon entry, they found three men standing in the center of the room. The landlady stood nearby, her smile strained, perhaps from excessive smiling or nerves. Upon seeing Su Nian, the landlady hurriedly approached her. You've arrived. Captain Zhang is looking for you. The man referred to as Captain Zhang turned his gaze towards Su Nian. You have recently arrived at the second base, correct? I am here to inform you that you are fortunate enough to be granted the opportunity to participate in the selection for the fifth wife of Lord Xinjiao. You may accompany me to the inner city now. Su Nian did not respond immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Captain Zhang with curiosity. She was intrigued as to how this native of Blue Star could deliver such absurd news with a straight face. Did he not find it utterly ridiculous? Under Su Nian's gaze, Captain Zhang furrowed his brow. I am speaking to you. Why do you keep staring at me? Su Nian retracted her probing gaze and coldly declined. I will not go. Unless she were insane, there was no way she would participate in such a selection. Even if this presented a splendid opportunity to enter the inner city and potentially meet the Duke of Stars, Su Nian remained resolute. In this second chance at life, no one could coerce her into actions against her will. Hearing Su Nian's refusal, Captain Zhang's frown deepened. You should consider this carefully. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you are selected, your family, friends, and everyone in your base will enjoy a prosperous life, and they will take pride in you. Su Nian shook her head, her tone unwaveringly firm. No, they will not. If she truly intends to partake in that selection, even if it is merely a temporary measure, Kong Jianming would likely be infuriated enough to draw his weapon. Upon conjuring this thought, Su Nian found herself momentarily taken aback. Captain Zhang merely mentioned relatives and friends. Why did she immediately think of Kong Jianming? Could it be that, in her heart, she has placed him in the position of a close confidant? Captain Zhang observed Su Nian, Noting her initial refusal, followed by an apparent distraction, her expression growing increasingly displeased. Countless individuals yearn for such an opportunity, yet it remains elusive. Here stands a person to whom the chance has been presented, and instead of seizing it, she repeatedly declines. The more Captain Zhang contemplated, the more irate she became. Her voice low yet firm. "I will ask you once more. Do you wish to go or not?" Captain Zhang's words jolted Su Nian back to reality. She furrowed her brow, casting an impatient glance at Captain Zhang. "No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains unchanged. I will not go." Captain Zhang's countenance darkened instantly, exclaiming her lack of awareness. Su Nian simply regarded Captain Zhang in silence, unyielding. Recognizing Su Nian's resolute stance, Captain Zhang chose not to press further, and turned to leave. At that moment, the proprietress hurriedly approached, positioning herself before Captain Zhang. Receiving a cold glare, she quickly forced a smile. "Captain Zhang, since she is unwilling, might I suggest this opportunity be granted to my daughter?" Captain Zhang frowned. "Your daughter?" The proprietress nodded vigorously. Yes, my daughter Awan." As she spoke, she waved to Awan. "Come here quickly." "Why are you just standing there?" Awan's expression was somewhat conflicted, yet after a moment's hesitation, she stepped closer to her mother. Captain Zhang scrutinized Awan for a brief moment before nodding. "Very well, then come with me." Though Awan's beauty could not compare to Su Nian's, she was nonetheless a charming young girl. Most importantly, given her youth, there remained ample room for growth with proper nurturing. "Is it truly possible?" the proprietress questioned, disbelief evident in her tone. Captain Zhang, visibly displeased, replied, "I have already said it is possible. Do you not trust my word?" "Of course not. I would never doubt your intentions, Captain Zhang," the proprietress hastily interjected.
Ahuan.
"Go gather your things and accompany Captain Zhang to the inner city." "All right, but there's no need," Captain Zhang interrupted decisively. "Your belongings aren't of any value. You need not bring anything. Just come with me, and once we arrive, you can bathe and change. Even the clothes you are wearing will be discarded." Upon hearing this, the proprietress beamed with joy, exclaiming, "That is truly wonderful. No wonder you are selecting a lady for Lord Xingju. The scale is indeed different." The proprietress looked affectionately at Awan, gently caressing her cheek with her rough hand. "Awan, you must strive to excel. If you are chosen, our family will enjoy a better life ahead." Awan lowered her head, responding softly, "Mother, I understand. Rest assured, I will do my best." "Splendid. I believe in our Awan. She is certainly not inferior to others." "Enough of this chatter. Are we going or not?" Captain Zhang urged impatiently. "Let us go. Let us go." "Awan, hurry and follow Captain Zhang." With a quick affirmation, Awan fell in line behind Captain Zhang and the others. Upon reaching the door, Awan paused, casting a glance back at Su Nian. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, she resolutely stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, Awan boarded a vehicle with Captain Zhang and the others, and the car swiftly departed, gradually vanishing into the thick fog. The proprietress lingered at the inn's entrance, watching the vehicle's retreating silhouette with a sense of reluctance. After a considerable time, she finally withdrew her gaze, feeling somewhat melancholic. Chapter 140. I wish to see the inner city. As soon as she turned around, the proprietress spotted Su Nian. Upon seeing her, the proprietress's expression became somewhat complex. However, she quickly approached Su Nian with a smile. "Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for your potential participation, Captain Zhang would not have visited my humble inn, and I would not have learned of this news, nor would Awan have received this opportunity." Listening to the proprietress, Su Nian displayed no emotion on her face, her voice devoid of any inflection. "Do you truly believe sending Awan to participate is a good thing?" "Of course. It is a splendid opportunity," the proprietress responded with an air of certainty, laughing afterward. "You are new to the base and may not be aware. Lord Xingju's third wife was originally from a small base. Upon catching Lord Xingju's eye, her entire community benefited. The family of the third wife now resides in the inner city, living lives of privilege. If Awan could be selected as Lord Xingju's fifth wife, our family would be able to move to the inner city." At this point, the proprietress's face was alight with aspirations and dreams. The prospect of Awan becoming Lord Xingju's fifth wife was something she yearned for, almost impatient for it to occur. Initially, Su Nian and Jing Mo had intended to discuss matters with the proprietress and Awan, to ascertain the veracity of the claims made by the woman at the grain station. Unfortunately, their plans were thwarted, and they had no opportunity to converse. However, whether they spoke or not was of little consequence. The choices made by the proprietress and Awan revealed the truth of the situation at the grain station. Seeing the proprietress's radiant smile, Su Nian suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Without uttering another word, she turned and headed toward the back door. The proprietress watched Su Nian depart, curling her lip in disdain. She clearly rejected the opportunity, yet now she's unhappy. Some people simply cannot bear to see others thrive. The proprietress spoke these words in a tone neither too loud nor too soft. Although Su Nian had already exited through the back door, she still caught the proprietress's remark. Upon returning to her room, Su Nian found Jing Mo closing the door. She pulled out a chair and sank into it. Jing Mo sat beside her, concern etched on his face. Su Nian, what troubles you? Su Nian, her gaze previously distant, turned to look at Jing Mo previously. In the underground city, that contractor imprisoned and harmed the survivors physically. When we released them, they rose up without needing our encouragement, killing those who had once tormented them. At that moment, I felt justified in our actions, believing those we killed deserved their fate. But now as she trailed off, Su Nian's expression grew uncertain once more. But now, Lord Xingju has established a hierarchy among citizens, delineating the inner and outer cities. Yet no one perceives this as unjust. They only aspire to enter the inner city, to become first-class citizens and live lives of privilege. Lord Xingju's open polygamy, coupled with a selection process for wives, mirrors the practices of feudal dynasties. It is laughable that no one finds this wrong. On the contrary, they are filled with anticipation, hoping to ascend to a better life through this opportunity. It feels as though, merely 3 years into the apocalypse, we are witnessing a resurgence of feudalism. Jing Mo, having also watched Zhen Huanzuan, naturally understood the essence of Su Nian's lamentation. Though social hierarchies pervade every aspect of life, it is indeed disheartening to witness such blatant displays without anyone expressing discontent. Su Nian pondered for a moment, shaking her head in resignation. At this juncture, she found herself uncertain whether to return directly or to remain and devise a strategy to meet the Star Lord. Jing Mo remained silent, aware that despite Su Nian's words, she did not genuinely seek his counsel. Su Nian was inherently decisive, capable of making her own choices without excessive interference from others. The room fell into a tranquil silence, marked only by the gentle rhythm of their breaths. It was not until the approach of lunchtime that Su Nian emerged from her reverie. She turned to Jing Mo, her eyes now sparkling with energy. What do you wish to eat for lunch? Jing Mo contemplated briefly before suggesting, how about some spicy hot pot? Although he initially considered hot pot, the current circumstances rendered it somewhat impractical. If hot pot was out of the question, then spicy hot pot would suffice. Su Nian retrieved the range hood, plugged it in, and switched it on before bringing out the spicy hot pot along with 2 bowls of rice and 2 cans of chilled soda. During their meal, the two remained silent. Once they had finished eating and returned the dishes to their storage space, Su Nian finally remarked, "Let us venture into the inner city." She was eager to see for herself the inner city, which, according to the women at the grain station, surpassed even the great cities of the pre-apocalyptic era in splendor. Jing Mo nodded in agreement, expressing no objections to Su Nian's decision. Very well. Though he had anticipated her response, Su Nian tilted her head quizzically. You are so readily acquiescent? Indeed. Jing Mo replied with a playful lift of his eyebrows. Even if you were reluctant, I would still insist you accompany me. After all, the Star Lord is my fellow townsman, and I am curious to discover what manner of individual could orchestrate such grand endeavors. Su Nian's eyes lit up with delight. But if I choose not to go and prefer to leave the second base directly, how would you compel me to accompany you? Jing Mo rose and approached Su Nian, gently crouching beside her, wrapping his arms around her waist, gazing up at her with eager eyes. Su Nian, would you please join me in exploring the inner city? Su Nian, truth be told, felt that Jing Mo deserved an Oscar for his performance. Observing her eyes crinkle into crescent moons, Jing Mo continued. While I concede that the denizens of the Star Realm possess far greater technological prowess than those of Blue Star, their intellectual cunning and strategic acumen are not proportionately superior. I am equally intrigued by the methods the Star Lord employed to ensure the base leader acquiesced to his whims. The actions undertaken by the Star Lord could not have proceeded smoothly without the consent of the base leader and other powerful figures within the base. It was not only Jing Mo who was curious. Su Nian too wished to understand why the original powers at the base would endorse such outrageous maneuvers. With their opinions aligned, they wasted no time. They tidied up the table and chairs, ensuring no lingering scent of spicy hot pot clung to them before stepping outside. Upon reaching the front, they merely nodded at the proprietress, refraining from unnecessary chatter. There was no need for superfluous words when silence sufficed. Chapter 141. A capable handsome man is truly worthy of affection. To establish residency in the second base, one must obtain a citizen card, a task that proved quite straightforward. Once they exited the inn, they casually inquired with a passerby and quickly learned the location for acquiring the citizen card, driving directly there. Upon arrival, they disembarked and looked up to see a large sign. Even amidst the dense fog, the sign shimmered with vibrant colors, clearly displaying the words Citizen Hall. It was a 3-story building, considerably well-appointed compared to the surrounding primitive structures. The dazzling sign, seemingly intent on ensuring visibility, stood out even in the fog. Su Nian and Jing Mo each carried a half-person height hiking backpack as they entered, greeted by an interior illuminated as brightly as day. The transparent glass doors barred the fog from entering, while numerous dazzling light fixtures adorned the ceiling, dazzling the eyes. The floor was not concrete, but rather covered with tiles that reflected their silhouettes. Su Nian took a few steps before pausing to glance back. Through the glass, the fog swirled outside, concealing all nearby buildings. Being in this citizen hall felt akin to a return to the world before the apocalypse. As if the end times were barred beyond a door. In that moment, Su Nian understood why the inhabitants of the second base yearned to become first-class citizens and reside in the inner city. Perhaps it was a means of self-deception, allowing them to live lives akin to, or even better than those before the apocalypse. She returned her gaze forward, resolutely moving ahead step by step. Soon, Su Nian and Jing Mo stood before the counter. After expressing their desire to apply for a citizen card, a staff member clad in a white shirt, possessing an exquisite appearance, greeted them with a smile and outlined the requirements for obtaining the card. The criteria mirrored what they had previously heard from Awan. To acquire a first-class citizen card, one must present 700 pounds of supplies, limited to food. Upon hearing the staff member conclude, Jing Mo inquired, "If we were to substitute tobacco, alcohol, and tea for food, would we still require 700 pounds? Although these items could not serve as sustenance, their market value often surpassed that of food." The staff member displayed no surprise, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. Indeed, tobacco, alcohol, and tea hold greater value, though the specific exchange rate depends on the quality of the items you present. Jing Mo chose not to respond further. Instead, he removed his backpack and unzipped it. As the zipper parted, its contents were exposed to the air, laid bare for the staff member's scrutiny. Inside the half-person height backpack, there were no provisions, but rather neatly packaged cigarettes, several bottles of fine liquor, and several tea cakes. Both the tobacco and liquor bore labels indicating their premium quality, highly sought after even before the apocalypse. Now they were even more desirable. In the inner city, many influential individuals reveled in luxury and lacked nothing in terms of resources. What they craved were the finer things in life. After all, tasks were still being issued seeking various items. As long as someone could procure the desired supplies, the rewards would be substantial. Consequently, what Jing Mo presented were precisely the coveted items those individuals sought. Initially, the staff member maintained her composure, her face adorned with a standard smile. However, that smile soon vanished, replaced by astonishment. Just observing her reaction, Su Nian harbored a growing suspicion. These items were unlikely to remain in her possession, yet since she was the intermediary, she could promptly notify those who would reward her handsomely, reaping both profit and goodwill. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and Su Nian felt no shock. At this moment, she was solely interested in determining whether these items could secure Jing Mo a first-class citizen card. Jing Mo, too, was awaiting the outcome. Observing the staff's silence, he could only urge them himself. "How is it? Is this sufficient? Upon hearing Jingmo's voice, the staff finally remembered to respond. Yes, it is enough. Earlier, their gaze towards Jingmo had been quite ordinary, but now, as they looked at him again, their eyes sparkled with admiration. A handsome man is undoubtedly worthy of affection. Yet it is the capable handsome man who truly deserves admiration, much like Jingmo himself. If one were to judge merely by his visage, it would only evoke a fleeting notion of attractiveness, perhaps prompting a second glance. However, once Jingmo revealed the contents of his mountaineering backpack, his tobacco, wine, and tea, he seemed to emanate a radiant glow. The staff's voice became even more melodious. I shall process your citizenship card right away. May I ask for your name? Furthermore, a first-class citizenship card grants the right to bring one person into the inner city. Would you like to utilize this privilege? As the staff spoke, they cast a glance at Su Nian, a hint of envy flickering in their eyes. How fortunate it is to possess such beauty. Just by virtue of a handsome face, one could secure the company of such a man and gain immediate access to the inner city. Neither Su Nian nor Jingmo had anticipated that a first-class citizenship card would come with such a privilege. The previous proprietress and Awan had never mentioned this. However, their astonishment was but a fleeting moment. After exchanging a glance, Jingmo nodded in agreement, affirming their decision to exercise this privilege. Upon hearing Jingmo's affirmative response, a flicker of disappointment crossed the staff's eyes. They truly agreed. Nevertheless, she soon posed another question. What is your name? And what is her name? The question of names had been discussed between Su Nian and Jingmo prior to their arrival. Given that the king of the underground city had recognized Jingmo's identity via his spaceship, it was conceivable that this Star Lord might also be acquainted with him. Thus, they could not use their real names. Otherwise, they would inadvertently reveal their identities before even meeting the Star Lord. Jingmo smiled faintly. I am called Mo Nian, and she is Su Jing. After inquiring about the specific 4 characters, the staff swiftly inputted the information into the computer. After approximately a minute of waiting, Jingmo and Su Nian received their citizenship cards. The cards displayed both of their photographs alongside the names they had just provided, as well as a unique identification number. However, the most striking detail was the bold inscription of first-class citizen emblazoned across the top. Su Nian found those words rather glaring and promptly tucked the card into her pocket, preferring to keep it out of sight. Jingmo, upon receiving his card, merely cast a casual glance at it before stowing it away as well. Their nonchalant demeanor left the staff utterly bewildered. Chapter 142, The Inner City. She had processed numerous first-class citizenship cards for people before. Typically, those who received them displayed flushed faces brimming with excitement, some even leaping with joy. There had been individuals who could not contain their delight, constantly kissing their cards. Yet, why did the two before her appear so utterly indifferent? Before she could ponder further, Jingmo turned to her. Can we drive directly into the inner city now?
Ah,
Of course. Jingmo nodded, taking Su Nian by the hand as they made their way outside. The two departed the citizenship office without a backward glance, entering their vehicle and heading straight for the inner city. The second base was designed in a square configuration, with the inner city occupying the center. Each of the 4 directions had gates allowing entry into the inner city. Due to the distance and the pervasive fog, Su Nian and Jingmo had not been able to discern the outlines of the inner city until they were finally close. It was only as they drove and inquired for directions that the towering city walls of the inner city came into view. From below, one could only discern a few meters of the structure. The walls were evidently much taller, their upper sections shrouded in mist. Jingmo's vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, eventually coming to a halt at the city gate after a minute. Entry into the inner city still required a card scan. Jingmo extended his card out of the window and scanned it at the reader, which promptly displayed his information, alongside Su Nian's. The man in black standing by the scanner glanced into the vehicle, confirming there was no third person inside, before permitting their entry into the inner city. The walls were thick, resembling not a mere wall but a tall building, as Su Nian could see doors embedded within. As the vehicle traversed a lengthy passageway, the inner city finally unfolded before Su Nian and Jingmo. Without taking the time to examine their surroundings closely, Jingmo drove a bit further before parking on the roadside. Through the car window, they could see the inner city filled with towering buildings. Not only were there roads on the ground, but tracks were also constructed in the air. Those tracks were illuminated, and even in the dense fog, one could discern their outlines by simply looking up at the lights. Trains glided along the tracks, reminiscent of light rail systems, yet distinctly different. The silver bodies of the vehicles exuded a sense of advanced technology. With just a glance, Su Nian surmised that these must be products of interstellar origin. While she was lost in thought, Jing Mo's voice broke through. That is a star track, quite common in the interstellar realm. I thought I would never see it again. Yet here it is. Jing Mo's tone lacked deep nostalgia, tinged instead with a sense of wonder and mild surprise. His words confirmed Su Nian's suspicions. No wonder the people from the outer city yearned to enter the inner city. However, Su Nian was also aware that what she was witnessing was merely the surface. The desire of those from the outer city to reside in the inner city extended far beyond the allure of the star tracks. After observing for a moment longer, Su Nian lost interest. Though she had never seen such things firsthand, they had appeared in various dramas, so she was not overly astonished. They should still focus on finding a place to stay. As the car continued forward, Su Nian quickly noticed a peculiar detail. There was hardly anyone on the ground. No one was walking about, and the buildings flanking the roads were all sealed, with only glimpses of light visible through the windows. There were scarcely any vehicles either. Yet, it was implausible that the inhabitants of the inner city never ventured outside. The reason must lie within the star tracks. It was not until 10 minutes later that Jing Mo finally parked the car in a large parking lot. Opposite the parking area stood a 4-story building resembling a shopping mall. As they approached the entrance, Su Nian and Jing Mo found the door unyielding to their push. Looking around, they spotted a card scanning station to one side. Jing Mo produced his citizenship card and scanned it, causing the previously obstinate door to swing open automatically. Together, Su Nian and Jing Mo stepped inside, and as they ventured deeper, the ambient noise grew louder. Upon passing through a curtain, the space opened up before them. Their initial impression had been correct. It was indeed a shopping mall. This was the first floor of the mall, filled with soothing melodies, where a variety of individuals strolled leisurely, dressed in an array of styles. Numerous shops lined the first floor, most concerning clothing and accessories. A few steps further revealed operational elevators. Taking in the scene, Su Nian felt as though she had stepped into a grand garden, much like Lu Lao Lao in the dream of the Red Chamber. In a previous life marked by a decade of arduous survival, the past 3 years of this life have provided merely for basic needs. Yet, the stark contrast between the prevailing environment and the world before the apocalypse is unmistakable. However, the scene before Su Nian now mirrors that of the pre-apocalyptic world. Had someone once told her that stepping through a door would reveal a reality reminiscent of the past, she would have deemed it implausible. Yet, the vividness of her current surroundings leaves no room for doubt. This is indeed reality. As Su Nian and Jing Mo made their way towards the escalator, they ascended to the second floor, where an array of restaurants awaited them. Inhaling deeply, the tantalizing aromas of diverse cuisines enveloped them. Without pausing, they proceeded to the third floor, which housed a hotel. The fourth floor, however, was the platform for the star track. From this point, one could embark on journeys to various locations within the base. However, such travels were not complimentary. They required the use of public trust points, starting at one point with varying costs based on distance. With both of their cards devoid of any trust points, they found themselves unable to access the star track and return to the second floor. On the second floor, numerous establishments feature tables and chairs for patrons to sit at leisure. The two sought a secluded corner to discuss their next steps. Initially, they had assumed that the selection of a consort by the Star Lord would be a lively affair, perhaps even one they could stumble upon without much inquiry. Yet, their previous notions now appeared naive. Within the inner city, sustenance, lodging, and transportation all demanded public trust points. Indeed, lacking these points rendered one nearly immobile. Rubbing her temples, Su Nian pondered whether they should first inquire about how to recharge their trust points and simultaneously gather information regarding the consort selection. Jing Mo, equally resigned to their predicament, agreed that this was their only course of action. "You stay here while I go inside to ask," he suggested, referring to the restaurant. This was typically Jing Mo's domain, and Su Nian had no objections. "Go ahead," she urged him on. Watching him enter the establishment, Su Nian turned her attention to the surroundings. Upon first entering, She had felt a sense of nostalgia akin to the world before the apocalypse, yet a closer examination revealed countless differences. Ultimately, the truth could not be obscured, regardless of how meticulously it was concealed. As she contemplated, a group of young men and women descended the escalator. The males were dressed stylishly, while the females exuded elegance in their attire, revealing their smooth legs adorned in high heels. They radiated joy, engaged in cheerful banter, resembling a group on a shopping excursion. Chapter 143. The Star Lord's Tower. Nian merely cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. Regardless of whether they thrived through their own efforts or familial support, their circumstances were their own, and she held no desire to pass judgment. To her surprise, as the group approached, they halted near her. One man scrutinized her from head to toe. "Are you new to the inner city?" he inquired. Nian met his gaze, but offered no response. The man smiled, seemingly unfazed by her silence. "As a newcomer, you must have realized that without trust points, one can hardly navigate this place. You seem rather attractive. I can offer you a path forward. The Star Lord is currently seeking a consort. If you participate, your food and lodging will be covered. Should you be selected, a life of abundance awaits you." Nian furrowed her brow at his words. Why did everyone insist that she should participate? This perplexity prompted her to voice her query. "We don't even know each other. Why share this with me?" The man nodded appreciatively at the sound of her voice. "With such a lovely voice, your chances of being chosen would be quite high. As for why I'm telling you this, it's simple. I would receive a reward for introducing you." At last,
Nian's confusion dissipated.
she understood why the people of the second base were so insistent. It was a case of great rewards breed courage. "So what do you say? Will you go?" he pressed. Nian resolutely shook her head. "I will not." Undeterred by her refusal, the man continued to persuade her. "Are you unaware of who the Star Lord is? Let me enlighten you. You needn't explain. I know precisely who he is, and I still won't go," she reiterated, dismissing his entreaties. The man opened his mouth to respond but ultimately fell silent. With the conversation reaching an impasse, further persuasion would be futile. Although he lamented the loss of potential rewards, he recognized that such matters required mutual consent. One could not coerce another into participation. Soon he rejoined his companions, leaving Nian in contemplation. Her desire to meet the Star Lord had intensified. With 4 consorts already, why was there a need for a 5th? The entire affair seemed extravagant, as if he considered himself a monarch. Lost in her thoughts, she heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, she saw Jing Mo striding towards her. "How did it go?" Nian inquired. Jing Mo raised an eyebrow, a triumphant glint in his eye. "I've succeeded." With a flourish, he displayed his citizen card, now boasting 2,000 trust points. Nian was astonished. How had his card, which had previously held no points, suddenly swelled to such an amount? "Did you trade something for them?" she ventured. "Indeed," Jing Mo confirmed. "I inquired about how to exchange for trust points, and they informed me that as long as I provided them with what they desired, they would transfer the points to my card, far more advantageous than the official base exchange." Jing Mo and Nian sought trust points solely to facilitate their movement within the inner city, and the means of acquisition mattered little. He settled beside her, continuing, "I exchanged the remaining cigarettes in my bag for them." Nian recalled that he had 2 packs left. The fact that mere cigarettes could yield 2,000 trust points revealed how indulgent the residents of the inner city truly were. With these trust points, they could procure a substantial amount of food at the grain station. Besides acquiring trust points, I've also gleaned some information. The selection of the Star Lord's consort is widely known throughout the inner city. All participants will reside at the Star Lord's Tower, with the selection commencing in 3 days. The Star Lord's Tower? The very residence of the Star Lord? To some extent, yes. The Star Lord's Tower is the tallest building in the inner city, comprising 9 stories. The first 3 floors serve as the Star Lord's residence, while the subsequent floors house a marketplace, restaurants, hotels, and what appears to be an entertainment complex. Then let's head there directly and secure accommodations.
Nian proposed eagerly.
Jing Mo regarded her with an approving smile. I knew we would share the same thought. Without further delay, let's proceed. United in purpose, they wasted no time and ascended to the 4th floor, swiping their cards to board the new track en route to the Star Lord's Tower. The fare for their journey amounted to 3 trust points each. On Jingmo's card lay 2,000 credibility points, rendering the few points he possessed insignificant. Upon arriving at the Star Lord Tower, they descended from the 9th floor, where the 8th and 7th floors were occupied by a hotel. However, the 7th floor had been reserved entirely by the Star Lord, housing girls who were participating in the selection process. Su Nian and Jing Mo checked into a hotel on the 8th floor. The accommodation was rather costly, amounting to 20 credibility points per day. Given that they were required to stay until the conclusion of the selection, Jing Mo initially booked a 5-day stay. After receiving their room key, the two soon located their quarters. The room bore a resemblance to a 3-star hotel from the pre-apocalyptic era, neither too shabby nor too lavish. Certainly suitable for habitation. It contained a bathroom, allowing for personal hygiene. Together, Jing Mo and Su Nian thoroughly inspected the room, ensuring there were no surveillance or listening devices before finally settling down. After a morning filled with activity, both felt a tinge of fatigue. Glancing at the large bed, Su Nian furrowed her brow and promptly stored it in her spatial pocket, retrieving her own bed instead. She then extracted a change of clothes and informed Jing Mo. "I'll freshen up first." "All right, I'll wash up afterward," he replied. Since they could wash directly, there was no need to waste the water stored in her spatial pocket. In recent years, Su Nian had been accustomed to soaking in baths and had not taken a shower in quite some time. While bathing offered comfort, the sensation of a refreshing shower was equally delightful. Half an hour later, Su Nian emerged from the bathroom clad in soft, comfortable loungewear, a towel in hand, occasionally dabbing at her hair. Observing her, Jing Mo approached and took the towel from her, saying, "Allow me." This was not their first experience with such intimacy, and Su Nian did not resist, permitting Jing Mo to dry her hair. Fortunately, her hair was short, and before long, it was nearly dry. With the weather being mild, there was no need for a hairdryer. They simply awaited its natural drying. Su Nian retrieved Jing Mo's change of clothes and a clean bath towel, urging him, "You may wash now." Jing Mo accepted the items and headed to the bathroom, while Su Nian wandered to the window to gaze outside. Their room boasted a large window, but a thick fog enveloped the view. Standing on the 8th floor, all that could be discerned were the illuminated stars and the occasional vehicles passing by. Everything else remained obscured. Su Nian recalled that this base was coastal. Under normal circumstances, one would expect to see the sea from such a height. Yet it was all shrouded in dense mist. There was no insect plague here, which logically should have prompted agricultural advancements and the research of new crop varieties for food production. Chapter 144 revealed to her the underlying issues. However, since their arrival at the second base, no news regarding this matter had surfaced. Nevertheless, considering that both the grain station and the base's supermarket sold grains, it was evident that the base had been researching new varieties and cultivating them extensively. Yet, such knowledge remained in the hands of the powerful, inaccessible to the average person. As Su Nian contemplated these matters by the window, she eventually realized that her hair had dried completely. Time had certainly passed, but she had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she had lost track of it. What about Jing Mo? Surely, he must have finished by now. Turning her head, she spotted Jing Mo emerging from the bathroom carrying a basin of washed clothes. It seemed he had spent his time washing rather than merely washing himself. A smile threatened to break across her face, filling her heart with warmth. Seeing Su Nian smile, Jing Mo chuckled in response. "Don't just stand there smiling. Get the dryer out. We might as well dry the clothes." The hotel had electricity, and they might as well take advantage of it. Su Nian wholeheartedly agreed, promptly retrieving 2 dryers from her spatial pocket. The dryers she produced were compact, as the clothes they wore were light. The combined volume of their discarded garments was minimal. One dryer was designated for intimate wear, while the other was for outer clothing. The dryers were of excellent quality, producing minimal noise, nearly imperceptible. After placing their frequently used dining table and chairs by the window, Su Nian set up the range hood nearby and inquired about Jing Mo's culinary preferences. Jing Mo raised an eyebrow. "Whatever you decide will suffice." Casting a glance at the thick fog outside, Su Nian silently summoned a Nian hotpot from her spatial pocket. One side featured a rich, spicy Chongqing broth, while the other contained a sweet and sour tomato soup. The gas stove was set upon the table, and the pot was placed atop it to boil. There was no concern about the aroma escaping, as the range hood had already begun its work. The broth had been pre-boiled, and within moments of being placed on the stove, it began to bubble vigorously. Nian added a plate of hand-sliced lamb into the spicy broth, followed by beef balls, fish balls, duck intestines, and duck blood, all neatly arranged on the table. The tomato pot remained untouched for now, merely serving as a soup for sipping. After all, as Bai Zantang's mother from the legend of the Condor heroes once wisely stated, a sip of soup before a meal prevents harm to the stomach. Drinking more soup is always beneficial. Eating hot pot was best accompanied by cold beverages. When the spice became overwhelming, a refreshing drink was a delightful reprieve. Those with sensitive stomachs might hesitate to indulge in such feasting. But both Su Nian and Jing Imo had resilient stomachs, allowing them to partake without issue. Su Nian also retrieved her iPad, opening the legend of the Condor heroes to watch while they dined. Initially in a somber mood, her spirits gradually lifted as she enjoyed the food and show. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Su Nian and Jing Imo ventured downstairs only occasionally. Each time they passed the 7th floor, they cast a casual glance inside. But guards prevented outsiders from approaching, leaving them unaware of any activity within. As for the shopping mall and entertainment venues below, neither Su Nian nor Jing Imo found them particularly appealing. After one visit, they had no desire to return. They dined in their room, preferring their own provisions, as the restaurants below, while plentiful, often did not offer food as good as their own. Initially puzzled by the influx of guests at the hotel, they soon learned from passers-by that the selection event would be publicly held in the 4th floor hall, open for anyone wishing to attend. Guests at the Star-Lord Tower had the privilege of entering the venue before the selection commenced, securing prime seating. This explained the multitude of individuals who had checked into the hotel in advance, all eager to witness the selection. Su Nian and Jing Imo had stumbled into this situation quite by accident. After preparing themselves, they descended the stairs. Jing Imo donned a black hat and mask, concealing himself thoroughly to avoid recognition by the Star-Lord. Although the king in the underground city had failed to identify Jing Imo, it was wise to take precautions against the Star-Lord, who might have seen him before. Su Nian also wore a mask but opted not to wear a hat. Originally, Su Nian harbored concerns that their disguises might attract undue attention. However, upon reaching the 4th floor, those apprehensions dissipated entirely. For, like them, there were countless individuals adorned with masks or hats. Some even draped themselves in voluminous black robes, concealing their identities so thoroughly that one could hardly discern their gender. The sheer number of such disguised figures left Su Nian feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that each person, like herself and Jing Imo, harbored a latent adversary, fearing exposure? After surveying the surroundings, Su Nian withdrew her gaze and, together with Jing Imo, settled into a relatively secluded seat. The further back they sat, the higher the elevation, with the stage positioned at the lowest point. From their current vantage, they could observe everything transpiring on stage with clarity. It bore a striking resemblance to a theater setting. Barely had they taken their seats when a throng of individuals surged in from behind, presumably arriving from various locales to the Xingju Tower. As the audience filled the space, the lights on the 4th floor dimmed, leaving only the illumination above the stage. There was no need for an organizer to enforce silence. Everyone fell into a hushed reverence, their gazes riveted upon the stage. No host was present, nor did anyone speak. As the music began to play, a group of young women ascended the stage. Clad in exquisite gowns adorned with numbered tags, their faces were graced with meticulous makeup, and they strutted in crystalline high heels, each step measured and deliberate. Observing this spectacle,
Su Nian furoet herbro.
This did not resemble a selection of brides. It increasingly appeared akin to a fashion show. Casting her eyes toward the audience, she noted that most were watching intently, some even stroking their chins in contemplation. Others had taken out their phones, busily typing away. After surveying the scene, Su Nian reached out and inscribed a message in Jing Mo's palm. Something felt amiss. Jing Imo reciprocated by writing back in her palm, echoing her sentiments. Su Nian pondered. This was the Xingju selecting a bride, yet why was he absent? Jing Imo observed that the majority present were men. As they exchanged thoughts in this manner, clarity gradually dawned upon them. Su Nian's gaze deepened with understanding. She comprehended the unfolding situation. Chapter 145, The Tsunami. On the stage below, one by one, the beautifully adorned young women made their appearance, traversing the stage twice before departing. The audience, at times seemingly unresponsive, occasionally nodded in satisfaction, only to return to their phones to type. Some would gaze at their devices momentarily, only to break into smiles. Conversely, a few would abruptly shut their phones with a disdainful huff, clearly displeased. The elated individuals were those who had successfully secured the attention of their desired targets, while the discontented lamented that their chosen girls had been claimed by others. Regardless of whether the Xingju genuinely intended to select a fifth bride, it was evident that this selection process was orchestrated not solely for his benefit, but also for the amusement of those seated in the audience. The attendees, dressed for the occasion, were not merely there for the spectacle. They were there to select their desired prey.
Now,
The only uncertainty for Su Nian lay in whether the girls on stage were aware of the true nature of the event. As she continued to contemplate, a collective gasp echoed around her, prompting Su Nian to raise her head and survey the crowd. The audience, transfixed, stared at the stage with expressions of astonishment and avarice. Su Nian's brow knitted in concern as she followed their gaze, discovering a woman in a deep blue starry gown standing at the center of the stage. Her hair was elegantly styled atop her head, adorned with a delicate crown. The spotlight illuminated her, casting a celestial aura around her, causing the girls behind her to fade into insignificance. Not only was her attire striking, but her beauty and figure were also exceptional. It was no wonder that gasps filled the air. Anyone beholding such a vision would instinctively inhale sharply, fearing that any sound might disturb this ethereal being and send her back to the heavens. Su Nian scrutinized her for a moment and noticed something peculiar. The girls who had previously taken the stage did not exit directly. Instead, they stood in a row behind her, all gazing at the foremost girl in astonishment. A reaction that was evidently genuine. Clearly, they had never encountered this girl before, nor had she resided with them. Where had she been before this? Was her grand entrance imbued with special significance? As Su Nian pondered these questions, she heard someone whisper, "Lord Xingju." Her sensitivity to this name had heightened. Upon hearing it, she immediately turned to locate its source. The voice emanated from the back of the audience, where a tall and imposing figure emerged. Clad in fitted black attire that accentuated his physique, he exuded an air of mystery befitting his dark garb. Gradually stepping into the light, his handsome features became discernible. Though somewhat androgynous, his masculinity was unmistakable. His hair, a deep blue black, fell in a manner that was both stylish and orderly, with a few strands obscuring his brows, adding to his enigmatic allure. He walked deliberately, and within 2 minutes, he had reached the stage. Upon arriving beside the girl in the blue gown, he produced a necklace from seemingly nowhere and placed it around her neck. The necklace, predominantly silver, bore a star-shaped pendant inscribed with the number 5. Thus, donning this necklace signified her status as the fifth bride of the Xingju, a mark of identity. Simultaneously, the Xingju spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the one I have chosen, Jing Chugzu." Upon hearing his announcement, Jing Chugzu's previously pale complexion flushed a rosy hue, enhancing her beauty further. Many in the audience gazed at her with longing. Yet upon meeting the Xingju's gaze, they hastily averted their eyes. He inclined his head slightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you all for being here today. Once the event concludes, I shall present small gifts to everyone. I hope you will accept them graciously." As soon as he finished speaking, one audience member rose. "What is this, Lord Xingju? Were it not for you, how could we lead such lives? We are eternally grateful to you, and we will cherish any gifts you bestow upon us. From now on, we shall obey only your commands. Wouldn't you all agree?" As his words echoed, heads nodded in fervent agreement. "Indeed, we shall heed Lord Xingju's every word. His generosity has transformed our lives." The entire fourth floor was not particularly crowded, with merely a couple of hundred individuals present. However, the majority of these were robust men, whose fervent shouts resonated with the force of 1,000 voices. Su Nian observed the scene with a cold gaze, perceiving it as akin to a cult gathering. On stage, Star-Lord evidently relished the moment, listening with a smile to the fervent declarations of the crowd. It was only when the clamor began to subside that he finally spoke. "Thank you for your overwhelming support. I assure you that I will lead our base towards a more glorious tomorrow, together." Star-Lord's voice echoed throughout the fourth floor, capturing the undivided attention of all present. Initially, Su Nian had listened intently, but soon her brow furrowed, not due to his pompous rhetoric, but because she seemed to hear the sound of water. The entire fourth floor was devoid of any water, so how could she perceive such a sound? Turning to Jing Mo, she remarked, "I believe I hear the sound of water." Jing Mo's expression turned grave as he replied, "I hear it too. It is the sound of waves." On stage, Star-Lord, who had been speaking animatedly, suddenly changed his countenance, releasing his hold on Jing Chugzhu and striding towards the edge of the stage. Jing Chugzhu, caught off guard, nearly stumbled but was too astonished and confused to care for herself, gazing in bewilderment at Star-Lord's retreating figure. "Star-Lord," she called out, but he did not look back, having already descended from the stage towards the window. The others, witnessing Star-Lord's actions, were equally puzzled, their gazes following him towards the window. It was morning, yet the thick fog obscured everything except for the starlit sky. With the sound of waves growing ever closer, the expressions of the crowd shifted drastically.
Waves.
"I hear the sound of waves. It's a tsunami. A tsunami is coming." As this proclamation rang out, panic ensued on the fourth floor, chaos erupting as everyone scrambled for safety. "The tsunami is here. Quick, run upstairs."
Run.
"Help. I don't want to die." Chapter 145. They should be the ones swept away by the waves. The individuals who had previously lavished praise upon Star-Lord now abandoned their reverence, frantically seeking escape as they rushed towards the elevators. The elevator was narrow and lengthy, becoming increasingly congested. Observing the chaotic scramble for the upper floors, Su Nian's eyes glinted with derision. Just moments ago, they had passionately extolled Star-Lord, as if his life were more valuable than their own. And now, the tsunami had yet to arrive, yet each raced faster than the last. This building had only 9 stories. Even if they ascended, where could they truly escape? If the building were to collapse, would standing atop it spare them from being swept away? It was a stark reminder that in the throes of jealousy and panic, survival eclipsed all rational thought. Su Nian grasped Jingmo's hand, asking, "Can you swim?" "Yes," he replied. "That's good." Su Nian exhaled in relief. As long as they could swim, even if the building collapsed, they would not necessarily drown. Nevertheless, she rummaged through her spatial storage for a life buoy. With a mere thought, it would materialize to encircle them. After some deliberation, she also retrieved a safety rope, securing it around both their wrists. "With this, we shouldn't be separated," she declared. If they were indeed swept away, with no phones or means of communication, finding each other again would be nearly impossible. Hence, she resolved to prevent such an occurrence before it could happen. Jing Mo glanced at the safety rope on his wrist, his gaze softening as he looked at Su Nian. "Don't worry, we will never be separated." As the crowd thinned, Su Nian and Jing Mo made their way to the elevator. Their ascent was not an act of desperation, but rather a strategic move. If they did not go, they would be left alone with Jing Chugzhu and Star-Lord by the window. At that moment, Star-Lord would undoubtedly take note of Jing Mo. Now was not the time for exposure. It was wiser to blend in with the throng making their way upstairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they encountered few people, as many were still rushing upward. It was only on the 7th floor that they found a larger crowd. The 7th floor, a hotel, was congested with people in the narrow hallways and lobby. Su Nian and Jing Mo pressed onto the 8th floor. The 8th floor was equally packed, but their presence went unnoticed, as everyone was focused on the window. Despite the fog obscuring their view, the sound of the waves grew louder, signaling their imminent arrival. Though the number of people was considerable, an eerie silence enveloped the space. No one dared to utter a word. Within mere minutes, Su Nian beheld the waves. Towering waves, which until today she had only considered a metaphor, loomed before her, revealing their terrifying reality. The surging waters, curling high, resembled monstrous jaws ready to devour them, surging directly towards them. Instinctively, Su Nian shut her eyes. In the face of such a catastrophic natural disaster, humanity appeared pathetically frail, utterly incapable of resistance. Even reborn as she was, all Su Nian could do was strive to protect her and Jing Mo's lives to the best of her ability. As the colossal waves crashed against the building, it shook violently. In that moment, Su Nian found her footing wavering, only to be firmly embraced by Jing Mo beside her. The anticipated deluge of water did not strike her face. Though the building trembled, it did not collapse. Slowly, Nian opened her eyes to witness yet another massive wave rushing towards them. Drawing upon her earlier experience, she felt less fear this time. Keeping her eyes open, she watched as the wave engulfed the glass before them, obscuring all but the water itself. The waves rolled in, one after another, pounding against the building's glass facade. The structure quivered. Each time Nian feared it might topple, it stood resolute. Raising an eyebrow, she noted that while the building appeared nondescript, it was surprisingly sturdy. Evidently, others had come to the same realization. Someone exhaled deeply, gradually rising to their feet. Everyone, do not worry. Where are we? This is Star-Lord's building. This structure was personally overseen by Star-Lord during its construction. He assured us that there is no building more solid than this. Look, Star-Lord hasn't come up, which shows his utmost trust in this structure. He is not afraid of it collapsing. Hearing these words, Nian could not help but glance at the speaker. Even at such a critical juncture, they still found time to extol Star-Lord. Truly, they were devoted followers. Unfortunately, Star-Lord was not present to hear such fervent declarations. The tsunami had arrived unexpectedly and departed just as swiftly. In the span of merely 10 minutes, the towering waves gradually subsided.
Yet,
the persistent sound of rushing water indicated that the sea had not yet receded. They now find themselves on the 8th floor, able to distinctly hear the sounds of water below, indicating that the water level must be at least 4 or 5 floors high. With such a precarious water level, one cannot help but wonder about the fate of those residing on the lower levels. They are currently situated in the tallest building within the inner city, while the others barely reach 6 stories, some even standing at a mere 4. This suggests that, at present, all those lower down are submerged in water. Moreover, the outer city features very few structures exceeding 3 stories, predominantly consisting of 1 or 2 levels. As this thought crossed her mind, Nian felt a chill run through her. Despite being aware of nature's mercilessness, such a calamity remains profoundly unsettling. Nian, why are your hands so cold? Are you frightened? Jingmo's concerned inquiry jolted Nian back to reality. She turned to face him, meeting his anxious gaze. Slowly, she shook her head. I am not frightened. Rather, I feel that nature is merciless, and humanity is equally heartless. As she spoke the last words, her eyes swept over the people surrounding them. In this apocalyptic scenario, living by the sea, one would think that the recent natural disasters would have served as a wake-up call. Constructing a base by the ocean is one thing, but did they not consider the ramifications of a tsunami, given their low-lying homes? Had they truly not contemplated this possibility? Or had they simply chosen to ignore it? Were their minds solely focused on seizing the opportunities presented by the chaos of disaster and the absence of law to elevate themselves above others? Just over 10 minutes ago, these very individuals had been treating young women as mere commodities for appraisal and competition. What right did they have to be here? They ought to be the ones swept away by the waves. While the majority were still lauding the Star-Lord for sparing them from peril, a frail voice emerged. I want to go home. I want to see how my parents are doing. Can the Star-Lord send a ship to take me back? Suddenly, Nian and Jingmo turned towards the source of the voice. The girl spoke softly, but her words stood in stark contrast to the sentiments of those around her, attracting everyone's attention. Dressed in a red off-the-shoulder dress, her cascading curls framed a delicate face, now marred by tears pooling in her large, sorrowful eyes. Just moments ago, on the 4th floor, Nian had observed her strutting confidently on stage. How swiftly her self-assuredness had dissipated, leaving in its wake only confusion, fear, and the anxiety of being scrutinized by so many. After a brief silence, a voice pierced through the tension. Do you even have parents? Do you have a family? Who wouldn't want to return home? But look at the situation outside. Is it possible to go back? The Star-Lord may have a ship, but how many? It's parked on the 1st floor. How can it even be launched? If we open the door now, the water will rush in immediately. At that point, it won't just be about your family. Your own survival will be at stake. If you wish to die, go ahead, but do not drag us down with you. Having just survived a tsunami, with the waters still raging outside, everyone was already in a state of heightened tension. The girl's words became a target for their pent-up emotions. As they berated her, a sudden crack echoed, followed by a flicker of the lights overhead. After 2 brief flashes, darkness enveloped the entire building. The tsunami had struck abruptly, leaving countless structures in ruins. While a power outage was unforeseen, it was nonetheless within the realm of possibility. Without sunlight, the interior had relied on artificial light to illuminate the space, but now, with a power cut, the building was cloaked in impenetrable darkness. Peering out through the windows revealed nothing but thick fog. In the suffocating silence, no one dared to speak, and the eerie stillness heightened the clarity of the violent waves outside. Though the building had ceased its trembling, fear continued to mount. In a corner, Nian felt Jingmo's grip tighten around her hand. She understood that this was not due to his fear, but rather a gesture intended to comfort her. Raising her other hand, she gently placed it over his, applying a slight pressure to reassure him of her own composure. Time passed, and soon, soft sobs began to resonate in the darkness. Fear is contagious, and so too is weeping, especially in such an oppressive environment. One girl began to cry, prompting a cascade of tears from others. Those already anxious and apprehensive grew increasingly agitated upon hearing the sobbing. "Stop crying. What are you crying for? If anyone else cries, I'll throw you out to let you weep to your heart's content in the sea." The furious reprimand stilled the cries, yet its effectiveness was evident as the weeping gradually subsided. Nian felt a growing desire to leave this place. Remaining here was not a viable option. Being with them felt less appealing than retreating to her own room, where she could find solace. Just as she contemplated her next move, footsteps echoed from the direction of the elevator. With the power out, the escalator had ceased functioning, and anyone wishing to ascend had to do so one step at a time. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Nian, along with the others, turned their gaze towards the elevator entrance. Accompanying the footsteps was a faint glimmer of light. All eyes were fixed on the elevator, awaiting the arrival of the individual below. It wasn't long before the source of the light emerged. Holding a flashlight, the figure stepped into view, illuminating his face. It was the Star Lord. As Nian recognized him, the others did as well, erupting in a chorus of exclamations. "Star Lord!" Just those simple words ignited a wave of exhilaration among the crowd. "The Star Lord is here. We are saved. Star Lord, please help us." Listening to the cacophony surrounding her, Nian couldn't help but frown. Were these people not overly reverent towards the Star Lord? Although they were trapped, as long as the building remained standing, they were not in immediate danger. Did they truly believe that the Star Lord possessed some miraculous means to whisk them away from the encroaching waters below? As Nian pondered these thoughts, the Star Lord began to speak. "The tsunami struck unexpectedly today, but there's no need for excessive worry. This building is robust and will not collapse. There are provisions inside which I will ensure are managed and distributed fairly. As for the hotel rooms on the 7th and 8th floors, aside from those already occupied, please retrieve your key cards for distribution among you. However, due to the large number of people, it is impossible for everyone to have their own room. You may discuss amongst yourselves how to accommodate. Cramping in here is not a long-term solution. For now, return to your rooms to rest, and in just over an hour, we will gather on the 4th floor for a meal." Upon concluding his address, the crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the Star Lord's arrangements as reasonable and considerate. With that, he turned and made his way back downstairs. A few individuals rose swiftly, making their way to the elevator, trailing behind Star Lord as they descended. The remaining people hurried to the hotel front desk, requesting their room keys. The hotel on the 7th and 8th floors was equipped with smart password locks on each door, powered by individual batteries. Even in the event of a power outage, the password locks would remain functional, granting access as long as one possessed a room card. Glancing at the bustling front desk, Nian and Jingmo silently navigated through the crowd, returning to their room. The moment they closed the door, Nian retrieved a lamp from the spatial pocket. The room was not particularly large, and the lamp was quite bright. As soon as it was brought out, the entire room was illuminated. Jingmo approached the window, drawing the curtains shut. Though uncertain of how many people outside were still alive, or if they could see through the mist to their window, exercising caution was undoubtedly prudent. Placing the lamp on the table, Nian let out a deep sigh. The plans they had intended to execute had been thwarted, and now a tsunami had arrived. The sole consolation was that they had not been swept away by the deluge. Otherwise, they would have had no opportunity even to sigh, likely struggling for survival at this moment. With this thought, Su Nian chuckled self-deprecatingly, casually unfastening the safety rope and heading towards the bathroom. Upon exiting the bathroom, Su Nian found Jing Mo standing by the window, peering through a small gap in the curtains. Curiosity piqued, she approached him to see what was captivating his attention. The water level outside appeared to be gradually receding. Receding? Su Nian looked down with surprise, but due to the thick fog, visibility was limited. Straining her ears to catch the sound of the waves, she noted that the noise seemed to emanate from a greater distance than before. This indicated that the water level had indeed diminished somewhat. However, it was uncertain when it would completely recede. Noticing Su Nian's brow furrowing again, Jing Mo gently patted her shoulder. Do not worry excessively. As long as the tsunami does not return, the water will eventually recede. While his words were reassuring, who could say when that would be? How many lives would be lost in the vastness of the ocean before the water receded? Yet, as Jing Mo remarked, merely fretting was of little use. Time passed, and before they knew it, it was noon. The previously tranquil exterior suddenly came alive with commotion. Someone was knocking on room after room. Before long, there was a knock on Su Nian and Jing Mo's door. Su Nian waited until Jing Mo reached the door before she stowed the lamp back into the spatial pocket. Jing Mo opened the door, inquiring, "What is it?" "It is already noon. Lord Star-Lord requests everyone to come down for a meal," came the response from outside. Acknowledging the message, Jing Mo replied, "Understood. We will head down shortly." The individual outside fell silent, proceeding to knock on the next room's door. Jing Mo and Su Nian donned their hats and masks, exiting the room together and making their way downstairs. With the elevator out of service, they had no choice but to descend the stairs. Fortunately, it was a downward journey, requiring little exertion. Jing Mo held a flashlight. Although its beam was not particularly bright, it sufficed to illuminate the path ahead. They arrived at the 4th floor, where a considerable number of people had already gathered. The previous seating arrangements had been dismantled, and long tables had been brought in from somewhere, with chairs lined up on either side. The grand hall had thus transformed into a communal dining area. After surveying the surroundings, Su Nian and Jing Mo settled into a corner seat. It was not long before nearly all the available seats were filled. Despite the crowd, a profound silence enveloped the room. Evidently, everyone's spirits had yet to recover, leaving little inclination for lively conversation. Moments later, Star-Lord emerged from the shadows. Several lamps illuminated him, casting a clear light upon his figure and drawing the attention of all present. Star-Lord remained composed, speaking with a calm and steady tone. Though we face difficulties, as long as we unite in purpose, overcoming these challenges is merely a matter of time. Yet, everyone was acutely aware of the situation. Food was limited, there were no avenues for resupply, and no one knew when they could escape the building. Thus, each meal would consist of scant provisions, but it would certainly sustain their lives. "Once we surmount this crisis, I shall ensure a grand feast to celebrate," he declared. Upon hearing Star-Lord's words, several voices immediately echoed their agreement. "What he says is true. We are fortunate to still be here, thanks to your grace. Indeed, you have generously provided us with sustenance. We are grateful beyond measure and would never dare to be picky." Star-Lord nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you all for your understanding." With that, he turned slightly to the person standing behind him, instructing, "Please distribute the food to everyone."
Yes.
The individual responded, turning to depart. Before long, he returned, accompanied by several others pushing food carts. As the carts approached each table, they halted to dispense portions of food and water to everyone. In no time, a portion of food and a bottle of water appeared before Su Nian and Jing Mo. The water was a bottle of mineral water from a well-known brand, unopened and familiar from the world before the apocalypse. As for the food, it appeared to be coarse grain flatbreads, completely cold and hard to the touch. Due to the inadequate lighting, Su Nian could not immediately discern its composition. However, upon closer inspection and a careful sniff, she couldn't help but smile inwardly. These flatbreads not only consisted of coarse grains but also contained a mix of wheat bran. While wheat bran is indeed edible, it tends to be quite rough on the throat and difficult to digest once consumed. The tsunami had arrived so abruptly, yet within just over 2 hours, they had fallen to the point of eating such fare. In a place like the Starry Tower, the presence of wheat bran was unexpected. One would presume that the inhabitants of the inner city lived in comfort, indulging in sumptuous meals, reminiscent of life before the apocalypse. How could someone of Star-Lord's stature possess such lowly provisions? Su Nian regarded the flatbread in her hands with a bemused expression, harboring no intention of consuming it, and glanced around at the others. After surveying the room, she realized that she was not alone in her reluctance. Others wore similar expressions of discontent, clearly disinclined to partake in the meal. It was evident that they had previously enjoyed a good life, with ample sustenance, though they faced adversity now. Compelling them to eat such coarse fare would undoubtedly be met with resistance. At that moment, Star-Lord's voice resonated once more. I understand that many of you find this flatbread difficult to swallow. However, consider how many people outside remain unaccounted for, how many lack even such meager rations. We are fortunate to be here, able to eat this flatbread and have access to clean drinking water. That in itself is a blessing. Having spoken, Star-Lord ceased his words and instead lifted the coarse grain cake before him, opening his mouth wide to take a bite. Observing Star-Lord consume the cake bite by bite, the previously hesitant and disdainful crowd began to display resolute expressions. If even the esteemed Star-Lord can partake, what is there that I cannot eat? Indeed, in comparison to those who have neither food nor drink, we are already quite fortunate. My apologies, Star-Lord. I shall no longer be finicky. The crowd fervently expressed their sentiments, and upon finishing, they eagerly stuffed the cakes into their mouths. Each person was devouring the food with fervor, and if Su Nian and Jing Mo remained still, they would undoubtedly attract attention. The two exchanged a glance, then pulled down their masks and took small bites. As anticipated by Su Nian, the cake was dry and lacked the sweet aroma of carbohydrates. The sensation in the mouth was akin to chewing cotton or gnawing on tree bark. Even a sip of water failed to moisten their mouths, leaving them with a mouthful of crumbs that was difficult to swallow. Chapter 148. Who is eating barbecue? With an expression devoid of emotion, Su Nian chewed without overt disdain. After all, in her previous life, she had consumed such cakes numerous times. Coarse grain with minimal wheat bran was indeed a rare find. Su Nian had once encountered a cake composed of 90% bran, bound together with merely a touch of sweet potato or sorghum flour, that had truly been difficult to ingest. Were it not for the necessity of survival, no one would willingly consume such fare. Just as Su Nian was about to swallow her bite of cake, she heard the sound of a chair scraping back. Following the noise, she saw Star-Lord standing up, declaring, "I have finished eating. Please take your time. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." The crowd nodded in agreement, urging him to go about his business, without concern for them. Before departing, Star-Lord called out a few names, and those individuals promptly stood, taking water and cakes with them as they hurried to follow him. As Su Nian observed their departure, a thought stirred within her. What matters could he possibly have at this time? Could it be discussions of a rescue? Although she was curious to find out, it would be quite inappropriate to follow them under the watchful eyes of the others. Fortunately, shortly after Star-Lord left, the remaining individuals began to rise as well. Those standing proceeded toward the upper floors, and Su Nian and Jing Mo exchanged a glance before ultimately joining the throng ascending the stairs. Upon returning to their room, Su Nian immediately discarded the cakes into a corner of her space. Although she could eat them now, having previously consumed them in her past life. Who would genuinely wish to eat such things if given the choice? With no electricity, Su Nian did not want to create too much hassle, so she simply retrieved some rice and stir-fried vegetables. The food was readily available and not overly fragrant. After finishing her meal, she opened the window to air out the room, allowing even the lingering scent to dissipate. As the window opened, the sound of the surging sea below became clearer than before. Peering down, Su Nian still saw nothing, yet she had an inkling that the water level had receded somewhat. Just as she was about to close the window, a sudden aroma wafted in. It was a rich and enticing scent, barbecue. Su Nian paused, glancing at Jing Mo seated by the table. "Jing Mo, come quickly. What is it?" Jing Mo inquired, hastily standing and striding to Su Nian's side. "Take a whiff. There's the scent of barbecue outside." Jing Mo leaned forward, inhaling deeply, and indeed detected the aroma of grilled meat. When it came to meat, Jing Mo could proudly claim a wealth of experience, having meticulously studied the different aromas produced by various cooking methods. After taking a few deep breaths, he confidently stated, "It's the scent of roasted pork belly, along with grilled lamb and beef. Jing Mo, what matters is not the type of meat being grilled." Although a fleeting moment of amusement and exasperation crossed Su Nian's mind, she quickly redirected the conversation. At this time, who could be enjoying barbecue? Is it possible that someone here, like me, possesses a space brimming with supplies? Yet even if such a space existed, it would surely be carefully concealed to avoid detection. One would not brazenly indulge in barbecue. Only those with absolute confidence and remarkable capability would dare to feast so openly, such as Star-Lord. Jing Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I'll go take a look." "Take a look?"
How?
Su Nian frowned. "We have no idea if anyone is outside. Even if there is no one, it would be difficult to descend beyond the 4th floor." When they had ascended, she had noticed that the elevator was being monitored. It would be nearly impossible to slip past those guards unnoticed. Jing Mo gently tapped her on the head, then pointed toward the window. "Of course. I'll go down from here." With the thick fog and absence of electricity, there's no need to worry about being seen. Given the current situation, Star-Lord likely wouldn't anticipate anyone daring to climb down from the outside wall. "I'll be careful. I won't be discovered." His calm, reasoned tone was neither forceful nor dismissive, yet it was compelling enough to leave Su Nian with no room for rebuttal. After observing Jing Mo for a moment, she finally nodded in agreement. "Very well, just be cautious." Upon hearing her consent, albeit with a hint of reluctance, Jing Mo wrapped her in a gentle embrace, reassuring her with a light pat on the back. "Do not fret. While I may not be Spider-Man, scaling walls is well within my capabilities." With that, Jing Mo donned his gear. He descended using ropes extracted from the equipment he had just put on, securing one end to the wall of the room. Su Nian scrutinized the rope. It was finer than steel wire, yet more than 10 times sturdier. With reliable equipment and unwavering faith in Jing Mo's abilities, her anxiety began to dissipate. Watching him exit through the window and maneuver toward the wall, peering down the drainage pipe, her heart involuntarily raced. As expected, the worry lingered. As Jing Mo gradually descended, Su Nian's view of him began to fade. The wait was interminable, stretching out painfully. Standing by the window, she listened to the sound of the waves crashing below, her mind conjuring images of Jing Mo's current state. Su Nian had anticipated a lengthy wait, but to her surprise, he returned in about 20 minutes. Seeing Jing Mo return unscathed, she let out a deep sigh of relief. Once he safely landed, Su Nian promptly shut the window. "Was everything all right?" Observing her worried expression, Jing Mo shook his head reassuringly. "Of course, everything went smoothly. There's no need for concern." As he spoke, he quickly removed his gear and stowed it away. Once they were seated, he began to recount what he had witnessed below. "I descended to the 3rd floor, where I discovered a room emanating the enticing aroma of barbecued meat. Quite coincidentally, that room was directly beneath me." Upon hearing this, Su Nian couldn't help but exclaim how fortuitous it was. Had the room not been directly below, Jing Mo would likely have spent considerable time searching for it, which would have posed greater dangers. Jing Mo continued, suggesting that it must be a banquet hall, filled with numerous guests, some of whom were dedicated to grilling meat, while several young women provided companionship. Those young women were indeed the ones who had previously participated in the selection process on the 4th floor, now engaged in entertaining others. As he spoke, Jing Mo's tone grew somewhat complex. Su Nian had been pondering whether the girls were aware of being chosen by others. It now seemed they were indeed cognizant of their situation. While not all were aware, at least a portion understood and bore no objections. Su Nian had never considered herself a savior and did not intend to interfere excessively with others' choices. Since they had made their decisions, regardless of her personal thoughts, she was determined to remain silent. After a brief moment of silence, Jing Mo continued. The esteemed Star-Lord sat in a position of prominence, flanked by 5 women. As he spoke, Jing Mo's expression shifted to something peculiar. Noticing this, Su Nian directly inquired, "What is it? Why do you look like that?" "I was merely contemplating why." Upon arriving at Blue Star, they all desire to indulge in such pleasures, Jing Mo replied. Su Nian initially assumed he was perplexed by something else. but was surprised to find his curiosity directed towards this question. With keen interest, she regarded Jing Mo. What prompted this sudden thought? Could it be that you? Before Su Nian could finish her sentence, Jing Mo firmly interjected, I do not. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Su Nian couldn't help but chuckle. I hadn't even completed my thought. Yet you are already so tense. Jing Mo replied earnestly, I certainly do not wish for you to misunderstand me. I have never desired such indulgences. My only wish is to be with you. Recognizing his sincerity, Su Nian ceased her teasing and nodded. I understand. You need not worry. I will not misinterpret your intentions. It is true that not only those from the stars, but even some from Blue Star often aspire to embrace multiple partners, maintaining one flag at home while flying another outside. This inclination is a matter of mentality rather than lineage. And Su Nian certainly did not subscribe to the notion of collective punishment. With that topic set aside, Jing Mo resumed his narrative. I listened for a while outside. They were not discussing anything of value, mostly just flattering the Star Lord. From their words, it seemed they were entirely dependent on the Star Lord for their sustenance, pledging their allegiance to him. After waiting for a while and still hearing nothing useful, I decided to come back up. Su Nian nodded, grasping the situation. The Star Lord's grandiose declarations on the fourth floor were merely superficial posturing. For those he genuinely sought to cultivate, he would directly escort them to his domain to indulge in feasts and the company of beautiful women, whether before or after the apocalypse. Such tactics of winning hearts are undeniably effective, yielding immediate results. Who would not desire a better life, especially in the current circumstances where everyone yearns for comfort? A wry smile played on Su Nian's lips as she mused about how those feasting on barbecue downstairs would be perceived by others if they found out. Jing Mo interjected. The question is, how can we make them aware? Had it not been for the two of them dining and thinking to open a window to disperse the aroma, they would not have caught the enticing scent of barbecue wafting in. Others were likely so fearful of the ocean water flooding in that they had tightly sealed the windows, let alone consider opening them. As the idea eluded them, Su Nian shifted to another inquiry. What is the current water level below? I specifically checked. It should be about 2 stories high now. This was perhaps the only piece of good news they had heard that day. In the base, whether in the inner or outer city, there were still numerous buildings 2 stories tall. As long as the living could reach the 2nd floor, they could survive for the time being. The water was receding quite rapidly. By tomorrow, it should be nearly gone. However, the pressing question remains whether to rebuild the base or relocate everyone entirely. As dinner time approached, someone knocked on their door again, but this time, it was not to summon them downstairs. The visitor first inquired about the number of occupants in the room and, upon confirming, produced 2 flatbreads from a cloth bag. The Star Lord has decreed that since night has fallen, we shall not have you running up and down. Instead, we are to bring you food. After you eat, be sure to rest early. Jing Mo accepted the 2 flatbreads with gratitude before closing the door. That night, Su Nian and Jing Mo did not rest well. Having just experienced a tsunami, it was impossible for anyone to be at ease enough to fall into a deep slumber. Half awake and half asleep, they lay until the next morning, when the alarm rang, prompting them to sit up immediately. After washing up and preparing for breakfast, they were suddenly greeted by a commotion outside. Voices were raised in excited exclamations. Su Nian and Jing Mo listened carefully and soon discerned that someone was announcing that the sea had receded significantly, now about waist-high, and they could finally venture out. Although the ground floor doors remained shut, one could lower a rope from the 2nd floor and descend that way. Upon hearing they could leave, many people hurriedly sought to exit. After all, no one was truly alone. Everyone had friends and family. It was one thing to be unable to return yesterday, but now that they could, who wouldn't want to rush home to check on loved ones? Su Nian and Jing Mo had no such ties here, and thus had no intention of leaving. They intended to remain and observe how the Star Lord would proceed with the rescue efforts. After all, the Star Lord's position in the 2nd base was akin to that of the base leader. To be precise, the base leader held only the title, while the Star Lord wielded real power. However, what Su Nian did not anticipate was that the Star Lord had no intention of initiating rescue efforts. Rather, he merely organized a team to assist those with influence in gathering supplies and locating family members, while neglecting the needs of others. When someone approached the Star Lord for help, He looked upon the individual with a feigned sense of compassion and uttered words that were chillingly callous. Though I wish to assist, I am powerless, neither a leader nor a person of authority. However, the base leader has already commenced rescue operations. I believe it will not be long before your turn comes. Please be patient, for with so many individuals in the base, any search and rescue must be conducted gradually. The person, upon hearing the Star Lord's words, gazed at him in disbelief. Previously, he had idolized the Star Lord, nearly worshipping him as a deity. Yet now, in his moment of need, the Star Lord had unhesitatingly rejected him, resorting to such hollow platitudes to brush him off. As Su Nian witnessed the scene, she too found it rather perplexing. Clearly, Star Lord had been cultivating an aura of influence, seemingly with aspirations to usurp the position of the original base leader. Yet, after a tumultuous tsunami, a prime opportunity to consolidate loyalty arose, and inexplicably, Star Lord began to falter. Su Nian stood in the shadows, observing from a distance when she heard footsteps approaching. Instantly, she turned her gaze towards the source of the sound. Upon recognizing the newcomer, she was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Awan. In just a few days, Awan appeared transformed. The previously shy girl clad in sportswear, who blushed even before speaking, had vanished, replaced by a vision of elegance. Now adorned in a refined dress and perched upon delicate high heels, her face was accentuated with makeup. Su Nian felt a sense of unfamiliarity wash over her, hesitating to greet Awan right away. However, Awan broke the silence with a bright smile, teasing, "Do you not recognize me after a few days apart?" Su Nian slowly shook her head, affirming her recognition. "Then why did you not greet me?" Awan inquired playfully. While Awan's prior appearance was merely delicate, her current meticulous grooming rendered her strikingly captivating. Su Nian observed in silence as Awan gracefully raised her arms, twirling before her, ultimately coming to a poised halt, beaming at Su Nian. "Do I not look splendid in this dress? Had you chosen to participate in the selection, it would surely have been you, not Jing Chug's you, who was chosen." A fleeting glimmer of jealousy flickered in Awan's eyes as she mentioned Jing Chug's, but it quickly dissipated. In response to Awan's remark, Su Nian shook her head. "I have no interest in participating, nor do I desire this dress." If she truly cherished wearing dresses, she could have procured one during the pre-apocalypse stockpiling phase. Yet, she had not purchased a single dress. Observing the calmness in Su Nian's eyes, Awan recognized the truth in her words. Yet, this realization only deepened Awan's sense of inequity. Su Nian possessed what seemed effortlessly attainable, while Awan yearned for it, yet remained unfulfilled. Was this the essence of disparity? Both were mere mortals. Why then was there such a significant gulf? Was it merely due to Su Nian's superior appearance? Was it because Su Nian could casually offer her a bag of compressed biscuits? These thoughts stirred a complex mix of emotions within Awan, tinged with a hint of envy she herself was unaware of. Suppressing her tumultuous feelings, Awan smiled and said, "I came to discuss something else with you." "What is it?" Su Nian inquired. "You had given me a bag of compressed biscuits before. I have brought it back for you," Awan replied, producing a small bag of biscuits from her handbag and extending it towards Su Nian. Su Nian cast her eyes down at the offered biscuits, and without the slightest hesitation, accepted them. Awan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Returning the item meant they were square, establishing an equilibrium between them. Straightening her posture, Awan turned to leave, but paused momentarily. "Lord Star-Lord intends to lead us away from the base. I advise you to consider departing as well, if possible. Invest some resources to secure a spot and accompany us." Su Nian sensed the underlying complexity in Awan's emotions, but chose not to dwell on it. It was only upon hearing Awan's statement that a flicker of intrigue sparked in her eyes. So that was why Star-Lord had suddenly ceased his posturing. It was to facilitate an exodus with resources and people. Given that the base was situated by the sea, the threat of another tsunami loomed ominously. Relocating and establishing a new base indeed presented a viable escape. However, it seemed that Star-Lord intended to take only those with power, influence, and resources, leaving the common survivors behind. Su Nian gathered her thoughts and posed a singular question: how many will accompany Star-Lord? Awan frowned at Su Nian's reference to Star-Lord but nonetheless replied, "There should be around 5,000. "So many?" Su Nian mused. realizing that although the tsunami struck with ferocity, its swift retreat meant that the fatalities were not excessively high. If Star-Lord aimed to take 5,000 individuals, then the number of remaining survivors must be even greater. From another perspective, it might not be entirely negative for someone like Star-Lord, who harbored questionable ideologies, to leave the base and start anew. At the very least, fewer individuals would be subjected to his toxic influence. As she pondered this, Awan interjected, "You must have a considerable amount of resources, right? It would be wise to purchase a spot and leave with us." Nian shook her head, asserting, "I will not be going with you." "Why not? Do you intend to remain in the second base? The tsunami could strike again, at any moment. Do you wish to be swept away by the tides?" Awan's words, seemingly unconsidered, slipped out without forethought. Nian frowned, scrutinizing Awan.
What do you mean by that?
"I mean nothing. I must leave," Awan stammered, attempting to depart, but her high heels hindered her pace. Nian swiftly stepped in front of her. "Awan, if you know something, you must tell me. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Awan bit her lip. Glancing around to ensure their privacy before whispering, "I heard from someone that Lord Star-Lord plans to take all the food from the base's granary when he leaves. If you do not follow him, without provisions, how long can you survive on your own resources?" At this revelation, Nian's expression turned icy. "Do you truly believe this is justifiable?" Awan bit her lip in response. "One must look out for oneself. Survival is paramount. I merely wish to live. And to live better." With that, Awan lowered her head and quickened her pace, hastily departing. This time, Nian refrained from stopping Awan, as she had her own matters to attend to. Jing Mo approached from an unknown direction, his expression grave. As he opened his mouth to speak, he noticed Nian's equally troubled demeanor. "Nian, what is wrong?" Nian lifted her gaze to meet Jing Mo's. "Awan just informed me that Star-Lord plans to take 5,000 people away, along with the food from the granary." Jing Mo appeared astonished. "Awan knows about this?" Nian quickly grasped the implication of Jing Mo's words. "You're aware of this too?" "Indeed," Jing Mo nodded. "I was chatting with a man I recognized from the selection. After gifting him a pack of cigarettes, he divulged this information to me." Since the waters receded, Jing Mo had been tirelessly gathering information. Nian found it unsurprising that he had learned of this development. Nian considered her next words carefully, "So, what do we do now?" Jing Mo flashed a toothy grin. "We head to the granary and await him." Their minds aligned, and without returning to their quarters, they promptly departed from Star-Lord's tower. The granary within the inner city was relatively easy to locate, a fact Jing Mo had already ascertained. In the thick fog, people meandered about, and the presence of 2 additional individuals hardly drew any attention. No one cast them a second glance. As they traversed the path to the granary, Nian's gaze fell upon a vehicle that had been submerged by seawater, prompting her to recall Jing Mo's car. "What a pity for your car," she exclaimed. Jing Mo shook his head, dismissing her sentiment. "There's nothing to lament. I had modified that vehicle, and even if it were waterlogged, it would be of no consequence. The sole concern now is its whereabouts after being swept away by the sea. If we could locate it, it might still be salvageable." Nian had not considered this possibility and was somewhat taken aback by Jing Mo's words. Nonetheless, she gave him a thumbs-up, impressed. Jing Mo, unaccustomed to false modesty, accepted the praise without hesitation. "In this regard, I have always excelled," he stated confidently, a sentiment Nian could not dispute. Yet, observing the smug expression on Jing Mo's face, she pondered for a moment before playfully inquiring, "In what area are you not particularly adept?" After a prolonged contemplation, Jing Mo replied earnestly, "For instance, in being foolish. I truly lack skill in that domain." "Ah, it must be you," Nian mused, surprised by his unexpected response. As they conversed and walked, the journey remained engaging. By the time dusk fell, they arrived near the granary, the largest in the inner city and the official storage of the base, heavily guarded even now. Not wishing to approach the guard stationed at the entrance, Nian and Jing Mo understood their purpose for being there was not to raid the granary, but to await the arrival of Xingju. Should he fail to appear, it would matter little. However, if he dared to come, they intended to teach him a lesson about the art of ambush. The granary was a vast courtyard, a significant establishment devoid of nearby buildings, though the tsunami had toppled a few 2-story structures in the distance, scattering debris. Su Nian and Jing Mo found a vantage point within the ruins, allowing them to observe the granary's entrance. While the thick fog often proved irksome, in this instance, it offered a perfect cover for their ambush. Jing Mo produced a firearm and handed it to Su Nian, who examined it closely, noting its differences from the one she had previously used. Anticipating her curiosity, Jing Mo explained in a hushed tone, "I replaced the scope with a newly acquired one. It can lock onto targets even amidst the fog." Su Nian's surprise was palpable. "Really?" she inquired. Jing Mo raised an eyebrow, challenging her skepticism. "If you wish to ascertain its authenticity, simply give it a try." Without further ado, Su Nian aimed the gun at the entrance of the granary, and, indeed, was able to lock onto the two guards stationed there. The distance was approximately 20 meters, a manageable span for her. In the fog, even without aiming, she would have been able to hit her target effortlessly. However, the situation had shifted. Visibility was severely compromised. Without any light to assist, she could scarcely discern anything beyond 3 meters. Yet now, through the scope, she could clearly see the scene unfolding 20 meters away. After observing for a moment, Su Nian turned to Jing Mo, questioning, "How is this possible?" "There's a light integrated into the scope," Jing Mo pointed out, directing her attention to the edge of the lens. Leaning in closer, Su Nian indeed spotted a faint illumination. "I'm not entirely certain of the mechanics behind it, as I am not the inventor, but its efficacy is all that matters." Su Nian nodded in agreement. The specifics of its construction or the principles behind it were trivial. What mattered was its practicality. As she contemplated the firearm, an idea began to form in her mind. Could this technology be adapted into a pair of glasses? She mused aloud. "I anticipated you might think along those lines, so I've already commissioned a pair. They're merely not ready yet." At Jing Mo's words, Su Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was it a case of mutual understanding? No, that description might not suffice. It was evident that Jing Mo truly comprehended her. Regardless of the circumstances or objects at hand, he could foresee her reactions with uncanny accuracy, a realization that both thrilled and unnerved her. The notion of being so thoroughly understood by another had once seemed a daunting prospect for Su Nian. The fear of being completely known, particularly by someone harboring ill intentions, was a terrifying thought. Yet, in this instance, Jing Mo's insight did not instill fear. It brought a sense of comfort. She posed one final question. "Is it expensive?" "A pair of glasses costs 10 kilograms of rice," Jing Mo replied. In the context of the interstellar market, that price was indeed steep. However, Su Nian considered the vast quantities of rice stored in her space and waved her hand dismissively. "Not at all." Observing her extravagant demeanor, Jing Mo couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. Only someone with her substantial reserves could deem such a price reasonable. For anyone else, it would seem exorbitant, especially given the current circumstances where acquiring 10 kilograms of quality rice was no simple feat with the firearm in their possession. The prospects of their ambush became significantly more favorable. As time passed, darkness enveloped the area. In a base devoid of electricity, night fell like a shroud, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Seated in the dark, shielded by crumbling walls, Su Nian and Jing Mo were free from the worry of being detected. Both had yet to eat dinner. While the ambush was crucial, nourishment was equally important. However, practicality dictated their choices. Su Nian retrieved a box of rice balls and a portion of grilled meat, enjoying the rice balls accompanied by the grilled meat and freshly squeezed juice. They savored a satisfying meal. Chapter 152. The First Snow. "You are truly adorable." Just as Su Nian finished collecting the empty containers, the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. Both she and Jing Mo halted, drawing their firearms and directing their gaze towards the source of the noise. In the eyes of others, the surroundings were cloaked in darkness, making nighttime navigation perilous and necessitating the use of flashlights, a task fraught with caution. Yet, through the scope of their weapons, Su Nian and Jing Mo beheld the scene with remarkable clarity. Approximately 5 or 6 meters away, a group of individuals cautiously advanced towards the granary, their movements deliberate and stealthy. Their numbers were significant, and had they not been drawing closer, Su Nian and Jing Mo might not have noticed them at all. The thick night air was compounded by the fact that the group donned black clothing and masks, rendering them nearly invisible. Had they not been vigilant, An ambush from these figures would have been both sudden and fatal. Su Nian and Jing Emo refrained from firing immediately. The size of the group was considerable, and they had yet to spot Xing Ju among them. To act recklessly would only serve to alert them, yielding little benefit. As this group passed by the abandoned house where Su Nian and Jing Emo were concealed, they did not linger for even a moment. It was evidently clear that their objective lay ahead at the granary. Su Nian had initially presumed that they would all simply move past without incident. However, unexpectedly, the last two individuals in the procession paused. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Star-Lord himself, accompanied by a girl whose beauty was undeniable. This girl was none other than Jing Chugzhu, whom Su Nian had seen before, radiating brilliance from the stage. Her allure was impossible to overlook. They stood merely a meter apart, an alarmingly close distance. Both Su Nian and Jing Emo stifled their breaths, maintaining their current positions, paralyzed by trepidation. Su Nian quietly aimed his firearm at Star-Lord, confident that a single shot would ensure his demise. Yet before Su Nian could pull the trigger, Jing Chugzhu's voice pierced the silence. It was the first time Su Nian had heard her speak. When she had been on stage, she had merely stood there in silence. Now, despite deliberately lowering her voice, it was still melodious and captivating. "Sir, do you think this is the right course of action?" Her voice trembled slightly, likely due to fear, and her worried, pale visage evoked a sense of pity. It was hard not to feel a pang of compassion upon witnessing her distress. However, sympathy and the potential to change one's mind were entirely different matters. Upon hearing Jing Chugzhu's words, Star-Lord lifted his hand, his long, fair fingers caressing her cheek.
Chugzhu,
"Your nature is pure and kind, yet this is not the time for benevolence. We must seize the food and hold it within our grasp to establish a new base. Only then will those people heed my command. Besides, what good would leaving the food do? To sustain those useless survivors? Their existence is merely a drain. It might be better for them to succumb sooner rather than suffer longer. You wouldn't want to witness their agony, would you?" Jing Chugzhu gazed into Star-Lord's eyes, her own shimmering with moisture, and after a prolonged silence, she nodded. "You are right, if that is the case then." As suddenly, a sharp sound pierced through the stillness of the night. The blade of a knife plunged into flesh, reverberating with stark clarity. Both Su Nian and Jing Emo widened their eyes in disbelief. What was unfolding? The preceding events had suggested an entirely different trajectory for this narrative. Jing Chugzhu now held a gleaming dagger, its blade fully embedded in Star-Lord's chest. What had started as a smile on Star-Lord's face now morphed into an expression of utter disbelief as he stared at Jing Chugzhu.
"Why?"
With a slight twist of her wrist, Jing Chugzhu rotated the blade within Star-Lord's body, observing as his features contorted in pain, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Only then did she let out a laugh.
"Why?"
"You dare to ask me why? It seems your memory is rather poor, Star-Lord. 2 years ago, when you first seized power, did you not go to great lengths to have a girl captured for you? That was my sister. We are fraternal twins. Yet we look nothing alike. She took our father's surname, while I took our mother's. When the apocalypse struck, our parents perished one by one, leaving me to care for my sister. I merely stepped out to procure sustenance, only to return and hear that she had been taken. No one informed me who had seized her or where she had been taken. For 2 years, I sought answers, bartering my very soul only to uncover the truth. I had been contemplating how to approach you, yet, ironically, you placed the means directly in my hands. You, Star-Lord, are merely a wretched creature who has mistakenly elevated himself to the status of an emperor, even selecting a lady of your court. Well, since you wish to select, I shall present myself before you for your choosing. I had initially thought that with so many around you, it would be impossible for me to approach you unarmed. Yet you, in your folly, brought me along to witness the world, inadvertently placing a weapon in my hands. After all you've done, if I do not end your life, it would be a disservice to myself." Star-Lord lay on the ground, silently absorbing Jing Chugzhu's words. Once she had finished, he suddenly chuckled softly. "Chug, you truly are delightful." His voice, as always, was dulcet and soothing, yet it caused Jing Chugzhu's expression to shift dramatically. As she watched him rise from the ground, her demeanor shifted to one of disbelief. "How can this be?" "You," Star-Lord slowly straightened, extracting the dagger from his chest. Most of the blade had vanished within him, leaving only a small fraction protruding, stained with blood. He pressed upon the hilt, causing the blade to extend once more. Twirling the dagger in his hand, a mocking grin graced his lips. Did you truly believe I would relinquish my weapon to a woman? I merely offered it to amuse you. I had not anticipated the surprise you would provide. Would you care to hear a tale of my own? Your sister. I recall her well. She was quite fiery, not only biting me but, like you, wishing for my demise. I have never been fond of those who seek to harm me. Thus, I rewarded her to one of my loyal followers. You see, when I first ascended to power, I had but a handful of trustworthy allies, perhaps 30 or 40 at most. I cannot speak for others, but your sister certainly possessed a powerful voice. She screamed my name throughout the night. Star-Lord. I will kill you. Jing Chugs you lunged at Star-Lord, only to be repelled by a swift kick. Many have tried to end my life, yet none have succeeded. You will not succeed either, Jing Chugs you. I shall not take your life. Once they return with their spoils, I will bestow you upon them as a reward for their hard work. After all, they deserve recognition for their efforts. I am curious, however, how your voice compares to that of your sister. Jing Chugs you lay on the ground, clutching her abdomen, her eyes ablaze with hatred directed at Star-Lord. As she stared, a sudden laugh escaped her lips. Star-Lord, with all this commotion we've stirred, why has no one come to investigate? They've been gone for quite some time. Why is there not a single sound? Star-Lord's triumphant expression froze at her words. What do you mean? Jing Chugs you. What have you done? What could I possibly do? I am but one person, incapable of killing you. However, what I cannot achieve alone, countless others can assist me with. You seek to steal from the granary of the base. I merely informed the base leader of your intentions. What do you think he will do? Vile wretch. Star-Lord seethed, his gaze fixated on the granary shrouded in mist. The dim light from his flashlight barely illuminated the scene ahead, leaving him oblivious to the unfolding situation.
Yet,
as Jing Chugs you remarked, those individuals have long since passed into oblivion, producing not a whisper. They're most likely apprehended. Star-Lord's gaze returned to Jing Chugs you, his expression darkening with an ominous intensity. Since you are so eager to embrace death, I shall grant your wish. With that, Star-Lord lunged towards Jing Chugs you. She, however, neither flinched nor evaded, even closing her eyes. Should Star-Lord choose to end her life today, the only chance for her survival would be to flee the base immediately. Otherwise, her days were numbered. Even in death, she felt it would be a death worthy of her cause. With her eyes shut, Jing Chugs you awaited the anticipated pain. But it never came. Instead, she heard a dull thud, as if something had collided with the ground. Opening her eyes, she beheld Star-Lord, who had once been standing, now sprawled on the ground. This sight filled her with profound bewilderment. What transpired here? Could it be that Star-Lord was employing some trick? Yet, knowing that the base's personnel would soon arrive, how could he possibly afford to lie there and play games with her? Was it a matter of having a hidden ace up his sleeve, or merely overconfidence? Star-Lord, Jing Chugs you seethed. You need not feign death here. If you wish to kill me, then do it. Following her declaration, silence ensued. At this juncture, Jing Chugs you finally sensed something amiss. As she attempted to rise from the ground, hurried footsteps approached. Moments later, a dozen individuals surrounded her and the fallen Star-Lord. Upon seeing the newcomers, Jing Chugs you breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Shun, you've arrived. Shun Chung stepped forward, assisting Jing Chugs you to her feet. Are you unharmed? She shook her head. I am fine, but it's Star-Lord. Before she could finish, those who had come to inspect Star-Lord's condition spoke up. Report, Captain Shun, he is deceased. Shun Chung furrowed his brow.
deceased?
How did this happen? Jing Chugs you, perplexed, moved towards Star-Lord's lifeless form. Shin Chung followed closely, illuminating the scene with a powerful flashlight. Under the bright beam, Star-Lord's body was laid bare. He bore a wound on his chest, but the blood was minimal, indicating a mere surface injury. The most grievous wound was the gory hole in his head. Shin Chung, seasoned in such matters, discerned at a glance that it was a gunshot wound. He turned to Jing Chugs you. Did you fire the shot? Jing Chugs you shook her head. I did not. She had been in close proximity to Star-Lord. too fearful to carry a weapon, otherwise she would have been seized by his subordinates before she could even draw her gun. Did you see who fired? Shun Chung continued his inquiry. Once again, she shook her head. He was about to kill me. I had no intention of resisting. I merely closed my eyes and waited. But when I opened them, he was lying there, lifeless. Hearing her words, Shun Chung's frown deepened. If Jing Chug's spoke the truth, it indicated that the shooter remained hidden in the shadows. Although he was aware that many harbored intentions to eliminate Star-Lord within the base, he could not fathom who could execute such a deed so quietly. Given the current circumstances, the chances of successfully killing Star-Lord from a distance were virtually non-existent. Yet, this concealed individual had indeed accomplished the task. Shun Chung scanned the surroundings, but ultimately decided against sending anyone to search. The assassin had successfully slain Star-Lord and likely had long since departed. Dispatching a search party now would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, there were other pressing matters demanding their attention, far more critical than pursuing this individual. Retracting his gaze, Shun Chung addressed the group. Take his body and present it to the base leader. There are many within the base who supported Star-Lord. They must witness the consequences of their allegiance to comprehend the appropriate course of action. Turning to Jing Chug's, he added, you have accomplished what you set out to do. Now, return and rest. In a couple of days, the base will commence relocation, and there will be no opportunity for proper rest on the journey. Jing Chug's offered a sorrowful smile. What significance does rest hold now? My vengeance has been fulfilled. My life or death matters not. Shun Chung frowned.
Chug's.
You must not speak in such a manner. Even your sister would wish for you to live on, carrying her spirit, as well as your parents. You must endure until the calamity subsides, until we can rebuild our home. As she listened to Shun Chung's words, a glimmer of life returned to Jing Chug's previously unfocused eyes. You are right. This life does not solely belong to me. I must indeed strive to live on. Chapter 154. Migration to the inland. Su Nian and Jing Mo remained in their original positions, akin to two statues, their breathing barely perceptible. As they observed Jing Chug's and Shun Chung gradually recede from view, Su Nian finally stowed her gun away and turned to Jing Mo. Let us depart. Jing Mo similarly stored his weapon, replying, Indeed, let us go. The pair turned to leave, though lacking a definitive destination. The shot fired moments ago had been Su Nian's. She had not immediately left, intending to inspect Star-Lord's corpse once Jing Chug's was gone, perhaps to glean some items of value from him. After all, the king from the underground city had possessed a box of robots. Star-Lord surely had treasures from the stars as well. Regrettably, before Jing Chug's could depart, a throng of individuals arrived, taking Star-Lord's body with them. While somewhat disappointed, Su Nian dismissed her dismay. Star-Lord was dead, and those who had followed him would undoubtedly face dire consequences. She merely hoped that, following this ordeal, the relocation of the second base would proceed with fewer complications. Yet, Su Nian understood that this was merely her wish. The future remained uncertain. The two ambled slowly through the thick fog, each wielding a flashlight to illuminate their path. In the aftermath of the tsunami, anything could lurk beneath the surface, and without light, they risked tripping. The inner city at night was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Walking through such desolation could easily evoke the sensation that she was the last person on Earth. However, as this thought arose, Su Nian turned to Jing Mo.
No.
I am not alone. I will never be alone. Beside her stood Jing Mo. Jing Mo, who had been walking steadily, felt Su Nian's gaze upon him and glanced over. Upon witnessing the sparkle in her eyes, he smiled.
Why are you looking at me?
Su Nian replied earnestly, It is a comfort to have you by my side. Surviving in this apocalyptic world was a formidable challenge. To have someone unwaveringly beside her, someone she could trust unconditionally, was a profound blessing. Moreover, Jing Mo possesses not only an attractive appearance, but also a thoughtful disposition, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Upon hearing Su Nian's words, Jing Mo displayed no hint of surprise. Rather, he nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. Accustomed to Jing Mo's character, Su Nian found no reason for astonishment and swiftly shifted the conversation. Where shall we head now? After a moment of contemplation, Jing Mo suggested, Perhaps we should search for our vehicle. Su Nian raised an eyebrow. Yet she could not deny that it was indeed a sound proposal. Jing Mo's car, spacious and high-performing, had also been modified by him. If they could locate it, it would be most fortuitous. Previously, they had parked in the lot out of concern for possible surveillance cameras. The ramifications of being captured on film would far outweigh the loss of a vehicle. Finding the car was not a trivial matter, so they could not afford to rush. After walking for a while, the two decided to find a place to rest for the night. They stumbled upon a two-story building ravaged by a tsunami, with the second floor submerged and the ground floor in ruins. Upon discovering a wall that had not collapsed, Su Nian and Jing Mo settled in a corner. With no one in the vicinity, Su Nian produced a tent. "You rest first. I'll keep watch," Jing Mo said to Su Nian. She set an alarm on her phone. "All right, I'll take over when the time comes." In this regard, neither Su Nian nor Jing Mo would ever argue. They prefer to utilize their time for rest rather than engage in disputes. Through the night, silence prevailed. The following morning, as Su Nian observed the dawn breaking, the dense fog gradually shed its nocturnal cloak, revealing the original thick whiteness. She extended her hand, the mist swirling around her fingers, rendering them barely visible. Just as she was engrossed in the scene, the sound of the tent being unzipped caught her attention. Turning her head, she saw that Jing and Mo had awakened. After she folded the tent, they hurriedly washed up and had their meal before setting off in search of their vehicle. Jing and Mo possessed an excellent sense of direction. Even amidst the fog and with some signs washed away by the tsunami, he could navigate based on the surroundings. After a morning of exploration, they finally found the parking lot where they had initially left their car. Once bustling with vehicles, it now stood empty, all swept away by the tide. They needed to ascertain the direction from which the water had surged and follow its course to locate their vehicle. As they walked, they heard voices ahead, somewhat noisy, indicating a sizable gathering. After a brief hesitation, they approached. Not far ahead, they spotted a military green vehicle, its roof adorned with a spotlight illuminating a 5-meter radius ahead. A crowd had gathered around a man standing beside the vehicle, bombarding him with questions, one after another, leaving him little time to respond. Eventually, the man forcefully struck the side of the vehicle, producing a resounding thud that silenced the crowd. "Listen to me. The base will not abandon you. The base has been devastated, situated by the sea, and no one knows if another tsunami may strike. The risks of rebuilding are too great. The base leader has decided to lead everyone inland. At least there, you will be safe from tsunamis. I am here to inform you all to pack your belongings. We will gather at the city gates of the inner city tomorrow morning. Do not worry about finding your way. Someone will come to guide you to the assembly point. Just ensure you have your essentials ready before tomorrow." Upon hearing the man's words, the crowd first fell silent, then erupted with even more fervent inquiries than before. "How will we migrate? Is there transportation available? What about food and drink along the way? Will the base take responsibility? Where exactly will we be relocating to in the inland? Where will we stay? If we no longer reside by the sea, we cannot go out to fish. How will we survive? I have a large family. Can the base provide me with a vehicle?" Although the questions were not directed at her, standing at the back of the crowd, Su Nian felt overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries. Chapter 155. I must read more novels in the future. After listening for a while, Su Nian and Jing Mo decisively turned in another direction. They had gleaned useful information and deemed it more crucial to continue searching for their vehicle. Unfortunately, locating it was not straightforward. Their car's license plate had long been removed, and despite spotting two similar vehicles, neither belonged to them. Fortunately, both were patient individuals. Though they had not yet found it, they remained unperturbed. With perseverance, they eventually succeeded in their quest. The car lay on its roof, caked in mud and sand, bearing numerous scratches. Some areas had evidently been dented by hard objects. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Su Nian stored the car in her space. Within that realm, everything was under her control, allowing her to effortlessly flip the vehicle upright before retrieving it. The car landed firmly, appearing somewhat battered, yet fortunately, the damage was not severe. Jing Mo conducted a thorough inspection of the exterior, nodding in satisfaction. There were no significant issues. As for the scratches and dents, they were merely emblematic of a vehicle that had valiantly weathered the apocalypse. Are these scratches and dents?
No.
They are testament to its struggle for survival in the end times. Su Nian, in all honesty, thought it quite silly. Silently, she retrieved the car keys from her space and unlocked the door. As it swung open, water gushed forth. The vehicle was not entirely sealed, having been submerged in seawater for an extended period, so the ingress was to be expected. However, upon noticing shrimp and crabs the size of fingernails, as well as tiny fish no larger than her pinky, she momentarily fell silent. While she had anticipated water intrusion, she had not expected these little creatures to find their way inside. As the car had only recently been stored in her space, the fish, shrimp, and crabs were unfortunately deceased. Nian felt no sorrow. Rather, she resolved to thoroughly clean the vehicle. Otherwise, in a few days, the marine life would rot and emit an unbearable odor, and merely imagining that scent caused her to grimace. Dismantling the car was a task Jing and Mo handled with remarkable ease, requiring merely Nian's assistance. In less than 2 hours, they had completely cleaned the interior of the vehicle. Since the seats had been soaked, they simply removed them to replace them with new ones. Nian had stockpiled plenty of such components. Jing and Mo also replaced several small parts he had disassembled. As for the exterior, both Nian and Jing and Mo were in unanimous agreement. They would not concern themselves with it. Having just endured a tsunami, while others' vehicles were battered and filthy, theirs remained pristine, which would undoubtedly raise suspicions about their concealed secrets. They were not ones to engage in superfluous actions. The engine needs to dry before we can start it. We must wait a little longer, Jing and Mo remarked. Nian pondered for a moment before once again retracting the vehicle into her spatial storage. Jing and Mo cast a curious glance at Nian, wondering what she was up to. I want to see if I can air dry it, she replied. Jing and Mo initially struggled to grasp her intent but soon comprehended. You plan to swing it around in the space, much like one would do with clothing?
Nian nadi de fermetibli.
As she answered Jing and Mo, she deftly manipulated the vehicle to spin rapidly within the confines of the space. To her surprise, it proved effective. Droplets of water were indeed flung out. Diverting a portion of her focus, Nian managed to control the droplets, ensuring they did not scatter haphazardly. After placing the vehicle back on the ground, she then carefully extracted all the droplets from her spatial storage. The water collected in abundance, cascading onto the ground with a delightful splatter. Jing and Mo gazed at Nian in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth goes on in that clever mind of yours?" Nian reflected seriously before responding. Perhaps it is filled with countless novels. Jing and Mo declared, then I too must read more novels. Despite her words, he proceeded to inspect the engine. With the water fully expelled, after a brief airing out, it would be ready for travel by the following day. Having retrieved the vehicle, the duo no longer needed to search for a place to pitch a tent that night. They could simply sleep within the car. Jing and Mo's trunk was spacious enough that with the second row seats folded down and a mat laid out, it transformed into a cozy double bed. It could easily accommodate their two bodies, allowing for some playful rolling around inside. The vehicle was equipped with a sunroof that could be manually opened, and Nian cracked it slightly for ventilation. As they lay side by side, neither felt inclined to sleep immediately. Nian turned on her side, utilizing the faint light to observe Jing and Mo's face. Do you have any thoughts? She inquired. Jing and Mo turned to her. What thoughts? Where shall we head next? They had learned from the king that Star-Lord resided at the second base, which was why they had ventured here. However, they had failed to confront Star-Lord directly, uttering not a single word before his demise, thus missing the opportunity to gather information about other interstellar beings. Consequently, where should they go from here? In their vast homeland, locating a few interstellar visitors amidst such expansive territory was no trivial task. If civilization and order still prevailed, it might have been somewhat easier. Yet, given the current circumstances, without any leads, the search was exceedingly arduous. Jing and Mo did not respond right away. Rather, he fell silent for a moment before posing a question to Nian. Do you wish to return to the first base? Without a hint of hesitation, Nian replied, not at the moment. Although the first base had developed an insecticide, the thought of being surrounded by swarming insects made her reluctant to return. Since we do not wish to go back, let us follow the second base as they migrate inland. Although that person did not mention it during the day, I believe the second base is likely heading toward the third base. The third base? Nian was well aware of its existence. The last 2 pages of the materials provided by Kong Jianming clearly outline the locations of the top 10 bases. The third base was situated in the divine capital. Su Nian only knew that the divine capital was steeped in rich historical significance, having served as the political center and symbol of many dynasties throughout history. However, beyond that, she had little understanding of the divine capital or why the third base was established there. Prior to the apocalypse, Su Nian had never visited the divine capital. Given her reluctance to return to the first base, perhaps it would be worthwhile to accompany Jing Mo and explore? With this thought in mind, she nodded in agreement. That sounds feasible, but let's delay our departure by a couple of days and follow behind. She preferred not to set out with the people from the second base. As a larger group signified greater complications, Su Nian wished to avoid being ensnared in trouble. Chapter 156. Ultimately, it was destroyed by natural calamities. The following morning, after Su Nian and Jing Mo had finished breakfast, they heard the loudspeaker blaring. All survivors in the inner city, please gather at the south gate. Survivors of the base, please assemble at the south gate. The loudspeaker repeated this message incessantly. Su Nian and Jing Mo listened but remained unmoved. They had already resolved to wait 2 days after the second base set out before beginning their own journey, allowing them to trail behind at a distance. Even if they could not see the group ahead, it mattered not. They possessed supplies and a map, free to travel at their own pace without urgency. Eventually, they would arrive at their destination. Checking the time, Su Nian noted it was not yet 7 in the morning. Such an early assembly likely meant they would depart before noon. Jing Mo, however, shook his head. I doubt it. Although their stay at the second base had been brief, he noted the distribution of power was overly fragmented. Even with Star-Lord's demise, the authority of the base leader wasn't necessarily the most dominant. Organizing a departure was no simple feat. Initially skeptical of Jing Mo's assertion, Su Nian had to concede that he was indeed correct as the loudspeaker continued its incessant calls from morning until afternoon. Fortunately, after 4 o'clock, the announcements finally ceased, suggesting that the gathering had concluded and they were commencing their journey. However, it was likely only from the inner city to the outer city gate. To truly set off would require at least until the next morning. Consequently, Su Nian and Jing Mo postponed their departure by another day. Waiting an extra day had its advantages. The glasses Jing Mo had custom-made were completed. As Jing Mo revealed the 2 pairs of white-framed glasses, Su Nian's eyes sparkled with delight. They are ready? Jing Mo handed 1 pair to Su Nian, urging her to try them on. Su Nian accepted the glasses and donned them immediately. Looking outside the vehicle, what had once been an indistinct blur now became clear, allowing her to see objects within 20 to 30 meters. After gazing for a moment, she blinked and removed the glasses. The clarity she had enjoyed moments before vanished, shrouded once more in thick fog, rendering everything indistinct. Putting the glasses back on restored her vision. At that moment, Su Nian resembled a child who had just received a new toy, delighting in her newfound ability. After playing for a while, she finally adjusted the glasses properly and turned to Jing Mo, exclaiming, "This truly is a marvel of technology." Jing Mo, also wearing the glasses, responded earnestly, "This should not be called black technology. It ought to be referred to as star technology." Su Nian, she interjected, "Please refrain from making corny jokes. You lack the talent for it." Ignoring his remark, Su Nian scrutinized Jing Mo thoughtfully. "You look quite handsome with those glasses," she complimented. Jing Mo was already good-looking, possessing a delicate and refined appeal. Coupled with his silver-gray hair, he appeared as though he had stepped out of a comic book. Now, with the glasses on, his sharp gaze was softened, making him appear more gentle than before. If one were to disregard Jing Mo's true age and merely focus on his visage, few would doubt he was a college student. Upon witnessing the unabashed admiration in Su Nian's eyes, Jing Mo leaned in closer, his eyes wide with anticipation as he gazed at her. "Do you like it?" he asked eagerly. "I do," she replied. "I don't believe you unless you show it," he insisted. The two were already quite close, and at his words, Su Nian leaned in slightly, their breaths mingling in the charged atmosphere. She playfully nipped at Jing Mo's lips with her teeth. Before he could fully process her action, she leaned back, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Does that hurt?" "Surely that suffices as a demonstration. I want to affirm that my affection is genuine and tangible." Jing Mo raised a hand to touch his lips, nodding in agreement. "That's a clever idea. I shall adopt it as well." Upon hearing this, Su Nian immediately turned to escape to the side. But the confines of the vehicle left little room for retreat. After a day's pause, Su Nian and Jing Imo finally gathered their belongings and set off on their journey. With the newfound convenience of glasses, their travels became significantly easier. There was no need for high beams. Simply wearing the glasses allowed them to see the road conditions with crystal clarity. They traversed drivable routes without hesitation, and Su Nian would clear any movable obstacles from their path. If they encountered barriers that were insurmountable or too troublesome, they would exit the vehicle, store it in their spatial pocket, and navigate around the impediments. This method certainly expedited their progress, and within just over half an hour, they transitioned from the inner city to the outer city. If the inner city's damage was not too severe, the outer city was a scene of utter devastation. The once sturdy buildings of the outer city had been largely swept away by the tide. Shops and streetlights had vanished entirely, leaving only scattered bricks and broken lampposts in their wake. Despite preparing herself mentally for the sight, Su Nian felt a tumult of emotions welling up inside her upon witnessing the desolation. The second base, despite its many flaws, had been commendably constructed. Alas, a single tsunami had obliterated it all. As Su Nian and Jing Imo approached the base's entrance, they encountered not a single living soul. Not even a stray animal could be seen. Once outside the base, the roads became more navigable, prompting Su Nian to take out the vehicle and hit the road. Unbeknownst to them, they had no knowledge of the route taken by the second base's inhabitants and thus could not consciously avoid it. They chose to adhere to their predetermined path without overthinking it. Although they had only been at the base for a few days, their sentiments had transformed dramatically since their arrival. As they passed by the base of Feng Ziyilai and Wang Daqin, Su Nian and Jing Imo hesitated but ultimately decided to take a look. The once cozy little base was now a picture of ruin, its doors wide open, long abandoned. Although they had only spent a single night there, Su Nian vividly recalled drifting off to sleep amidst the joyful sounds of children's laughter. This idyllic haven, akin to a paradise, had ultimately succumbed to the sudden onslaught of nature's wrath. After taking a long, sorrowful glance at the sight, Su Nian and Jing Imo returned to their vehicle. On the bright side, Jing Imo spoke softly. They might have migrated inland alongside the inhabitants of the second base. Indeed, if the second base had departed, the smaller bases remaining behind would struggle to survive, and any noise would surely prompt them to leave as well. Chapter 157. A reunion with Wang Daqin. Jing Imo's words held merit, and Su Nian could only nod in agreement. More importantly, she hoped that these individuals had indeed migrated with the second base, rather than. Su Nian did not pursue the thought further as Jing Imo resumed driving. Much like their previous journey, he opted for the highway, where the conditions were somewhat better. Even if they encountered ruptured sections, they could leverage their spatial abilities to navigate through with relative ease. However, they were taken aback when, after more than an hour on the highway, and just as they were about to turn towards the capital, they spotted a convoy approaching from the opposite direction. Had it not been for Su Nian and Jing Imo wearing their glasses, they might have collided with the oncoming vehicles, which were blaring their horns in warning. The convoy halted, and a figure leaned out from the driver's window. It was Wang Daqin. Su Nian knew he couldn't see them, given the distance of 1 or 2 meters between their vehicles and the thick fog obscuring the view. From Wang Daqin's perspective, he could likely only see the vehicles, unaware of who was inside. Brothers in the car, don't go any further. There's a bridge ahead, and it's broken. The highway is impassable. Better to take the national road. Upon hearing Wang Daqin's words, Su Nian couldn't help but chuckle. It wasn't laughter at anything in particular, but rather at Wang Daqin's ever-enthusiastic nature. When she first met him, he had been equally warm-hearted, prompting both Su Nian and Jing Imo to question his motives. Yet now, there was no doubt in her mind. Even in the face of an apocalypse, there remained individuals brimming with passion. Noticing Jing Imo's gaze, Su Nian nodded. Jing Imo promptly rolled down the window and leaned out. Brother Wang. Su Nian. While you do appear rather youthful, isn't it a bit inappropriate to call someone brother so shamelessly? As Su Nian pondered this, she saw Wang Daqin already stepping out of his vehicle and striding towards them. In no time, he stood outside their window, his face alight with joy as he beheld Jing Imo and Su Nian. Big brother, little sister, it's truly you two. What a remarkable coincidence. Jing Emo smiled and nodded. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence. Brother Wang, where are you headed? The people of the second base are migrating inland. After some deliberation, we realized we couldn't stay here any longer, so we plan to move inland as well. The second base has so many people traveling along the national road. And we didn't want to join them, so we chose to take the highway. Who would have thought the bridge on the highway is broken and impassable? Fortunately, we weren't traveling too fast, or I might have driven right off the broken bridge. Surviving is a stroke of luck. In this world, every moment alive feels like a gain. Wang Dachen's words, delivered with a smile, might initially come across as optimistic. However, a deeper reflection reveals an undertone of sorrow. Not wishing to dwell on it, Su Nian inquired, "Are you also heading to the capital with the second base?" Wang Dachen sighed. "We are all from Haiku City and have never been to the capital. We lack knowledge of the area. Establishing a small base on our own seems unrealistic. Thus, we can only seek to reside in the third base of the capital." At this point, Wang Dachen chuckled again. "But it's no matter. As long as we are together, living a good life, it's the same wherever we are. To survive in this apocalypse, without succumbing to despair, one must maintain an optimistic outlook. Otherwise, even if you avoid starvation and countless disasters, you might end up driving yourself to ruin." Curiously, Wang Dachen looked at Su Nian and Jing Emo. "Big brother, little sister, why didn't you join the main group in their exodus? Did you miss the opportunity?" Jing Emo shook his head. "No, we simply thought there were too many people and preferred not to follow them, so we intentionally set out a bit later." Dear brother, your words are truly sincere. I have a profound appreciation for such straightforward individuals like you. If we can't proceed ahead, why not accompany us along the national highway? Our numbers may not be vast, but they are certainly sufficient for mutual assistance. The journey to Shendu Mountain is fraught with uncertainties.
Who knows what we might encounter along the way?
Jing Emo and Su Nian had anticipated this scenario when they decided to lower the windows. So upon hearing Wang Dachen's proposition, they readily agreed without hesitation. However, Su Nian kindly added, "There are certain matters we must clarify beforehand. We shall each take care of our own provisions. We do not wish to impose upon you." Wang Dachen paused momentarily, then, with a resigned smile, acquiesced, "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. You can follow behind." Excellent. After watching Wang Dachen return to his vehicle, Jing Emo finally closed the window. Once back in his car, Wang Dachen drove ahead, leading a convoy that included a couple of SUVs and 3 pickup trucks, all of which were used for deliveries. The small base where Wang Dachen and his group resided had once been a seafood processing factory prior to the apocalypse, so it was entirely reasonable for them to possess such vehicles. Little did anyone foresee that these pickups would one day serve not only for transporting goods but also for ferrying individuals. Jing Emo trailed behind the last vehicle, driving at half the speed they had previously maintained. Su Nian had reclined the front passenger seat and crawled into the back. Having spent the last few nights sleeping in the car, the rear seats remained flat, which now proved advantageous for Su Nian. She settled in the empty trunk and began retrieving items. Fortunately, to ensure a peaceful slumber, Su Nian had previously drawn a black curtain behind the driver's and passenger seats, effectively separating the front from the back. Thus, even when Wang Dachen stood beside the vehicle, he could not discern the situation in the rear. Had he glimpsed their nearly vacant trunk, complications would have ensued. As Su Nian drew back the curtain, she began to extract items from her space, while conversing with Jing Emo. Provisions for sustenance were a necessity. She set aside 2 folded sleeping bags and stacked 2 large suitcases filled with clothing in a corner to maintain a semblance of discretion. Additionally, she retrieved 3 large barrels of mineral water. As the duration of their journey along the national highway was uncertain, this amount would sufficiently sustain them for a considerable time. Beyond that, there was a portable gas stove, 2 canisters of gas, an outdoor mobile power supply, a small generator, and a barrel of fuel. They also had bedding, toiletries, and 2 half-height hiking backpacks brimming with food. Previously, Su Nian had perceived Jing Mo's vehicle as spacious and ample. Yet now, observing the trunk nearly filled to capacity, she found that the remaining space was just sufficient for her to lie down, and she would need to do so with utmost decorum, hands folded across her abdomen, lest she find it uncomfortable to sleep. As Jing Mo drove, He caught sight of Su Nian's antics in the rearview mirror, a smile gracing his lips. Before he could continue to chuckle, Su Nian emerged once more, this time retrieving a folded tent. If we are to camp, we shall set up the tent and sleep inside. Jing Mo, indifferent to where they would rest, nodded in agreement upon hearing her suggestion. After returning to the front passenger seat and ensuring everything was in order, Su Nian glanced back, satisfied with the arrangement. It finally resembled that of survivors fleeing in a post-apocalyptic world. They could no longer afford to be ostentatious. It was prudent to keep their supplies discreet within the vehicle. Otherwise, while others burdened themselves with heavy packs, their seemingly empty vehicle would draw undue attention. Though they would not permit anyone onto their vehicle, it was wise to remain cautious. One could never anticipate unforeseen circumstances. Their speed may not have been rapid, yet they were all seated comfortably. The situation at the second base, however, was unknown. If everyone there found themselves with a vehicle, their progress would likely parallel theirs, rendering them unable to catch up. Conversely, if not all could secure a seat, the outcome remained uncertain. Su Nian chose not to dwell on these thoughts. The vehicle continued its journey until just past noon. When the convoy finally came to a halt, they had exited the expressway and were now en route to the national highway. Shortly after stopping, Wang Daqin approached. Jing Mo lowered the window, and before he could inquire, Wang Daqin spoke cheerfully. Having set out in the morning and traveled for quite some time, it's become unbearable to remain seated, so let us take an hour to rest and have something to eat before resuming at 1 o'clock. Jing Mo nodded in agreement. Of course, Brother Wang. Do take a moment to refresh yourself and enjoy a meal. Having previously established that each party would manage their own provisions, Wang Daqin refrained from inviting Su Nian and Jing Mo to share a meal, simply acknowledging Jing Mo's words with a nod before departing. Jing Mo and Su Nian dined in their vehicle. Despite its sealed nature, which mitigated concerns about odors escaping, they remained cautious, opting for bland foods. After their meal, they even used mouthwash to ensure that no traces of food lingered when conversing with others. Their vigilance stemmed not from excessive caution but from necessity. In this apocalyptic world, every individual's sense of smell seemed heightened, capable of detecting even the faintest aroma. Although they held a favorable impression of Wang Daqin and his companions, Su Nian and Jing Mo were reluctant to test human nature with their already scarce resources. After waiting a while post-meal, they finally exited the vehicle, needing to address their physiological needs. Once the journey resumed, finding another opportunity to stop would prove challenging. This was not a leisurely trip but a desperate escape. With everyone tensed and alert, even the children no longer laughing and playing, observing the quiet children seated nearby, Su Nian couldn't help but recall that joyful evening not long ago. It had been merely days since they had been carefree. Before long, it was time to board the vehicles again and continue their journey. The advantage of following the lead vehicle was that they need not navigate themselves. Nevertheless, Su Nian still took out a map to verify their route, and once she confirmed its accuracy, she set it aside. Along the way, they encountered several obstacles. With no means to employ her spatial abilities to circumvent them, Su Nian, alongside Jing Mo and Wang Daqin's group, worked together to clear the road. In this moment, the age-old adage of many hands make light work proved true. Though progress was slow, they managed to clear the path and continue their journey. As dusk approached, they sought a relatively open area by the roadside to rest. While clearing the obstacles, Su Nian noticed that many individuals from Wang Daqin's base were seated in the pickups. During the daylight hours, sitting closely together posed little issue. However, when night descended and sleep beckoned, how were so many to rest? Su Nian, still pondering this, observed Wang Daqin already rallying others to commence the assembly of tents. The tents were relatively spacious, yet insufficient to accommodate everyone. Only the elderly, children, and a few women found refuge inside, while the remainder were relegated to sleeping in the vehicles. Having been reborn, Su Nian had grown accustomed to the indifference of humanity in her previous life and had largely avoided contact with others in this new existence. Witnessing such a cooperative and compassionate community, where respect for elders and care for the young prevailed, was indeed a rarity for her. Even though Su Nian believed her heart to be sufficiently hardened, this scene unexpectedly struck her deeply, softening her resolve. She remained silent, gazing outward, while Jing Mo, merely observing her expression, could discern her thoughts. Upon reaching the third base, he expressed his desire to lend them a hand, should the opportunity arise. Surprised by Jing Mo's words, Su Nian turned to him, only to see him blink, playfully remarking that his heart was too tender and his disposition too shallow to witness such scenes without feeling. He proposed leaving some seeds for them if they found a place to cultivate. A mix of amusement and helplessness washed over Su Nian, her heart stirred by his understanding of her cool exterior masking a warmer core. Jing Mo had articulated her unspoken thoughts, albeit in a whimsical manner, affecting a contemplative demeanor. She finally relented. Since you feel so strongly about it, I suppose I could assist you a little. At her words, Jing Mo's face lit up with a radiant smile. Su Nian too smiled, not merely at his playful antics, but because he had seen through her and willingly engaged in this charade, helping her voice her innermost feelings. Their playful banter was a delightful reprieve amidst the cold, unfeeling apocalypse, rendering the presence of such a companion one of the most joyous aspects of her existence. Chapter 159. Illness. There exists a saying in this world, fear begets what one dreads. On the evening of their third day of travel, their path was obstructed, not by nature, but by the formidable forces of the second base. Su Nian disembarked the vehicle and peered ahead. Through her glasses, she discerned a mass of cars stretching out 30 meters ahead. Beyond her line of sight, shrouded in thick fog, lay countless more vehicles. This serpentine blockade rendered their passage impossible. Just as she was about to return to the vehicle, figures emerged from the fog on either side of the road, swiftly encircling Su Nian, Wang Daqin, and their companions. Hand over your food, one shouted, with the chorus of voices echoing, yes. Surrender your provisions. If you refuse, do not blame us for our rudeness. The crowd was numerous, numbering at least in the hundreds. Having not encountered robbery in some time, Su Nian had nearly forgotten the sensation. Their sudden appearance served to rekindle those memories. She observed them with keen interest. Each person appeared as though they had not bathed in ages. Their clothes, though intact, were soiled beyond recognition. Regardless of gender, their hair was short and unkempt, and their skin bore patches of varying hues. Starvation had rendered them gaunt, their eyes appearing disproportionately large, reflecting nothing but hunger. Surrounded by this throng, Wang Daqin's usually jovial countenance lost its mirth, his demeanor tense and serious as he regarded the encroaching crowd. Are you from the second base? Why are you robbing us? Doesn't anyone from the base care? A derisive snort erupted from the crowd. Those in charge sit in their RVs, indulging themselves, completely indifferent to our plight. We are all survivors. We want to make it difficult for you. Just hand over 70% of your food. Wang Daqin scoffed. You think we will just hand it over? Come, and take it if you can. Unless you intend to kill us, no one shall take our belongings. Very well. Since you insist, we shall oblige. With that, the crowd surged forward. As a confrontation loomed, Su Nian instinctively reached for her gun, only to hear a gunshot ring out. Startled, she glanced at Jing Mo, who was equally perplexed. Neither had drawn their weapons. Who had fired the shot? What is all this commotion? A booming voice commanded. Diverting their attention, they turned to see a tall man, flanked by a dozen armed individuals, striding towards them. The gun he held was pointed skyward, clearly the source of the earlier shot. Recognizing him, Su Nian raised an eyebrow. To her astonishment, it was none other than Shen Cheng. His imposing presence alone was enough to instill fear. The previously chaotic crowd fell silent upon his arrival. With a hawk-like gaze, Shen Cheng scanned the faces before him. I warned you before. Should you cause another disturbance, you will not be permitted to board the vehicle when it departs. At his words, the crowd recoiled, their bravado dissipating as they averted their gazes, losing their previous arrogance. Shen Cheng then turned to Wang Daqin. Have you just arrived? Where did you come from? Wang Daqin instinctively straightened. We are from the Hope Base, near a seafood processing plant not far from the second base. We lagged behind initially, while gathering our belongings. Shen Cheng nodded. In that case, follow the convoy. You will be responsible for your supplies and provisions. Wang Daqin eagerly agreed. Of course, we will handle our own needs. No burden on the base leaders. The road ahead was under repair, and they would not be able to proceed until the morning. Have a meal, and get some rest. I will leave a few men to guard this area. With that, Shen Cheng departed, leaving 6 men behind. Wang Daqin addressed the newcomers. Why not join us in our vehicle? There's space available. We can rest in the back. The 6 men accepted without hesitation, casting a warning glance at the troublemakers. Dinner will be served shortly. If you cause any more trouble, you will bear the consequences. Though unspoken, the threat was clear, a blatant warning. If they dared to disrupt again, they would forfeit their meal. In a world where food was paramount, any thoughts of rebellion were swiftly quelled, for failure would yield disastrous consequences. As he watched the figures retreat into the thick mist, Wang Daqin finally exhaled quietly. Despite his earlier show of strength, a sense of unease lingered within him. The disparity in numbers between the two groups was alarmingly vast. He instructed the others to board the vehicle, suggesting they make do there for the night, leaving any further matters for later discussion. Once the others had departed, Wang Daqin approached Su Nian and Jing Mo. Big brother, big sister. You should hurry back to the car. If you can avoid coming out tonight, please do so, he advised. While the individuals before them seemed disinclined to create disturbances, one could never be too certain of their intentions. Safety was paramount. Listening to Wang Daqin's brotherly admonition, Su Nian felt a warmth in her heart. Brother Wang, we understand. Please take care as well. As she spoke, a thought struck her. By the way, where is the base leader? We've been traveling together for 3 days, and I haven't seen Feng Ziyulai at all. Previously, she had refrained from asking, believing that it was better not to pry. However, looking at Wang Daqin, she decided it was time to inquire. His expression turned somewhat bitter. The base leader has fallen ill and has been recuperating in the vehicle.
Ill?
What ailment? In this apocalyptic world, where medical supplies were scarce and healthcare systems non-existent, even a minor cold could prove fatal. It started as a cold but gradually developed into a fever and cough. The remaining medication we had did little to help. And now she spends more time asleep than awake. As he spoke, Wang Daqin, a robust man, struggled to keep his voice steady. Such a minor ailment, in the world before the apocalypse, could have been easily treated with a visit to a small clinic for some medication.
But now.
He paused, raising his rough hand to wipe his face, frustration evident. There's nothing more we can do. We must leave it to fate. If she can endure, that would be best. But if not... Brother Wang. Su Nian interrupted. Please wait a moment. She opened the car door and entered, feigning a search in the vehicle while actually retrieving some medicine from her space. She emerged with a box of antipyretics, a box of anti-inflammatories, and 2 boxes of cough medicine. Holding the 3 boxes of medicine, she approached Wang Daqin. Though uncertain if they would be effective, surely it was better to try than to do nothing at all. Upon seeing the medication in her hands, Wang Daqin's initial surprise quickly morphed into caution as he scanned the surroundings. Once he confirmed no one was watching, he lowered his voice. Sister, quickly stash those away. They are hard to come by and could be life-saving in critical times. Su Nian pushed the boxes forward. This was indeed a critical moment. Although she had not seen Feng Ziyulai's current condition, Wang Daqin's description indicated that she was not well. A mere cold would not be fatal. But high fever coupled with a cough could easily become dire, especially given the general decline in people's health and nutrition in these times. Wang Daqin and Su Nian exchanged glances, and seeing the determination in her eyes, he ultimately accepted the medication. Sister, your kindness will not be forgotten. As long as I, Wang Daqin, am around, I will ensure no one lays a hand on you. Listening to his words, Su Nian took them seriously and nodded earnestly. It was not that she truly wished for Wang Daqin to do anything for her and Jing Mo, but after their time together, she had come to understand his character. If she did not agree, he likely would not accept the medicine. After watching Wang Daqin depart, Su Nian and Jing Mo returned to the vehicle. Leaning back against the seat, Su Nian felt a pang of melancholy. She wondered if those boxes of medicine could save a life. She had only seen Feng Ziyulai once. Yet even that brief encounter revealed the leader's tenacity. Despite the harshness of their current reality, she fought fiercely to survive and thrive. This aspect reminded Su Nian of her previous life, though there were notable differences. She had lived solely for herself, while Feng Ziyulai, as the leader of Hope Base, bore the weight of an entire community, the lives and hopes of hundreds resting upon her shoulders. Once again, Su Nian acknowledged her own limitations. Yet this did not diminish her respect for Feng Ziyulai. She also wished to extend a helping hand within her capacity. Jing Mo comfortingly patted Su Nian's head. "Don't worry.
She'll be fine."
With a base like this and so many people caring for her, she wouldn't want to give up. Sometimes, medication is but one aspect. The will to survive is equally crucial. Su Nian could only nod, hoping for the best. As night deepened, the outside world grew increasingly lively. Distant lights flickered to life, and the sounds became clearer. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were distributing dinner. Although Su Nian and Jing Mo did not exit the vehicle, they could ascertain the nature of the meal being served. Each person received a flatbread and a portion of water, which they had to fetch in their own containers. Even without seeing the flatbreads, the sight of the gaunt figures was enough to suggest that the food was far from appetizing. However, this was an unavoidable reality. The second base was vast, and in the aftermath of the tsunami, the number of survivors was staggering. The base had the responsibility of transporting all these individuals to the third base while also managing their sustenance, necessitating a portion of supplies to be reserved for their eventual settlement. Consequently, the rations allotted to each person per meal would naturally be minimal. Yet, the survivors did not consider these logistics. They were oblivious to the challenges faced by the base's leadership. Their focus was solely on those who were affluent and influential, those who could travel in luxury vehicles and indulge in lavish feasts. The notion of unfairness lingered in the hearts of all. Yet, in this world, where is absolute fairness to be found? Su Nian closed her eyes, suppressing the tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind. She could not resolve these issues nor aid these people. Her only option was to live her own life, without competing for their meager resources. As for the idea of emptying her space to assist them, that was utterly out of the question. Even if she were to relinquish everything from her space, it would not suffice to sustain them for long. Those supplies could support Su Nian and Jing Mo for several lifetimes, yet for the multitude of survivors, they would be inconsequential. If she shared them, not only would she receive no gratitude, but she would also face complaints about the inadequacy of her offerings and resentment for possessing a space. Some ill-intentioned individuals might even seek to exploit her for research. None of these possibilities appealed to Su Nian. All she desired was to live on peacefully. After dinner time passed, the outside gradually quieted down. Su Nian and Jing Mo reclined their chairs, taking turns keeping watch and resting until the dawn of the next day. Fortunately, the base's authority remained intact, and nothing untoward occurred throughout the night. In the morning, there were still individuals arriving to distribute supplies and instruct everyone to board the vehicles. As the road ahead had been repaired and they could continue their journey, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they were finally free to leave this place. Before their departure, Wang Daqin approached with an expression of pure joy. Observing his demeanor, Su Nian had already begun to speculate about his intentions. As expected, Wang Daqin promptly shared some good news. The base leader had taken medication the previous night and had regained consciousness today, also showing signs of reduced fever. She was currently unable to move and had asked him to express her gratitude on her behalf. Rest assured, only the base leader and I are aware of your assistance with the medication. It's not that I distrust others in the base, but I wish to spare you any potential trouble, Wang Daqin added, surprising Su Nian with his foresight. Wang Daqin and Feng Ziyulai were indeed rare examples of genuine individuals. Chapter 161. The Ambush of Highway Robbers. Even after returning to the vehicle, Su Nian's thoughts remained unsettled. Initially, her motivation to offer a token of gratitude was merely a response to Wang Daqin's reminder, yet now it felt as if she had become increasingly entangled in the situation. After pondering for a while, Su Nian decided to cast aside these thoughts. If clarity eluded her, there was no point in dwelling on it. At least for now. She did not find this feeling unpleasant. While contemplating, Su Nian was aware of Jing Mo's intermittent glances in her direction. Turning to face him, she smiled and asked, "You've been staring for quite some time. Why so silent? I see you've come to a realization, so there's no need for words." "Besides, lecturing isn't my forte," he replied. Intrigued, Su Nian inquired, "Then what is your forte?"
"Food,"
he declared, a sentiment so accurate that Su Nian could only concede in silence. She then turned her gaze to the windshield, observing the convoy moving slowly ahead. The length of the line was uncertain, but their progress was undeniably sluggish. At such a crawl, It was midday when supplies were distributed without requiring the convoy to stop. Those needing a moment of convenience could simply leap from the vehicle, resolve their needs, and climb back aboard. These individuals did not seek secluded spots, likely believing that amidst the dense fog, any location provided adequate cover. As they tended to their business right by the roadside, wishing to spare her eyes, Nian removed her glasses. Fortunately, the pace was not perpetually slow. By early afternoon, motorbikes began to appear, weaving through the convoy. The riders, equipped with loudspeakers, announced an urgent message. They would soon accelerate and advised survivors against leaving their vehicles. After the motorcycles passed, the convoy's speed noticeably increased. Jing Mo straightened his posture, appearing more alert as they finally began to pick up speed. It was a welcome change. After all, if they maintained their previous pace, reaching the third base would take an eternity. Under normal circumstances, the journey from Haikou City to Chengdu would take merely 3 hours via the expressway, but now they were confined to national roads with poor conditions, and the convoy's leader was cautious. Nian conservatively estimated they might arrive in 10 days, a prediction that ultimately proved overly optimistic. 10 days later, they were still en route, with approximately 2 days' journey remaining to Chengdu. This marked the longest duration Nian had spent traveling since the apocalypse. If it were just the two of them, she would not have minded, but traveling with such a large group inevitably stripped away the comfort and freedom of the journey. They had to remain vigilant, not only for their own safety, but also concerning the other survivors from the second base. The supplies provided by the second base could only stave off starvation. They were far from satiated, let alone indulging in more desirable fare like meat. Disturbances erupted every 3 days or so, escalating to more significant unrest every 5 days. Though quickly subdued each time, these tensions accumulated, leading to even more intense outbursts on subsequent occasions. Feng Ziyulai's health had improved significantly, and she came to personally thank Nian. The pallor and gauntness of her face spoke volumes about her fragile state. Complete recovery would require more than just medication. Proper nutrition was essential. However, during this time, neither she nor Wang Daqin dared to cook, subsisting solely on dry rations. The faintest hint of aroma could attract the attention of lurking survivors, and they would be left with nothing but scraps. Knowing that they would reach the third base in 2 days brought a heavy sense of relief to both Feng Ziyulai and Wang Daqin. As the leaders and pillars of hope for their base, they had endured many days of poor sleep and inadequate food, constantly fearing for the well-being of their people. Now that they were finally approaching their destination, the weight upon their hearts could finally begin to lift. Observing their expressions, Jing Mo felt compelled to remind them, as we near our destination, we must not let our guard down. Those with ill intentions often choose this moment to strike. Feng Ziyulai and Wang Daqin nodded earnestly, acknowledging, "We understand, and will remain vigilant." Wang Daqin licked his parched lips, pondering what the third base would be like, and whether the living conditions would be any better. Unfortunately, no one could provide an answer, as none of them had ever been to the third base. On the following evening, the convoy halted for rest, distributing supplies as usual. Due to the many instances of visual discomfort, Nian typically refrained from wearing her glasses. However, considering the unusual circumstances, she donned them for a thorough inspection, seeking any irregularities. As soon as she put on her glasses and peered outside, she was taken aback. In the dense fog along the roadside stood a considerable number of individuals. Their attire was distinct, and the visible skin bore various scars. Most of the men had brutish features and exuded a fierce demeanor, while the few women present wore tactical gear, their waists adorned with weaponry. Their appearance practically screamed bandit. These were the robbers of the apocalypse. In her past life, Nian had encountered such figures before, though those bandits had lived in dire conditions themselves, as everyone struggled for sustenance. On one occasion, a group of 5 or 6 had targeted her, likely drawn by her solitary state. Ultimately, she had dispatched them all. The contrast between those bandits and the menacing figures lurking by the roadside now was stark. In terms of physique, presence, and armament, these individuals were far superior. However, their capabilities remained uncertain. Noticing Nian's intense focus on the outside, Jing Mo, intrigued, also put on his glasses and followed her gaze. Upon spotting the ambush, he raised an eyebrow, realizing that while there was no internal strife among their own, they were facing an external threat. Nian slowly shook her head, cautioning against speaking too definitively. What are your thoughts? Jing Mo cast a curious glance at Su Nian. She gestured towards the convoy ahead, noting that, according to their usual patterns, they should have been causing a commotion by now. Why was it so eerily quiet this time? Could it truly be that their approach to the third base had rendered them subdued? The reality, however, was far from that. Their apparent calm was merely a ruse, as they awaited the moment when the rest of the convoy would let down their guard and settle down for a rest. Chapter 162. Launching the Shells. If they had not noticed, it would have been one thing, but now that they had, neither Su Nian nor Jing Mo intended to turn a blind eye. After all, this was not merely a concern for two individuals. With such a lengthy convoy and so many people, if chaos ensued, it was impossible to predict how many innocent lives would be caught in the crossfire. Even if Su Nian was not a saint, she could not simply stand by and allow so many lives to be lost for no reason. "I'll go down," Jing Mo declared as he prepared to exit the vehicle, only to be seized by Su Nian. "What are you going down for? Without a phone or a walkie-talkie, how will you communicate with the people ahead?"
Su Nian blinked,
suggesting, why not forego direct contact and use an alternative method, such as, for instance, Su Nian produced a lightweight shell, rolled down the window, and fired it off towards the side. This shell, provided by Jing Mo, was certainly powerful and had an impressive range. It exploded 50 meters away, echoing with a deafening boom. The sudden cannon fire startled those lurking along the roadside and roused the entire convoy. The survivors hiding within the vehicle trembled in fear, too afraid to show their faces, but the base commander quickly dispatched personnel to investigate the source of the explosion, while also sending others to patrol the convoy. Su Nian observed from the vehicle as the ambushers, after regaining their composure, ultimately chose to retreat. Though their numbers were considerable, they paled in comparison to those from the second base. Originally, they had intended to catch the convoy off guard, but with the newfound precautions, their attack would yield little success. It was wiser to withdraw. Not long after their retreat, Xin Cheng and his team arrived at the site where the ambush had been set. The footprints on the ground indicated that a significant number of people had been stationed here. Xin Cheng's expression grew increasingly grave. There were individuals lying in wait here. Their objective is clear, the convoy. Yet now, those individuals have departed. If they left after hearing the cannon fire, it implies one thing. They did not launch the shell.
Who could it be?
Was the cannon fire a warning directed at them? Xin Cheng returned to report his findings to the base commander, sharing the details of his discovery. The commander pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Given the current circumstances, it appears someone has detected the ambushers and created a diversion to alert us. Since this individual prefers to remain anonymous, let us show our gratitude without pursuing them further. Inform everyone that we will not be resting tonight. We shall continue our journey and aim to reach the third base by tomorrow. Understood, Shun Cheng replied, setting off to relay the message. After several days of coordination, the convoy's efficiency had markedly improved since its inception. Within half an hour, everyone had received the order, settled into their vehicles, and the convoy set off once more. At the rear of the last vehicle, Jing Mo looked at Su Nian with a hint of exasperation. "You're quite bold, firing off that shell without hesitation." Su Nian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I find myself rather audacious." Yet the effect of that shell was remarkable. It may not have shaken the earth, but it certainly sent up a signal. Regrettably, amidst the dense fog, its impact was not as visible as one would hope. Noticing Su Nian's fascination with a lightweight shell, Jing Mo remarked, "If you like that one, I could spare a few for you." The shell Su Nian had just fired was a long cylindrical tube, reminiscent of the fireworks from her childhood, albeit of a sturdier material. The one Jing Mo referred to was even thicker than Su Nian's waist. After envisioning herself lugging that hefty shell, she waved her hand dismissively. "Not for now. With you around, I doubt I'll have a chance to use it." The two engaged in light conversation throughout the journey, snacking here and there, and surprisingly, neither felt fatigued. Finally, as dawn broke, they arrived at the third base. Due to the length of the convoy, Su Nian, situated at the rear, was unable to see the walls and gates of the third base, even with her glasses on. Though she felt no particular anticipation prior to their arrival, now that they were here, curiosity bubbled within her. The convoy halted, remaining motionless as discussions unfolded ahead. Having endured an entire night without rest, Su Nian felt the weight of drowsiness creeping in. Jing Mo turned to her. You should catch some sleep. We're already at the base. And there's little risk now. Su Nian nodded. Then I'll rest a bit. When I wake up, I'll take over driving. She pulled out her phone and set an alarm for an hour. In her exhaustion, she could drift off almost instantaneously, and as soon as her eyes closed, she fell into a deep slumber. The alarm rang softly, yet it was enough to rouse Su Nian from her sleep. She sat up and glanced at her phone. Indeed, an hour had passed. Perhaps due to her overwhelming fatigue, the hour had slipped by unnoticed. Her eyes were slightly red, veined with bloodshot lines, but the drowsiness had dissipated. She turned to Jing Mo. Let us switch places. You should rest a bit too. Just as Jing Mo was about to agree, the vehicles ahead began to move. And he smiled. We can enter now. We'll sleep once we find a place to stay. Su Nian looked ahead and saw the vehicles slowly progressing. Jing Mo gently pressed the accelerator to follow suit. 20 minutes later, Su Nian finally caught her first glimpse of the third base. From the color and texture of the walls, it was clear that this was not a newly constructed fortification. Rather, it bore the marks of time, resembling ancient city walls. Could it be that the third base is built within an old city? She mused. Su Nian was aware that all cities have historical districts. Although she had never visited this tourist destination before the apocalypse, she had gleaned some information from the internet. The old district lacked the bustling vibrancy of a modern metropolis. The buildings were not towering but were instead filled with various historical architectures that created a distinctly different atmosphere. Certainly, the decision to establish the third base here must have been based on more than mere aesthetics. As for the additional reasons, Su Nian remained unaware for the moment. After passing through 2 gates, they finally entered the base. Even in broad daylight, the interior was brightly lit. Through the thick fog, the illumination allowed the outlines of the buildings to emerge. Chapter 163. I do not wish to reside here. Most of these structures exuded an antique charm, and combined with the lighting and fog, they imparted an ethereal quality. Within and outside the premises, a considerable crowd had gathered, all casting curious glances towards the convoy. This was the first time Su Nian had been the center of such attention, which made her feel somewhat awkward. However, it was not the moment to stray from the group. Having just arrived at the third base, it was prudent to refrain from acting independently in this unfamiliar environment. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, the convoy finally came to a halt after half an hour. The courtyard was expansive, with ancient 2-story buildings flanking 3 sides, apart from the entrance. Constructed with gray bricks and tiles, these structures were likely not genuine relics but rather later imitations. Otherwise, they would not have remained intact after a devastating earthquake. The once empty yard was now filled with vehicles of various sizes, thanks to the arrival of the convoy. Fortunately, the courtyard was spacious enough to accommodate them all, though Su Nian observed that a significant number of vehicles were still absent. The leading vehicles of the convoy were not among them. As she surveyed the scene, she noticed Shin Chung descending from a pickup truck with a loudspeaker in hand. The buildings are empty, and you may allocate yourselves as you wish, he announced. However, let me emphasize, it matters not where you reside. Do not compete over this. For today, settle in. Starting tomorrow, I will assist you in obtaining new identification and securing employment. You may reside in this courtyard for 1 year. After that, if you wish to continue living here, you may renew your lease. If not, you may relocate immediately after acquiring your identification. Upon finishing his speech, the previously quiet crowd erupted like boiling oil meeting cold water, voices rising in a cacophony of discontent. So, the base will abandon us? How are we to survive? Is this not a death sentence? Had I known, I would have preferred to remain at the second base. Better to perish in a tsunami than to starve in this alien land. What about the base leader? We demand a leader. This is unfair. Where are the wealthy and powerful? Are we to be forsaken simply because we lack influence? The uproar was overwhelming, leaving Shen Cheng impassive as he awaited the crowd to exhaust their grievances. Once silence fell, he resumed with the loudspeaker. If the base truly intended to neglect you, it would not have gone to such lengths to transport you from the second base to the third. It would not have secured this courtyard for your free accommodation for a year, nor would it assist you in obtaining identification or finding jobs. The base has done much for you. Whether you express gratitude is inconsequential, but to expect the base to sustain you for life is impossible. For those who believe the second base is superior, I can provide you with transportation and provisions to return there. At this pronouncement, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Though they had been vocal, the prospect of returning to the second base was one none were willing to consider. Having narrowly escaped death in the tsunami and traveled so far to reach the third base, they could not fathom returning to a fate they had so recently evaded. Once they settled down, Shun Chun continued, until your employment arrangements are finalized, the base will still provide you with 3 meals a day. After a long journey, it is advisable to rest. Meals will be delivered at the appropriate time. We shall address the remaining matters tomorrow. With that, he and his team departed the courtyard, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Initially exchanging glances, the crowd quickly reacted, rushing towards the nearby buildings. Since residing there was now an unchangeable reality, it was prudent to secure a suitable dwelling as soon as possible. One individual darted towards the houses, prompting others to follow suit, scattering the once consolidated group in mere moments. Just as the crowd dispersed, Su Nian spotted Wang Daqin and Feng Ziyulai emerging from their vehicle, making their way towards her. Jing Mo and Su Nian exited their car as well, observing the approach of Wang Daqin and Feng Ziyulai. "What are your plans?" they inquired. Feng Ziyulai sighed, shaking her head. "We were merely trailing behind them to this base. We have been self-sufficient along the way. It seems we have not been accounted for in this courtyard." Wang Daqin appeared less troubled than Feng Ziyulai. "In fact, I am not particularly keen on staying here. Without the oversight of Shen Cheng and his group, these survivors might turn their attention towards us. In that scenario, we would be at a disadvantage." Wang Daqin believed it would be wiser to leave. Upon hearing his perspective, Feng Ziyulai nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point, but if we leave, where shall we go?" Su Nian and Jing Mo were also disinclined to remain. After enduring so much on their journey, they sought a private place to rest now that they had finally arrived at the third base. "I propose we venture out for a bit," Su Nian suggested. Finding a place to stay would be ideal, but if that proves difficult, gathering information would still be beneficial. Feng Ziyulai agreed. "That sounds reasonable. Daqin, you stay here and keep watch." Wang Daqin readily consented. "I'll keep an eye on things. You can rest assured." Jing Mo approached Wang Daqin, handing him a gun. "Take this. If anyone causes trouble, don't hesitate." Wang Daqin felt the weight of the firearm in his hands, eyes widening in surprise. "Brother, this." He hesitated, the words caught in his throat. After swallowing hard, he replied, "I appreciate your kindness. When you return, I will return it to you." Jing Mo merely smiled, saying nothing further. Having given it, he had no intention of reclaiming it, for he lacked any need for such a gesture. As they departed, Feng Ziyulai climbed into Su Nian's vehicle. The rear compartment was cluttered with various items, so Su Nian tidied up a bit to create space, raising the back seats to accommodate Feng Ziyulai. Exiting the courtyard, they retraced their steps, and it wasn't long before Jing Mo halted the vehicle. Feng Ziyulai peered out curiously. "Where are we?" "I specifically noted the establishments lining the road upon our arrival." "This is a housing agency," Jing Mo explained. Feng Ziyulai was taken aback. "A housing agency in the third base? Isn't that reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse?" As the trio exited the vehicle and entered the agency, they were greeted by an interior adorned with an antique charm, clearly reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic aesthetics. The warm yellow lighting, though not overly bright, complemented the decor, creating a cozy ambience. No sooner had they settled than a jovial man approached them. "Are you looking to rent or buy? Please share your needs, and I assure you I will find you the perfect accommodation. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Fong, and you may call me Old Fong." The two names elicited a chuckle from the group, yet Su Nian and her companions managed to suppress their amusement. Jing Mo, maintaining a serious demeanor, inquired, "What types of houses do you have available here?" The landlord chuckled softly. "We have a variety of properties, from expansive courtyards accommodating hundreds to quaint single apartments." Su Nian raised an eyebrow at this revelation, intrigued. "Is that so? Do you have any pictures for us to peruse?" "Certainly," the landlord replied, retrieving an iPad and displaying images for their review. "Behold this single apartment. It's quite spacious, around 20 square meters. It can comfortably house a family with a bit of adjustment. Nian glanced at the iPad, noting the modest room depicted, a small space with a window and a bed. If the image appeared so bare, the actual property would likely be even more Spartan. She quickly averted her gaze and pressed, "What else do you have?" The landlord flipped through several images, showcasing one-bedroom and two-bedroom apartments, as well as three-bedroom units, standalone villas, and charming traditional courtyard houses. Finally, they arrived at the grand courtyard he had mentioned, which appeared newly constructed with 2 stories, merely fitted with doors and windows, exposing the red bricks. And the ground of the courtyard remained unpaved. While viewing the other properties, Feng Ziyulai had felt indifferent, but upon seeing this courtyard, her excitement surged. It was just the right size to accommodate the entire Hope-based community. She turned to the landlord, inquiring, "What is the price for this courtyard?" Upon hearing her question, the landlord's eyes sparkled with recognition. "The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your capabilities. This courtyard is reserved for you." Feng Ziyulai, adept at managing a base, was not easily swayed by flattery. She patiently awaited the landlord to finish before asking again, "What is the price for this courtyard?" Before he could respond, she added, "There must be numerous rental agencies in the base. Our presence here is surely fate. Wouldn't you agree?" The landlord hesitated, offering a rueful smile. "Indeed, you are correct." He had anticipated that their unfamiliarity with the base and urgent need for housing might lead to a lucrative deal, but now it seemed unlikely. Though he felt a tinge of regret, he was unwilling to let such a substantial opportunity slip away. "You just viewed the front courtyard. There is also a back courtyard, spanning several acres. Once rented, you are welcome to construct your own accommodations," he continued. Feng Ziyulai was already intrigued, and this information heightened her interest further. However, she chose to remain composed and silent, allowing the landlord to elaborate. "This courtyard is quite expansive, and renting it on a month-to-month basis would be rather cumbersome. The base requires a minimum 6-month lease, with a total rent of 1,000 contribution points." Upon hearing the term contribution points, Nian felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling their frequent use at the first base. Noting Feng Ziyulai's silence, the landlord quickly added, "As newcomers to the base, it's no problem if you lack contribution points. A visit to the trading center should yield some exchange opportunities for your supplies." Curious about their recent arrival, Nian was not surprised by the landlord's observation. Despite speaking the same language, their accents revealed their different origins. Turning to the landlord, she asked her first question since entering, "Where is the trading center?" "Very close. Just a few dozen meters ahead," he replied. "The base is quite vast, so to facilitate everyone, there are several trading centers, all with consistent pricing." "Thank you for the information," Nian said, glancing at Feng Ziyulai. Feng Ziyulai nodded, indicating her intent to accompany them as they departed. The trio refrained from further discussion about the property, knowing that such a grand courtyard would have already been leased if it were truly available. The chance of someone else renting it immediately after their inquiry was slim, and finding another suitable courtyard in the expansive third base should not prove overly challenging. The landlord accompanied them to the entrance, lingering with a reluctant gaze as they drove away. "Do come back," he silently implored. After a brief 2-minute drive, they arrived at the trading center. The facade was larger than others, accommodating 3 storefronts, and upon entering, they were greeted by a bright, spacious interior with a row of polished counters. A few individuals were seated behind the counters, and before Nian and her companions could speak, one of them gestured towards the wall, saying, "The exchange rates are on the wall. Please help yourselves." Turning to the wall, Nian observed several charts displaying an array of supplies alongside their corresponding contribution point values. This aspect mirrored the first base. At the top of the exchange list were food and seeds. Particularly for seeds, any of good quality and with a viable survival rate could be exchanged for 100 contribution points per pound, given that it had been 3 years post-apocalypse. Seeds were indeed scarce. In desperate times, people would overlook the type of seeds, consuming anything without pesticides. The base's agricultural development also necessitated seeds, further inflating their value. Chapter 165. It is crucial to remain vigilant. Nian had initially thought that acquiring 1,000 contribution points might be a daunting task, but it now appeared quite manageable. However, she remained silent, recognizing that the responsibility for the courtyard lay with Feng Ziyulai, not herself. The pivotal question was whether Feng Ziyuli could exchange sufficient supplies for the requisite contribution points. Feng Ziyuli was engrossed in examining the exchange rates, and Su Nian refrained from rushing her. After several minutes, Feng Ziyuli finally withdrew her gaze. Su Nian understood that this was not the appropriate venue for conversation, so she waited until they were back in the vehicle to ask, "How did it go?" Feng Ziyuli smiled with ease. "I just reviewed it thoroughly. The exchange rates for meat are also quite high. We may not have much else, but we do have a substantial amount of dried seafood, which should cover a year's rent without issue." Recalling that Feng Ziyuli had previously lived by the sea and had been diligent in her efforts to gather seafood nearly every day, Su Nian realized that they had a considerable stockpile of dried goods. They could not consume everything at once. So much had been preserved for later use.
Now,
this surplus could be transformed into contribution points. Excellent. It's true that one should never grow complacent. We must always be prepared for uncertainties. With the housing situation clarified and the exchange process understood, the trio decided not to linger any longer outside and promptly returned to the previously viewed courtyard. Although their time away was brief, concerns lingered about potential troubles brewing back home. The drive back was swift, taking merely minutes. Upon arriving at the entrance of the courtyard, the cacophony within became evident. It was not mere conversation, but rather a heated altercation. Without reducing speed, Jing and Mo accelerated straight into the courtyard. As they ventured deeper, the tumult grew increasingly distinct. Eventually, the source of the uproar came into view. A multitude of survivors encircled several vehicles from the Hope base, standing off against the men led by Wang Daqin. The atmosphere was charged, teetering on the brink of violence. Su Nian sensed that had it not been for the gun in Wang Daqin's grasp, which instilled fear in the crowd, they might have already surged forward. As the vehicle approached, the roar of the engine drew the attention of the gathered throng, who turned their heads in unison. Just as the car came to a halt, Feng Ziyuli flung the door open and rushed out, demanding, "What are you doing?" A man approached her, his face etched with menace. "What are we doing? What do you think? Hand over your supplies at once. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. What good is that gun in your hand? Just one gun. How many bullets can it hold? Can it kill all of us?" Su Nian turned her gaze towards Jing Mo, finding this rhetoric oddly familiar. Jing Mo stifled a laugh and nodded. Indeed, during our first visit to the city of Rihe, the survivors spoke in just the same manner. In this post-apocalyptic world, devoid of a nationwide network, how could they all echo the same sentiments? This question remained unanswered by Jing Mo, and Su Nian had no intention of seeking an explanation. Stepping out of the car, Su Nian and Jing Mo approached the rear, opening the trunk to reveal 2 submachine guns, which they pointed at the man who had just spoken. "Considering these 2 guns, how many of you do you think would perish? Or rather, who among you wishes to die? Who wishes to live? Who is willing to use their body as a shield for their companions, enabling them to secure food and survive?" With Su Nian's words, an oppressive silence enveloped the crowd. Who would willingly choose death when life was still an option, let alone sacrificing oneself to shield another from bullets? Observing the fear etched on their faces as they took a step back, Su Nian gestured with her chin. "If you do not wish to fight, then step aside." Yet, no one moved. Su Nian remained patient, her gaze fixed on them. At that moment, an individual burst forth from the crowd, charging directly at Su Nian. Just as she was about to fire, Feng Ziyuli dashed towards the assailant, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise again. Feng Ziyuli positioned herself protectively in front of Su Nian, her gaze icy as she addressed the onlookers. "What business do you have with me? Is it honorable to bully a young girl?" The crowd stood speechless, bewildered. Which young girl wielded a submachine gun? While they may have been oblivious to Feng Ziyuli's awareness of their intentions, they clearly recognized that had she not intervened, Su Nian would have fired her weapon. In retrospect, it was Feng Ziyuli who had saved them all. Realizing this, the crowd's emotions grew increasingly complex. However, it was evident that this stalemate could not persist. A slightly older woman stepped forward, attempting to placate Feng Ziyuli with a smile. "Miss, we did not intend to rob you. The times are exceedingly tough, and we possess little in the way of supplies. We rely on the base for our 3 daily meals, yet what they provide barely satisfies our hunger. We have no choice. I can endure hunger, but my child cannot." My little one is so gaunt that I can see each rib, and as a mother, it pains me to witness this. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, painting a picture of despair. Feng Ziyulai regarded her with a cold stare, unyielding. Sister,
How old are you?
your child must be at least 18, if not younger. Moreover, did Captain Shin not assure you that once your identification is processed, you would be offered work? You have endured thus far. Can you not wait a few more days? Robbery is still robbery. Coveting another's possessions is coveting. So spare us the theatrics. We are not fools easily swayed by hollow words. The woman, taken aback by Feng Ziyulai's unyielding response, became flustered. How can you, as a woman, lack compassion? Feng Ziyulai maintained her icy demeanor. Indeed, I lack it. What do you intend to do about it? The woman hesitated, not daring to retaliate. Initially believing that their larger numbers would secure them an advantage against the fewer individuals before them. They were unprepared for the fierce resolve exhibited by Feng Ziyulai and her companions. Su Nian observed Feng Ziyulai standing protectively before her, her gaze softening. She was the first person, aside from Jing Mo, to shield her. With determination, Su Nian stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Feng Ziyulai. Enough of this idle chatter. If you step aside, we will drive away. If you do not, we will leave over your dead bodies. Choose wisely. With such a declaration, who would dare to risk their lives to obstruct them? Though they sought to seize supplies, they were not truly ready to embrace death. As the crowd began to disperse, Feng Ziyulai hastened to Wang Dachen's side, asking, Dachen, are you alright? Was there any trouble? Wang Dachen chuckled reassuringly. Rest easy. Everything is fine. Upon hearing his words, Feng Ziyulai exhaled in relief. Had anything occurred during her brief absence, she would have regretted it for a lifetime. This was not the time for idle conversation. After exchanging a few words, Feng Ziyulai and Wang Dachen urged everyone to get into the vehicles and leave the area promptly. They exited the courtyard without incident and proceeded directly to the exchange center. Their convoy of vehicles parked outside the center was quite conspicuous. Unfazed by the curious glances of onlookers, they disembarked and entered the exchange center with their goods. In less than half an hour, they returned, and the staff at the exchange center recognized them. Upon learning that they had come to exchange items for contribution points, their smiles became more genuine. However, upon seeing the seafood Feng Ziyulai presented, their smiles transformed into heartfelt grins. 1 pound of shelled meat could be exchanged for 80 contribution points. Although this price paled in comparison to that of grains and seeds, it was still considerable. Feng Ziyulai presented a total of 15 pounds of seafood, earning 1,200 contribution points. Renting a place required only 1,000 points, but acquiring additional points was certainly advantageous. Su Nian and Jing Mo had no seafood to offer. Whatever they possessed was fresh and thus unsuitable for exchange. They instead brought seeds, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, totaling 20 pounds, which earned them 2,000 contribution points. The items were not numerous and consisted solely of coarse grain seeds, thus they did not draw much attention. What about your identity cards? Inquired the staff member. Upon hearing this question, Su Nian and her companions were momentarily taken aback. Jing Mo quickly donned a bright smile, stating, We just arrived at the base today and have yet to process our identity cards. The staff member, upon hearing this, was not particularly surprised. Rather, he responded with a smile, That's easily resolved. You can process them here. This revelation astonished Su Nian. We can do that here? Typically, we do not issue cards to just anyone, but given the substantial number of contribution points you have exchanged and the lack of storage, we can certainly assist you. Is there a processing fee for the identity cards? Or any other requirements?
Su Nian asked.
Yes, there is a fee. 1 contribution point per person. No other requirements. Su Nian smiled. You are truly kind. We appreciate your help. The staff member waved his hands repeatedly, not a bother at all. It's just 4 identity cards. Su Nian chuckled and replied, Not 4, but 264.
What?
The staff member, taken aback by shock, stood up, eyes wide in disbelief. 264 cards? Do you have that many people? Su Nian nodded. Of course, they are all outside. The staff member appeared momentarily dumbfounded. But since it was he who had broached the topic, it would be awkward to retract it now. Feng Ziyulai then interjected. The staff here are truly warm-hearted and willing to assist those of us who are new to the base and unfamiliar with the procedures. We cannot let you work for free. Here's a bag of dried fish for you to enjoy. As she spoke, Feng Ziyuli handed over a small bag containing perhaps 20 small pieces of dried fish, each the length of a finger. Though the quantity seemed modest, it was significant given the current circumstances. In this climate, few had the luxury of consuming meat. Even dried fish, lacking in substantial meat, was a rarity for many. The staff earned commissions for issuing identity cards, and receiving a bag of dried fish in addition was an opportunity too good to refuse. Ultimately, the staff member acquiesced. Nian and her 3 companions were the first to process their cards. The procedure for obtaining identity cards was uniform across all bases: a photograph, an iris scan. And soon enough, the cards were issued. This was the 3rd identity card Nian had received. Upon inspection, it bore no distinction from the previous 2. It contained her name, photograph, identification number, and the corresponding base. Excluding the 2 contribution points deducted for Nian and Jing Mo, a total of 1998 contribution points remained on her card. Nearby, Feng Ziyuli and Wang Daqin received their new identity cards as well. Wang Daqin went outside to call for the children, leading them in one by one for processing. Following the children, the elderly came next, and finally, the able-bodied men and women. The 264 identity cards Nian mentioned included her and Jing Mos. Excluding them, Feng Ziyuli had to cover the processing fee for 262 contribution points. Originally, Feng Ziyuli thought she would have 1,200 contribution points, using 1,000 for rent and retaining 200 as reserve. Who could have anticipated that the moment the contribution points arrived, they would be swiftly deducted, leaving her with just over 900, insufficient for rent? She had no choice but to bring in an additional 2 pounds of seafood to exchange for more contribution points. By the time they left the exchange center, Feng Ziyuli's card still held 1098 contribution points. At the very least, there would be enough for rent. After departing from the transaction center, they headed directly to the landlord's office. The landlord was perched on a small stool at the entrance, and upon seeing Nian and the others return, he nearly leaped 3 feet into the air.
Oh,
"You're finally back. I've been waiting anxiously all day." Upon hearing the landlord's words, Feng Ziyuli merely smiled, suggesting, if it's convenient, "Could you show us the house now?" The landlord nodded vigorously. "Of course. Why would that be inconvenient?" As he spoke, he moved to push the electric cart. Seeing this, Jing Mo interjected, "No need to ride the electric cart. Just sit in my vehicle. After we've seen the house, I'll take you back." Who would prefer to ride when they could travel in a car? The landlord readily agreed. "That sounds splendid. Let us go." With the landlord in the vehicle, Jing Mo naturally drove at the front, while Wang Daqin organized the others to closely follow behind. With the landlord guiding them, they navigated several turns before finally arriving at their destination. The landlord beamed. "This yard is on the outskirts. Otherwise, your pickup truck wouldn't be able to enter at all." Chapter 167. Mobile housing. The pickup truck was too large, and as they ventured deeper into the old city, the roads grew narrower, rendering entry impossible. Initially, Nian had not intended to inquire, but upon hearing the landlord mention this, she casually asked, "Is there a distinction between the inner city and outer city in the 3rd base?" "What inner city and outer city?" The landlord looked perplexed. "Our base isn't that particular. There's no such division. Aside from the administrative area of the base, there are a few well-known neighborhoods. Elsewhere, it's fairly uniform. It's merely a matter of whether the living conditions are slightly better or worse. As long as you can afford the rent, you may reside wherever you wish." Hearing the landlord's explanation, Nian felt a sense of relief. It seemed the only exception was the 2nd base. The landlord removed a set of keys from his waist, locating one to unlock the large padlock on the iron gate. The lock is separate. If you have your own lock, you may replace it for added security. Once Feng Ziyuli and Wang Daqin arrived, they all entered the yard together. Unlike the outside, where streetlights illuminated the area, the yard was shrouded in thick fog, obscuring everything within. The landlord, clearly experienced, produced a powerful flashlight to illuminate the path ahead. Nian and the others also took out their flashlights and followed him inside. After a few minutes, they arrived in front of a row of houses. This was a 2-story building, with a total of 20 rooms on both floors. For the more than 200 residents of the Hope Base, 20 rooms were not particularly abundant, but with some adjustment, they could accommodate everyone. The houses had evidently been refurbished. The landlord explained that following the earthquake, some damage had occurred, and the base had sent personnel for repairs, ensuring the quality was up to standard. As long as another major earthquake did not occur, living here would pose no issues. After inspecting the houses, they wandered around the backyard. The backyard was rather barren, almost devoid of anything. There were scarcely a few weeds in the yard. The landlord, perhaps fearing they might not rent, enthusiastically promoted, "Look, the front and backyards combined have several acres of open space. If you procure some new grain varieties from the base, you can cultivate them even in the fog without sunlight. With proper care, you can secure your food supply." The landlord's words struck a chord with Foam Zayulai, who was most concerned about this matter. "You just mentioned the new grain varieties from the base. Can anyone purchase them? What are the prices like? What about the yields?" The landlord responded cheerfully, "As long as you have an identity card from the base, anyone can buy them. As for the prices, you'll have to see for yourselves. I don't deal in this, so I'm not very clear." Nian looked at the landlord curiously. "Why don't you purchase them yourself?"
Oh,
"I don't know how to farm." The landlord expressed a sense of helplessness, pondering how delightful it would be if he possessed the skills to cultivate the land himself. If only he could take charge of the yard, close the gate, and grow whatever he pleased without the prying eyes of others. This response elicited a faint smile from Nian, as this truly was a diligent and dedicated intermediary who never missed an opportunity to extol the virtues of the yard and promote its potential. Foam Zayulai, still curious, inquired further about the harvest. "Do you have any knowledge of the yield? Is grain sold at the base? Are the crops produced from innovative seeds? How do they taste?" "Ah, I can provide insight on that." The landlord responded eagerly. "I've heard that the yield cannot compare to what it once was. Take wheat, for example. Previously, one moo could produce 400 to 500 jin, but now a yield of 100 to 200 jin is considered quite commendable." "Such a meager amount?" Foam Zayulai couldn't help but frown. With just 100 to 200 jin per moo, and considering the total area of the yard amounts to just a few moo, how much can they truly harvest? Is that sufficient for all of us to eat and drink? Noticing Foam Zayulai's concern, the landlord felt a pang of urgency. "But that's wheat. It's a fine grain. You could cultivate coarse grains, such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, or sorghum. Their yields would undoubtedly surpass that of wheat. Wouldn't you agree?" Seeing the beads of sweat forming on the landlord's anxious face, Nian understood. He was genuinely eager to rent out the yard to them. It was only natural. Without agricultural skills, relying solely on his intermediary work would certainly compel him to close every deal he could. Though Foam Zayulai deliberated for quite some time, she ultimately decided to rent the yard. Whether or not they could cultivate their own food was a matter for the future. For now, the priority was securing a place to stay. Upon hearing Foam Zayulai's decision, the landlord's face broke into a wide grin. "Shall we return and sign the contract then?" he asked, barely able to contain his excitement. Foam Zayulai shared his eagerness, wishing to finalize the arrangement so they could prepare and enjoy a restful evening. The two quickly reached an accord, and Jing Mo drove them back to the landlord's agency. Nian had assumed that the contract signing would involve traditional paper documents, but to her surprise, it was something entirely different. Once the contract was finalized, Foam Zayulai's identity card would be updated, allowing her to access any card reader within the base. This system meticulously safeguarded the rights of tenants, ensuring that contributions were not wasted on non-existent accommodations. One had to commend the thoroughness of this arrangement. After silently applauding the third base for its efficiency, Nian turned to the landlord, requesting to see other available properties. "Other properties?" The landlord looked at Nian with confusion. "Aren't you all together?" Nian began to respond, but was interrupted by Foam Zayulai, who pulled her aside. "Sister, why waste contribution points on renting a place? There are plenty of rooms in that 2-story building. We could simply allocate one for you to live in. With only 20 rooms available for over 260 people, it would indeed be cramped for Nian to occupy a room." Just as she was about to decline, the landlord interjected, "Actually, the base also has mobile board houses available. Would you like those?" Both Nian and Foam Zayulai turned their attention to the landlord. "Mobile board houses?" "Indeed. These are constructed from double-layer aluminum with foam insulation. They are relatively lightweight and highly versatile, allowing for various assembly styles. Your yard is quite spacious. Yet it only contains one building, which likely won't accommodate your number. Renting mobile board houses could resolve this issue splendidly. Don't you think? The proposition sounded quite appealing. Su Nian gazed at the landlord with interest. You seem well informed. Do you have these available? Of course. This is my line of work, after all. Why not follow me to take a look before you decide? Su Nian nodded in agreement. Very well. Lead the way. Excellent. Chapter 168. The instant noodles have expired. The landlord guided them through the back door into the courtyard. One side of the yard was outfitted with a shed, neatly displaying numerous mobile boards. Just as the landlord had described, these boards were indeed composed of double-layer aluminum with foam cores. While their quality could not rival that of brick or concrete houses, they were adequately insulated and, most importantly, convenient. With a few support pipes, one could easily erect a house. The displayed mobile boards came in two varieties. Some were brand new, clearly never used, while others bore the marks of prior use, with drilled screw holes, scratches, and stains. Though Su Nian was not particularly fastidious, she preferred new boards if the price difference was minimal. As she contemplated this, she overheard Jing Mo inquiring about the prices from the landlord. What are the costs for each type? The used ones are merely 1 contribution point per board per month. However, if they are damaged and rendered unusable, you would be liable for 10 contribution points for each one. The brand new boards, on the other hand, are 2 contribution points each per month. Utilizing the used boards is perfectly acceptable, even with some scratches. It's not a significant issue, the landlord insisted earnestly, emphasizing the importance of saving contributions, which were not easily earned. Jing Mo decisively stated, "Then let us rent some new boards and a few of the old ones as well." Su Nian turned to Jing Mo, who winked at her. After all these years together, they had developed a mutual understanding such that a mere glance could convey their thoughts. The new boards were undoubtedly intended for their bedrooms, while the old ones could be repurposed for a shared living area and kitchen. Although they had chosen to stay in Feng Ziyulai's yard, preparing their own meals was preferable. Fortunately, the yard was spacious enough for them to select a location distant from the main building for their setup, ensuring convenience. While the landlord offered a few words of caution to Jing Mo, he was, after all, a businessman who wouldn't pass up an opportunity to earn. Once Jing Mo finalized his decision, the landlord wasted no time in calculating how many mobile boards would be necessary based on the size of the house Jing Mo wished to construct. With the landlord's expertise in this field, he was far more experienced than they were. After renting the mobile boards, they needed to find a way to transport them back. The landlord arrived with an electric tricycle, stating, "We can fit some on your vehicle's roof, and I can deliver the rest with my electric cart in multiple trips." With the landlord's assistance in delivering the goods, it couldn't have been more convenient. The necessary components for constructing the mobile board house were all available. They would rent what they could and purchase anything else needed. By the time they left the agency, Su Nian's card reflected a deduction of over 100 contribution points. While this seemed somewhat steep, it was understandable given the extensive purchases for their new house. Next month, they would only need to pay the rental fee for the mobile boards, which would amount to a mere 30 to 40 contribution points. Considering the cost of securing a decent one-bedroom apartment in a favorable location, this seemed quite reasonable. Ultimately, the longer they stayed, the more cost-effective it would become. As they returned with the mobile boards to their rented yard, Wang Dachun approached, drawn by the commotion. After inquiring about the situation, he immediately turned to Su Nian and Jing Mo, saying, "My dear brother and sister, where do you wish to construct your abode? I can summon some folks to assist you. To be honest, we have quite a few skilled welders here. We can certainly have your house erected today." Initially, Su Nian and Jing Mo had intended to manage the task themselves, but given Wang Dachun's insistence, it seemed rather discourteous to decline, so they acquiesced. The chosen site for the house was a corner to the right of the entrance, separated by a distance of about 100 meters from the 2-story building. This distance, prior to the heavy fog, posed no issue. However, now that the mist enveloped everything, a mere 100 meters felt like a chasm between two worlds, making it impossible to discern what the other was doing. Living in the same courtyard yet maintaining a certain distance provided a layer of privacy that Su Nian found comforting. Wang Dachun returned to the small building and soon called a few men over. They not only brought a variety of necessary tools, but also a long portable power source. Once the power was connected, Wang Daqin and his crew set to work with great enthusiasm. Even Jing Mo found himself relegated to assisting from the sidelines, while Su Nian, lacking knowledge about construction, could do little more than observe. The powerful spotlight atop Jing Mo's vehicle illuminated the scene, ensuring the workers navigated the hustle without mishap. Watching their industriousness, interspersed with laughter and conversation, Su Nian felt her gaze soften. Although she had always shied away from trouble and preferred minimal interaction with others, the reality proved that even in the apocalypse, warmth still existed. For instance, the individuals at the Hope Base, Su Nian was uncertain if they had known each other before the world fell apart, now interacted as if they were family. As she watched, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. Turning, she saw Feng Ziyulai carrying a pot. Not only did she hold the pot in both hands, but she also had 2 messenger bags slung over her shoulders. Upon seeing this, Su Nian swiftly stepped forward to take the pot, carefully placing it on the ground. Although the pot was covered with a lid, being closer, Su Nian could still catch a whiff of something delicious. Without needing to ask, Feng Ziyulai smiled and said, "After a busy morning, we should take a break and enjoy something warm." Su Nian, taken aback by the passage of time, glanced at her watch and realized it was nearly noon. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she acknowledged that Wang Daqin and the others were helping her and Jing Mo build their house, yet it was Feng Ziyulai who had prepared lunch. Feng Ziyulai lifted the lid of the pot, and the distinctive aroma of seafood wafted toward them. It wasn't an extravagant meal, just a simple seafood soup accompanied by flatbreads. "No need for flatbreads," Su Nian said, turning to her vehicle, opening the trunk and pulling out a bag. "I have instant noodles. Let us prepare these instead." However, she added, "But the noodles are past their expiration date." Feng Ziyulai chuckled. "You silly girl. At a time like this, who cares about expiration dates? Just put them away. They're still a good resource." Even expired instant noodles would be coveted in this world, and many would scramble to get their hands on them. Chapter 169. This sister is a bit shy. Only Su Nian, with her youthful innocence and kindness, would so readily offer them. Not only did she not retract the instant noodles, but she also approached Feng Ziyulai with the bag in hand. "Since Brother Wang and the others are helping us build, it's only right that we provide the meal. You've prepared the seafood soup, so I'll just contribute some noodles for everyone to enjoy together. If no one minds that they're expired, I'd be quite happy. If you disagree, then Jing Mo and I will just have to construct the remaining house ourselves." Feng Ziyulai looked at Su Nian with exasperation. "I didn't realize you had such a way with words. I'm not sure how to respond."
Fine.
"Since you insist, I'll defer to your wishes." With that, she took a couple of steps forward and called to Wang Daqin and the others. "Daqin, tell everyone it's time to eat. We'll continue working after lunch."
All right.
Wang Daqin replied, and before long, he led the rest over. One of Feng Ziyulai's bags contained bowls and chopsticks, while the other held the flatbreads. With Su Nian watching, there was no point in bringing out the flatbreads, so she left the bag untouched. Su Nian helped ladle out the soup while also distributing 2 packets of instant noodles to each person. Initially, they hesitated to accept, but only after Feng Ziyulai encouraged them did they relent. Although the noodles had long surpassed their labeled expiration date, they had been stored in Su Nian's space, preserving their original state. Once removed, they would begin aging from that moment. In simpler terms, if a box of instant noodles was stored in her space with a year left before expiration, then once taken out, they would only expire after a year of being outside. Therefore, Su Nian felt no psychological burden in offering these noodles, as they would not cause any discomfort to the recipients. Aside from Su Nian and Jing Mo, no one else was privy to this information. However, as Feng Ziyulai remarked, they were indifferent to such matters. Even if the noodles were expired or had gone stale, no one would discard the food. They would consume every last bit. This was the reality of the apocalypse. Only those who had experienced hunger understood the true value of food and dared not waste a morsel. After savoring a few spoonfuls of seafood soup, Wang Daqin opened a packet of instant noodles and dropped them directly into the broth. After taking a bite, he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "These noodles are indeed delicious. Even if they're expired, they still taste great." Hearing this, Su Nian was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. From another perspective, if expired items still tasted the same as before, one might wonder if they contained too many preservatives. Yet, evidently, everyone, including Wang Daqin, had not considered this angle. They simply relished the long-forgotten taste of instant noodles. Su Nian said nothing, mirroring their actions by opening a packet of noodles, placing them in her bowl, and ladling 2 spoons of seafood soup over them. The soup, made from various dried seafood, was naturally salty and required no additional seasoning. Along with the dried seafood, there were also diced mushrooms. The broth was plentiful, but with minimal ingredients, it was so clear one could almost see their reflection. A bowl of such soup, paired with a packet of instant noodles, left Su Nian unsatisfied, and Wang Daqin and the others likely felt the same. Yet, none of them reached for a second packet of noodles. Wang Daqin simply offered his noodles to Feng Ziyulai, saying, "I'm full. Let the children have these. They haven't had any in a while, so it'll be a nice treat for them." He turned to Su Nian with a grin. "Sister, I'm only thinking of the children since I can't finish this. You don't mind, do you?" Su Nian shook her head. Of course not. How could she possibly mind? She understood that it was not merely Wang Daqin. All the men present had left behind a bag of instant noodles. Not because they were satiated, but rather out of consideration for their children. As expected, with Wang Daqin setting the precedent, the others also contributed their remaining bags of noodles to Feng Ziyulai. Wiping his mouth, Wang Daqin declared, "Now that we're well fed, let us get to work." With his call, the others promptly followed suit. Jing Mo finished the last few sips of soup in his bowl and immediately joined the group. Su Nian gathered her and Jing Mo's lunch boxes, slung the bag filled with noodles over her shoulder, and approached Feng Ziyulai. "Sister Feng, you have quite a bit to carry. Allow me to assist you." Without waiting for a response, she packed all the noodles into her bag, hoisted it up, and started towards the small building. Feng Ziyulai stood in a daze, watching Su Nian's retreating figure until it was completely engulfed by the thick fog. What was she saying about helping her carry things? There were clearly still over 20 bags of noodles left in that bag. When Feng Ziyulai returned to the small building after tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, she found Su Nian distributing the noodles among the children. At the base, there were 34 children under 14 years old. Each of them clutched a bag of instant noodles, their fingers tightly gripping the packaging, their gazes filled with longing. Yet none dared to tear them open. Su Nian was at a loss for words and could not urge them to indulge. Upon seeing Feng Ziyulai's return, she quickly stood up. "Sister Feng, I've placed the pot over there. I'll be heading back now. You carry on with your tasks." With that, she hurriedly left with her empty bag. Feng Ziyulai watched Su Nian disappear into the distance before turning to the 34 children. "This sister is a bit shy and not very articulate, but she is kind to you, remember that." The children tightened their grips on the noodle bags and chorused, "We will remember how good she is to us." Though Su Nian had already distanced herself, her hearing was sharper than most. She clearly heard the children's unified response. Pausing for a moment, she took a deep breath before hastening away. Giving instant noodles merely satisfied their cravings. To truly benefit these children, they needed to be engaged in meaningful work that would enable them to support themselves. Tomorrow, she resolved, she would visit the seed store with Feng Ziyulai. The construction of the shelter was swift, with only 2 rooms to assemble and a dozen people collaborating. By mid-afternoon, the structure was complete. 1 room and 1 hall, with a bedroom floor laid with movable boards to prevent dampness, as it was intended for sleeping. Chapter 171. It's not like we've returned to the Stone Age. The living room was less meticulously planned, with the ground simply bare earth. However, neither Su Nian nor Jing Mo found this problematic. Both the entrance to the living room and the bedroom featured doors made of movable boards, yet neither room had windows. In the thick fog, visibility was already compromised, so the absence of windows was inconsequential. Su Nian smiled and remarked. Wang Daqin shared her sentiment, dismissing the lack of windows as unimportant but emphasizing the necessity of electricity. "I wonder if the landlord will rent out the wiring." "No need to rent," Jing Mo replied. "We have wiring in our vehicle." "Really?" Wang Daqin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Perfect. I'll run a line from the 2nd floor. I've got a spare pipe left. I'll weld it upright on the roof. And let the wiring hang down. It needs to be high enough, or it could get snagged when vehicles pass by." Wang Daqin thought this through quite thoroughly, and Su Nian and Jing Mo had no objections. Su Nian opened the trunk and retrieved a roll of wiring. No one questioned why they had brought wiring along. After all, When Wang Daqin and the others were packing, they didn't spare even plastic ropes, taking everything that might prove useful in the future. It was wise to be prepared. The wiring was connected swiftly. In less than half an hour, the room was lit. Energy-efficient lamps hung from the ceiling. The illumination was adequate and remarkably economical. With light overhead, the entire room became clearly visible. The bedroom, draped in white, appeared quite pleasant. We've only just arrived. There's much to gradually acquire. Fortunately, it's not cold yet, so sleeping on the ground isn't an issue, Wang Daqin remarked, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered whether this winter would be harsh. Upon hearing Wang Daqin's words, Nian paused. The past 2 months had been a whirlwind of activity, and she had lost track of the date. The earthquake had struck in June, and now 3 months had passed, with October approaching. In her previous life, despite the pervasive fog, seasons had remained distinct. Yet in this life, so much had changed that Su Nian could not ascertain whether things would unfold similarly. Observing the prior months, it was evident that summer had felt anything but summery, with temperatures consistently hovering around 20 degrees. It was clear that one could not rely on past experiences to navigate the present. If temperatures remained constant, that would be agreeable. The thick fog had already caused considerable inconvenience, and life was already challenging. If winter turned frigid and summer scorching, existence would become unbearable. While Su Nian contemplated these matters, Wang Daqin had already reached a conclusion. Regardless of winter's chill, they needed beds. Once we're settled, we should explore the base. If necessary, we can bring back some wood. We have skilled craftsmen among us, and building beds won't be a daunting task. Su Nian had faith in Wang Daqin's confidence. These men possessed remarkable practical skills. All right, let us rest well today, and tomorrow we'll venture out, Jing Imo replied with a smile. Wang Daqin led the way. Standing up, having not rested the previous night, and having toiled all day, he urged, "You all tidy up and take a good rest. We'll head back first. If anything arises, just shout. We're not far and can hear you." "No need for that," Jing Imo interjected as he walked toward the vehicle, retrieving 2 walkie-talkies. He handed one to Wang Daqin. "This will suffice." Even in the apocalypse, they had not regressed to a primitive state. Though they were uncertain how to connect to the base's network, the walkie-talkies remained functional. Wang Daqin accepted the device, his smile wide. "This is incredibly convenient. I wanted to get one earlier, but the prices at the second base were exorbitant. We couldn't afford it, but now it's useful. All right then, you all rest. We're heading out. Contact us through the walkie-talkie if you need anything." As Wang Daqin and the others departed, Su Nian and Jing Imo finally entered the bedroom. Su Nian took out a mop and cleaned the floor, placing a carpet in the corner and setting up her bed. As for other items, she did not retrieve any more. A bed and a carpet were easily stored in her space. She glanced at Jing Imo. "Shall we take a shower first?" After so many days of travel, we haven't had a chance to bathe. A mere wipe-down was all we managed. We endured when conditions were lacking. But now that we have the means, I'd really like to take a shower. Then you wash first. I'll keep watch outside. It would be unfortunate if Brother Wang and the others were to arrive.
Ying Montag remarked.
Su Nian shot him a meaningful glance. You certainly call him Brother Wang quite effortlessly. It just rolls off the tongue. I bet if I told him I'm older, he wouldn't believe me. That's a valid point. Hurry up and go. I need to take a bath. Once Jing Imo stepped outside, Su Nian shut the bedroom door, retrieving a tub filled with water. Immersed in the warm water, the weariness accumulated over the past few days dissipated. Before long, she had scrubbed herself clean and washed her hair, clad in freshly laundered clothes that mirrored her previous attire. Su Nian tucked away the used tub and brought out another filled with clean water. Upon opening the bedroom door, she found Jing Imo seated at the entrance of the living room on a small folding stool that had previously been stored in the car. Before she could approach, Jing Imo turned his head toward her. All cleaned up? Su Nian nodded, moving beside him. I've prepared water and clothes for you. You should wash up quickly.
All right.
Jing Imo rose. If you're hungry, feel free to have a snack while you wait for me. I understand. Yet, despite her words, Su Nian didn't retrieve any food. Instead, she sat where Jing Imo had been, taking a dry towel to pat her hair. With her short hair, it wouldn't take long to air dry after absorbing the moisture. The shampoo and conditioner she used bore no discernible scent, alleviating any concern about being detected. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Finding a way to resolve the water issue remained imperative. Donning her glasses, Nian surveyed the somewhat desolate courtyard, contemplating what actions she could take and what was feasible. She sat in thought until Jing Mo emerged after a shower. Hearing the door creak, Nian stood and headed toward the bedroom to tidy up the tub. Jing Mo wiped the floor dry, while Nian brought out chairs for them. They both settled down, gazing at each other, simultaneously inquiring, "What shall we eat?" Chapter 172. This walkie-talkie is quite useful. What do you think? After echoing the question in unison, they both fell silent. Moments later, Nian chuckled softly. "Since we're undecided, let us have hot pot. You can cook anything you wish in a hot pot, so we can enjoy whatever we desire." As an ardent hot pot enthusiast, Jing Mo was certainly in favor of this suggestion. Nian plugged in the exhaust fan, set up the gas stove, and presented the hot pot broth. As for the ingredients, they brought out everything they both relished. Cook whatever you fancy. After spending over 10 days in the car, subsisting on simple and bland meals, the prospect of hot pot felt like an exquisite delicacy. So engrossed in their meal, they hardly exchanged words. After dining and cleaning up the remnants, fatigue washed over them. Observing Jing Mo's heavy eyelids, Nian urged, "If you're tired, you should sleep. I doubt anything will happen tonight." With a long arm, Jing Mo pulled Nian into his embrace. "Then you should sleep too." Feeling like a human pillow, Nian didn't resist. Instead, she nestled into a comfortable position within Jing Mo's arms. "Let us sleep then." The light switch was a long cord dangling beside the bed, and Jing Mo reached out to grasp it. With a click, darkness enveloped the room, a pitch-black void. Nian initially contemplated retrieving a nightlight, but upon hearing Jing Mo's breathing steady, she abandoned the thought. Slowly closing her eyes, she drifted into slumber. The sleep was exceptionally deep and prolonged. Even upon waking the next day, her mind was clear, yet she felt reluctant to move. After lingering in bed for a while, Nian finally rose quietly. Just as she was about to stand, she heard Jing Mo's languid voice behind her. "Why are you up so early?" Nian retrieved the nightlight, using its warm yellow glow to locate her phone on the carpet. Illuminating the screen, it clearly displayed that it was already 10 a.m. They had fallen asleep around 7 or 8 the previous evening, meaning they had slept for a full 14 hours. She showed the phone to Jing Mo. "It's 10 o'clock, it's quite late." Although the apocalypse had persisted for years, apart from the extremely hot periods when day and night were reversed, they had never slept until mid-morning before. Jing Mo propped himself up on his elbow, staring at the phone for a while. Could this phone be broken? Hearing Jing Mo's absurd remark, Nian chuckled. "You can stay there a little longer. I need to wash up and have breakfast. Let us keep breakfast simple. I'll make some hand-grab pancakes with bacon and sausage." No sooner had she finished speaking than Jing Mo flipped over, sat up, and began making the bed. While busying his hands, he also kept his mouth occupied. Life is short and time flies. How can one waste it lying in bed? Nian rolled her eyes. "Clearly, you're just eager for a delicious breakfast, yet you speak so passionately." After washing up, they both sat by the exhaust fan, enjoying their hand-grab pancakes, which were steaming and fragrant. Post-breakfast, after rinsing with mouthwash, Nian stored away the exhaust fan and cleaned the carpet and bed, preparing for their likely outing later. It was best to stow away anything that shouldn't be visible, just in case. Just as they finished tidying up, voices crackled through the walkie-talkie. First came static, followed by Wang Dachen's voice. "Hey, big brother, big sister, can you hear me? Can you hear me?" What should have been a routine exchange became somewhat amusing with Wang Dachen's enthusiastic greeting. Jing Mo picked up the walkie-talkie. "We can hear you, go ahead." "Sister Feng asked me to check if you're coming to the base for a visit. Are you going?" "Yes." "Then wait for us. We're on our way."
Great.
This walkie-talkie is incredibly useful. Otherwise, I would have had to make a special trip. Jing Mo chose not to respond to Wang Dachen's final remark.
Nian Said.
3 or 4 years ago, everyone was glued to their phones. It wasn't just a matter of reaching out across 100 meters. As long as one was on Earth, contact was assured. Yet now, simply being able to communicate via a walkie-talkie was a cause for joy. Truly, how the world has changed. Jing Emo set down the walkie-talkie and walked over to Su Nian, ruffling her hair. You're still young, yet you ponder a great deal. Don't frown too much. Otherwise, you'll age faster than I will. Su Nian gazed at Jing Emo's face for a long moment before replying earnestly. That's fine. You look youthful, so if I appear older, it's just fitting. As Jing Emo was about to respond again, the sound of a car engine grew closer. Together, Su Nian and Jing Emo stepped outside, and as they reached the entrance, they saw Wang Daqin opening the car door and stepping out. Big brother, big sister, come on. Let us get in the car and have a good look around the base. The price of oil is indeed quite steep. Wang Daqin and Feng Ziyilai drove over, intending to subtly repay the favor owed to Su Nian and her companions from yesterday. Although the underlying motives were transparent, neither Su Nian nor Jing Emo chose to expose them. Instead, they each donned a satchel and boarded the vehicle. It had become customary for Su Nian and Jing Emo to carry larger bags for long journeys, while opting for smaller crossbody bags during brief excursions around the base. This served as a convenient guise in case they needed to retrieve something. Of course, this was predicated on the condition that one did not draw a submachine gun directly from a small satchel. Feng Ziyilai was at the wheel, maintaining a moderate speed that allowed for conversation. Yesterday, the landlord mentioned that there's a seed store at the base where we can purchase new varieties of grain. I'd like to inquire about it. I prefer not to let the land in this courtyard go to waste. Upon hearing Feng Ziyilai's words, Su Nian nodded in agreement. It was indeed a prudent course of action. The combined area of the front and back courtyards amounted to several acres. If they could successfully cultivate grain, no matter the yield, it would be better than nothing. Though they were uncertain of the seed store's location, this posed little challenge. They asked along the way and found the place within 20 minutes. The seed store was comparable in size to the trading center and was clearly under vigilant guard, indicating the base's high regard for it. As noon approached, the store was bustling with patrons, some inquiring about the exchange for new seed varieties. The four of them stood by, listening for a while, and gleaned the essential information. New seeds could be purchased directly with contribution points or exchanged for previous seeds. However, these seeds were not merely sold without further obligation from the base. Buyers had to be base residents, possessing identity cards, and all purchase records were to be synchronized with these cards. The new seeds had shorter growth cycles, with rice and wheat maturing for approximately 4 months, while corn, sweet potatoes, and sorghum were ready in about 2 months. Potatoes could be harvested in just a month. The base had thoroughly researched the yields as well. All who purchased seeds were required to surrender 30% of their harvest to the base, retaining only the remainder for themselves. This practice bore resemblance to the public grain tax system from decades past, a reality Su Nian never imagined she would experience firsthand in this lifetime. The novelty of it intrigued her, and she understood the base's rationale. Given the persistent natural and man-made disasters, the base had a substantial population to sustain and needed to stockpile grain for future adversities. After absorbing this information, Feng Ziyilai remained silent, her expression grave, likely contemplating the viability of farming. Noticing her reticence, Su Nian and the others also kept quiet. After a considerable pause, Feng Ziyilai snapped back to reality, her face resolute. I want to give it a try. Wang Daqin instantly raised both hands in agreement. I concur. Feng Ziyilai sought out a staff member. But her first query was not about seeds, but rather about water sources. If we wish to farm, where can we draw water for irrigation? The staff member, amiable and attentive, inquired about their current residence. We live at 348 Xingfu Street, which is quite a spacious courtyard. After confirming the address on the computer, the staff member continued, that location can yield groundwater. You could drill a well, which would not only facilitate irrigation but also provide you with a convenient water source for personal use. Upon hearing this, Feng Ziyilai realized that the costs associated with drilling the well would fall upon them. What about pest infestations? Will we need to purchase pesticides? She asked. The staff member patiently replied, no need. The new crop varieties are resistant to pests. If you wish to increase your yield, you may consider purchasing nutrient solutions. It was evident that nutrient solutions would not come cheaply, and the extent of their effectiveness remained uncertain. Feng Ziyilai was not an impulsive person, and this was not a decision that required immediate resolution. After gathering the necessary information, she led her companions out of the seed store. Back in the vehicle, Feng Ziyulai stated, "Let us first locate the well drilling team to get that well established. Otherwise, accessing water will become problematic. As for farming, we can discuss it further when we return." "Understood. We'll follow your lead," Wang Daqin replied, promptly starting the engine. Su Nian glanced at Wang Daqin and then at Feng Ziyulai, sensing something different in Wang Daqin's demeanor towards her. Before she could decipher the nuance, the vehicle came to a halt once more. The well drilling team did not have a storefront. Upon entering the main gate, they were greeted by a spacious yard filled with electric tricycles equipped with drilling tools and water pipes. As they entered, someone approached them to inquire if they were there to drill a well. While Feng Ziyulai spoke with the individual, Su Nian noticed others casting glances their way. Their expressions rather complicated. She overheard snippets of conversation. "How did he get here first?" "Well, he was quick on his feet. Let us wait our turn." Listening to their hushed discussions, Su Nian began to understand the situation. These individuals were part of the well drilling team. Their vehicles parked in the yard as they awaited potential clients. It was a true test of merit. Not merely dependent on drilling skills, but also on quick reflexes and persuasive communication. Some might only be inquiring, not genuinely seeking to drill a well. In such cases, it would come down to the well driller's eloquence. Yet in this instance, the well driller need not exert much effort, for Feng Ziyulai was genuinely intent on drilling a well. "What are your charges for drilling?" she inquired. "We charge by the meter, 2 contribution points per meter, depending on how deep you wish to go." "Who will provide the water pipes and the pump?" The driller replied, "If you're using it, of course, you will need to furnish those." Feng Ziyulai felt a twinge of embarrassment, but recognized the truth in his words. Even before the apocalypse, such items had to be purchased at one's own expense. "And the pricing?" Feng Ziyulai pressed. "The pipes are affordable, 1 contribution point per meter. The pump's cost depends on your choice. A basic one can be acquired for around 20 contribution points, while higher quality options vary widely in price." As she processed the driller's words, Feng Ziyulai mentally calculated her remaining contribution points, uncertain if they would suffice. Having remained silent up to this point, Su Nian finally spoke up. "Do you have pumps available? Could we take a look?" "Of course. Follow me, I'll show you inside." As they followed him, Su Nian quietly asked Jing Mo, "Do you know how to choose a water pump?" "Indeed," Jing Mo replied with conviction. Su Nian was taken aback, glancing at him. "Have you used one before? Do interstellar folks also need to draw water?" "Not exactly. But when it comes to machinery, there's nothing I don't understand." "I've read all the books you've collected on this subject," he replied. Su Nian was left in awe. Though she had indeed observed Jing Mo frequently engrossed in books, she had never imagined that he would possess such an immediate grasp of their content. Before Su Nian could regain her composure from the shock, they had already entered the room. "We have a variety of water pumps available here, priced at all ranges. May I introduce them to you?" Jing Mo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary. Instead, he stepped forward to inspect the selection himself. After a thorough examination, Jing Mo pointed to one, declaring, "I'll take this one, 30 contribution points, correct?" The well driller was taken aback by Jing Mo's swift decision. After a moment of surprise, he nodded affirmatively. "How shall we proceed with the payment?" "Simply swipe your identity card." Su Nian quickly made her way to the counter, retrieving her identity card to complete the purchase with remarkable speed, leaving Feng Ziyulai and Wang Daqin utterly astonished. Chapter 174. Little sister, you're not that kind of person. Dear little sister. Feng Ziyulai hastened to Su Nian's side, exclaiming, "How can you make a purchase without even considering it? You're unfamiliar with these items. What if there are issues?" Su Nian offered a reassuring smile to Feng Ziyulai, saying, "Rest assured, Sister Feng, there will be no problems. Jing Mo is quite knowledgeable in this area." Upon hearing this, Feng Ziyulai glanced at Jing Mo, who nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I am well versed in this." "Then there's no need for you to buy one. We live together. You can simply share ours," Feng Ziyulai suggested. Su Nian wholeheartedly agreed, nodding, "I believe you're absolutely right, Sister Feng. In that case, you needn't purchase one. You can use ours." Feng Ziyulai, albeit initially perplexed by Su Nian's intentions, eventually grasped the situation. It was clear that the water pump was not meant for her and Jing Mo, but rather for others. After a moment of silent understanding exchanged with Su Nian, Feng Ziyulai finally nodded, conceding, "All right, let us proceed as you suggest." Upon hearing Feng Ziyulai's words, Su Nian smiled and turned to the staff. "Do you have water towers available?" Indeed. The staff, having encountered various customers, quickly recognized Su Nian's decisive purchasing manner and noted her substantial contribution points. Moreover, she was quite generous, displaying no signs of stinginess. Who wouldn't he appreciate such a customer? The well driller, now coming to his senses, promptly led them to another room filled with water towers of various sizes. There was little to choose from in terms of quality. The only distinction was their capacity. Given their number, a small water tower would not suffice. Ultimately, Su Nian decided to purchase 2 large towers and 1 small one, sufficient for her and Jing Mo, while the larger ones could be utilized by Feng Ziyulai and the others. However, this time, Feng Ziyulai acted even more swiftly than Su Nian. Before Su Nian could voice her thoughts, Feng Ziyulai inquired, "How much for the largest and the medium-sized one?" "The large one is 20 contribution points, the medium 15 and the small 10, the staff replied. Feng Ziyulai decisively declared, "Then I'll take 1 large and 1 medium." She moved to swipe her card, blocking Su Nian's attempt to intervene.
Sister Feng, Su Nian protested.
"No use in charming me, little sister. You're not that kind of person." Su Nian was left bewildered, questioning why she was not considered one to employ charm. Should she brandish a firearm and command Feng Ziyulai to step aside so she could swipe her card? Before Su Nian could further contemplate, Feng Ziyulai had already completed her transaction. With their purchases in hand, they were ready to return. As for the well driller's wages and the water pipe expenses, those would be settled after the well was completed. The compact water pump fit snugly in their vehicle, but the 2 water towers, one larger than the other, could not be accommodated inside. Thus, they were secured to the roof with ropes. As long as they proceeded with caution on the road, there was little risk of them falling off. Upon returning to their residence, Wang Daqin unlocked the door. They had locked the gate upon departure, which spared them from having to trouble the occupants of the building. However, this was not a long-term solution. They would eventually need to install a doorbell or a similar device to alert those living in the small building of visitors. As the vehicle entered, the residents of the small building, alerted by the noise, rushed out. Upon learning that a well was to be drilled, their excitement was palpable. With a well in place, they would not only have easy access to water for drinking but also for bathing. The joy radiating from both the young and old brought smiles to Feng Ziyulai and Wang Daqin's faces. For convenience, the well was naturally to be situated in front of the small building. The modern drilling process was surprisingly swift, and by midday, the well was completed. What no one anticipated was that the well would reach a depth of 50 meters before yielding water. To ensure a more secure outcome, Feng Ziyulai requested the driller to extend the pipe by another 2 meters. At 52 meters, the pipe cost 1 contribution point per meter, totaling 52 points, plus the driller's labor fee of 2 points per meter, amounting to an additional 104 points. The grand total came to 156 points. Feng Ziyulai intended to settle the bill, but her card was insufficient. Su Nian stepped forward. "Sister Feng, let us share the cost since we'll all benefit from it." Feng Ziyulai sighed. "It appears that that's the only option. We're essentially benefiting here." Su Nian replied earnestly, "How can you say that? You also purchased the water towers for us." After this exchange, Su Nian approached the driller, inquiring, "Can I swipe my card here? Or do we need to return to your location?" "I can process it here," the driller replied, producing a portable card reader. Su Nian regarded the card reader, silently acknowledging its convenience. However, before swiping, she recalled another matter. "I noticed you have hoses on your vehicle. Are they for sale?" "Indeed. 1 contribution point per meter. Are you interested?" "Absolutely." Su Nian estimated the distance to their residence to be roughly 100 meters. Thinking it prudent to have more rather than less, she decided to purchase the entire roll of hose from the driller. After Feng Ziyulai completed her transaction with her remaining points, the balance was covered by Su Nian. Once they had seen off the driller, without waiting for any sentimental remarks from Feng Ziyulai, Su Nian promptly exclaimed, "Brother Wang, let us start pumping water and fill the towers." At her words, the eyes of those around sparkled with anticipation. They had been eagerly waiting. After the pump was activated for a while, water finally began to flow from the 50-meter deep well. Jing Mo stood beside Su Nian and observed the situation, softly stating, We should detach the pump later. I'll modify it. Otherwise, using it continuously like this could easily lead to malfunction. When Jing Mo selected the pump earlier, he had merely chosen the one with the best cost-effectiveness. However, he hadn't anticipated the necessity of drilling such a deep well to access water. Clearly, this pump would not withstand such demanding work for long. Though Su Nian was not an expert in this area, she nodded in agreement upon hearing Jing Mo's words. All right, I'll defer to your judgment. As they conversed, the large water tower connected directly to the pump was already receiving water. Listening to the melodious sound of rushing water, the faces of everyone were adorned with smiles. Particularly, the few children aged 3 or 4 were exuberantly hopping with joy. Chapter 175. While your reasoning is sound, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. These children are the youngest in the entire Hope Base, born predominantly during the sweltering heat, and though they are young, they have endured much. Having survived various natural disasters, their health remains remarkably robust, with seldom a bout of illness, though they are quite slender. The natural proportion of a child's large head to a small body is accentuated by their excessive leanness, making their heads appear even larger. Before the apocalypse, Su Nian had encountered numerous children in her neighborhood, all of whom frolicked joyfully with an array of toys. She had often heard parents lament about their homes overflowing with toys, yet their little ones remained dissatisfied, insisting on acquiring new ones. In stark contrast, the children before her now had no toys at all. The mere sound of water gushing from the water tower brought them immense delight. Due to the considerable size of the water tower and the depth of the well, the water flow was slow, taking over 20 minutes to fill the tower. After shutting off the pump, Jing Mo stepped forward to dismantle it, intending to modify it for a faster water flow, while also preventing the motor from burning out. Wang Daqin, taken aback, looked at Jing Mo and remarked, "Brother, I never imagined that beneath your refined and handsome exterior, you were once involved in pumping water. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover." Hearing this, Su Nian found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Was this how the idiom was meant to be used? Meanwhile, Jing Mo, already squatting beside the pump and working diligently, replied to Wang Daqin, "I wasn't specifically a pump technician, but I possess a modicum of knowledge about mechanical devices." Su Nian silently added in her mind, "More like a considerable amount." After examining the pump for a while, Jing Mo stood up and said, "I will go fetch some tools." Wang Daqin, ever enthusiastic, inquired, "What do you need? Do you require my assistance?"
No.
"Brother Wang, why don't you discuss the matter of the seeds with everyone?" Upon finishing his sentence, Jing Mo quickened his pace, soon disappearing into the thick mist. Once Jing Mo mentioned the seeds, those around him turned their curious gazes towards Wang Daqin and Feng Ziyulai. The two had ventured out that day specifically to explore the seed situation. Why, then, had the discussion shifted to filling the water tower? Wang Daqin, quick of tongue, soon recounted the events in their entirety. It was only then that Feng Ziyulai remarked, "Should we consider planting crops? Everyone should voice their opinions, as this is not a decision for one person alone." Although Feng Ziyulai held the position of base leader, she never imposed her will unilaterally. She always sought the opinions of all members within the base. Su Nian listened attentively, initially expecting some contention, yet to her surprise, there was none. The consensus among the group was clear. They would cultivate the land. Having just arrived at the third base with no one to support us, finding work may not be an easy task. By farming, as long as we tend to it diligently and carefully, we are bound to reap some rewards. Our few acres of land do not require many hands. Those of us who are older and younger can remain in the yard tending to the crops, while you in your prime can seek work within the base. We will prepare for both possibilities. We shall persevere in this base." Feng Ziyulai listened quietly to everyone's remarks, and once they had finished speaking, she nodded in agreement. "All right, since everyone's opinion aligns, we shall proceed with planting. Our land is limited, and we lack the conditions for rice cultivation, while wheat yields are minimal. Thus, let us plant coarse grains." Her proposal received unanimous agreement from the group. After deliberation, they decided to plant 2 acres of corn, 2 acres of potatoes, 2 acres of sweet potatoes, and utilize the remaining space for sorghum. While they discussed, Jing Mo was busy modifying the pump. Once their discussion concluded, Jing Mo completed his modifications. After reinstalling it and powering it up, water began to flow almost immediately. Within just a second or two, Wang Daqin watched in astonishment, giving Jing Mo a thumbs up. Brother, you are impressive. Jing Mo smiled warmly. It was nothing remarkable. At that moment, the soft hose Su Nian had purchased came into play. One end was connected to the water pipe, while Su Nian pulled the other end towards their dwelling. Wang Daqin called over 2 individuals to help carry the water tower. The tower was supported by an iron frame. As long as they found a flat spot to place it, they could begin filling it with water. Listening to the sound of rushing water, Su Nian's eyes sparkled with delight. Water had finally arrived, alleviating the burden of carrying it. Once the water tower was filled, Wang Daqin prepared to return. Observing this, Su Nian called out to him, "How do you plan to acquire the seeds? The price of seeds is quite steep. The trading center offers 100 contribution points for a pound of seeds, and the selling price will be even higher." Wang Daqin's expression turned serious upon hearing Su Nian's words. Without seeds to exchange, we can only first redeem our seafood for contribution points, and then use those to purchase seeds. However, this roundabout way will undoubtedly inflate the cost.
Su Nian,
Having anticipated this answer, smiled and replied, "There's no need for such complications. We can directly exchange the seeds we have." Without waiting for Wang Daqin to respond, Su Nian walked over to the vehicle, opened the trunk, and pulled out a large suitcase. She placed the suitcase on the ground and opened it, revealing its contents: a bag of sweet potatoes, a bag of potatoes, and 2 bags of corn seeds. These were the very types of corn seeds sold in stores before the apocalypse. Su Nian patted the seeds and said, "If we take these to exchange, we should be able to acquire the seeds we need." Initially stunned, Wang Daqin's expression quickly shifted to one of serious refusal. "No way. Sister, I appreciate your kindness, but we cannot take advantage of you." "Brother Wang, listen to me," Su Nian interrupted. "Neither Jing Mo nor I are engaging in charity. We are not giving this to you for free. We have no land and have never farmed. These seeds would go to waste in our hands. If we exchange them for new seeds to return, you will plant them. After the harvest, 30% of the proceeds will go to the base, 10% for us, and the remaining 60% will be yours. How does that sound?" Wang Daqin felt a flicker of temptation but still frowned. 10% is too little. It's not less, as we do not know how to cultivate. If you don't assist in the planting, we won't earn even that 10%. Wang Daqin scratched his head. "What you say makes some sense, but I still feel something is off." Chapter 176. Having more friends opens more paths.
Su Nian replied earnestly.
"There is nothing amiss, Brother Wang. You are simply overthinking it." Wang Daqin scratched his head again. "I still need to discuss this with Sister Feng. After a busy morning, you two should rest and have some food. If anything comes up, contact me via the walkie-talkie." With that, Wang Daqin departed. Watching him leave, Su Nian felt no sense of urgency. Based on her understanding of Wang Daqin and Feng Ziyulai, she was confident they would ultimately agree. However, not long after Wang Daqin left, Feng Ziyulai hurriedly arrived. "My dear sister, Decheng has shared everything with me, and I truly owe you my gratitude for this matter. However, Decheng is correct. Your share of 10% is rather insufficient. You ought to receive at least 20%. Should you disagree, we shall have no choice but to seek alternative means to acquire the new seeds." A smile graced Su Nian's lips as she acquiesced. "My dear sister, you." Su Nian's swift agreement took Feng Ziyulai by surprise. Yet, it did not take long for Feng Ziyulai to realize, "My dear sister, you are being quite deliberate." Su Nian merely smiled in response, maintaining her silence. Indeed, it was intentional. Su Nian understood that had she initially requested 20%, Feng Ziyulai might have offered her 30%. Thus, by stating a mere 10%, Feng Ziyulai would feel inclined to raise it to 20%, resulting in mutual satisfaction. Feng Ziyulai gazed at Su Nian with a mixture of admiration and exasperation. "You are too soft-hearted, my sister. I shall keep a closer watch over you in the future. Otherwise, you might be sold off by others and still help them count their coins." "Su Nian? Is she truly referring to me?" Su Nian chose to disregard this remark, opting not to engage in debate with Feng Ziyulai. "Feng Jia, let us hasten back for lunch. After we dine, we should promptly visit the seed store. Since we have decided to cultivate the land, it is prudent to retrieve the seeds as soon as possible." Feng Ziyulai wholeheartedly agreed. "Why don't you two accompany me? We can all dine together." Su Nian shook her head. "No need. We both prefer tranquility. Upon hearing this, Feng Ziyulai did not press further, nodding before departing. As she watched Feng Ziyulai leave, Su Nian finally exhaled in relief. Rubbing her stomach, she smiled at Jing Mo. We have finally resolved one matter. Let us hurry to eat. In the midst of busyness, one hardly notices the passage of time. It is only afterward that hunger strikes. Jing Mo looked at Su Nian with affection. Very well. Let us dine. As they had plans to head out with Feng Ziyulai and Wang Daqin shortly, Su Nian and Jing Mo opted for a simple meal of noodles accompanied by 2 cold dishes. After finishing, they made sure to wash their hands, face, and rinse their mouths to avoid any lingering odors. Just as they completed their tidying, the intercom crackled to life with Wang Daqin's voice. Big brother, little sister. Have you finished your meal? Jing Mo picked up the intercom. We have already eaten. You may come over now, and we can set off.
Great.
Wang Daqin responded with enthusiasm, and in no time, he arrived in a vehicle. The 4 of them arrived at the seed store with ease. Opening the trunk and addressing the staff, we wish to exchange these seeds for some star seeds. The staff, taken aback upon seeing an entire trunk full of seeds, could hardly conceal their astonishment. The group had only visited that morning, and he had assumed they were incapable of purchasing seeds. To his surprise, they had managed to bring seeds with them. Despite his shock, the staff's efficiency remained commendable. Certainly. What type of seeds would you like to exchange for? Sweet potatoes. Potatoes, corn, and sorghum. The staff nodded and began to prepare bags, carefully packaging each type of seed according to quantity. In the end, they handed over several thin booklets detailing planting methods and important considerations for the seeds, urging them to read carefully upon their return. Feng Ziyulai accepted the booklets, nodding earnestly. We will. The staff smiled politely, then inquired, who will sign the contract? After harvesting these crops, 30% must be surrendered to the base. Thus a contract must be signed. Otherwise, what would happen if we cannot locate you later? Feng Ziyulai stepped forward. I will sign. She did not wish Su Nian to bear this responsibility. Su Nian did not contest Feng Ziyulai. There was nothing to dispute. Since the base was willing to sell these new seeds, it indicated that they would indeed thrive. The lone concern was merely the yield. After signing the contract, the group departed the seed store with their seeds in hand. Feng Ziyulai and Wang Daqin were eager to return, longing to plant the seeds immediately. Su Nian and Jing Mo, however, were in no rush to return. Wang Go, Feng Jia, why don't you head back first? We will take a stroll around the base and return on our own later. The distance is not too far and we have memorized the route. A leisurely walk back will pose no challenge. Feng Ziyulai and Wang Daqin understood that Su Nian and Jing Mo were resolute in their decisions, so they did not insist, only reminding them to be cautious and return early before driving away. Watching the vehicle recede into the distance, Su Nian surveyed her surroundings. Where shall we go now? Jing Mo chuckled at Su Nian. Did you not express a desire to explore? Why then do you inquire about my destination?
Su Nian, un perturbed.
Decided that since they were uncertain, a leisurely stroll would suffice. The 2 of them chose a direction and ambled forward. Along the way, Su Nian observed the shops lining the street, noting that the area was rather well developed. There was a diverse array of stores, particularly restaurants. She mused about the quality and pricing of the food. Just then, a man and woman emerged from a restaurant ahead. The man was tall and robust, accentuating the petite stature of the woman beside him. Upon closer inspection, Su Nian raised an eyebrow, recognizing them as familiar faces. She remained silent, but Awan spoke up first. It's you. The man beside Awan turned his gaze towards Su Nian, somewhat flippantly asking Awan, do you know this beauty? Awan bit her lip but nodded. Yes, I know her. She stayed at my family's in Baka base too. The man chuckled at this revelation, suggesting, then we are indeed old acquaintances. What a delightful coincidence. Shall we dine together? My treat. The food here is quite good. Su Nian shook her head. No need. Beauty, there's no need to hastily decline. After all, we journeyed together from base 2. Supporting one another is essential for establishing ourselves here, is it not? Have you not heard the saying, the more friends, the more paths? I require no such assistance. Su Nian rejected him again, causing the man's expression to darken. I advise you not to disrespect the offer. Awan interjected, forcing a smile, since she is unwilling.
Let it be.
Chen Go, you are magnanimous. Do not stoop to her level. We have just arrived at base 3. It is best not to stir up trouble, right?
Tianye.
Awan's words slightly eased the man's demeanor. Since Awan has spoken on your behalf, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, I must caution you. Your temperament could lead to significant misfortune if you continue this way. In this world, to thrive and live well, one must be astute like Awan and recognize the times. Noticing Su Nian's continued impassivity, the man scoffed and prepared to leave. Awan, however, did not follow him. Chen Go, return first. I wish to have a word with her and offer some advice. Very well. Do counsel her well. The man replied with a knowing smile before turning to depart. Until the man had walked away, Awan finally turned her gaze towards Su Nian. Are you currently residing in that filthy, chaotic courtyard with those people? What good can come from living there? Given our previous acquaintance, I can introduce you to a few individuals like Brother Chen, ensuring you can live a life akin to that before the apocalypse. Before Su Nian could respond, Jing Mo's expression darkened. Do you take me for invisible? One after another, daring to speak to Su Nian in my presence. Do you truly not regard me at all? Only then did Awan glance at Jing Mo. I was about to mention I could introduce you to a few people as well. Do you prefer men or women? With your looks, you would be appealing to both. Jing Mo wished he could retract his earlier words. Upon hearing Awan's remarks, a previously stoic Su Nian smiled.
So,
you are now peddling companionship? Awan faltered momentarily, her smile stiffening. Why must you phrase it so harshly? I merely sought to inform you how to lead a more comfortable life. Even if you decline, there is no need to humiliate me like this.
Su Nian nodded.
If you perceive this as humiliation, then so be it. There was no point in prolonging the conversation. Should they meet again, please consider me a stranger. Awan looked at Su Nian in surprise. Are you truly this heartless? No. Su Nian shook her head, earnestly clarifying, this has nothing to do with being heartless. It is simply that there was never any bond between us. We are merely strangers who have crossed paths a few times, hardly qualifying as friends. Where is the heartlessness in that? Awan's expression soured significantly, and after a moment of clenching her teeth, she retorted, I shall see what kind of life you can lead in the future. I wonder if you will regret it. With that, Awan stormed off in anger. In stark contrast to Awan's fury, Su Nian and Jing Mo remained notably calm. Their paths had never aligned with Awan's, and thus, there was no need for further discourse. Although encountering Awan was unexpected, it did little to dampen Su Nian's spirits as she continued to stroll leisurely with Jing Mo. After more than an hour of meandering, they finally returned to the courtyard where they resided. Standing outside, they knocked on the heavy iron door, which echoed with a resounding thud. Shortly after, hurried footsteps approached, and Wang Dachen's voice rang from within. Is that my big brother and sister returning? Jing Mo called back. It's us. No sooner had his words left his mouth than the door swung open. Wang Dachen greeted them with a broad smile. You two are finally back. I was just about to head out to look for you. What would you look for us for? We're grown adults. How could we forget the way home? Jing Mo replied as he stepped inside. Brother Wang, have you begun farming already? We've already gone through the ledger and are currently tilling the land. We may not have much else, but we certainly have enough hands. With so many of us working together, the tilling is progressing swiftly. We should be ready to sow seeds by tomorrow. That is indeed quite fast. After exchanging a few words with Wang Dachen, Su Nian and Jing Mo retreated to their room. They had previously agreed with Wang Dachen and Feng Ziyulai that they would not partake in farming. While Su Nian was inclined to grow some things indoors during her leisure time, she had no desire to toil in the fields daily. She had hoarded so many supplies not to labor in the dirt during the apocalypse. Once inside, Su Nian and Jing Mo removed their outer shoes and entered the bedroom. Su Nian retrieved a carpet and sat cross-legged upon it. As Jing Mo settled across from her, Su Nian inquired, shouldn't we find something to occupy ourselves? Now that they were living with Wang Dachen and the others, they needed to consider certain issues, such as how to secure a source of supplies. Although their vehicle was quite spacious and filled to the brim, there was still a limit to how much they could carry. With the daily consumption of 2 people, it was inevitable that their supplies would eventually run out. Before their provisions were depleted, they needed to identify a source of income. Instead of asking whether they should, Jing Mo directly inquired, do you have any ideas? Su Nian recalled the shops she had seen on the way and rubbed her chin thoughtfully. How about we open a shop? Just selling food. The atmosphere at the third base is so pleasant, it would be a shame not to capitalize on it. The more she pondered, the more she found this idea appealing. Let us start a lunch shop, serving only midday meals. We won't need to prepare much. Once we sell out, we can close for the day. This would allow for greater flexibility in our time, and the income should be considerable. Jing Mo had never opposed Su Nian's suggestions. Hearing her well-structured plan, he readily agreed, all right. Let us proceed as you suggest. Both of them possessed decisive natures. Once they had an idea, they dove right in. The next morning after breakfast, they drove off to seek a storefront. Finding a reliable source for rentals was best accomplished through the property manager. Upon learning that the duo wished to rent a shop, the manager beamed widely. You came to the right person. In this area, there's nothing I don't know about available properties. The shop you desire is indeed available. Shall I take you to see it? In agreement, they promptly set off to view the property. Chapter 178. Then let us discuss the protection fee. After a brief 10-minute drive, they arrived at a shop. It was a modest space of around 20 square meters, evidently a remnant from the pre-apocalyptic era, with decent furnishings. Su Nian surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. What's the rent? 30 contribution points a month, the manager quickly replied. That's quite reasonable. Given her satisfaction and available contribution points, Su Nian wasted no time in renting it for a month. She considered the possibility that she might not wish to continue after a month. Thus, a short-term lease seemed prudent. After signing the rental contract, Su Nian and Jing Mo, under the manager's guidance, visited a furniture store and purchased 4 sets of tables and chairs. Though slightly worn and patched, the furniture was functional. Some pieces appeared to match at first glance, but upon closer inspection, the patterns varied. Su Nian suspected these items had been salvaged from the ruins post-earthquake, as many individuals like them scavenged remnants to sell. Despite their imperfections, the prices were reasonable. The 4 sets of tables and chairs, along with a long table that could serve as a workstation, cost a total of 20 contribution points. The dishes and cooking utensils combined only amounted to 10 contribution points. While making these purchases, Su Nian and Jing Mo also overheard some news. For instance, they learned that there was now a profession known as scavengers. Scavengers ventured into the ruins to collect discarded items, bringing them back to the base to classify and sell to various shops. The earnings from this work were meager, and areas closer to the base had already been thoroughly scoured. They could only venture further afield to scavenge. Tensions and conflicts inevitably arose between scavenging teams and solitary foragers. Some individuals left the base and never returned, leaving their fate uncertain, whether they found a new place to reside or encountered some unfortunate circumstance. Their disappearances elicited little concern beyond their immediate families. Given the current situation, it was even more implausible to expend manpower and resources in search of them. After coming to terms with these realities, Su Nian felt a complex mix of emotions. Every seemingly decent base harbored its own hidden truths. However, in comparison to the second base, the third base had already proven to be quite satisfactory. Su Nian and Jing Mo worked swiftly. Within just 2 days, their restaurant had commenced operations. There were no firecrackers, no flyers, no advertisements, and no promotions. On opening day, Wang Daqin and Feng Ziyulai lent a hand before hastily departing. The task of sewing was still unfinished, and the two of them were effectively working as one. It was already quite a feat for them to spare a moment to come by. After their departure, Su Nian opened the rice cooker and placed the rice inside to steam. This rice had been purchased from the base's grain store, somewhat broken and lacking in clarity, with a scent that was almost non-existent. Yet, even such rice was beyond the reach of many, who could only gaze longingly at it. Given the limited conditions, Su Nian and Jing Mo had only posted a single menu on the wall, featuring 3 dishes: potato stew with salted fish, braised clams, and seafood soup. The potatoes were bought from the base's supermarket, while the salted fish and clams were procured from Feng Ziyulai. They had a surplus of seafood, which they could not consume daily, and had originally intended to sell part of it to purchase grains. Since Su Nian and Jing Mo were interested in buying, it was convenient for them to sell. In addition to these items, they also spent 20 contribution points to rent a card reader. The monthly rental for the card reader was 20 contribution points, with an additional deposit of 100 contribution points required. If the device were damaged, retrieving the deposit would be impossible. Without having made a single sale, Su Nian had already expended a considerable amount of contribution points. However, she was not the least bit worried. Even if they failed to sell anything, she and Jing Mo could gradually consume the provisions without waste. Once the rice was nearly steamed, midday arrived. Jing Mo turned on the induction cooker, heated the pan, and added oil. After sautéing garlic, he introduced the doubanjiang, the aroma of which was overwhelmingly enticing, causing Su Nian to swallow involuntarily. The preparation station was positioned at the entrance, and the savory scent wafted outside. Requiring no additional promotion, this rich fragrance served as the best advertisement. As expected, it wasn't long before someone approached and ultimately paused at the door. When did a restaurant open here? It smells delightful. What are the prices? Su Nian pointed to the menu on the wall. A serving of potato stew with salted fish was 3 contribution points, braised clams 2 contribution points, and a bowl of seafood soup 1 contribution point. As for the rice, it was also 1 contribution point per bowl. This pricing was determined after Su Nian and Jing Mo visited several other establishments. It was neither exorbitant nor too low. Selling at this rate, they could still make a decent profit. Those who still frequented restaurants in the post-apocalyptic world typically possessed some skills, and were not lacking in contribution points. Upon seeing the prices on the wall, a patron waved his hand and ordered a bowl of rice, a serving of potato stew with salted fish, and a bowl of seafood soup. Spending 5 contribution points for a meal indicated he was no ordinary customer. Su Nian responded affirmatively, immediately dishing out the rice and seafood soup. While the potato stew required a bit more time, with the limited quantity prepared, only 10 portions of each dish, if they sold out, they would earn 60 contribution points for the day. After deducting costs, they would net 30 contribution points. While not a fortune, such an income would ensure they had enough for sustenance. With the first customer, more followed. On their opening day, every dish prepared was sold out. Seeing the additional 60 contribution points in her card, Su Nian felt a surge of joy. Before the apocalypse, she had no talent for business and had to sell her large company. Yet now, in this new world, she had embarked on a small venture that showed promise. Noticing Su Nian's delight, Jing Mo smiled as well. "Why are you so happy?" Just as Su Nian was about to respond, several individuals appeared at the door. Upon seeing them, she thought little of it and simply stated, "We've sold out of food for today. Please come back tomorrow." The man at the forefront chuckled upon hearing this. "Sold out? It seems business is thriving. In that case, you'll need to pay your protection fee." The smile vanished from Su Nian's face in an instant at the man's words. The third base had a clear regulation. All shopkeepers were required to pay taxes, amounting to 1% of their total revenue. Therefore, if Su Nian's establishment generated 1,800 contribution points in a month, they would owe 18 contribution points. Compared to the second base, this regulation seemed relatively humane. Yet, Su Nian had not anticipated that extortion for protection fees would exist here. Observing the robust men before her, Su Nian's gaze grew increasingly icy. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was rare to encounter even a well-built individual, let alone those of such girth. The sight of these men suggested they were living comfortably, albeit at the expense of others through their collection of protection fees. When Su Nian remained silent, the man grew impatient. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Hurry up and pay the protection fee, or I can't guarantee your little shop will remain open."
Oh.
Su Nian raised an eyebrow. "And how much do you intend to charge for this protection fee?" "We brothers don't ask for much. Just 10 to 20 contribution points a day will suffice." As he spoke, the man stroked his chin, his gaze towards Su Nian becoming lewd and repulsive. "Of course, if the lovely lady is willing to have some fun with us, we can negotiate the protection fee." Instead of anger, Su Nian smiled at this remark. "How fortunate. I happen to enjoy playing." "Really? Then I must have a good time with you." The man's eyes lit up, and he reached out to touch Su Nian's face. However, before his hand could fully extend, it was met with a sudden blow from a descending iron rod, striking his wrist with tremendous force. The unexpected pain elicited a scream from the man, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Su Nian stepped onto his back, her tone laced with delight. "I prefer this kind of play. You surely enjoy it too, right?" The man writhed on the ground, struggling to rise, but finding himself utterly unable. "What are you all standing there for? Get to it. Teach these two audacious fools a lesson." At the command of the man, several others surged towards Su Nian and Jing Mo simultaneously. The iron rod in Jing Mo's hand seemed to possess a mind of its own, striking anyone who approached from any direction with unerring accuracy. To deal with these individuals, Jing Mo alone sufficed, while Su Nian exerted forcefully, firmly pressing her foot into the man's back. "Who are you working for?" she demanded. Before he could finish his reply, the man faltered. Something felt amiss. Were these not his scripted lines? Su Nian, already lacking in patience, pressed down harder, insisting, "Speak. Who are your accomplices? Are there any?" "And no one. It's just us. We have no accomplices and no one is backing us." The man gritted his teeth. He realized the truth. These two were engaging in entrapment. He could not afford to reveal Guanxiao's name. If he withheld Guanxiao's name, their group would only endure some physical suffering. But if he divulged it, death would be imminent. Not receiving the desired answer, Su Nian remained unfazed. "It's only my first day in business, and you come to disrupt me. Medical fees, lost wages, emotional distress, adding it all together, you each owe 500 contribution points. Otherwise, you shan't leave this place." Upon hearing her words, the man's face contorted into a grimace. "Sister, even if you sold us out, we couldn't possibly gather that many contribution points. Produce your identity cards," she commanded. "Sister," before he could finish, Su Nian intensified her pressure, causing the man to cry out in pain until he finally retrieved his identity card. He was evidently the leader. After he produced his card, the others, still incapacitated by Jing Mo's blows, also pulled out their identity cards one by one. Jing Mo accepted their cards, swiped them through the card reader, and smiled at Su Nian. A total of 1,800 contribution points. 6 individuals, 1,800 points, each worth 300 points.
Su Nian nodded in satisfaction.
"Our business is indeed thriving. We recouped our investment on the very first day." She retracted her foot, observing the men on the ground, resembling defeated dogs. "Do visit us again." The men struggled to rise, their gazes towards Su Nian and Jing Mo filled with resentment and fear. Eventually, it was the leader who muttered, "Let us go," and the others stumbled after him. As soon as they departed, the neighboring shopkeepers approached. To their left was a tailor shop, dedicated to mending clothes and shoes, and it appeared to be thriving. The proprietors, a couple seemingly in their 30s, stood at the entrance, their expressions somewhat conflicted. After a moment, the woman spoke first. "Why did you have to beat them? If you had just given them some contribution points, they would have left. A one-time payment could ensure peace for half a month. Now that you've harmed them, they might return with more people to cause trouble."
"How will you two handle that?"
"I've heard they have connections." Listening to the woman, Su Nian chuckled. "Let them come. I am quite the hospitable soul. And I welcome all who arrive." The woman paused, then quickly urged her husband, "Let us go. Let us go. These two look like troublemakers. It's best we keep our distance and not get involved." Su Nian heard her words clearly, but paid them no heed. Each to their own aspirations. If they chose to spend contribution points for temporary peace, willing to endure humiliation, that was their choice, not hers. Jing Mo approached with the card reader. "Let us tidy up and head back. There are still so many dishes to wash." Suddenly hearing Jing Mo's remark, Su Nian's features scrunched in dismay. What is the most tedious aspect of running a restaurant? Indeed, washing dishes. Seeing her furrowed brows, Jing Mo found it immensely amusing. "Don't frown. I'll handle the dishwashing." Su Nian looked at Jing Mo, blinking in surprise. "You cook and wash dishes, so what do I do?"
"You?" Ying Mo pondered seriously.
"I'll earn the living, and you will be the queen bee." Suppressing a laugh, Su Nian corrected him. "No, it's man-eating flour."